Going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Real Dope, Pink, DJ, Lavenita, Luis, straight like that. Me, myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Sunday. What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
What up? What up?
What it do?
Peace
What
and blessings.
Well, first, kick it off by saying Happy Father's Day to all the fathers that are tuning in, and as well as on the panel, in the chat, all over the world, man. Happy Father's Day to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Right on, big brother. Happy Father's Day to the fellas.
Thank you. We got an excellent show here for you guys. Nike is already coming in saying, I love the topic. Yeah, I love it as well. Thank you. Nike, she said Happy Father's Day as well. Edward Gilbert said, what's up, people? Happy Father's Day, gentlemen. Thank you. Issa said they do not want our help, bro. We'll dive into it. We'll see. We got a diverse panel. Yeah, George says we can at what cost or benefit. We got Arabica, Bixby. Yes, I said that correctly. Not all Latinos need saving. Mill says salute. Dory G says, hey, panel and crew. Thank you. As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are catching this on a replay, hit that like button and also make sure you subscribe as well. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get this show started and hop right into it. I'm going to play this clip and we're going to get into it. Here we go.
American community is the only community that has the power in this country to change anything. They are the only one with the experience of civil matter. They are the only one que tenían el esclavo ahí mismitico. They are the only one that are not going to get deported anywhere, and you cannot put them all in jail. So African American community, which is the community that is stepped on by Cubans, the most are the only ones that are going to save the Latinos. And I clap for the African American community that has not come out because it is not. I do. We didn't do shit for them.
I get it. But I don't.
Me and you support, but in masses, we didn't support anything that was going with them. Latinos look at Cubans specifically. I'm not gonna talk about any other community because I'm not part of that community, even though I'm a Latina with them. Cubans talk shit about African Americans. Cubans did not support African Americans. Cubans think that they all victimize themselves, of this, all of that. African Americans are the only ones that are going to save your asses, Latinos. So you better start kissing. If you're going to kiss some ass in this country, you better kiss some black ass.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it, man. Black folks have already fought their battles.
Wow.
And a lot of the conversation is, why should they carry others now? The question I have for the panel, should Black Americans be expected to fight for Latino rights too? I want to go ahead and kick this off. Go ahead, Luis.
So this is a really, really good question and a really good topic. You know, should Black Americans be expected to fight Latinos' rights? No. I don't think that they should be able to kind of fight their fight. I think that they've already laid out the foundational base work, and that comes in the form of civil rights, right? People having access and be able to come to this country. You know, my father, when I was little, I was like 11 years old, and I've told this story only a few handful of times. You know, he told me, he's like, hey, do you see those brothers over there, right? And I was like, yeah, the Black brothers. He was like, always remember, the reason that you and I are here is because of the trials and tribulations that they've been through. You know, don't ever forget that. And that has always served as a sort of a launching point, you know, and I think a lot of people kind of forget because it's not really taught in history. It's not taught in international history. It's not taught a lot in civil history here, the importance and the shift they made. They'll glance over it, but they don't really underscore the importance and the victory behind it. And I think a lot of people have forgotten. A lot of, you know, immigrants that have came here have kind of forgotten the groundwork that has been laid. I think that what they're going through right now is a separate kind of fight. I think it's, you know, trying to have immigration reform, and immigration reform coming in the way of people coming here, and even though they're contributing to the economy, but they're doing it the wrong way. And a lot of the people who had to stay in line and wait 10, 15 years to try to get in here the legal way and the right way, those people are more mad at the people who did it the wrong way, expecting to get a shortcut to cut the line. And sort of those are the people who voted against the interests of those individuals who wanted to kind of cut the lines. But in terms of just Black culture and Black Americans fighting that kind of specific fight, I don't think that they need to fight it. I think they need to kind of study and pay attention closely to what's happening, because all of this is a really unprecedented event that's taking place. So I yield.
All right, Louis, check on your video too, because it is freezing. DJ, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Would you like to answer the question right now? Should Black Americans be expected to fight for Latino rights too?
That's really sticky for me. Pero mi papa's in Santiago de Cuba, so my family's Cuban. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you right now, Luis spoke high. Like everything you said, Luis is. I literally follow everything you said and agree with it. It just sucks, raised in a family where, my first Black boyfriend that I wanted, my dad was absolutely not, and that went on to this very day in my family, on that side of the family. I'm not even going to speak on my other side of the family, but my Cuban side, and me personally, you're asking us personally, not in the space of the world. So me personally, it's really tough for me to answer that, because then you got all the rebel, Cubans in my family, cousins, all of my cousins that have Black, husbands and kids, half Cuban, half Black, so it's kind of tough for me. But then in the space of having an 18-year-old daughter, I do know, I saw one of the comments, I'm not sure who said it, but it said not all the not Latinos need saving. I think you pinned that earlier. And, it's sticky for me because I'm on a lot of different groups. I support a lot of foundations that deal with the trafficking, and I'm very serious about that. And I've been fighting and helping fight that battle for years, and it's predominantly Latinos, Hispanics, that are running those cartels and stuff like that. So it's really tough for me to really get in that convo because I'm just conflicted. You know what I mean? And I'm just conflicted in that space. But I agree with Luis. It's just hard for me to say what somebody should do. You know what I mean? But Latinos, would they fight for Blacks? I've never seen it happen. So, then there's that.
I mean, one example that I could present to everybody is, I know when the whole George Floyd thing happened, like just like many people, including Black American people who were upset, I was just equally as upset and mad. And because I think that right there is, what's the saying, injustice to one is an injustice to all. And I think that just serves as sort of like the catalyst that kind of broke the levee, that broke everything open. Because if we could stand by and allow something like this to happen, what makes you think that we're not immune for it to happen? So it's really more about stepping in when there's like really a huge problem or injustice like that, domestically. In terms of just, rights and immigration and those kinds of issues, that becomes very sticky because, uh, we're kind of split in terms of how they're handling it. I don't like how they're handling it. In terms of the process that going about it, I can't really fault them, because there are a lot of people who have gone about it the right way and have paid and have waited, and it kind of throws a stain on the entire system if we could allow people to kind of come through the back door and cut the process, but also getting rid of the individuals who are causing havoc. That I think that's the far most important aspect of it. But in terms of, the Black community or Black people in general, I don't think they need to, fight that fight. I think that they need to pay attention in terms of how it's being handled and pay close attention to the civility of how America
It's
addresses.
not just me, right? Like his mic is chippy, right?
No, he good.
No, it's coming through clear for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right. Go ahead, real dope. What are your thoughts about it? Should Black Americans be expected to fight for Latino rights too?
I guess for one, I think people purposefully conflate Latino with illegal immigrants on purpose so that they can make it seem like this whole entire group of people is, in distress. But I think that's my first issue is like Latinos don't need help. You're talking about illegal immigrants. If that, to my knowledge, I think that's what we're talking about. Which those are two different things. But outside of that, I think people should stand up for what they believe in. I don't believe that illegal immigrants should be here necessarily on a large scale. So I would never stand up for it because I don't believe in that. So yeah, I think people should stand up for whatever they believe in. If you believe that they should be here, even if I disagree with you, then stand up for it. But nobody going to guilt trip me. Nobody going to tell me that I gotta do something for a whole group of people. I don't play those type of politics. So yeah, no, I don't think that Black people in general should be doing anything.
All right, go ahead, straight like that.
So I saw that clip earlier this week, and it was pretty interesting that whenever a particular group of people are in distress, they always run to, and I'm going to use the term just because we're on this show. I don't like the term Black people, but I'll just use it for the sake of this conversation. But so-called Black people are always thrown into the pot whenever another so-called group needs some sort of defending. They had the same play with the LGBT community when they said, "Hey, you know, their rights is the same thing as so-called racial rights or whatever the case is." Um, the brother earlier, Louise, brought up a good point about history. Trying to figure out like knowing our people and our history in this country. And if you go way back, a lot of different groups attach themselves to our struggle. But whenever we're trying to get certain things done for our community, nobody shows up. So my advice is to answer the question directly. No, we should kind of mind our business. It's no different than when these I can't remember what would you call them, the Israel, that Israel war thing, and they were asking for us to come on their behalf and stick up for them. It's like, nah, that has nothing to do with us. So I think we should just mind our business, to be honest. Get dragged into something that we have nothing about. Because Grant, I promise you, if we get involved and we start rioting, they're gonna kill us. I mean, they just send these people back, but they're gonna throw us in jail if we get involved. We can't go out there and do any of that type of stuff that they're doing. So I think we should just mind our business, to be honest.
All right, go ahead, Hank.
Excuse me. It's kind of really conflicting, right? It really is. Because at the same time, like them ladies described during the George Floyd situation, none of them stepped up. So if you want our help, you're going to have to come to the negotiation table and be ready to have a serious conversation. So just in case we run into a situation like that again, I expect every last one of you some bitches to be out there right there with us, protesting, standing up, getting locked up, voicing your opinions, waving the white flag for us if need be. We willing to pay bail to some of the dudes that are the individuals who out there protesting with you, ready to bring the necessary supplies that's needed, water, food, or whatever the case may be. I need for you to be right there on the front line with us if this happens again. Because if not, this will be the last and only time you will have us out there putting our lives on the line, putting our freedoms on the line, putting our opportunities in career and jobs on the line for you guys. There's got to be a fair exchange. It can't just be one-sided. You're not going to keep us having us out there doing these things. And when I look for you for some type of assistance or some help, you know where to be found. Oh, man, I don't want to mess up my job. No. We out there doing the same for you. Let me also say this. Every minority should thank every Black person they see between the Asian community, the dick sucker community, the Latino, the small hats, all of them. Every minority should be thanking us because of all the sacrifice that we made previous that allow you to have these rights and these freedoms to even do these things. Our blood, sweat, and tears was put on the line a long time ago for all this to happen. So they ought to be doing that for us. We shouldn't even be going to the negotiating table. They should have been right there every time. I don't care if it's doing civil rights. I don't care if it's doing any protests or marching, whatever the case. They should have been there. Now, we're going to get you a pass on that because that was the past. We're not going to dwell in it. We're going to learn from it. But you want us now, you got to do right by us. I'll leave it there.
All right. Go ahead, OTC.
First, before I say anything, I want to salute to the owner of the channel, Lapeef. We don't agree on everything, but I still want to come respectful, and I want to salute to the panel as well. I believe this is a great example of, where everybody needs to be held accountable because, like a lot of the people on the panel have already mentioned, Black people have been suffering injustices throughout history up until this day. Right. And, we have all kinds of communities talking about Black people don't deserve reparations, the hood, Black fatigue, all of these things that different communities have to say about Black people. And then the moment that the system is turned against them, all of a sudden, why ain't Black people standing up? It's mothers and fathers losing their children to gun violence and white people having companies making money off of it. It's whole industries built off of Black demise. And all of these different communities have turned a blind eye to it. Oh, that's how Black people is. Now that they're being targeted, they want Black people to stand up in the workplace. Mexicans, all kinds of communities are coming in America, starting their companies. They don't want Black people a part of it. They don't want a certain kind of individual to be a part of their program. But now that the government is turned against them, they want Black support. And I think we need to hold all of them accountable because when we were suffering, nobody came to our defense. All right. So it's like, it's very hypocritical. And I think it's actually disgusting. And I'll land my plane.
All right. Go ahead, Devin B. Welcome to the show, brother. My first time seeing you. What you got for us?
Yeah, no, I just think I've been not as vocal just because I don't want to attack people a lot of time when I see on social media like to go be too abrasive. But at the end of the day, I think what this shows is that they see Black people as the banner of victimhood. That because they think we are the status quo victim of the United States, that they should expect us to support them with whatever cause that they had. I mean, I feel like that's the same thing when it came to feminism with the Black community. Everything that they took was literally a play-by-play book of, the civil rights. I think it's the same thing with the LG, the alphabet community, like play-by-play, some type of oppression, and they expect us to have some type of support from our community to help them. And I feel like it's the same thing. It's like they didn't get support. We didn't get support from them for certain issues and stuff like that. And then now because they're the ones that feel like, they are getting the short end of the stick because we are the faces of what America sees as a victim, that they are ultimately expecting us to champion that, and that's what they see us as. And I think that's a wake-up call for Black Americans that we got to stop being the victims of some type of oppression, some type of system. We have to understand what things were actually put in play to make us in this victim mentality, and then take away that victim mentality and move forward and not be the victims, and then them expecting us to be the ones that step up for them and understand that there's right. I think there's a biggest issue that we have these emotional attachments, but at the end of the day, are we stopping and saying, is this right or is this wrong? Like, did they come in illegal or did they not? I think the empathy comes after. It's like, okay, you've been doing the right thing, and then something bad happens to you. That's when empathy comes in, not the empathy before the before recognizing did you break the law or not. Um, and ultimately, I think that's where it comes down to for me.
Black people love being America's primary victim. Like, we're not giving up that position. We'll die before we do that.
Yeah, I'm all for look for all the people who broke the law and all the people who were causing. I am so for removing those individuals faster than the speed of light. You know what I'm saying? Because there can't be any room for that type of disruption in our society, especially when we're trying to have people adhere to certain rules and not commit crime and stuff like that. That really can't be the sort of the precedent example that we just kind of forgive easily. So no, I'm not for those people to kind of stick around.
I actually disagree with the idea that black people are always the victim, because it becomes a certain point where it's kind of like it becomes the argument where if somebody's rich, right, and they got a lot of money and they walk through the hood and then they get robbed, do you blame the person that robbed them, or do you blame them for walking around with their jewelry? It's kind of that situation. And I feel like, that's a touchy situation. Maybe you'll sit there and be like, oh, well, that person should have been smart enough not to walk around people, without with their resources in front of these people when they know that they need them. It's like, if black people are being subjected to unfair conditions, and then all of a sudden another group gets subjected to these conditions, I don't think necessarily that we are the victim and they're relying on us. I think it's a cop out. Everything was all fine. They loved America until they started receiving the same kind of tactics that black people was receiving. So it's not about black people being a victim. It's just now everybody's being discriminated against. I would say equally, even white people. And I'll land my plane there.
All right, go ahead, DJ.
So I love that everybody here is mature men. I'm assuming over 28. Everybody, am I correct? I don't want to. Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
Hmm.
All y'all look good. I'm just married or not. All y'all are fine. But I'm just saying the reason why I said that is because I asked my daughter. She just graduated, and I asked her, um, and she knows I'm a Gonzalez, and we all are. And so I asked her. I said, "Baby, do you think? What's your opinion? Do you think Black people should be saving Latin America, basically, Latin people?" She says, "Absolutely, 100%." You know what she said? I'm in Atlanta. There is at least, first of all, on my DJ roster right now, I DJ at 3 Spanish restaurants. There is nothing but taco places everywhere, everywhere. And they're all not illegal. They're all not legal. And there is nothing but that food here. I promise you. You come to Atlanta, this is just everything. CT Reforma. They got different names. They're everywhere is the food is Latin. There's not a plethora of soul food at all in Atlanta. If anybody visited here, there's no soul food here. There's old restaurants that been in the South Side and nobody goes to them. Everything is Spanish. We even got Poppies. We got 45 different Cuban restaurants here. We got a chain. We got them in everywhere. So my daughter's saying, and I'm just saying my daughter's space of opinion of what she's saying. She's like, we're the consumers that depend on them as well as work. The jobs that they'll do, that they do for less or whatever. She doesn't know that. She's just saying for less, but I know that they make money. What they do in the fields they're in. But what I'm saying is, she's saying her opinion was basically saying that yes, we should 100% support them because we got each other. So
So
that's
do
what
you
I
think
hear.
that? So do you think that sentiment? Obviously, how old is your daughter by chance? If you
She's
don't mind me
18.
asking. Okay, so
Yeah,
she's
she's on.
18.
Yeah, she's young.
All the gentlemen on this panel are at least about, I want to say at least 32 and up, right?
Yeah.
And I think if you look at the spectrum of our upbringing and growing up in the late 80s, 90s, right into the 2000s, and our experiences in corporate America, interaction with, community policing and things of that sort, it's a completely different experience. And I think that a lot of young people have not really seen the full spectrum of most people who are late millennials experience growing up, right? I think right now they're in a completely different paradigm in terms of social media, social influence, and they have a greater sense of unity amongst themselves, younger people, right? Because they grew up on the internet together. So it seems like they're a larger or are part of a larger, greater community, right? Because they interact and talk to a lot of each other outside of just their staple community. So I think that the way that they view, this country and the world around them is a lot different than much more older millennials or Gen X or whatever the case may be.
And I think to kind of spin off of that, I think all of us at a younger age, our train of thought is just simply face value. Like we see people hurting, we see something that doesn't make us feel good, and our first instinct is help, stop the hurt, stop the pain. But then you don't. Then as you get older, you start asking the W questions like why, is this happening? Who is doing this? You just start asking the questions. So then I think I feel like I share the sentiment to where I feel like I had that mindset at a certain age. But then when I started asking why, and I'm understanding the cause and effects of people coming in illegal, what does that have like if you just even look at all the sanctuary cities, all of them are projecting a deficit in their communities. They are not thriving in those communities. And what does that mean? It takes away funding for police, schools, the infrastructure. All that's being degraded by the fact that money now has to be allocated to help people who are coming here illegally. And then it's like it happened in such a flood during the Biden administration that it's really bad. So like LA, in an instance, they put a report before all this all happened that they have $1 billion deficit. And I think that's a testament to where it's like, if you have a cause and you want to do something, who's doing it and who's doing it the right way, and they're able to sustain it. They're not able to sustain it. So then it's like, okay, yeah, we want people. And then I think also, like he was talking before, it was like illegal immigrants and Latinos, there's a split within their community because there's resentment because some of them are like, I did it the right way. I came through the pipeline. And I feel like that kind of helps, kind of tailor off or push back some of the economic factors that happen. So I think ultimately when she gets older and if she asks the questions why, and then you have a conversation with somebody and says, how would you do it? Well, what about this? Like, how would you pay for it? Well, what is their economic status right now? How are they going to pay for it? Where's the money coming from? And at the same time, we're complaining about our teachers aren't getting paid enough. We're complaining about we don't have money for this, but then you want to fight for this cause. So it's like you can have the sentiment, but is it a reality? And are you so disconnected from the reality because you're ultimately not responsible for making those decisions?
I gotta give you a little bit of pushback.
That this is an investment for our country. They're investing their money into damn people. They are an investment because they know they're going to get a return. They still waiting to return on us. They don't feel like they got a return on us. They feel like they still don't got a return. Even though we had 400 years of slavery, they feel like they don't have enough return on us because they're going to look at, well, what about the years after slavery and Jim Crow and all of that? They feel like they ain't got a return on us. We still going to reap the government benefits with no return. We probably won't get reparations because you know why? Because they feel like, well, your reparation is them government assistance that we give you on the regular.
Well, we're not going to get reparations because ultimately.
Education. Hold on, big brother. Let me finish real fast. I'll be down. I don't talk long. I don't talk much. But that they don't feel like they get a return. They know they're gonna get a return on these people. They know these people gonna work the jobs that our black asses are not going to work. We don't want to be custodians. We don't want to be janitors in these hotels. Y'all see them? You don't want to be the hotel cooks and staff and taking out. Y'all ain't trying to do it. Y'all not trying to get on the goddamn roofs of these hot ass sunny days and using these hammer guns and these nail guns by putting shingles up and putting plywood up. We ain't trying to do all that. We ain't trying to do that what we could beneath us type work. You go into your local McDonald's, your local Burger King, they all Mexicans. You know why? You don't want to be in there. Matter of fact, you go to your local Chinese store or restaurants, they Mexicans. What the fuck do they know about cooking Chinese? But they there. We not trying to do that bullshit. And they know we can get them do it. And we're going to get them under the table. We'll pay them cash. Or we'll pay them little as we can. And they, guess what? When they get ready, they're going to be paying taxes. They're going to do what they need to do. They're going to get a return on investment. That's why they're doing it. Look, again, some saying talking about we don't want them. He runs their goddamn hotels. His hotels are ran by them goddamn motherfuckers. He say he want them out just to please some of you motherfuckers. But guess what? In the back of his mind, he know I need some of these motherfuckers over here. I need them in my hotel because I don't want to pay this high price for these staff, these Negroes and these white folks are going to be asking for, and I could pay them half the amount. So they really don't want them. They just trying to appease you just enough to get them out of here. Just a few people to get out of here. They don't want the degenerate ones. They want the ones that know how to act, that carry themselves right. Yeah, they got over here legally. Yeah, they came in on through the back doors. But we're going to allow them to stay, and you other motherfuckers got to go.
I do want to let me get DJ in there, only because she the minority on the female.
My daughter, that's what my daughter said, exactly what Hank said. Hank said exactly what she was conveying. She's like, Mom, like my daughter has been working since 16. So she graduated actually last year. She's actually about to have a master barber license in cosmetology. She's not in high school. She's been out of high school for over a year and a half now. So she's been working since 16 in a company chain called Papacitos. And when I tell you right now, I have brought her along my entrepreneur journey to where she chose to be the way that she wants to be financially and stable as a character in this world. And I'm gonna tell you right now, she knows everything that Hink just said. I promise you, there's hotels everywhere, and we're not housekeepers. Only time that I see Black housekeepers in the hotels is when I travel out the country, and then they are whatever the country is. They're Panamanian or they're something else or whatever. But what I'm saying is, Hink is totally right. Like we're not gonna do the jobs in Atlanta. It's there's a Chick-fil-A down the street. It's all Mexicans. She even knows the jobs now. They're paying more because the Black people are leaving. They're not saying they're wanting more money. They're demanding more money. The minimum wage in Atlanta is $7 an hour. Black people aren't working those jobs. They're quitting. And you know what else she added on into that? She said, when I have a Spanish friend, it's a house. And it's a house and it's far out. And it's a bunch of them in there so they can work and take less. Where when I have a Black friend and she's 19 or 20, she already has an apartment by herself. So she can't work that job and make the less. The Spanish girl can. So that's happening on a plethora. So yes, she is young and she realizes she's not her. She's not me. She's not 40. You know, she's not us, but she does understand in the realm that she's in what's going on, and she sees it. So that's why she's like, no, I would, you know, at the end of the day, like I would say we should, because who's going to work the jobs? We need people at Publix. We need people at Kroger. We need people and the work in the hotels. We need workers. We need people too. And that's not all they're good for. No, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything.
That's all she's saying, you know. But
no, I agree with everything you guys are saying, as far as like the way it sounds. But at the same time, you just got to understand the outside effects of that. It's like, if we're not willing to work these jobs, are we really victims? Are we? If we're so picky and choosy, and we're like, oh, that's beneath us, are we really the victims? And then if we have this victim mindset, ultimately we're just saying, if we have this victim mindset, we're just giving ourselves excuses to why we're not doing X, Y, and Z. And I agree with you. They're working these minimal jobs. They're living all together. And guess what they're doing? They're paying off these houses faster than us. They're not in debt. They're paying for vehicles full cash. They're not in debt. But what does the Black community do? We don't have a family structure. We don't build a community for that to happen. But they're making less money and able to do more than the Black community because they don't have a victim mentality. They're just going out there grinding and working.
I would argue that's not even the issue because black people are the bulk of all of the revenue for every community. Where do these Chinese, Japanese, Jamaican, they come, they set up restaurants. Who are their customers? So it's not about black people are not, you know, profitable or nobody's profiting off everybody's profiting off us. White people are profiting off. They're coming over here and joining the white system, and then they're talking about how bad black people act. So there's this isn't an issue of black people being victim. This is a issue of people coming over to this country and joining what was already in place, a system that was designed to take advantage of black labor and black ideas. Not only was there slavery, but there was the slave codes, there was Jim Crow, the black code. So it's not just slavery. And to this day, you know, every community has been able to come to America and profit off of black people. And we're sitting here talking about we're the victims. We're not the victims. They're coming into a system where they're able to benefit. And now that they can't benefit from that system, they're trying to turn to the ones that's already been being oppressed by this system.
So if we're not victims, why are they expecting us? And I agree with you. I don't think we are victims, but why are they expecting us then rally behind them and support them as we are the country has sees us and we're self-identified as victims to some degree?
The
Let me
same
answer that
reason why
question.
all of our
Go ahead.
artists go over to other countries and get whole bunch of love, a whole bunch of because black people are the face of every movement. And it's like we downplay our people so much. All of our greatest people in history touched all the cultures, all the culture. So it's like, how many people can we actually name from other cultures that came over here and actually benefited black people as a whole? We're doing throughout history, black people have done for everyone, and we still blame, oh, it's black people's fault. Okay, so what about the situations with people like Obama? Obama's not black, right? But black people got him into position. A
Obama is
lot of
black.
people arguing now that he didn't do anything for black people, right? So this is an issue of, I believe this is an issue of people actually having to come to terms with the fact that you rely on black people. All these communities rely on black people. And now that the system is showing that it doesn't care who benefits from it, they're going to target anybody that's against it. People are trying to play dumb and be like, "Oh, well, let's rely on the black people to start a war or go riot or go protest." Cuz that's what we do. That's what we get change done. And people rely on us to do that.
So we do. So when you say we get change done, what does that mean? Because it seems like black people are still fighting to. They A lot of black people feel like we're still in the same spot from years. So when you say we get change done, do you mean we just get change done for other people, or you
Correct.
know?
Correct. That's exactly what he's saying. I agree with him.
Okay.
If you so if you look at our plight, right? Um, um, so if okay, so our biggest issue as so-called black people is how we treat each other. So this is nothing to do with nobody else. It's just how we treat each other. But whenever any other community, I remember just a few years ago when Trump said something about Chinese people, and Chinese people are like, "Oh, we need blacks to stand up for us." You know, there's Chinese hate. That happened when COVID first came out, and they asked us to step in on that one. It's like, why? You know, like y'all only bring up so-called black people when y'all need us to do some sort of freedom fighting or some sort of like injustice. It's like, bro, at the end of the day, fight your own battle. If you're an illegal immigrant, okay, you know what I'm saying? Trump told you what he was going to do. Get your paperwork in order. If your paperwork's not in order, it's not in order. What do you want us to do? Go out there and do what? There's nothing for us to do. You want us to make a rap song or something, like some sort of jingle to get it popping on the internet so everybody could be like, oh, Keely's a little. It's not our fight. At the end of I promise you, if something happens to us, these people are going to go right back into the category that they come here. Because when Latinos come here, they check off white. That's what they check off on the census, right? Because that's what most of them look like. See? So At the end of the day, my thing is, and I was going to ask him this question because he said it's going to benefit them to
Hey, straight like that. Hold that question really quickly because I know it's going to shift. So just table that one, and we'll come right after Luis. Luis wanted to address something. Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, I want to address a couple points and add a little bit more context. The brother Devin B, I wanted to give a little bit of pushback, but yet provide a little bit of context into what you said earlier. You're saying that we can't support a great of people coming over because it takes away from resources and stuff like that. I would challenge and say that we just gave $95.3 billion to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, right? I mean, I sit back and sometimes wonder, where is the return on investment for that? Where's the return on investment spending upwards of $83.4 billion on military spending, right? We say that there's no money for any of these other, these other efforts, but yet we're giving away close to $100 billion. We're spending upwards of like $85 billion on defense. And that's not even including the other worldwide effort of money that we're giving out, but yet we don't have no money to fix our roads. We have no money to fix any of our local domestic political issues. We have no money to address any of the reparations or injustices that have been done. There's no money to give towards that or set up funds or set up vehicles for people to get scholarships, jobs, trainings, housing, land, etc. There is no vehicles or anything for those efforts, but yet we have efforts for everything else that has nothing to do stateside. And that right there troubles me because we say that, oh, we don't have enough money to address this. And I'm like, wait a minute, but where's all this money for all this other stuff that we're all spending?
Luis, how much money did we spend on immigrants within the last within the last few years?
A lot.
I was going to say a lot. Those Iranians that came into New York, and the Russians when the Russian war came, like all those, it costs a lot of money to get those people over there. New York, Chicago, yep. Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, that's like we're spending money on a credit card. This isn't money we have.
Exactly.
Oh, yes,
yep.
You're absolutely
but so
right.
like you're saying, we can do this, and that's my whole point. Is like, yeah, we're throwing money into stuff, but at the same time, it's like we're not like we're still suffering. We complain about, oh, why is the price of this so high? Why is the price of that so high? Why is inflation keeps going up? Because we're spending money that we don't have, and then we still have to pay interest on that money. That was the biggest thing when Doge was coming in, was because there was trillions of dollars that had to be refinanced, and based off how much our debt to income ratio was for our country was going to set the stage of how much interest we were going to have to pay on those trillions of dollars that we're already in debt for. How much they're going to put the interest rate. So that's why that was such a big push. So like we can throw money at stuff, but we're throwing money at stuff that we don't have to be throwing at. And then we can, like you said before, we're complaining about not having money to go to here. We are complaining about not having money to go to there, or to just like even like. And ultimately, the Black community is not going to see that money. Why? Because we're already on the plantation. The Black community is not adjusting their vote. So why do they need to do anything for us? We don't force their hand to be like, okay, we need to actually do this. And that's what we saw during this election. We were like, oh, what is the Black men? And there was a sense of mockery between, okay, yeah, we're not doing that, / between Ben getting upset because like you're not listening to what we say. And I feel like and ultimately, like that's not for the Black community. They're not going to do anything for us because we are stuck voting one way, and we're always we're riding this train of Democrat victimhood, fighting everybody's battles, and we're not forcing their hand to actually do things that benefit our community, and we're not helping ourselves by just staying on this one track mind. So I mean, ultimately, like I said, the money, they have the money to be throwing stuff, but that doesn't mean that doesn't have a cost. It doesn't mean that.
I want to because Luis made a point. I think his point was to your point. He was because you were saying that uh immigrants coming over here kind of displaces black people to some degree.
I mean, ultimately, like I said, LA, if you look it up, they have $1 billion deficit, which ultimately they're going to have to pull back on resources to everything else.
Okay, so because I agree with you to some degree that that Latinos and not even just the illegals can displace black people because they're putting them with black people. Like that's where they're going. They're going to Chicago and they're going to LA and these type of places. Like they remember when they said they were taking black jobs and everybody like, what do you mean black jobs? When you think about it, black people are last on the totem pole when it comes to household income, which means that they're doing jobs like Uber and things like that. I can't tell you how many times I could not understand what my Uber driver was saying. And I'm like, yo, I'm at the Exxon gas station. And he's like, I don't know what he's talking about, right? You don't speak a lick of English, you probably hear illegally. If you don't speak no type of English, you hear illegally. So these are the type of jobs that they actually are taking. That's a black job, Uber driver.
Customer service is full of
So
people that
how is
can't
that a
speak
black
English.
job? Or is that
How
just
is that a black
competition?
job?
Are we just
I
scared?
would
Are
I
we
explain
scared
DJ
of
for Uber, and
competition?
I know the
I would
people
love
on the
I would
head, and
love
that's
to
not a
explain to you
black
how that's a
job.
black job. If black people
So
based on household,
but I don't think it's a black job. I just think it's competition. So we scared of competition now.
no, I would
We
tell
scared to compete.
I'll tell you. I'll
Right.
tell you how it's because you
Then we
did
sound
ask.
like a weak people.
You said how is that a black job? It ain't my job. I'm good. But you said how is that a black job? The reality is that black people make less money than every other group of people per household, which means that they're doing the lower jobs like driving Uber. You know how many Uber drivers are black? So many
Well,
Uber
that's a
drivers are
choice.
black. It is
They're
a
It's a
choosing.
choice.
choice.
They're
And they
But
should
we
choosing
have the
also
that
have
though,
to
choice.
but they're
factor
doing
in
that
that
as an
this.
additional job, not just depending on it.
Yeah, no, they should have the choice. But if we're looking at the jobs that pay the least, the people who make the least money, that is their jobs. If they
But
say
we
black, if they say that, I'm trying to make sense how that's a black job. If you
It's
make
not a
less money
black
than
job.
everybody else, then that's a black job.
Just take the
It's a
color out of
job.
it.
It's not a black job.
No,
Just
no,
take
You're
no.
the
putting
color
Just
out. It
that.
because you
I'm
make
trying
doesn't.
to
less,
make it
hold on,
make
hold on.
sense.
Real dope. So you saying just because they making less money at that job, that's a black job?
It's yes.
That
Let
sounds
me hold on.
crazy.
Let me. I don't want y'all to confuse it, right?
What
I'm not
is
saying that
less?
all.
I think
My
I know
question
you're
is,
trying
what
to
is
talk, and I'm
less
trying to.
money?
Hold
What
on,
is
before
less
you
money?
look. If there is a group of people inside of a country that make less money and take lower paying jobs than everybody else, then that means that the majority of the lower paying wage jobs are their jobs. It's just common sense, and I understand that y'all are approaching this from an emotional aspect. Take the emotion out of it. If
No,
Mexicans moved
no.
in it, if Mexicans came all into America, right, and they the only people who make less money than blacks, what would be a Mexican job? Everything at the bottom would be a Mexican job.
I wouldn't
Housekeeping,
consider that.
Uber.
Is
I
is
wouldn't
D,
consider.
is DJing a
So
black
so
job?
real dope.
Yeah, it's a black and white job. It's
I don't think
everybody's
the
job.
issue. I
Depends
don't
on
think
me.
the issue is really
Man, you need to
necessarily
stop
black
this. Call
jobs.
up
I think the issue is
any
black
less
people getting
amount of
pushed
money
out the
job a
workforce.
black job. Man, you sound like a self racist.
That's
Jesus
I get it. I
crazy.
Christ,
get.
bro.
I get. I get a
Yeah,
lot of
I
money.
don't.
So it ain't my
I
job.
agree.
So
You don't make
I
more
don't know.
money than me. I guarantee it.
I don't know
what?
how
I
you
don't
I
know. I think
apply.
the
guarantee
issue
it.
is
What you
black
said?
And
jobs
I
in
pay
general.
taxes. I guarantee it.
How much?
I
You
don't
want to
know how
bet?
you.
You said DJing is a black job,
You want to bet? How,
and you think black people make the less?
you want to bet you make more money than
So
me?
black jobs are the less making
Don't
things. So
skip
you're
that. You just
saying
put
Hold
that
on,
you're
money on
let's
the
connecting
table.
that to black
You
people?
put money on
okay.
the table.
We don't need to go down this road. We don't need to go
Oh
down
no,
this
we
road.
can.
Let's stay on
I
where we
I
on.
I I I
You
don't
can
think the
FaceTime
problem
me.
is black jobs. I think black people are being pushed out the workforce. And a good example is I used to work at a construction company. I used to work for a construction company. When I first got that job, I noticed that there wasn't a lot of black people in there. It was Latino, Mexicans doing the job, right? And there's a whole bunch of things that you can
What
do
market?
in a construction company. And what tends to happen is these companies will contract, you know, what you would call immigrants or Latino Americans or whatever, because they come in groups. We're not addressing the numbers game. So when these so-called immigrants, Latinos, wherever, they come over here in groups. When they come to the job in the workforce, they have the advantage of having their whole family work there. So it's like if they're willing to come and bring their whole family and all of them are accepting to take a lesser play and black people aren't working together, then we're already defeated in that purpose, because they're going to come in there, they're going to be able to accept the low pay, and black people aren't working together to pay for things. This is why we're falling behind. It's the
Can
issue
I ask you a
of,
question? What
sure,
what city or market is this happening that you're saying?
Virginia, the first colony.
Okay. Also, is this public work projects, like taxpayer funded projects, or this is private projects?
Maybe private Amazon, specifically where I was
If-
working at, but that might be
Okay.
public as well. I don't know what that falls under.
So okay. So with private money and private funded projects, it's completely different, and the rules are different compared to public work money. With public taxpayer money, there's a series of terms of verification, who's on the team. You cannot pay people below a certain threshold. This is why you have prevailing wages. You know what I'm saying? This is why you have, you know, so in the construction industry, they have a certain minimum per geographic location and plus the skill set. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're a laborer, whether you're a carpenter, electrician, etc. So I'm on site and I view all of these things, and you can't not be undocumented. They will not allow it. Not with taxpayer money. With private money, it's a completely ball game. You can hire whoever you want to do the work for how much or for how little. You know what I'm saying? So um if you're going after privately funded projects and you're trying to compete competitively, it might be a challenge compared of who's the contracting company and who do they contract as their staff. But public money, taxpayer money does not work that way. That is not allowed.
I would tell you what a black job is, though. I would say if you, I don't even like talking within terms of like a black job, white job, whatever you want to say it. But if you want to say a black job, I would say a lot of black people occupy government funded positions, like the people who drive your buses, the people who work at clerks or assistants at some government offices and stuff like that. I would say that's where you heard when they were saying they were cutting government jobs to save some money, that you heard a lot of black people complaining at that point in time. So if you want to talk about black jobs, I would say that would probably be the angle that you would probably see it the most. And if we're running at a deficit and we need to, if we're trying to lower interest rates and we're trying to save money because we're spending money on things that we probably shouldn't be spending money on, then that's where you're going to see the black people affected, is each government at government level where they're, driving the, doing the buses, picking up trash, whatever it may be. That's where you're going to start seeing black people hurt.
Yeah, I know. Like in Philly, SEPTA, like all the like SEPTA is one of the best jobs you can get. Like as a black person, like that's what the like community think. Like if you got a SEPTA job, you good. Like you getting all the hoes and all that.
They,
Like I
they
said,
want good benefits. They want good benefits. That's what it is.
Yeah, the benefits and
Most
all.
most yeah most black people want jobs where they're gonna
Post
be able to
office.
get some sort of retirement, some sort of pension or something like that. That's why we go into those government positions, because you're gonna get a pension, you're gonna get a retirement. So that's why we're smart in that aspect. But I don't like the term of a racial job. I don't know what a racial job is. It's kind of weird saying that.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand how you make that. Now, granted, I do believe that I do believe that's racially, you can see certain demographics of people do particular things. So I can't deny that. I'm from New York, so Latinos and Mexicans do cut grass. They mostly do that. I understand that, but it's because they don't have a social. They can't go nowhere else to get another job. That's why they do it. I promise you, if cutting grass starts paying $30 an hour, and anyone would do that job. It don't really matter. You know what I'm saying? So they do it because America is a business, and it's the oldest playbook in history. Let's outsource the labor, which is what they did with our ancestors, right? So they can't enslave us anymore. So immigrants come in, they will work for $5 an hour, $7 an hour. I mean, my mom's husband, he remodels homes. He'll go to Home Depot and pick up some Latinos and some Mexicans, and all he'll do sometimes is buy them some beer and some food. See what I'm saying? Because they just trying to make it through the day. But at the end of the day, it's just a play. Um, um, I know JR, I know you're gonna probably switch it, but real quick, I just want to ask Hank one question because I know he said investment. I really want him to answer that because I kind of want to get an answer to that, like what he meant by they're gonna get a return on the investment. I just wanted to know if he can, Hank, if you can answer that for me. I didn't know what you meant by it, or what the investment would be. How would they make their money back by deporting them or whatever?
Cheap labor. That's the investment. Now my company gonna make more money. I don't have to pay not as much to everybody and insurance. They may not even get insurance. They may not get all the benefits. I could just pay them less money and reap all the benefits from that. So you could imagine just like a bunch of companies, never hire anybody permanent and just temporary, and they don't have to pay health insurance or no type of maybe, I don't know, some type of other benefits and no 401k at all. The only thing they had to do is pay liability insurance. Could you imagine how much money a company would save when they do that?
A lot. So are you saying they're rolling? Are you saying that they're rolling them up so that way on the back end secretly they can say, "Hey, look, and on the news it seems like we're going to deport you, but we're not. What we're going to do is we're going to get you guys all situated, but we need you guys to sign a contract where you guys are going to work minimum wage or do what we tell you to do. Basically, like it's just a play. Basically, all right, gotcha.
That's it.
That's pretty much it. And also we gotta also put in the fact that they are trying to get these illegal immigrants the right to vote. Now, I don't know if y'all heard about the situation with Tim Walz and the two politicians that were just murdered in Minnesota. And I also want to add this as well. When we talk about how things are supposed to be done and we don't address how people are doing things, we're leaving a big gap of reality. So Tim Walz was trying to push through for these illegal immigrants to be able to vote, and these two politicians that just got murdered in Minnesota stood against that. So he basically murdered his competition. So people aren't doing what they're supposed to do in order to get people to benefit from the system. So we gotta talk about everything that's going on and not just what is supposed to happen because people aren't following the rules.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like it's crazy. You're watching news. It's racist if you require extra identification or try to tighten in the voting laws. But then at the same time, a whole bunch of immigrants were coming in and they were getting driver license and IDs and identification. So it's like a lot of times you gotta put two and two together. It's like they're ultimately trying to buy and import a whole nother voting base at the same time. They're trying to it seems like, okay, maybe the black community might be shaking up and might be shifting, and we just lost an election. We're losing to Donald Trump now. The popular vote, and the electoral college. We need to get more people in here. We're going to give them IDs. And then say it's racist to require extra identification to vote.
I'm surprised y'all still believe in voting. My goodness, y'all still believe in voting? That's crazy.
Imagine but what party is allowing this to happen? What party is giving away?
The Democrat Party, of course.
Okay, and what party did majority of black people vote for?
Hold on. Imagine if, right, because Trump just won the last election, right? Imagine if black people voted for Trump. Like let's say 50% of black people voted for Trump, right? Because he won anyway. Imagine how much power we would have right now. Because they like, oh snap, well, we got to do something because we lost our voter base this last election. If a lot of people voted for Trump instead, even because he won anyway, we would at least have like a bargaining chip.
And we have no bargaining chip because we vote for the same thing and they don't have to do anything to earn our vote at all.
I disagree. Trump is doing a lot of things for black people. He's not against black people, so I disagree.
Trump is for nobody. Trump is for himself. He doesn't care about none of y'all.
That's not true.
Just to keep it real. First, I'm going to address something real quick, and this might be like something that might shock you guys, but the whole voting system is rigged from the jump. It's not real. It's like really a mirage. It's not real. You can vote for whoever you think. Like I think when Trump ran the first time, Hillary won. She had more votes, but it was impeached because the Electoral College selects who's the president. So Trump was already going to be the president. Every president since the beginning of history has already been selected. Okay,
that's not
Hillary has when Hillary ran against Trump,
Yeah,
she had more votes.
that's not how you win though.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I
Electoral.
understand that. I understand that. But in a democracy, it's supposed to be the majority of votes elects their leader.
We
It's
have a
not a
nuanced
democracy, it's a
democracy.
republic.
Okay, but that's what they say to us. I'm saying the play is I tell you guys it's a democratic government, but it's really not
You
because
don't need no women president anyway.
we already have a system already in place just in case the people vote for who we don't want in office. So it's not real. They already hand select your president. I promise you, every president that sits in that office is already voted on by the people that really run the banks. It's really bankers that run this country.
It's possible
Respectfully,
that what
brother,
you're
do
saying
you
is
understand
true,
the
but
three
That part I
branches of
don't
government
deny.
and how they operate? Respectfully, brother, do you understand the executive, legislative, and judicial branch?
Okay, I understand it based on what they taught me. I don't know the intricate details. What I do
Okay, so
understand, yeah.
so first of all, the president is not all powerful. All right, he can be checked by the branches, and he can also be checked by Congress. So when you sit here, you think that the president has all power, or it's like these things have systems for a reason. It's about taking advantage of the system, brother.
Yeah,
That's
but I
all I'm
never
trying to
said
get you to understand.
I never, my statement was never that presidents have all the power. I said every president was put in there, not by the people, by the bankers.
that's a
Bankers run America. They decide who is going to be the president, and they tell us to go vote to give us the illusion that we are making a choice. You don't get no choice. Trump
So
was
is that
already
also
chosen.
that's a
straight
conspiracy.
like that? Is that
I
It's
also
disagree.
not
with
okay.
local voting?
Hold
Okay.
on, y'all. DJ saying something.
No, no, not
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 so
it
not local
in
voting.
no local voting. It is manipulated, but you have to allow the people to feel like they have some sort of say how. So you okay. In order for you to get people to believe that they have some sort of say, you have to allow them to have that illusion. So on your local government, it's a little bit more so we'll let the people decide that. But once those people get into that office, I promise you, there's somebody higher than him comes down to that branch and says, listen, this is how you're going to run your town, your city, or your state. This is what you're going to do, right? These are the parameters. You can't go outside these parameters because bankers are the ones that really own the country if you do your research.
Okay.
I don't believe that there's somebody coming down and telling the local mayor of a small town or a city how to run the city or or its constituents, right? I think that there is a conversation about the issues in the physical requirement of how to properly run that town, right? In terms of how much money or taxation are they collecting, etc. I don't think that it's necessarily an outside entity that is coming in, and navigating the people. Because if that's the case, then why are there towns in this country that are like decrepit? They're falling apart. Roads, bridges, everything, infrastructure, no jobs. It's like, if that's the
You,
case, then why
mhm.
are those towns
The-
falling apart
I
the way
think
that
this is
they
a
are?
deep rabbit hole.
Yep, because the
Like
truth
we
is the
can.
governor has a
No,
lot of
because
power.
the answer is ultimately resources. If a place doesn't have resources, then they're not gonna. Ultimately, all right. The top answer is lobbyists. Lobbyists are gonna spend their money on a certain politician or person who they want to manipulate and control their narrative. That's the people who are ultimately controlling, and that's the biggest issue within our government is the people lobbying, and that was the biggest thing. What you call it? Kennedy said to what's his name? Old guy, brain fart.
I mean, that's why they killed Kennedy.
Bernie,
That's why they killed
Bernie,
Kennedy. Yeah,
Bernie.
Bernie. That's why they killed Kennedy. They killed Kennedy for that reason because Kennedy was good. They bought Kennedy. They put Kennedy in that seat. But
Mhm.
then Kennedy didn't want to do what they did, so they assassinated him. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Now, just so you guys can do your own research, and I'll stop on this. If you research the I don't know how many presidents we have. How many do we have right now? Is it the 50,
44,
40,
47.
47? All right. If you look at the presidents from George Washington all the way through, they're all related. They all come from this. They're all a cousin or a nephew. or a sister. Like they're all related. So if I'm looking at 40 presidents that are coming from the same family tree, and you're telling me that my vote made a difference, that doesn't make sense. They're all related. If you do your Obama is a third cousin of George W. Bush. And you can
Understandable, but
keep
you also
you can keep going with that. Like they're all related.
And
that's
a
understandable,
lot of
brother.
them
But
own the
Genghis Khan, do you
distilleries.
know who Genghis Khan is?
Yeah, I know Genghis Khan. Yeah, I know
Do
him.
you know
Yeah,
that they say
absolutely.
that he's like responsible, like 1/3 of the planet has Genghis Khan's DNA in it? Because
Correct.
he
And he
was.
does. Yes, he
So I'm
does.
saying, so like the
Yeah.
just the DNA doesn't. I see what you're trying to say, but just the DNA itself doesn't accurately depict the motive.
It's not the
All
DNA.
those presidents had different motives, so they weren't elected specifically because of their
Brother,
DNA.
okay, you gotta go what okay, now what America does is they'll release a series or a movie where they tell you the truth, but they put it in this. I can't remember, I think it's How America Was Built, when they talked about the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and all these bankers. Brother,
Mm.
they tell you that they buy and they put presidents in that seat. Now, I understand what you're saying with the Genghis Khan thing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying most all these 40 presidents that I'm talking about, they're like third or fourth cousins. They're not like, oh, I have a Genghis Khan DNA or I'm a Neanderthal and I have Neanderthal DNA. I'm saying they're from the same family tree. Obama is a mixed kid. His mom is the auntie to George W. Bush.
Yeah, he's
But
related.
I'm only
Yeah,
using them as an example, but you can do that with all of them.
Yeah.
All right.
What's up,
Keep
y'all?
putting your beans in there. What's going on, brother?
What up, though? Yeah, I wanted to say to the brother, I think it's the brother who's off cam, who mentioned about the poor poor cities or whatever around the country. That's actually easily explainable, right? Because that's a part of the makeup, right? You can't have a utopia. That won't work for human beings, right? Everybody can't have money, because if everybody had money, then money wouldn't be worth anything, right? So you have to have poor people. That has to exist. And to be honest with you, when I first was trying to get into real estate some years back, I met this guy. He was a black guy, actually, and he owned a lot of properties in Chicago, but he wasn't doing anything with them. So you move around the city and you see these properties, the buildings are abandoned, boarded up, they got X's on them, right? Foundation ain't good on them. And you like, why wouldn't they be doing something with these buildings? So I talked to the guy. It was one building I used to trap out of that I wanted to buy. And he was like, nah, it's not for sale. I'm like, I don't understand. Why would you want this building to just be sitting in the hood looking like this? And he said, well, it's more beneficial to me that way. If I invest in it, I got to put all this money into it. Then I got to put some tenants in it, hope they pay their rent, all this extra stuff. It's going to take me years and years and years to recoup my money. But right now, the building, trashy as it is still worth $30,000, $40,000. So for me, it's leverage in business deals. You see that? So he gets to keep that property in bad shape, but it's still leverage for him in other business deals, right? So that's just an example of how you can see something and you like, man, why wouldn't they want to do something about this? Well, because it's more beneficial for them to be in such a dysfunctional shape.
So he used it just for leveraging funding.
Yeah, because it lowers the taxes.
Absolutely. If you look at a poor city, guess what if you in your city, you live in Chicago and you complain about Chicago, guess what they could say? You don't want to be, we ain't like Mississippi. We ain't like Alabama, though. You don't want to be down there, do you? Okay, then stop complaining. You got to train and bus. Be quiet, right? Like it's always that balance of, it's the same thing with the poor and the rich. They say that everybody want to come to America because everybody can be rich, and yet less than 10% of the people actually qualify for the term rich, right? So it's just about having that perception, the good and the bad. You need them both actually to exist in the universe. It has to be a balance. So there's no way we can move in mankind without also pursuing the same kind of balance.
I agree with you, Beans, but we also got to consider gentrification, because that it's like, okay, well, if they want to keep these places decrepit and not take care of them, then why are they gentrifying the hood? Why are they gerrymandering and moving complete neighborhoods, and then these neighborhoods that get moved all of a sudden end up in the same pot, because that also contributes to the crime. Most people don't understand that the reason why a lot of the crime in the hood even happens is because it's family beef, right? If you're in the streets, you'll find this out. It's family beef in neighborhoods, and then when the neighborhood get gentrified, they move those people out, and then the people that this guy over here killed that guy's son, or this guy over here killed that guy's uncle, they end up living in the same neighborhood. So it's like if they want to keep America decrepit, and that's the point of it for them to make business deals, why are they gentrifying the hood and moving black people out of it?
Yeah,
Know what
so
I'm
not
saying?
OTC,
America.
is it
Hold on,
because
hold
of
on,
family
hold on.
beef,
He
or
asked
is
me a
it
question. Let me
because of
answer.
lack of jobs?
Well, let me
It's
answer
not
this question.
because of either.
Let me answer this question. So it's not America. We're talking about specific places, specific areas, right? The thing about it is, you just said it yourself. With gentrification, they don't close the hood down; they just relocate it.
But they
Right?
build more
Like,
expensive houses
so,
there.
so like I'm from Chicago, right? So we had where I'm from, Cabrini Greens. They gentrified Cabrini Greens and they moved all those people out. Now, guess what they did? They went to the south side and they went to the suburbs, right? So now those areas where they went to in the suburbs, guess what they became? The new hood, right? So you still have that same problem, that same dysfunction going on. It's just it's in a different area. We need this area back, right? We need this downtown area back because we want to make people feel good about themselves. So we need more of this downtown area so folks can live down here and feel like they winning, right? So we're gonna move you guys over here, and then y'all have fun with that. And then all I did was just take some of those south areas wasn't even that bad at first, but now they are.
And I don't think they don't care about the
example you gave about that apartment complex. It was beneficial to that man to leave it like it because, like you said, there's no need to invest in money. I'm gonna flip that house and mess around and sell it. I'm not gonna do anything to it. I'm gonna sit on it like I did at a house in the West End, and then let some of these white folks come through and pay me 5 times the value I pay for. I pay 30,000. They're gonna give me 120,000. I made a profit. I'm not losing anything. That's exactly what he should do if he's a real estate man. He knows anything about real estate. I would did the same thing. I'm not gonna fix shit. I'm gonna let it be nasty until you get tired of looking at it and y'all decide to gentrify it. I'm about the benefit. Now you got to cut me a goddamn check for this house or this apartment complex or whatever it was. And now I'm going to get paid 4 to 5 times as much. I don't blame you. I will do the same thing. I did the same thing.
Can we agree that's targeting then? That's targeting then because
No.
they don't need poor.
Call it what you want to. That's called me making money.
targeting.
You can call it what you want to.
Hold
I
up,
got
Hank.
to
What
get
were
money.
you Hank? You were saying that you would buy a house and you would let it kind of be broken down or whatever for as long as possible until somebody's ready to buy it from you for a high price.
Yes, I've done it. Only thing you got to do is abide by the rules. I keep the house boarded up. Hold on, DJ. I keep the house boarded up. I keep the yard cut and maintain. It's the only thing I got to maintain it. That's it. That's all they require me to do. And as long as I do that, they won't bother me. I got to go over and visit every once in a while to make sure you dope fiends stay out of it. But yeah, that's exactly what I did. And they came through and they paid me a substantial amount of money for it. Yeah, we want it back because we're trying to make some change around. That's all I need to hear. Make some changes. I got that. What's the money you trying to offer me? I don't like it. Let's negotiate. Yes, sir.
You can do that, or you can keep it, or you can be the one who gentrified it.
No. So I don't want to keep it. I don't
I'm
like the
saying you got
area
the
of
option.
town.
You got the option.
No. I don't want the area of town. I'll let them deal with it. Now, when they get done doing what they do, maybe I will do that. But right now, I'm just talking about an easy flip. That's what I would do if I was that guy.
Yeah, that's your strategy.
See, it shows what it shows, and I know you don't want to stay on this too long, JR, but what it shows is that even us as black folk, and I hate to say it out loud, but it's true, we not interested in investing in the hood, right? So we need to stop pretending like investing in the hood is this grand thing that everybody needs to be considering, because it's just not.
Beans, when you say
I think
invest
it's
in the hood,
mostly they don't got
what
the
do you
knowledge in
mean
the
by
hood to
invest
do
in
it.
the hood? Do you
Not they
mean
don't
invest
want to.
in inner cities, or do you mean invest in the what we consider to be like community in the hood? Like, like what do you mean?
Yes, I mean, I don't know where you from, but I mean like Inglewood, Chicago, probably not a good thing for you to invest over there. Roseland, Chicago, probably not a good thing for you to invest. It's gonna take you a long time to get your money back, right?
Yeah, and I think ultimately the only
long time. Most people ain't trying to do the long time. That's why he said he either gonna flip it or he gonna sit on it and wait for somebody else to gentrify it, so then he can just make a profit off of it. Like my uncle did in Elkhart, Indiana.
Yeah.
He was a carpenter, so he bought a house, tore down for 5,000, put all the legwork in it himself, right? And then when the railroad wanted to come and take it from him, they gave him 90,000. So he literally profited about 60,000 off the house.
Yeah,
right?
I think black people gentrify too. We get involved in that too. I know so many real estate guys who like, yeah, I'm gonna buy that, I'm gonna fix it up, I'm gonna hold it, you know, and I'm gonna wait till the value. You know, if I might sell it at some point one day, or I'm gonna keep it forever.
Yeah, but in the hoods, not so much though, right? Because now you in the hood, you come through. Now you trying to get the house fixed, and every time y'all put some stuff in the house, somebody coming and snatching it out.
So,
right?
so I'm from Philly, right? I'm from Philly, right?
But if we're talking about investing into the hood,
Zombie Town,
don't invest into property. Invest into the people. If you want to invest in the hood, don't invest to the people. Change the people. That's who we need to invest in, not the neighborhoods. Fuck the neighborhoods. It's obvious. Whoever the degenerates living there, they don't all want it. So invest into the people who want the change, who wants to see something different, who wants different. That's who we need to invest in, not just the buildings.
No, that's a fact.
Knowledge is everything. Knowledge is everything, because it's like, okay, that's the same argument with, okay, well, you know, all of our artists, we got a whole bunch of rich artists making millions of dollars, but what are they doing for the communities that they came from? You can't just give somebody $1 million and be like, oh, well, I gave them $1 million and they didn't do nothing with it. If they don't have the knowledge in order to be able to use the $1 million, it's not going to benefit. So it's like, you know,
it's about having the knowledge.
Yeah, but it's not about the money.
You need to have the discipline. All of us know how to lose weight. That don't mean that we're going to do it. You need the discipline on top of the knowledge.
That's a fact.
And that has to start from a young age.
Yeah, understanding.
Yeah, people who are already adults, like a lot of people are too set in their ways to make that ultimate change. Something that they should have been doing the last 30 years, they're not gonna wake up and start doing it tomorrow. Like they're too set in their ways. However, the young generation, the young people, we need to shape and mold them to think in that manner. So by the time they get to where our age, they're far much better off. Their mindset, the way they think, they operate, and the way they work with each other is better, right? We're trying to water a dead tree and expect it to blossom come spring, and that can't happen. We need to really start from the ground up and start from where the future is. It's younger people.
I think really if you're talking specifically about the hood, right? Because it's believe it or not, a lot of people don't know this. So let me just say it real quick. There are some black communities that's thriving, right? A lot of people don't know that around the country. It's a lot of them, right? But we don't hear about them. They ain't on the news because why would they be, right? But for me personally, I would just say in the hood, I think, and you're talking about like all the people that's well-to-do, sports, athletes, entertainers, all that type of shit. If they want to do something, create jobs. Like that's probably the best thing that you could do in the hood is give people somewhere to go and be productive, right? And one of the biggest issues is that as a black man in this country, 9 times or at least 8 times out of 10, if you're going to seek out the means of being productive or earning an income, you got to go seek it out from a white person. That's problematic. Right? A lot of the difference between us and a lot of the other races in this country is that they have the capability of employing each other, and we don't.
True, I agree with that.
There's a lot of gatekeeping that we need to address.
There's going to be limits on what they do. Look, we can't make a factory. I don't care how many basketball players you put together. They can't come with enough money to make a factory. That's what you're going to need.
True, Hank.
I can't create a job. Well, when I'm going to create a barbershop, okay. Well, now I'm employing 4 or 5 barbers, maybe a little sweeper guy. I could create a restaurant.
Make sure we talking one at a time for the hair show.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He was telling us to be quiet so you can finish your thought. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, so they're only limited on the type of jobs that they can create, like I said, restaurant, maybe a department store, maybe something like that. We need for them if they can. Now, maybe they can. I'm not going to sit there and take all the say they can't. Maybe they can create some of these factory jobs. You know what I'm saying? Some of these operational jobs where more of us can benefit, not just 4 or 5 employing 4 or 5 guys here and there. No, we need more than that. We need these factories coming. Are we going to need the help with these white folks? Yeah, we're going to need the help with the local mayors, the local aldermen, you know, your senators, your state representatives. We're going to need all the help in order to bring these tax benefits that these factories do bring in. We're going to have to give them tax breaks, them the opportunities. And we can't complain about when they do bring them, well, we don't want them in our neighborhood. Well, don't, you're gonna have to sacrifice something. If that means some of these nice neighborhoods are gonna have a new factory there, a new car factory where they're making parts for these big car companies like GMC, Toyota, the Fords, and Chrysler and all that. Y'all might have to make some sacrifice in order to create these jobs. A lot of people don't want that. So
yeah, but
I have a
to
question,
Lewis,
King.
to sorry, brother, real quick, but to Lewis's
Go ahead.
point, there's too much like those industries, because I think it's industries you're talking about. We need to own industries, right? Not just opening up mom and pop stores or whatever the case is. You need to own rubber, or you need to own timber. You need to make an oil rig, whatever, right? I get that. I agree. But right now, I promise you, like these people that own banks, they bought up all the industries. Like
They got
in
a lot of
order for
land.
you to, they got a lot of land, they got a lot of resources. Now, granted, listen to me. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying these guys have all the industries. For you to even, like, I'll give you an example. Right now in America, farming is dead pretty much, right? Because Bill Gates and most of these guys bought up most of the farmland, like all the good soil. You see what I'm saying? So even if you wanted to become a farmer now, it would be difficult for you to do so because they own all the good soil land. So it's hard for you to do that and then create an industry where you're a farmer, you can open up a couple grocery stores and employ more people. So I agree. I mean, Rihanna talked about it when she was getting her clothing line launched, because she could have been richer if she was able to own the fabric that she needs to make her swimsuits. But when the higher she went, she realized you're not gonna own that. All you're gonna do is put your name on a product and we'll give you a cut. That's the best you're gonna get, because no white person or banker that owns rubber, that makes automobile tires and all this type of stuff, they're not telling you, hell no. Because if I own rubber, I own the industry. You get what I'm saying? So I agree, but these guys, as Lewis was saying, there's a lot of, there's the ceiling that you can go is so you can't get through. Like they're not gonna get you in.
What are
Like
we trying to
That's the
So
problem,
if I may for 1 second, brother, if I may for 1 second, I like to challenge that position simply because we're not thinking outside the spectrum in which we've been presented. We think that farming is like agrarian back in the day, where where horses and plows in ox to like plow the fields and stuff like that. We need to bring innovation and look at how we live today. Most people live in cities today. Most
Well, that's
people
actually not.
today, most people live in cities today. Most people live in close proximity, and as a result, we have to look at a different approach, right? Vertical farming inside the city. Not, you have cities, suburbs, rural country, etc. That step into the city. Why not bring farming into the city in a vertical instead of building all these high rises and all these tall buildings? They are building buildings and high rises that have house farming on each in different levels. You know what I'm saying? Vegetable, fruits, and all that grow all year round, that have control systems that if even in the winter, it still grows because it still has access to fresh air, sunlight, and it has all the control systems in order to allow it to control in a controlled environment, to grow in a controlled environment, right?
Yes.
There are jobs that are still needed in terms of agriculture, in terms of people who are product managers that house all these things, and sort of what you eliminate is the transportation, because the reason why it's you could
Wait.
it
Do me a
out,
favor,
and by the
Lewis.
time you get to
Do me a favor, real quick, Lewis, because I'm not trying to be funny. Like you
Just
said,
so y'all know, it's not Lewis, it's Luis.
Oh, I'm sorry, Luis. Okay, Luis. So do me a favor, because right here, this is very important what you're talking about right here. Two things you just pointed out. One, you just talked about bogarting one industry and eliminating another one. And that's what makes it problematic. You have to consider that the transportation industry and all the lobbying they're gonna do to shoot down whatever you trying to do that's gonna affect their money, right? That's gonna be problematic. And then the farming industry itself, you're talking about bogarting them and cutting them out too as well, right? By creating another industry. Not to mention, we're talking about black people specifically doing this, which we already know. I don't know about y'all. Call it conspiracy if you want to, but you can't point to a time where black people have come together and done something, created something magnificent, and it wasn't burned down or taken away from them. That's just the truth. It ain't no way, and it ain't even, no need to argue about it. But the other part is this. Even though I would agree with you, that was actually a great example of what you gave. I don't think it's possible. But the land part, I think that Straight Like That mentioned to me is where we had an opportunity. I don't know if the opportunity still exists. When you go to Chicago right now, most of those jobs, the warehouse jobs, like what Hank was talking about, they're in the suburbs. They're in places like Joliet, Elmwood, and all this, right? And all it is a bunch of warehouses. People went out there and created these great big facilities so that they can house materials for other companies. And then those materials can be shipped out locally. So that's the arena, Hank, that the guys could have really got into, is owning the land and then building just the warehouses to house the products and the goods to be shipped out from certain areas, right? So that could have been one of the places that they could have actually invested their money in, because now you're affording a lot of people a job. You're talking about feet on the ground. You're talking about forklift. You're talking about unloading. You're talking about managing, HR. That ain't no 3, 4, 5 jobs. You see what I'm saying? And when you go out there now, guess who running it out there? The Hispanics.
Well,
all the warehouses out there,
one
Hispanics
second.
and white people.
You talked about, like, industry is always going to be disruptive. Once upon a time, we used to have a stick in a lit end in order to have light, and then we went to a candle, all the way to what we have today is LED and battery light stuff. The innovation is going to happen. Industries are going to be disruptive. As far as trucking is concerned, AI and automation is going to take a lot of that over. We're just heading in that direction, whether people want to face it or not, right? And then as far as, gas and all of that, because it's less vehicles on the road, less emissions, which then lowers our carbon footprint, which that is also going to play a huge part going into like 2030 and all the mandates that they have ahead of time, right? So it one thing washes the other. It's just about being creative, about finding solutions. There's a ton of problems, and the people who get paid the most are the ones who have the solution. Let's look at the greater solutions, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Luis, real quick.
Yeah,
I'll
go ahead,
let you
brother.
go, but I want to ask him a question. Do you know what petroleum is?
Yes.
All right. The reason why I started off my my stance with saying owning an industry, if you know what petroleum is oil based, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. And it's, we know we use petroleum for gas to, gas our cars or whatever, and other things, right? But petroleum is also in plastic. They use it to make plastic bags. They use it to make plastic bottles. They use it to make pills, Advil or whatever. The Rockefellers, when they stumbled on petroleum, they grabbed it and created an industry because they own all the gas stations, right? But when I say owning industries, that's what I mean. When you own petroleum, you own everything. You own gas stations, you own plastic bottles, you own plastic bags, you own pills. So what I'm saying is the system is already created. There's nothing you can do with the system in terms of where it's at, because these bankers that I mentioned before, they already bought up all the high industries, rubber. So you're mentioning opening up some sort of high-tech farming industry. Okay, cool. All that equipment that you would need to do that, they own the metal. So you still got to go through them because they own the metal. They own the stuff that you're going to need to use to make the machinery that you're referring to that you need to run your business. So they're still sitting at the top. When you go really high, they own the stuff that you read in science books. They own the minerals, because that's what you need to be able to do what you need to do. Now, granted, I will be honest with you. They stole it from our people, yes, because obviously most of these Europeans went over to Africa and stole those things. But when we were there, we didn't know how valuable it was because we weren't so capitalistic, right? If you go over to any African nation, they're not very that much capitalistic. They, you know, as long as I have food to feed my family, I can heat my home, take care of my kids, I'm pretty good. But the Europeans, they wanted to conquer. They're all about conquering. You see what I'm saying? So when they went over to Africa and they said, these guys have rubber and they're not using it. These guys have tobacco, they're not using it. These guys have cocaine, they're not using it. Cocaine is where we get cocaine from. This plant grew regularly around us, but we didn't think to make no drugs out of it, but they decided to do that. And then they monopolized the market. So what I'm saying to you is the industries are already bought. So even if you were to try to get your own farming, who are you going to go to make the machinery to get the machines that you would need to operate your farm?
So
I
shit
think
like that.
With all
Because
due
I
respect,
want,
my
but
good
I want
friend
to
brother,
understand. I want him to clarify his
all I'm
point.
hearing is a lot of like defeated mindset in a way. It's like we can't find a way to carve our own piece of slice of the pie. It's like these people own this, these people own that, but it's like, okay, but what is it that the majority of us find that it is valuable to us? What do we value? How could we, control it? And what does that look like? And what are the solutions to get there or get close enough to there to have the greater conversations? I don't want to talk about what people have exploited, because what you're trying to talk about is exploitation. Because let's be honest, like, yes, there are resources naturally all over the world, but unfortunately, those people don't have necessarily the funds and the backing to take advantage of them. So they're being exploited by people who do have capital and the backing, right, to take advantage of those people who are in impoverished situations.
I don't want us to lose where
Are
we
you
are in the
black?
conversation. Real quick, I don't want us
Is
to
he
lose where
black?
we
I
are
just
in
want to
this.
know if he black. Can somebody
Luis,
tell me
I
if
think
he's
he's
black?
Latino, right?
Okay.
I think he's Latino or mixed
But
or something like that.
I don't
Okay.
want us to
Yeah,
lose where we
something
are in
like
the
that.
conversation. So right now, are we talking about black liberation? Like, what are we talking about? Because we talk about, like, are we talking about like beating, dethroning white people? Because like, why do we have to be at the top of every industry? Why can't we just get money? Like, why
I
can't we
think
just
I
No, no,
get?
think
no.
what
So
I think
what?
what
No,
we're
no.
hitting on
Go
is
ahead.
basic.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be quick. I think what we're
go
hitting
ahead.
on is the issues that we need to conquer in order for us to build our industries. Because you can't go to war with a country you know nothing about. So if we don't know what's going on and how people are actually being able to secure wealth, then we're not going to be able to secure wealth. Representation in the workplace is a big problem. I can name instance after instance that I've been to different industries, and there's a black person that's in their mid 40s that knows the job completely, been there for 10, 20 years, but for some reason they aren't the marketing director, they aren't the manager. Somebody is getting put in. If the manager gets fired, they're outsourcing the management. So I have to disagree with Luis's theory earlier that they hire people with solutions. I think they hire people that have solutions for everybody but black people. And that's what we're trying to target. We're trying to get people that actually can get into these positions and actually make some kind of change for black people. But what happens is, even when we get black peoples in these positions, they solve everybody else's problems and not
Well,
black people
But
problems.
OTC,
wait,
who
real quick,
fault is
real
it that
quick,
that
wait,
man is
real quick,
still in
bro,
his
real quick.
position?
I think, wait, real quick, just so we won't get stuck. The only point of dissension here, or a point of contention here, in my opinion, is operation versus ownership. Right. So, I mean, I think at some level, we all have to concede that we don't see a path to ownership. So, even if we can't lay out the path to ownership, there's no reason to argue about it. But we can have the conversation about operation. And I think it's plausible to say that there's some industries that black people can get in and manage the operations of it, as long as we were willing to put in the legwork.
And that's what I was trying to say, Luis. I wasn't trying to be like a Debbie Downer. What I was saying is, rather than focusing on just creating businesses, and I think, I'm not sure who mentioned it, rather than just creating businesses, what I'm saying is, and the silver lining is, we should focus on the industry. So, for instance, if we knew as slavery, right? Because I'm pretty sure when they brought us over here, we knew what cotton was. Like, cotton wasn't new to us, right? Because obviously we made clothes where we came from, so it wasn't nothing new. But like I said, we didn't have a capitalistic mindset. It wasn't about making $1 billion. It was just about being productive within a community and a nation, so everyone can thrive, right? I have a different mindset when it comes to capitalism. I don't really agree with the governmental system And I think I disagree with the other brother, King. I can't remember, King Beans, I think it is. I agree with him when he says that you have to have poor people. I don't agree with that. Now, I do think that there are levels, but I don't think a nation is predicated on having poor. I think everyone can have a decent life. They don't have to live poor, right? But it's not to discourage us to say that we can't thrive. But I think we need to focus on not just opening businesses. We have to think about the industry. That's what other nations do. They don't want to own a coffee shop. Some of them want to get the coffee beans that the coffee shop needs. So we need to focus on the coffee beans, not the coffee shop only. Some people can own a coffee shop, yes, but why are we not focusing on the coffee beans?
Why would we focus on the coffee beans when we
So
don't
here's
own
an
a coffee
example.
shop?
Wait, let's hold him to this. Let's hold him to this because you keep saying this, but can you right now, without filibustering, can you name an industry that we can take over right now?
Yes, I can.
What industry is that?
All music. Right. So yeah, thank you. Music, and the one thing that we have as our own people is our culture. Hold on, I'm going to tell you because you're saying right now, right? You're saying right now, our culture, our influence. That's our biggest. How would I put it? Equity that we have as a people. Our influence.
Chinese
Everyone does what we do. Everyone does what we do.
Sir,
if we.
This is
I'm
going really bad for you and you don't know it. I'm trying to help you out. This is looking really bad for you and you don't know it. People who understand this industry more than you have tried and failed. Right? So
what industry? Which industry are you referring to? And I'm not talking about music. The brother said that. I said no, I agree with them, but my larger point, he said music. I didn't say music. I just agreed with the point, but my point is our influence. Our influence is our greatest export because everyone does what we do. So once we come together and we control our influence, we say, listen, we're not going to promote nothing or stamp anything unless you give us our, what we're owed. We're not doing it because everything moves off what we do. So that's the only thing right now in 2025 that we still have a good control over is our influence.
If you guys don't mind, I think the biggest issue I find is it sounds defeating. It's perpetuating, not necessarily saying you're not calling yourself a victim or whatever, but it's still a victim mindset to a degree. The issue is we're not handling things at the smallest level to even grow them to these big businesses that we were thinking about it. We're not making our own bed at the end of the day. Like we're not making our bed before we start our day. And then ultimately to where we're creating our own communities. Everything what you're saying is everybody has their community. They're building within their own community. They're creating. They have a job and they're building on it. So I even dropped a YouTube link where it's just it's like if you know what Upflip is, it's pretty much like a startup channel, and these white people are farming within containers. They're innovating and changing things, and it didn't take a whole bunch of capital to do it. And the issue is we're not starting at the lowest level and building on it within our community, and then progressing that way. It's like we're always saying, oh, because I don't have this $1 billion, I will never be rich. So why try? Mindset is kind of what I'm hearing through this whole thing.
I disagree. I don't think this is a defeatist mindset at all.
Real quick, bro, because I get sick of this shit. Bro, do you know how much data I can go get for you right now to show you how many black people on this continent and others have innovated things and were literally murdered?
Exactly.
Literally.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay, wait, stop. So you can't say you agree with me. And then at the same time, if we say it could be problematic if we try to make these moves, say we sound like victims. You can't have it both ways.
No. So y'all, we do sound like
victims,
is it right?
Exactly. He's Beans is right on point. If we try to, this is the point. We got to acknowledge the obstacles.
Victim mentality.
If you want to be a great basketball player and LeBron James, and you trying to go to the NBA and you don't study LeBron James. Like you gotta study your opponents. So if just because we're hitting on the points where our competition has a strength, does not mean we are being defeatist. That means we're looking at the opponent, We're looking at their assets, we're looking at their abilities, and we're trying to create counter things that can help us. So if you don't acknowledge it, that's stupid. That's like going to war and you don't know what the enemy got. They got a nuke and you trying to go over there and fight them with guns. That's stupid on your part.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not even fighting nobody. We're talking about
Real dope was trying to explain to us why it is we sound like victims. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's so that's not, what he just said is not what we're doing. We're not saying, all right, this is what we got to do in order to get here, right? We're not doing that. We're saying that we can't get here. That's what I heard from Straight Like That. He said we can't own the industry.
Said we can't.
No. When I heard from Straight Like That, it's like, yo, we can't do this. They all own this. This is their thing. We can't do this. They supposed, whoever is the owner of an industry and you about to disrupt what they got going on, they supposed to want to off you. That's how that works.
Supposed to? I thought we live under law, bro. What you talking about?
If I'm trying to take somebody's livelihood, if I'm trying to take over an industry, hell, that's how the world works, and that's how it's always worked. They're going to try and do something to you. That's how that works. So that don't mean give up. And we got this mindset of like, oh, like, yo, we should try to be the next billionaires. Nigga, how about you try to get a job first? Then how about you try to start a business? Then how you try to get some money? It's like we always try to shoot for the top instead of like, yo, get in the game.
So are you saying most people? You saying most blacks don't got jobs? Is that what you're implying?
No, y'all want to get Luis in there.
Is that what you're implying right now?
Hold on, y'all. Let me get Luis in there. Go ahead, Luis.
Why like there's no, the road to success in to be a disruptor, there are always going to be people trying to take you out. You know what I'm saying? They're going to try to take you out at the top or whatever. It's a dirty game. I'm not the one who invented this. It is what it is. You know, people, I think it's important to set up, you know, a lot of, you know, policies in regulations around what you're doing in terms of what you're trying to disrupt or become an industry disruptor. But it's a dirty game. You know what I'm saying? I don't disagree, and I understand why people are hesitant to want to push the envelope and try to think outside the box and, you know, disrupt whatever people got, because you are taking food off of people's plate. But that's the nature of the game. You take people off of some people's plate, but the greater masses all benefit. Think about how far we've come in the last 100 years, the last 50 years, even the last 25 years. I couldn't even imagine the things that we have today 25 years ago. And I'm 39 years old today. It's crazy how fast we're moving. But in terms of industry, and we talk, so the brother brought up farming, and it's become so much fascinating to me. But nobody has yet brought up algae. Nobody has brought up algae and the use of algae in its implementation and a lot of things that we use, whether it's food, medicine, you know, cosmetic ingredients, as pet foods now. It's really shifted the paradigm of where it's used the most. But not only for that, but for also for gas, right? You know, extracting the biomass from the algae panels, right? You own land, why not create an algae field which you extract a lot of the biomass and sell that gas or heat power back to the city and back to other companies that they could use, right? Especially during the winter season. Are you going to take over that entire industry? No, but I think that you could take a slice. You can make a dent and then go from there. I don't think you're going to go in and there's so many things out there that have so many solutions, but nobody has perfected it or taken it to the next level because a lot of people are looking at it from a very antiquated mindset. And this is why I say, you know, younger people who have the fresher eyes and have the ears to what's going on around them are always going to try to challenge the status quo. And that's why I want us to do is challenge the status quo, because we can't grow. We can't evolve. We're constantly growing and evolving as a people. You know what I'm saying? So
well,
that's why.
Here's the thing, bro. You do it, and you sacrifice yourself and martyr yourself, and we'll make sure your people.
But that is the main. That is literally the issue. That is literally the issue. I got you.
I'm literally in the middle of a sentence. It's okay. You're gonna get the turn. I promise you. What I'm saying is this: the brother brought up Rihanna, right? He brought up Rihanna. Is Rihanna broke? I'm pretty sure last time I checked, she's a billionaire, right? So what's wrong with whatever she did? Can you name the industry that she owns? Nope, you can't. Let me answer it for you. And yes, she's a billionaire, right? So that's the point. It's not about it being some victim mindset or nothing like that. Nobody ain't saying that things can't get done. We're only implying that the ownership part of it is probably problematic, right? If you look at the hotel industry, every hotel I go to, I don't know about y'all, but there's always some, I don't know what to call them, Habibs,
Arab,
right? But if you look at the actual company, Motel 6, Choice Hotels, all this different stuff, they don't own those. Those is white people, right? But what are they doing? Whatever that, I forget the term that they use for that, right? When it's like the same way how McDonald's
philanthropy. Oh, I thought you meant philanthropy. Sorry.
No. It's like, the people don't own the McDonald's, but they run the McDonald's. Franchise.
That's
basically what they're doing. They're franchising the hotel. They don't actually own Motel 6, but they're franchising the locations. I'm saying, what's wrong with us doing that? Why is the benchmark for black people always we got to overtake white people who outnumber us by 5-1, by the way, just in case y'all didn't know.
Well, are you talking about us as a people? Or are you saying our people specifically, or are you saying white people in terms of the global population?
I'm really talking about right here in America.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay, I got you.
I don't care about all those other places. I'm talking about right here in America, what we could get done right here, right?
And I'm saying, I got you.
I have conversations with people all the time, mostly black conservative douchebags is what I call them, and they always comparing us to white people, like why y'all haven't overtaken them. I'm like, you do know that they outnumber us 5-1. So there's no overtaking them, bro. It's okay. And that's what I'm saying. But the measuring stick is always ownership. We ain't gotta own it as long as we good. Like we could be good, man. I think being good is okay in America, bro.
Beans, you saying exactly what I was just saying.
So hold on. Is that the message that we're giving? But is that the message that we're giving to younger people? Is that the message that we're giving to our kids? Just be good. You know what I'm saying? Just be all right.
No, you're talking about on an individual level. Of course, on an individual level, we may be pushing more for our individual level, but right now we're having a conversation about what we can do as a demographic in totality as black people. And what I'm saying as black people, but outside of bloodshed and war, which we won't win because we're outnumbered by 5. We're not overtaking nothing. That's dead. You just get that out your mind, brother. If you think you can, then by all means, go ahead. I see you when ICE pick your ass up. But I'm saying over here where we living at in reality, black people just got to understand to do like the Asians do like the Arabs do like the Filipinos do like all these other people do. Find you an industry, get in that thing, get your slice of the pie, employ your people and do what you got to do. You're not gonna save everybody. It's okay.
So that's what I was saying earlier. We're gonna have to work with those folks. Like we talk about buying factories out there. They out there in the middle of them white folks' land. We're gonna have to work with them. We're gonna have to cooperate. We're gonna have to collaborate with them. We're gonna have to negotiate with them. We understand this. We understand this. And if you don't understand it, then good luck with it. I don't know what to tell you. But
we have to explain to the youngins the obstacles they're gonna run into.
Hold on, young blood. Hold on, big brother. That's what we're gonna have to do if we want to create more opportunities for us as a people. We can't just keep relying on these beauticians and these beauty salons. They're gonna change our community and help us with creating jobs. That's not going to be it. We need to create more and we need to look at the bigger picture. As far as taking over certain industry, I don't think we're going to look. We should be trying to do it. I think we need to create our own thing and have people buy into with us and collaborate with us. Now we can do that, but we're going to have to come together. And you know how we're going to come together? Let's go back to this same conversation with the Latinos. Let's learn from each individual cultures and bring it back to us. There's nothing wrong with it. We go to their schools, as we people like to call the PWIs. We'll go to their schools. We'll go to their technical colleges, the trade schools. Let's go and get that information, bring it back home, and share our youngs, and share it with the young bloods, and teach our young ladies and our young men on what we need to do in order to create a certain avenues for us and build for us. Unfortunately, we're not coming together. Like I think somebody said earlier in the stream, we'll get a 19-year-old get an apartment. He's in there by himself, struggling, barely paying rent every month. Won't you get your brother in there? Won't you get your little cousin, the folks you can at least get along with somehow, some way, and y'all come together. And guess what? Now instead of you paying 100%, you paying 1/3 of that rent, and you invest that money into something else. Why can't we do more of that? We're not doing that. Unfortunately, we are not doing it. That's something we need to be talking about as a people. First of all, you need to do it with your family. Hopefully, you could do it in your family structure. But if not, maybe you have to get your friend because your family's too ignorant. They don't want to do it. They not feeling do it. They don't trust you for whatever reason. How about we talk to other people that look like us?
I think it's I think another problem is the fact that every time we talk about our competition, there's somebody talking about you sound like a victim, you sound like a defeatist. If you don't look at the landscape and understand what's going on, then you're not going to be able to compete in the first place. And we have too many black people talking about, oh, you sound like a victim. We're just acknowledging our competition. You're not going to get better than your competition by ignoring them. That's never going to get you anywhere.
I think you're conflating things, though. You're conflating things. So no, because when we say the victim mentality, we're not talking about people who like, yo, I'm black, I want to get in this industry. Let me see what's against me. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the people who use it to stop. They use it to be like, you know what, I can't even win. I sit down. You know, people who professionally complain, like, no, get out here, get active, get active.
Why are we addressing those people? Why are we even addressing those people?
Because that's most of what I'm hearing.
If we're talking to people that actually, me personally, I started a business. I started a clothing line. If you ever owned a business, you are subject to the pressures of the market. When I started my clothing business in 2020, I could not continue my business because COVID happened and my shipping times were pushed all the way back. Now, I think the problem is we try to tell the youngins, oh, you can do this, you can do that. And then we don't tell them what'll go wrong, and that breaks their spirit. You tell them, oh, go ahead and look for a wife, go get married. And then when they get divorced, a lot of them do have a defeatist mindset. So we got to tell them, oh, well, marriage is not just you loving each other. You actually got to take time and get to know each other. You actually got to know if y'all on the same mindset. It's nothing wrong with discussing your competition and their strengths. And we got to let that go. Talking about, oh, it's a victim mindset. It's history. It's facts.
This is a great point because me and you in the same industry, right? 2020 was an amazing time to be a clothing brand, right? Now, your perspective is that, I had issues, this, that, and the third, so I couldn't become successful. That's a victim mindset, and you don't know it because just let me explain. Let me keep talking. You don't know that it's a victim mindset.
He didn't listen. Nothing I said,
bro. Just let me finish. You don't know that it's a victim mindset because your perspective. You're looking at the glass half, and you're not saying like, oh, my content was bad. You're not saying, okay, what could I have done better? You know, what could I? You think that it's a result of 2020 and not a result of you, right?
How you gonna tell
we're
me?
In the same industry. We're in the same industry, right? I'm up here with it. Like I started in 2020, and I'm I take care of my whole family. My girl don't pay bills. My girl, I got her car.
That has nothing to do with the conversation. Salute.
I'm just giving you an example of how
mentality.
I don't think that you purposely want to have a victim mindset, but I think at least when it comes to clothing in that industry, I think that your perspective is that your disposition is not a result of your doing, but it's a result of the market. When it's our job to influence the market, if that makes sense. It's our job to listen to the market.
So yeah, but maybe real dope daddy. Maybe he wasn't being a victim though, right? I think he was just telling you what went wrong. Now,
but when he said what went wrong, he said 2020 is what went wrong. It's not him.
Yeah, but that could be legit though. That could be legit. That could be legit. That could be legit though. If he said it.
I just mentioned the year.
Okay, and I'm sorry if I'm mischaracterizing your position too.
You can't help it though, because you are a conservative douchebag. I'm hearing it all and everything you're saying now.
No,
right?
No.
You're one of those people. You're one of those people who found a measure of success. So therefore, if everybody didn't find the same measure of success than you is, then they're victims.
That's not what I said, and I don't know.
That's what
you ain't at the top of the food chain.
I don't know if people didn't hear me, but I'm telling you that me and him are in the same industry. We started in the same year. He's saying that because of certain things that happened, because of a what is it called? The pandemic.
Forget what he's saying. Let me finish. Let's talk about you. Wait, no, he can talk about himself. Let's talk about you.
I got you. You can go right. He's saying that a result of 2020 and what happened, he was unable. He wasn't able to become successful. That is what he's saying. So when somebody else is like,
"Yo," what I said.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Rephrase what you're saying. Rephrase what you're saying. I want to know.
You got it right. You said I just tried to get you to stop talking about him.
I do want to make sure we get into this conversation.
I'm not even talking about him specifically. I'm talking about people in general. If somebody's telling you like, "Yo, I found success in this," and you're saying like, "Yo, I didn't find success. This is the reason I didn't find success," and you're not looking inward. And I guess I am a conservative douchebag because I always look
Absolutely.
inward. I always look at what am I doing, and that's how I find success. But other
Absolutely.
people look at what is everybody else doing wrong. What is wrong with the environment? That's why I'm not finding success.
Cool. That's cool. So real dope. You said you started in 2020, right? In 2020, did you have success?
I wouldn't. Yes. I guess I can say I had success.
And that's what I'm saying, right? So thank you for saying it, because that's my point. See,
but you don't know what success is to me.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. I asked you for your opinion. You gave it to me. Let me finish, right? Because you wanted me to let you finish, right? Show the same respect you asked for. So what I'm saying is this, bruh, if I'm go outside, it's a dude outside calling me outside. Let's fight. I go out there to fight him, and then his brothers come from behind me and jump me. Then I come and tell you I lost the fight because his brothers jumped me. You sitting there, man, that's a victim mindset. They ain't got nothing to do with it. Whole time when you had your fight, you was able to do a 1v1 and fight a dude head up. Nobody didn't help him. That's how y'all look at it. You look at the fact that you were successful, and then you don't want to look at the obstacles the other person had to deal with that you didn't. For whatever reason, it worked out for you, but not for the other person. Hold on. Now, if you say that him having a measure of, let's just say, non-success, let's say he had some impediments, some obstacles that came in his way, and then that made him quit, then you could say he had a victim mindset. But he didn't say that. What he said was he tried to do something at a particular time and it didn't work out for him. And you took that and said, victim mindset. Fam, you're wrong. I don't care how long your hair is, how long your beard is, how long your money is. You're just wrong.
Can I go now?
Absolutely.
And I want you to know that I gave you the respect that I'm not just listening to respond. I actually listen to what you said.
Absolutely. Right? Oh, trust me, I'm listening to every word you say.
Yeah. So I think you hit on certain things. Like he didn't even. If me and him are in the same industry, right? I know all about the industry. I know everything about that industry. I know exactly about what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about with shipping times. I know, and
he's Vivendi now. He's Louis Vuitton.
Maybe one day outside of this, we can dive more into it, and he can tell me exactly what went wrong. Right, off of this.
Right.
But you're blanketing the fact that you're saying that like, oh, you had different obstacles than he had. What are these obstacles that were different?
You asking me?
I want to know at least an example.
No, what I'm saying, no. What I'm saying is this. This is why I said I didn't want to talk about him.
In reality,
what I'm saying is this, brother. I'm going off what he said out of his mouth. Now, if you're some kind of intuitive, where you're, psychically gathering something from what he said that he didn't actually say, then all power to you, my brother. But I'm saying all he said was this time happened and this thing messed up what I was trying to do. And here's the thing. It's millions of other people who will say the same thing. But because you saw a measure of success, you're going to say they all just have victim mindsets. Yeah. You douchebags need to check yourself.
Look, the thing is, it's your responsibility as somebody who's in that industry to ask me, how did you find success? It's your responsibility. How did you do that? Because this is what I saw and this is what happened to me. And maybe I can be like, yo, oh, that's easy. This is what you should have did. Or this is what you stop right here. Honestly, it's very possible that his clothing brand could just be trash, right? That's very possible. I don't know. It could be great or it could be fucking trash. But when you just immediately point to this is what happened and it wasn't my fault. I don't know. I'm not built that way. It's always my fault for the most, because whenever it's not my fault, I can't do nothing to change it. It's always my fault. If my kids don't find success in life, I don't care. It's my fault. Right. I'll take the blame. I don't care. And I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna think, how can I fix it every time?
No, that's a good mindset. I learned that
when I brung up what happened in 2020, it wasn't about giving up or being a victim. It was about, like I said, letting the youngins know what obstacles they will run into. So what you didn't even you're not even addressing the fact that. That's what I said. I never said that you should give up, that you shouldn't try to go and start a clothing company. I said that there was obstacles in the way that prevented the business from being successful. You see what I'm saying? And you took it and ran with it. Oh, you're a victim. And this is what happens with a lot of people. They experience something that they weren't prepared for. And then the people that's doing good, oh, well, you're a victim. You're this. You should have came and asked me. Well, it's like That's not it's not productive, brother.
Let me
It's just not productive the way
here's
that
the
you
question.
attack
hold
it.
on, hold on.
OC, here's the
You keep
Hold on,
telling
y'all. Hold on, y'all. We talking over each other.
Let me get this
And I
in.
do want to kind of make sure we getting somewhere with this, man. I know we kind of
Absolutely,
spiraling all away from the topic.
Yeah,
So,
I just got one. I just want to
try
connect
bring
it
this
real
one
quick.
hold on, I'm not done yet. Let's try to bring this one to a close within the next like 4 minutes.
Yeah, all I needed to say is I think what Real Dope is trying to say is you're saying these are the obstacles that you had to face. Understood that you had obstacles. What we're trying to say on our side is the language should have been said, I didn't know X, Y, and Z, and I needed to figure it out. But you're just saying there's obstacles, point, period. There's obstacles, understood there's obstacles, point, period. And we're saying to get away from that mentality to say, I didn't know how to do this. I needed to figure this part out.
That's not what I
That
said.
is when you transition from it's a victim to somebody who's taking accountability for what they didn't know and then are going to possibly take action for what they don't know. That is literally the gap that we're trying to bridge here between I understood there's obstacles. There's always obstacles. Like
Yeah.
I stubbed my toe, so I didn't feel like going out of the house today. Like there's always obstacles. But it's either I could say like I had an obstacle, or I can take accountability and say I didn't know how to get over this, and it's my fault. I didn't know it, and I need to go learn it in order to succeed. And that's what Real Dope is saying. Is like he's not saying he had the same obstacles in the same industry. He had to figure it out, and he had to go. I didn't know this, so I had to go figure it out. That is the transition.
Okay, Devin,
No,
let me ask you
you're
a question.
incorrect
Hold on, let me
because a
ask you a
lot of
question. This is real
restaurants were
quick.
shut down in 2020 and it had nothing to do with any knowledge that they
I
need.
just
to
want to
be
ask.
able
I just
to
want to ask
further
Devin a
flourish
question
their
real quick.
business.
Since
They're
he
just
already
trying to
got the
make it a
mic, just let me
victim
ask him a question. Devin, does everybody win?
Self-righteous.
Yes or no?
Let's
Not
disagree.
everybody wins.
Okay,
Let's disagree.
so for all of those who don't win, are you saying it's always their fault? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. So now we
No, no.
understand.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now we understand who
Devin,
the
That's the
douchebags are.
disingenuous
why.
question.
Devin, I have one question before JR switches it. Let's say I'm a realtor, right? And I have a house that I'm going to sell, but a hurricane came and tore that house down.
Damn, now you got to start over. Then you got to pick the pieces up and start over.
Oh,
No,
damn,
no, no. Hold on. Real
I
dope,
should have
daddy.
got
I understand
insurance.
that.
My fault.
No. I have insurance.
Then what's the issue?
So my question is, I was going to sell the house,
Right.
but the house is gone now, and I got to go through insurance and all that litigation. I'm asking you.
You said you're a
If
realtor,
I had
not
that,
the
that's
owner, right?
hold on. Yeah, a realtor. Like I had that property. I was gonna sell it. It was already booked to be sold. A hurricane came and knocked it down. I have insurance, but I got to go through insurance, right? I was hoping that I can sell the house today. If I came to you and I said to you, man, I was gonna sell a house, it kind of set me back. I got to go through insurance. You know what I'm saying? So I got to figure that out. Are you gonna say I'm a victim? I have a victim mentality?
No, because you're figuring it out by going through
Thank you.
insurance. You're
All
not
right,
saying
thank
that you're
you.
done.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Right. That's what the brother was trying to say. That's what the brother was saying. That's what he was saying when he said, I went through COVID, I learned, and I'm figuring it out. He never said, I gave up or I'm not going to figure it out. You guys are ridiculous to put, and Real Dope Daddy, you said something that your mouth can't check because you're saying that everything is responsible for you. I promise you, brother. I don't wish nothing bad on you.
I never said that.
But if any, all right, yes, you did. You said,
as far as I'm
you said it.
concerned, I will treat everything like I'm responsible. I never said the
Right.
reality of the situation is that I will always be responsible. I said as far as I'm concerned, I'm responsible because that's the only way.
But you're not. But you're not. You're not responsible for everything. You're not.
Maybe not so for 100% of things, but for the vast majority, my life will be a reflection of my decisions. That's just
correct. But not every. But everything is not. But everything is not predicated on you.
You said if your children don't
Tory Lanez in jail
end up
because people lied on him.
successful.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on,
Like,
y'all.
things
DJ,
are unfair.
hold on, y'all. Hold on. DJ saying something. Go ahead, DJ.
I
What
mean,
I
he's
was
just being
listening to,
unrealistic.
which is a spiritual thing that you should get real aligned with God and understand. You said, if my children don't end up successful, I'm fully responsible for that. And that is a total inaccurate feeling. And I wish you'll get growth in that area because that is not your
That's
responsibility.
subjective.
Yeah, it's not
You're telling me that
subjective.
like
It's
it's a fact.
actually premature and immature. And you'll see one day, once you do all, You're all, I don't know how old your kids are, but you can have 3 children, same mom, same dad. They will all be different.
That's a fact.
I know that. I have 3 children, and I know
Yeah,
that they're all
that's
different
true.
people. But
It's me and mine are all different.
regardless of that, I'm a man. I will take responsibility. I'll be like,
There goes
what
that
did I do
man
wrong?
talk.
That's the only thing that we can ask ourselves is, what could I have done better? What could I have done better? I have to think about that. I have to process it. Maybe it's not my fault, but regardless, I'm always going to have a position. What could I have done better? What can I do better with my next child? I don't know.
Okay,
No
that sounds
there's
better.
nothing
You didn't
wrong
say
with
that
That's
the
that.
first
logical.
time.
You trying to
You
call
didn't
That's
say that the first
logical.
time.
when circumstances
Yeah.
are
You didn't say that the first time. The first time you said everything would be predicated on you. And that's not true, brother. You do not want to bark up that tree, because you can raise your kids, right? Perfectly, instill with them good values, and they go out and do something crazy. That's not your fault, brother.
And then
That's not your fault.
and because you said I raised my kids perfectly. Whose opinion is that? You?
Yours.
No, but
Yours.
that's
My
the
opinion
example
that I
though.
raised my
Yours.
kids?
Yes.
Okay, now
Yes.
we going to hold on, y'all.
I
Hold
could
on,
have.
because I do got one more clip I want to play in reference to the main topic. But just keep in mind, if somebody says something, just because we all different, always ask the question for clarification. In relationships, business, just be like, hey, I noticed that you said this. Before I respond, what is it that you mean? And how you can kind of nip a lot of things in the bud. Because sometimes we hear information, and when we hear, we just run with it. And you might hear something that might be disrespectful, and you might not say anything, but just respond because of what that person said without the clarification. So whenever we on these panels, man, just ask, like, what is it that you mean? Whenever you're in relationships, it's something you don't disagree. Somebody did something, like, I can't believe this MF did this. Let me ask before I go off the hinge. And then that way, I think you can save yourself a lot of time, and a lot of energy, man. Because some of this time, this stuff just be draining. I don't see anything necessarily wrong with the mindset, but the question I would have asked was, if, like, what happens if it doesn't work out? Then what do you do? Then I would have got the answer that I needed, and I could kind of gauge as far as his mindset, because I think it's enough room for all mindsets. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it, because some people need to hear it that way in order to motivate them, where some others may get a little bit offended and they need a little bit more context. So I think it's room for all this information and data. And if you want clarity, just ask the question, and that way you can just have an ease at mind. Let me get to these super chats real quick, and then we'll just play this clip. Mr. Travoda 125 says, Devin blaming the FBA victim mentality on the system is a victim mentality. You have the opportunity, you earn dollars, strong passport, so boss up. Mr. Travoda again with the foreign currency. OTC, you were never a slave, my guy, let it go. Mr. Travoda again says, straight, that's not how it works. Read up. Mr. Travoda again. OTC, celebrities that made it out the hood don't go back to their hoods, because if they do, they get unalived there. Many examples of this. Mr. Voda again says, straight, it's all excuses with you guys. Go get it. Mr. Voda again says, y'all still unaliving each other in the hood, but you're talking about taking over industries. Dope said it. All individuals doing well. Lift a community. Mr. Travoda again says, King, it's victim mindset. The hotel industry has been disrupted. Couldn't a black person invent Airbnb app? You are a property owner. Start many Airbnbs. Dedicated to my children's future, $10. Also a member. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers on the panel, in the chat, and in our memories. And lastly, dedicated to my children, gifted on Lapeef Network membership. Thank you. All contributions. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Let me just do a well-being check. Y'all good? You guys
We was cooking, man.
Don't get me started.
Hey, man, make sure y'all breathe. Y'all do know we older, man. Just because you slim don't mean that you healthy. So
That's a fact. Hey,
facts.
Hey. You see it? You see the swollenness on the tip of my finger? I'm about to have to go and have them drain my finger and shit.
Yeah, man. Make sure
Inflammation, brother. You gotta get that inflammation under control.
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Garlic tea.
Garlic tea. All these solutions. There we go. And they said we don't even bring solutions. Look at us, man. And we
whoever said that,
together community, and we blending races up here, man. Coming up with solutions. Who said we couldn't do it? We did it today. Won't he do it on this Sunday? We're going to run this clip, y'all.
People in the comments talking about, why are you just talking about African Americans? Why are you just asking for our support? Why are you not asking white people? Why are you not asking Asian people? If it's not clear by now, they have never been part of the fight. And that's not to come for you guys, but the majority is not the minority, right? Black and brown are the minority in this country. We have had a lot more issues than any other race in this country. So, you know, by default, you would kind of think like we would stand together, you know, having a history of so much oppression. And, you know, I'm not trying to discredit anybody else, but we have both been through a lot. This is not even a topic of conversation. Once y'all get over the fact that it's not a race thing, because there's only one race, and that is the human race. And if you guys want to continue to put us in separate teams, then we are never going to fix the problem.
You guys put yourselves in a separate race from us. Hispanics, Latinos have always made it clear that they are not the blacks. Me no black, me no black, me no black. What about Native Americans? The so-called Native Americans? Y'all actually look a lot alike, to be quite honest. How come you ain't calling on them? Aren't they a minority? Asians are not a minority. Like the math just is not mathing with this one. You know what it is? What it all boils down to? What people never want to admit is that Black American people have always fought, and we have always prevailed. No matter if y'all want to say we on the bottom or what, we got ourselves out of shackles. It was not just because some white man one day woke up and said, oh, I think I want to let my slaves free. I think I want to let go of my free labor. Clearly that was not the case, because look at what followed with Jim Crow. The most lynchings happened in America after so-called slavery was abolished. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, we've always fought and we've always prevailed. You might not want to call us victors or winners, but we've always prevailed. I'll use that word. That's the operative word. And y'all all recognize that. I'm glad that y'all keep calling on us, because y'all know who we are. Deep down inside, y'all know that we put boots to the motherfucking ground. Where them fans at? Whoa, 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 I got my boots on the ground. Y'all know we get shit done. Y'all know we make noise. But what I don't like is that y'all are being so disingenuous and making it seem like we've always had this solidarity and this unity amongst us, when you all in your own communities have anti-blackness that you have yet to address in your own communities. The Afro-Latin community is underrepresented. They face discrimination, racism, colorism. And y'all take those same ideas and ideologies, and when y'all migrate here, y'all bring that with y'all. And y'all try to treat us like the same way y'all treat the black folk in y'all's countries, respectively. But instead of calling on us, why don't you call out the people that's actually doing these things to you? White people have helped us too to fight during the civil rights movement, more so than Latinos and Hispanics. Like, let's just keep it real. Why not call on them? Why not call on white people to be allies with you? This is very, very interesting. And I don't want anybody to get maimed or pop-out with a rubber bullet. I don't like the footage that I've seen of people getting ran over by cars. It's very, very unfortunate. I'm not sitting up here saying that doesn't, I have empathy. But I don't want to be out there getting shot. I don't know. Anyways, what do y'all want us to do? That's it. Let me ask. What do y'all want us to do? For the ones that keep saying, where's the black people? What exactly do y'all want us to do? Spread love is the Brooklyn way.
All right, let me just start with DJ. Do you want to add something? Aisha, I can't add you up until you connect that cam and that mic. So once you do that, then I'll bring you up. You want to go first, DJ?
I mean, I told you I'm really like, I can't pick a side here. But every video you play, it's kind of like, dang, like it gives me flashbacks to my constant arguments where I had the most issues in life. In 40 years, I never had more discrimination outside of Latins. and my father speaking only 20% English, and it's crazy. But in the South is where where it's experienced at, and it has happened the most in Georgia. Like recently, as 2 weeks ago, a server from where do you say he was from? He wasn't from Guatemala. He was from. He wasn't from Guatemala. He was from. He wasn't Colombian. I forgot where he was from, but he basically grabbed my license and he goes, "Oh, is your husband Gonzalez?" I said, "I'm not married." He said, "Oh, you were married before?" I said, "I was, but he's a Bryant and I never took his name. I'm a Gonzalez. My dad's a Gonzalez. My family is Gonzalez." He said, "Oh, are you Spanish?" Then I was I'm going to flip to a grocery store. I pressed the Spanish button because I taught my daughter, my 18-year-old, Spanish all her life. So she pushes the button. Puerto Rican lady. "Ma'am, you push Spanish. You know, there's English on there." I said, "Oh, so I can't be Spanish?" So I experienced, and there's 1,000 stories like that. So, and it's always not and Luis, you know what I'm saying? It's not the mixed one. It's not you, Luis. You know the ones I'm talking about. So it's more of, the blanco. And so, it sucks, but I've experienced that a lot. So I see what she's saying, but I'm still biased because I'm Latin. I'm Latin.
¿Qué tú haces, mami? ¿Qué tú
I rock
haces?
with everybody. I'll fight for the black. I'll fight for the Spanish. I'll fight for the white. I'll fight for everybody. So it's tough for me. I get it though. I get it. I'm me too.
All right. Question for the panel: is it time for Latinos to face the same pressure Black celebs get about activism?
Latino celebrities?
Can you ask that again?
Say the question again.
Is it time for Latinos to face the same pressure about activism?
Also, just regular Latinos.
Yeah, why not, man? Put some pressure on them. Yeah, they put it on us. They make us the spokesperson for every issue a minority deal with. We always got to come in and save, because they know once they get us started, it's hard to get us to stop. We gonna buy into whatever bullshit they got to sell, whether it's good, bad, or negative. We will buy into. Black Lives Matter, we bought in that bullshit. Feminism, we bought into that bullshit. We carry that torch all the way to the end, whether good, positive, negative, or not. We buy into all the bullshit. We'll buy into it. We'll carry that flag like we actually went through some shit with them. But it wasn't our fight. It's like, this is not our fight. But we'll buy into it. We'll be a part of it. Like I said, they need to come to the negotiating table. They better cut a goddamn deal, because next time we go through some shit, I better see you Latin motherfuckers right there on the front line with us. If not, you'll never get another hand. And I hope they come snatch every last one of you motherfuckers up. Legal
It's
or
definitely
illegal.
not our fight, because we already see a lot of people's opinion of the hood. We are victims, right? So if most of them, if most people sitting here talking about, oh, black people are victims, how dare you come to the black people and ask us to fight for you? Like you don't even respect us enough to acknowledge what we're going through or what our ancestors is going through, but you expect us to save y'all today. It's just I find all of it to be kind of disgusting and disingenuous, really.
JR, can I ask you to clarify the question? I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of answered it. You want to answer that question or this one? Do the ICE rates prove Latinos?
I got a follow up to it real quick.
Yeah, because I just want to know exactly what you mean by that. If you're talking about like,
yeah, I ultimately asking, should they ask their celebrities to speak for their community just like they do for us. I would say, if we're giving advice from our perspective, I think most of the time when they ask a black person to speak on an issue, they don't know what they're talking about. So it's like having Sexy Red, Cardi B, and Megan Stallion shaking their butt on the stage at a rally, just because they like No, you should have people who know what they're talking about your issue. If you feel whatever the issue is, it's not even picking sides about anything. Whatever your issue is, have somebody who can speak and make sense to the issue that you're fighting for. Who just because you're a celebrity doesn't mean you make sense.
Yeah.
The white man in power, Sexy Red. Don't put that on black people. People
No,
like
hold
doing
on.
that.
No. It had nothing to
That's
do
on
with that.
black
It
people.
just
That's on us.
Yeah, I say this, bro. I honestly, I'm not sure
We don't
about
have
the
the money
question,
to empower
JR, but
nobody.
I'll just
Yeah,
answer this
yeah.
based
I
on what
mean,
everybody
yeah.
else said.
Can
I
you hear
would
me? Can you hear
say,
me? Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, it was the same. It was what he said. So the question was: is it time for Latinos to face the same pressure Black celebs get with about activism, right? And so that's where, like the cancel culture for the silent Latino stars. So like people,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, not really though, because now I could be wrong about this, but my assumption is that the stars would be what we call citizens, right? If not naturalized in some sort of way, so they don't count. My opinion is, I think all immigrants need to leave, all of them, every single last one of them, right? Like that's just my opinion. I don't care if you're
You gotta
Hispanic,
clarify that.
Ukrainian, whatever it is. If you a Jamaican, a Haitian, or African, whatever you are, deuces, right? Be gone. I ain't saying I want them to drag you out, but if you don't want to leave on your own, then be gone. But you can't ask these people, because to my knowledge, this whole thing is about those who are currently here, status illegal. So you can't ask for these people who aren't illegal to speak up on your behalf. I think that's self-defeating. There's no way they should do that at all. Y'all need to ride out. Period, point blank. Bye.
all right, issue there.
Social Security, you need it. Come on now, real.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, not sure if you've been hearing any of the conversation that's been going on.
Yeah, I've been listening. I agree with him. Like, I just think that I don't understand why they're trying to make us cap for illegal immigration. Like, when black people are out here fighting, we're not fighting for anything illegal. We're out here stomping in the streets because they're killing us. We're not out here fighting because we want to stay in this country illegal. It's just disingenuous and it doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, if they were marching for a legal cause, something that I could, really stand behind, I would be okay with that. But you are literally marching in the streets saying, first of all, not only are you saying you hate America because you're out there burning American flags, but yet you're proud of your Puerto Rican, Cuban flags. To me, that's disingenuous. If you love the country that much, just go back. Why did you flee here? Why did you flee or want to stay in a country that doesn't want you here? Right? And then sit back and talk noise. Oh, well, I heard somebody say, well, what are we going to do about getting our grass cut? Black people been cutting grass for 500 years. We was doing yard work before they got here. Like, where are these conversations come from? Like, who going to do our laundry? Have you looked on the census? Do you see that black people were washing women since they freed slavery? Like, we've been doing this thing. So this whole consensus that we need them, we do not. It's just not. The ones that are here legally, by all means, do your thing. We appreciate your contribution to society because you did it the right way. But the illegal immigrants capping to stay over here for us to be in the streets stomping up and down for them is insane. I haven't seen any black people doing it, by the way. So congratulations to us, because we definitely we sitting this one out. I just think that it's weird. I think that it's weird for the Democrats to even be pushing an agenda for people to be out here fighting for illegal. So we should be out there protesting for the GDs and the gang members to continue to tear up our neighborhoods. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's just an agenda that they're pushing, and it doesn't. We haven't got. I can't see one thing that illegal immigrants have did for Black Americans. Like, I just can't think of one thing that they've helped us do along the way for us to even be making a fuss about it. So that's just where I stand. I mean, empathetic to y'all's cause. I've been seeing things where they're taking kids from their parents. No, just send the whole family. Don't split the families up. They can all go back. And that's just where I stand on it. I feel like that's not an issue that we should really be, caring about. It's not our fight. It just isn't. The Black and Brown Coalition has never existed. I hate hearing it. I live next door to white people. I never talk to them. It was the same way living next door to a Hispanic person. Yes, we live in the same communities,
Absolutely.
There's never been a black and brown coalition. It's just not a thing. I've never seen it.
I agree with you 100%. Well, 99%. Because I don't agree. The ones who legal, I want them gone too.
I think my problem is I'm from California, so everybody mixed and mingled. So I have a different whole view on all that. So,
but y'all need immigrants though, right? Y'all need those illegals that be out there working to a certain degree. I heard some people making some good arguments for why California being a donor state, they have a population of immigrants and illegal immigrants for that matter that they kind of need in order for things to work out there. That may be fine for California, but that's the other 49 states might not need them as much as California does. And therefore, I just like at this point, I'm just saying we understand how the market is. You got men from the manosphere and the red pill community trying to convince women to not work because of how it affects the working economy and the wage market. So we know what these people doing. Like, nah, come on, man, just going back. Plus, not to mention, and I'll tell you this, JR, one of my biggest issues is that everybody is focused on the Hispanic ones. What about the Africans?
It's
what about
a lot
the
of them.
Somalians? What about the Nigerians? What about all the Ukrainians, the black ones too? I want them all gone.
The Asians too.
All the people who come over here questioning why black people ain't on top yet. Again, when we outnumber 5-1 by the dominant society, but I want them all gone. Why you coming over here leaving your country questioning why we not doing better where we from? But you leaving your country. You retard.
I make money.
Like what are you talking about?
I want to go as far as to say all of them
that we don't need them in other states. That's definitely not true. Again,
the whole
Aisha,
country
do you cut your grass or you hire a lawn man? Because are you still out in Dallas? You still out in the Texas area?
I don't understand this concept that we have to do this. That is for them to cut our grass. My son cut my grass. You know what I'm saying? I have
okay, so shout out to him. But I promise you, your son wish he could get a lawn man, and it's gonna be a little Mexican. Because guess what? Even if it's a black-owned company,
but that's the luxury. That's not something that we need. That's my whole thing. Them helping us is a luxury. It's not something that we need. And it's actually taking the jobs from our kids.
Ma'am, I understand what you're saying.
That's how kids make that money.
But let me finish. Again, we keep saying we don't need them, but yeah, we benefit from them. Every time you go to that goddamn hotel, they change your sheets, your ass for some new towels because they give you white towels, and y'all got nasty ass dirt stains all on them goddamn towels. Y'all washing the ass with them white towels. Y'all doing them disservice. But guess who got to wash them motherfuckers? Them goddamn Mexican illegals y'all talking about. So when you go to damn places like the restaurants, you going to their restaurants, you eating their food. When you go to fast food, y'all eating them goddamn McDonald's and Burger King. Your ass being served and helped by the goddamn Mexicans. They in them Walmarts, stocking the restocking and everything. We talking about we don't need them. Yeah, the state of Texas benefits from them goddamn motherfuckers. They not the only state in California. Texas, Florida is another state that benefits from them goddamn illegals. Again,
they benefit so much that they kicking them out one by one.
Any one of them states I'm just named, they want that free labor. I promise you. If they could get them guys, we talking about the roads, the roads are being tore up and messed up. You want some of them illegals out there fixing them goddamn roads. They don't mind. They own them cleanup crews and them roads. They out there cleaning, picking up trash and all that good stuff. Please believe me. Them farmers out there in the state of Florida and in Georgia, they are benefiting from them goddamn illegals. You keep talking about we don't want them. We don't want them. No, you don't want them because you think they taking your goddamn jobs. And I disagree real dope. I never heard of a black job. Ain't no such goddamn thing as a black job. Motherfuckers, it's called competition. Either get your skills up, get your knowledge up, or get your money up. Because these motherfuckers are here to stay. They ain't not going no goddamn work. Whether you want them gone or not, they gonna find a way to continue to get it.
Is there such thing as a Mexican job?
Hold on, real quick, real dope. Hank, the thing that you're missing out on is that if they gone, somebody will do the jobs. Somebody gonna do them.
Facts.
This is what it is. Somebody gonna go do that shit.
My long guy's white.
Y'all are
talking about anomaly.
They talk about. Look, I'm gonna say it again.
We're talking
about how
majority.
much money they don't get paid. They not trying to go in these goddamn. You think our sons and daughters really trying to work in these McDonald's and Burger Kings? You think they trying to stock shelves at Walmart? They not trying to do that. They not. If they not gonna be if they not gonna be the last, guess who they gonna be? Them little African motherfuckers. They gonna be in there.
And that's the wrong mindset.
None of these illegals, whether it's the Spanish,
That's the wrong
whether
mindset,
the
and it's
Latinos,
completely
whether it's
untrue.
the Asians,
My
or there's
son
gonna be
looking for a
these
job right
Africans,
now and can't
or
get one.
these
So
other people. They gonna be in there. And guess what? They gonna lowball them with their pay. You motherfuckers talk about we want $25 an hour in order to stock them shelf. Well, I can
The
give
crazy
you
thing is my last
and they gonna be in there.
I think our kids need to be working these jobs. In my personal belief is that you start at the bottom, you build your way to the top. I think that people who work at McDonald's need to be 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and
exactly, not
18-year-olds.
25-year-old immigrants taking a job from our 14-year-old kids. My son can't get a job because at McDonald's, because when he go up there, it's full of Hispanics. He can't get a job at Popeyes because now they all at the chicken place because they come in droves. You hire one of them, then all of a sudden it's 10 of them, and they don't hire the black young kids. They're literally taking
Y'all kids are lazy. They
won't
want
come
to
to
work.
nothing to do with lazy.
They work one
Because
goddamn day and they quit the next. They don't want to work. How y'all think you kids want to get out here? They not trying to work. They looking for you as the goddamn ATM. They looking for you to give money. They rather sit home on their ass, play video games. They not trying to go out here and put no work in. They'll work 2 days, get that check, and they out of there.
How you call lazy?
Hold on, y'all. Because we ain't got a bunch of ladies on the panel. We won't have a bunch of ladies on the panel. DJ had a question for Aisha. Go ahead.
Aisha, how old is your son?
my son is 19.
What city are you in?
He's in Fort Worth.
He's in Fort Worth.
And I've been in HR for 13 years, and I watch the job monopolies. I watch how the Hispanics come in. I watch how they work. I'm a director. I've worked in plants. I've worked for corporate America. Y'all can't sit on this panel and be disingenuous and say black people don't work, because I watch these young boys come into these plants, and I watch these people say, "Nah, we're not going to hire them. We're going to hire this Hispanic," based on nothing except them being black and on Hink's logic that they're lazy, because they've been calling us lazy since slavery ended, because we don't want to work for free. You're not finna underpay us, because guess what? They was on the front line marching the civil rights so that we could be paid a fair wage. And then the Hispanics came in and undermined us and said, you know what? We're gonna take less than that so we can get the money. That's all this is. And if y'all don't see that, it's ridiculous. But this whole stereotypical concept that black people don't want to work, that's all they've been doing. I watch these young men that be dying and trying hard to get jobs, and they can't because these industries are dominated by grown immigrants.
I do think
Hold on, y'all, because DJ wasn't finished. I know she asked Aisha a question, but Aisha went on.
Aisha, can you write down Sodexo? Write down Sodexo and tell him to go apply at Sodexo. Look at Sodexo.
That's a
job opportunity. Shout out to him. So again, I didn't say color. I said kids. I said young kids.
That's the Sky Club, the Delta Sky Club in airports. They hire 16 and up, and it's primarily young black boys they look for.
And please, every city has a goddamn airport in it. I see nothing but blacks in them goddamn airports. Yep. Nothing but blacks. I was in Atlanta airport, nothing but black
Sky people. Club too.
I was in a Texas airport in Houston, nothing but black people. Don't sit there and talk about we ain't getting no goddamn
because
jobs.
The airport is a federal entity and they can't hire illegal immigrants.
Okay, well we could get jobs then. What the hell are you talking about?
We're talking about
You're missing the point, Hank.
Yeah, he missed.
You're missing the point.
You sit there talking about they can't go work at McDonald's. These kids are not trying to work at McDonald's. They not trying to work at
not that point, Hank. Not that point.
Look here. I see older white people working at McDonald's because these older people they looking for jobs. So are we gonna sit there and say, old white people don't need to be there? We need to give it to our little 6-year-old nephews. Bullshit. Whoever needs a job apply. It's called competition. Compete, motherfuckers.
The point. The point that you're missing is the fact what she's saying is, Hank, this is what we always get into when we're dealing with conservatives. It's how many jobs is at the airport? It's a rhetorical question because you're not going to answer it in good faith, right? Maybe let's just say it's 1,000 jobs. I don't know how many YNs is in Atlanta. Is it enough jobs at the airport to hire all the YNs? No, right? So I agree with you that these young dudes and females they don't want to work at McDonald's, and I get that. I understand that completely. I agree with you on that. But I'm just saying, if you understand, like I said, if we understand the impact that women have on the job market when it comes to wages. Right? If you just remove women from the job market right now, the wages go up. because men are gonna go do those jobs. So the only argument is these things that you saying that the immigrants are doing, and you think nobody will do them. They will. They will do that shit. They will go do that shit, Hank. I promise you.
They're gonna do it. It's just gonna be less efficient, and just
Ain't that a
more
bitch?
complaining and all that. No, because I'm about to make my point. I think that because I did agree to what the first thing of what Aisha was saying as far as like, yeah, they are they're taking jobs technically, but I also do agree that a lot of us don't really want to work hard, and I can't blame us. It's not really it's not in our makeup. It's not a lot of people don't have both parents. A lot of people don't have a father, and we teach discipline. I teach my son discipline. I make him do certain things. It is what it is. And I hope that my goal is that by the time my son is 16, that I'll instill something into him so that he's like, you know what, I'm going to go inside of this McDonald's and I'm gonna put my best foot forward every day. And everything that I learn here, I'm going to take it. And my goal is to reach the next level. I want to be a shift manager. Now I want to do this, then I want to do that. That's my hope. But a lot of people, they don't have that discipline and that structure to like go inside of a McDonald's, and we think like, yo, raise minimum wage. Why I'm not getting paid $20? And it's like, yo, why don't you just want to move up to the next position? You just want to stay where you at and raise the wage. You should be trying to climb. That's just how I see it. But I agree with Hank. A lot of us don't. I don't want to do that job. When I was younger, I'd have did it. But when I was younger, I was like, I'll do this job. But then it's like, I don't care about this job. I'm gonna go to another job. Just no
I
call,
don't
no
think.
show.
I don't think. Oh, my
Right there.
fault, brother. Go ahead, gang. My fault.
Facts. That is
I don't
facts.
think the issue is that the youngins don't is lazy. I really think this has to do with management, and I had alluded to this earlier with the fact that in a lot of industries, people are allowed to be there for years and years and years, learn the job, and not get promoted. And I think what happens with a lot of the youngins is they come into the workplace, like we all mentioned, they may not have a work ethic, but they don't have a goal. The management there isn't, hey, you need to do this so I can put you in this position. The management is, hey, you need to learn this outside of work so that you can be able to move into this management position. That's the job of the company. Now, a lot of people are sitting here putting it on the individual to be like, oh, well, you need to do that for yourself, but what is a business for? If you're going to make your business flourish, you need to make sure all your employees have the knowledge and the skills to do it well. What I've noticed going in different industries is that a lot of these managements, they're not training the employees correctly. They'll hire people, give them a brief description of the job, just watch them work. And if they don't like what they're doing, they'll just get rid of them. You see what I'm saying? So it's like there's also an issue with management and training as well. We can't just blame the youngest if they don't know or have nothing to look towards when they get in the job. They're gonna be lazy. If they think they're just getting taken advantage of, they're not gonna want to pursue higher roles in the company. And that's what happens. I've seen a lot of these young boys, they become manager. They doing three things in a job. Even the women, I worked at Taco Bell. There was a lot of women in there. They sitting there making the tacos, going to the window, then they going back to the line. It's like, and then okay, well, why she ain't a marketing director? She know everything in the store. She know about the inventory. Why they ain't put her in position to where she can lead a whole, because it all has to do with management. It all has to go back with training, and we don't own shit. So
I completely
Yeah, but
disagree with
OTA,
you, brother.
OTC, I'm sorry.
He said he completely disagree.
So the thing about it, I just talked to my plumber. He plumbers my spots, my houses, and he does his work. He done went through 3 different plumbers within 2 weeks. Why? Because they don't want to work. And now they get paid more than the average little restaurant jobs you talking about, and they still didn't want to work because it's hard. Some of these jobs are not easy, and they not built for it. Why? Because their parents failed them. You know why they failed them? Because they never had them hold any type of responsibility when they was young. They waited to, well, when you 16, no, you should have your kids working before they're 16. When my son was able to see over the lawnmower, his ass was out there cutting. When I thought his safety skills was good enough, he was out there by the age of 10 weeding and cutting. I didn't cut my grass for that long because he did it. That was his job. That was my way of introducing him into the workforce. You know what he did before he was cutting that grass? He was sweeping barber shops. I had him working. So now he got used to doing that. There was no problem with doing that. My son's in college now playing basketball. He still got to come home for summer. For 6 weeks, he's going to be working at the company I work at because they got a summer work program. And I see some of these kids, 2 things that fail them. They can't show up to work on time, or they can't pass a drug test. Those are problems that these young dudes are having right now. They can't pass drug tests. They don't want to show up on time. And when they are there, they don't want to work.
But I will argue is that's an unfair comparison, because if we go by, the households and how much, different communities is making, they have a different kind of thing. Like with the Mexicans or the Latinos, you say that it's in their culture to work, right? And for Black people, like, I'm not gonna say we are workers, we're hard workers, but it's like we don't necessarily have the culture of passing down what we know to the kids. It's not too many people that actually, oh, their father is a plumber, their father is a politician or whatever the case it may be, and they're teaching their kids at 5, 10 how to do these things. It's a gas station around the corner from my house. It's a Arab. He got his sons in there, and they got gold chains on. They've been taking care of the store since they was 10. Now they 18. They got gold, they got cars, because they was put in a position to know how to deal with finances and be in the workplace. So if we can't really, if we don't even have the infrastructure or the culture to like impart that on the kids, then how are we going to get mad at them for going into the world trying to be successful, but we're not trying to offer them all the resources they need to get better? The kids don't know what it takes to be successful, because a lot of them is spending most of their time talking together. They're doing things. They're bonding. They're not really focused on like the future for real. And a lot of people won't. A lot of us won't when we were their age. We didn't have the exact plan. So it's like I feel like it's a multifaceted problem, and we can't just sit here and be like, oh well, just because the youngest is going there and they may show up to work late or they may smoke. Okay, well, we got to look at some other factors. Are they doing their job when they come to work? Because if they're doing their job and they're good at doing their job, well, you need to work with that, because there's a lot of white people, there's a lot of different communities that's in these positions, and they do a half-ass job, and they don't never have no threat of being fired. It's white, so it's like.
Hank, let me get in there, Hank. I'm pause. Hank,
I'm gonna finish it right here. I said, dog, do you hear what you are saying right now?
I can't hear you.
No, dog. You sit there saying they can't help if they show up late or can't pass a drug test. Now, dog, I didn't think you was playing a victim, but right now, what you doing? Those are a lot of excuses. That's a victim mentality, right there.
Mentality.
I don't think so.
I gave you an example. I said that's the parent's fault. I didn't say it's the mama's fault. I didn't say it was the daddy's fault. I said it's the parent's fault. Because like I said, I gave you an example of what I did for my son to show him what a work ethic is. I allow him to work in my uncle's barber shop and sweep the barber for years. And he also had to cut grass. I'm teaching my son on how to have a work ethic. I continue to do it. It didn't matter he was playing basketball. It didn't matter he was doing these other extracurricular activities. You still got to work, because I'm instilling into you how to work, how to make certain sacrifices, how to do what you got to do. I could have used that excuse, or we could have sit around, maybe be late, make time. No, that's a bad example, allowing people to use that for an excuse. You can't show up on time. Well, why can't you show up on time? What are you doing that you're not showing up on time? What's the problem?
So who does the blame fall on? You can't. Okay, so if we're going to talk about it's the parents, then why are we even having a conversation about how lazy the kids are or what they can't do? You see, because you just shifted the blame. See, we can't talk about what's wrong with the kids if the parents is the reason why they don't have the tools and resources and the discipline to do what they need to do in the workplace. Now we got to go and attack the parents. What are y'all not doing? What have you failed your child into the fact that, I mean, you can't blame the kids. That's what he just said. He said it's not an excuse to show up late. So what are the parents imparting in the kids?
No,
I mean, we gotta do it all. You can't just stop at the youngest.
But OT, listen, it's multifaceted, right? But what I'm saying is this: like there is a central programming, right? We have a government in our society, right? And for the sake of this conversation, let's interchangeably use government with programming. So if I say government, I mean programming. If I say programming, I mean government, right? So from 1964, maybe to like 1999, the programming, the message was go to college, get a degree. From 99 to like 2010, the message was get into tech, right? Computers, all this stuff. This is the new wave, right? From 2010 to now, the message has been social media, right? So we can't deny that part of it. It's a certain level of programming where people see folks being successful and then they gravitate towards that. If you take any community where the majority of the people that they see being successful are doing laborious work, guess what? That community, their children will gravitate towards laborious work because that's what they've seen. If this generation is seeing Kai Cenat and all these other guys, what do you expect for them to do? The people that they looking up to and the people that they're seeing being successful are those guys. So it's less about it being lazy and more about it not being those laborious positions aren't as stimulating as some of these other positions.
All right, you guys, let's go ahead and get Luis in there and then Willie.
Luis.
Yeah, so I kind of want to go back to the beginning of the conversation and kind of do a round robin because I know we shared a lot and talked about a lot, and I don't want to kind of let any of that stuff that you guys shared that adds a lot of value go under the rug. You know, the estimated GDP loss if we were to able to remove all legal and illegal undocumented people would be a 17% loss to the U.S. labor force. That's a shrinkage about 15 to 20% in the GDP over time. 15 to 20%. That would remove us. Hold on, brother. Let me finish my whole sermon before you ask me any questions. That would remove us from our superpower status. We will no longer be number one in the world. We will probably be ranked somewhere behind Brazil if we look at it from that perspective. That's a $3.4 trillion GDP base in this country, right? And that would be industry across sectors from agriculture, construction, hospitality, to healthcare support, to food processing, and a massive labor shortage. Yes, we could say that, well, there'll be more jobs for other people, but there will still be a huge shortage in the demand in terms of industry itself. There will still be a huge shortage. In that same shortage, and the reason why they had that is that we keep forgetting the underlying power is that we have a debt responsibility to take care of. The national debt is astronomical. Like, the reason why they're allowing people to come in is to help and aid in the payment of the national debt. That's in the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, right? That we have borrowed out of control. But when we have these conversations, I hear people complaining about all these things that was highlighted, but I never hear anybody complain about STEM jobs, tech jobs, engineering jobs, or anything of that sort. No one complains about that. Nobody complains about the Indians or the Asians taking over H-1 visas, right? No one's ever complaining about those or talking about those, right? Focusing on mathematic jobs, science jobs, AI and engineering, right? Who are primarily dominated by those individuals and in those sectors, right? And it just goes to hold that we pay attention and focus on whatever is convenient that allows us to pay a fight because we're willing to fight whoever's in proximity. But when we look at the greater landscape of where the direction and trajectory of this country is heading in terms of labor force, workforce, and the future overall, nobody's talking about those specific areas. Right now, I can grab and mold a young high school kid who's in his sophomore year and have him get certifications that he could come out of high school making at least 125,000, 120 to 125 doing project management without a college degree. There is a huge demand in that sector. I read articles on it. You could go to PMI website institute and you can see, the void that there is, not only here stateside, but worldwide as well. You don't have to stay here. You could be anywhere in the world and work and still have the same exposure and experience. So if we're going to fight about labor and jobs and all these things, let's not forget about other sectors of jobs that other people do take over. Not because, people don't want to get into them. It's because people who don't show enough interest to be in those jobs. That's why we have to import people from Asia and India, because we don't rank high in any of those areas in mathematics, science. We don't rank high. We barely have kids who are reading at grade level. That is a problem. Nobody ever talks about that. We never talk about those things that are happening in the home. We have to fix the home first before we can fix anything else. Don't tell me about what's happening at McDonald's or what another corporation is doing. Talk to me about what are you doing at home to ensure that your kids are reading at grade level, that they're doing their homework, and that they're trying to be modeled as good citizens, right? And then everything else will flow into place because we're focusing on the things that don't really benefit us.
So
right?
let me say this, right? Because you're saying a lot,
ahead.
and we're not gonna remember it all, right? So first of all, when you said that we would lose 17%, we wouldn't lose it. Because the point is because people will do those jobs. What you don't want to take into consideration because
I said lose 17% in GDP.
Absolutely, and I'm telling you we wouldn't lose it, right? And the reason why we lose it because we wouldn't lose those jobs. And even if we lost a small percentage of those jobs, guess what? That's fine because the wages would go up, right? They would have to pay more for people to be in.
And so will inflation.
That's fine. That's going to happen anyway. Even if you say that it's going to be inflation, so what? That's going to happen anyway. So it is what it is. But one thing, when you talk about the H-1B visas, we absolutely are arguing against that, right? When you talk about kids and they're not doing well in this subject and this subject and that subject, right? That's not an accident. All of that is on purpose. There was a time in this country where America's school system was producing very intelligent people, right, who could handle these certain positions. And it's not now, which means it's not an accident, right? 80% of the teachers in America are white, and 80% of that are women. That's part of the problem. You got a bunch of women in school trying to teach boys. That's not going to work, right? It's some of this stuff we already understand what's going on. It's just that everybody wants to go along to get along, and that's fine. I'm not gonna say we shouldn't go along to get along, but at the end of the day, then you have to make room, right, for adjusting things for the kids. I'm not gonna allow nobody to demonize these kids. Kids come into the world blank slate. They become what we provide them. They become what we program them with. It's that simple. To some degree, I agree with Real Dope. The outcome of your kids is kind of based on what you allow them, how you allow them to be reared. But the fact of the matter is that, bro, if we get rid of the immigrants, it's not going to hurt us the way you think it is. Now, to some degree, California, again, donor states, which is, in case people don't know, donor state basically, and if I'm
hey, just so y'all know, man, we gotta share them out. We got 10 people on the panel.
Absolutely, but why you doing that to me?
Hold on.
Because you talking the longest.
I'm
definitely not as long as you just got through talking.
Well,
no
we gotta
way.
set the tone.
I haven't said anything yet.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm not singling anybody out. I just want us to keep that in mind that some people don't have the patience as others, right? And so just make sure we try to keep it within 2 minutes so we can circle the conversation around. Just make sure y'all keep y'all ad-libs to yourself. Don't cut nobody off because you're going to interrupt their thought. So I just want the conversation to keep going, not long-winded, but try to keep it to, I think, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, pretty reasonable. And then we can keep it going. Willie just came to the panel, so he hasn't spoken. So just go ahead and wrap yours up, Beans. We'll get to Willie.
No, let Willie go now so I can cook him because I'm tired of these light-skinned niggas.
Well, y'all also got to be mindful of people that haven't spoken either. Because sometimes the same people will keep talking back and forth in other folks. So just look at their face expressions. It'll say it all. Go ahead, Willie.
First and foremost, happy Father's Day to all the dads on the panel.
Hold on. Luis, you good? What, you didn't finish? What?
No, I'm finished. I just wanted him to elaborate on his last comment.
Man, let me get Ice on the phone because I'm tired of this Luis favoritism.
I have my citizenship and my passport. I'm illegal more than
you don't got to prove nothing to him, Luis.
Go ahead, Willie.
So yeah, again, first and foremost, happy Father's Day to all the dads on the panel. Hope you guys had a great day. So it's a lot to push back on because Luis said some things that weren't accurate. King B just said a bunch of shit that wasn't accurate either. But I think I'm just going to highlight the first top three. One, if America lost 15 to 20% of its GDP, that wouldn't affect its superpower status at all. Your superpower status is based on your economical standing in the world, your world influence, and then most importantly, your military power. If we lost 15 to 20% of our GDP, our military power would suffice for that 3 times over. So it's not an argument to have. It's just understanding what it is. Two, bro said a donor. He was trying to explain what a donor state was and didn't do it well. A donor state is a U.S. state that contributes more to federal taxes than it receives in federal spending. So that's not necessarily relevant to this conversation, to the point that he was trying to make. But where it is relevant is to states like Chicago, where they receive, $4.5 billion in funding, and $3.7 billion of that goes to illegal immigrants. Luis also made a point saying that why are we not worried about Indians coming over here with H1, taking over H1 and visas? The reason why is because they're doing it illegally. No one cares. The topic we're talking about here is illegal immigrants. We're not talking about the people who come over here the right way. We're not talking about the people who came over here and do what they're supposed to do. We're talking about the illegal ones. And then the majority of those illegal ones tend to be problematic from as far as the criminal perspective goes and as far as what their economic impact is. They're a drain on our society. They're also a drain on, a lot of the resources in their environment. And then there's this thing that people think that when people come into our country that illegally, that the U.S. Constitution applies to them. It doesn't. It applies to American citizens only. So just because you come over here, you're not entitled to those rights as part of the U.S. Constitution. A lot of people feel that they are, which is something that when we can argue back and forth on. But at the end of the day, the only people who should be entitled to those things are people who come illegally, like these Indians. Luis made a great point about Indians taking over tech. If you look at the largest 6 tech companies, they're all ran by Indian men. They're all ran by Indian men who were either first or second generation Americans. So the reason why they're doing that is because they see that it works. It's not a issue about, them versus us. It's a cultural issue. In their cultures, they understand that working together works and benefits them. They understand that, for Hispanic culture, you'll have 2 or 3 generations of Hispanics living in one house, paying one mortgage, working towards one vision. You can't pay black people to do that. The first thing we do when we turn 18 is we want to get out the house. We want to go on our own, start our own life, create our own bills, create our own journey, all of the other shit. So it's a cultural thing. If black people were doing the same things that these other cultures that are successful were doing, we'd have the same results. There's not anything stopping us from doing that other than us. Like we keep making excuses as, well, it's like we have this victim mentality that we keep perpetuating, even when it comes to talking about these kids. Like being said, kids are a blank slate, 100% accurate. Your kids coming to the world don't know shit, ain't did shit, ain't seen shit, but you got to expose them to shit. Hink says that he makes his son come to work when he comes home from school. The difference between like what Hink is saying and what I think we should do is that we need to put ourselves in a position where we can give our sons jobs. Because if you expect your son to go out in the world and learn from somebody else, then as a father, I would feel remiss in my duties because I'm not the primary influence on my son's life. My son will never work for anybody else. And it's because I put myself in a position to make sure he doesn't have to. And it's not hard to do that. You working a job and being able to get your son a job where you work, it's like working at a steel mill and then bringing him in for the summer, making him work at the steel. That's not what he wants to do. He's going to spend 6 weeks working in a job that's not one of his passions. It's not what he wants to do in life. It's not, I'm saying? It's not one of those things where it becomes something that's going to help him be better. It's going to show him, hey, get up on time and go to work.
You know what? This is so disrespectful because I agree with you on a lot of things that you said, but I don't like you. So I got to disagree with you just for the sake of it. The fact of the matter is that
sounds like something a woman would do.
40. Well, then I'm a woman then, nigga. So for working 40 hours for 40 years and return on 40% is an old play. I'm not even mad at these young cats for not wanting to do that shit no more. I'm not. Right? They were sold a bill of goods, just like everybody was sold a bill of goods from 1964 into 2000 about getting a college degree. And now you got only, I think, 40% of people who actually got college degrees got jobs in the field that their degree was in. Right? So they were sold a bill of goods, man. They were told that if they get involved in tech and gaming and video games and computer and all this other stuff, that they would be doing all right. But it's not really working out that way for them. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. I'm not going to blame this on the shorties for listening to the people who they were told to listen to, the adults in the room, right? Is my only thing about that. I just feel like us trying to blame the shorties for the decisions that they're making, I think that's problematic, man. At the end of the day, you're not going to sit up here and argue with me and tell me your brain isn't fully calcified into 26, but you expect 19-year-olds to make decisions like they're 30. Like,
that's not an argument that I made. I agree with you. You can't.
Right, that's why I said I'm not really disagreeing with you. I hate that because I don't like you, but I wanted to be able to disagree with you, but I can't. Right. So
can I add on top of this? I think that when we think about it, right? What are these kids? Even the kids that are working these jobs, what are they doing when they get this check? What they buying
Jacking
some
it
of
off.
the
They spending
They
it on
jacking it off.
2K.
buying some food.
They
Like,
buying shit on 2K.
Who
like
has kids with
it's
jobs besides Hink, but he works for him? So who has a kid that's work age?
I think there's only 2 on the panel right now.
And I'm one of them.
Me
And
too.
No, me
and
too. I know.
I would just say, I just do want to say this. I don't know who injected where these kids are lazy and this and this and that, because purposely I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I moved here out of a divorce 18 years ago. I was single since. I raised my daughter here. I picked an area and a network and I built it here. And she and all of her friends, every weekend, every day, entrepreneur young kids here in this city doing positive things. They're legal. They graduated. They're in college. They already owning businesses since junior year in high school. They are these are very innovative kids here. I'm sorry. McDonald's down the street pays $23 an hour. Atlanta has now, the fast food chains pay more than these regular jobs, people working at Verizon and these jobs now. Their fast foods are paying that here because
hold on, King. She cut me
they
off.
want
She cut me off. I gotta.
they want people to work. But these kids though, these kids are very smart. So shout out to their parents.
Bean,
And
she
I
cut
don't
me
know
off.
what
I gotta
area
go.
you guys are in.
I know. I just want to ask her one
But
question,
these kids
DJ.
is popping in Georgia.
DJ, I just want to ask you one question.
A
Be
lot of
honest.
kids smaller than their
Yes
parents.
or
I want
no?
to put that on them.
Would you date a man that worked at McDonald's?
Who?
Exactly. So,
You can't ask
Yo,
me that.
I
That's
can't
stupid.
believe you cut her off just for that.
Listen,
no, but DJ, the reason why
No,
it
no, no.
matters
You
is
can't
because
ask me that. Like we can't do that, because I will also take. Let me tell you what I said yesterday. Okay, I would take a man without a job if he was my physical type and he talked clear and he had all his teeth in his mouth.
right.
I would take him if he was in the military and got out and was a bum. I will take him straight to the doctor. I will make sure I can kiss on him. I will make sure everything is negative, but I will clothe him. I will let my apostle talk to him. I'll see where he aligns spiritually. I will help him matter of fact, I own DJ La Bonita Entertainment. He will be my production assistant. He will start there.
we see what she prioritized.
I will make sure that he gets up, but he don't have to have a job. My credit is sufficient enough. He can be my authorized user until I become his. I don't care about what a man has financially.
If you were in your prime,
right?
would you feel the same way?
If I was who?
If you were in your prime, would you feel the same way?
What age is prime?
28 to 30.
I'm sorry, I married a broke man. He was in the Air Force.
So you didn't care. Okay, shout out to you for
Yeah, I come from Sacramento. I come from different breed of cut of women.
But DJ, just so you understand, the reason why I asked the question is because it's a different
my daddy was
experience.
Cuban.
It's a different experience
I'm
for men and
confused.
women. Even in 2025, regardless of the fact that women are getting to the bag, if you look at BLS, black men in the last quarter only earned like $33 more a week.
40.
More than black women, right? So it's not a big difference anymore. But the point is that it's still a different experience. You can say what the females around you are doing, but notice you said females. You ain't talking about what the boys or the men around you are doing. And I'm saying that's the difference. The boys know
who said females?
They work at. I'm just saying you did. You said your daughter and her friends, right?
No. Her friends are primarily boys.
Whoa.
Okay, that's problematic. Let's not go there.
Actually, it's
okay,
not.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm
Actually,
done.
it's
That's
not
fine. You got it.
problematic, sweetheart.
That's
you don't
fine.
know
You
the
got it.
field or the industry my
Hold
daughter's
on.
in
I
to
gotta,
say it's problematic.
Beans cut me off because listen,
DJ, can I ask you a question?
You do know
Hold
from
on,
primarily gay
y'all.
boys are in Atlanta, right?
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. So I'm not sure if they cut you off or not, real dope. But go ahead and finish.
It was DJ who finished talking.
Oh, she's a bully.
DJ made the point that
I said friends, not
and I don't know, I could be wrong, but I get the feeling that DJ enjoys patting herself on the back, and it's just what I feel like, right? And I think when you give the example of like, oh, hold on, my daughter and her friends are doing well, so you guys, I don't know what you're talking about in the Black community because they're doing well. So this is the representation of the Black community. When was the last time y'all went to McDonald's and had a great experience at the drive-through with a young Black woman, a young Black girl, a young Black boy? Y'all was just like, yo, she's just a polite young lady. When the last time y'all did that?
I don't eat at McDonald's, unfortunately.
Or McDonald's. If you go to Chick-fil-A, they might be polite, but
I don't eat at Chick-fil-A neither, unfortunately. No.
I think that
I don't
it
do
just
fast
depends
food.
on the area you're in, honestly.
It do depend on the area you in, but most likely if you're in a certain area, you're probably not gonna be getting a lot of Black people at working at the McDonald's. But I know my experience living in Philadelphia and living in the outskirts of Philadelphia. I don't have great experiences when I go to McDonald's or something like that, and I'm getting my kids something, and the person behind the joint is Black. I'm like, yo, why you got an attitude? I just get my food, but I ain't saying that. I'm just thinking in my head, like, the least you can do is not be mad. The least you can do is talk nice. Like, that's the
Yeah, but you
bare
can
minimum.
also be an
So
influence to
where does
that.
that?
So I
So
don't
where
sit
does
around
that
and
stem
calculate who's
from?
mad. I just give
You said, where does it
energy.
stem from?
So
It
Yeah.
stems from
So
ignorant parents.
just pay and get
okay.
your
So
food
you're
and
saying
go.
that those young people who are working a minimum wage job, right? Customer service, that the reason for their attitude or the reason for their disgruntledness is because of their ignorant parents. Is that what I'm hearing?
The ignorant parents who instilled a lack of a lack of a mindset of gratitude.
Okay. All right.
I got
And
2 feet, my hands work, I can run.
I want to
I
go
got
back to what
gratitude.
you said about me though, is in reference to my child.
I blame
So I
me.
No, it
said
wasn't in reference to
I
your
said these
child. It
kids
was a
in
reference to you.
Atlanta. Kids in Atlanta, this is all like they go to street shows, they have shows. These kids own clothing. These kids are these are not girls only. The girls are modeling. These girls are they're doing entrepreneurial work is what I'm saying. Because they're in a network. They have they built networks. This is, you got to think Atlanta, I don't know, like every other city. There's a lot of other cities. I think DC might be one of them. I don't know Florida to be like that. California, where I'm from, definitely isn't like it is in Atlanta as far as college town and networking. This is on a whole nother level here.
Yeah.
So when I heard someone say that these kids are lazy, I'm like, dang, I can make a phone call like on a Saturday. I'd be like, Nene, text some of your friends. I need help with my DJ equipment today. All of them down to come help.
You
Like,
happen
I
to
don't know
be
lazy kids.
you
So
happen
I'm
to be in the
confused on
city.
the
You happen to be in
avenue
this
and the
I'm sorry.
conversation of lazy kids.
You happen to be in a city that is the exception. Like the city that you're in is the mecca of streetwear for young people. It's the mecca of like the BBL baddies and all of that. It's the mecca. All of those. So when you're in the exception city when it comes to
You
like
don't think I know that?
you spoke
I
as if you
chose
weren't
the
in the exception
city.
city. I'm
Why,
sorry.
why do you make it sound like what every other kid was doing? These young kids are not like that. When I
It's
said they are lazy,
anecdotal.
because I'm the one that said that most of these kids
Yeah,
are
she's
lazy.
exceptionally
So when I
she's
said
an
that, you act
anecdotal
like
exception.
that's not a fact. Companies say that they don't like to hire young people because they don't really want to work. I'm not even talking about restaurants. I'm talking about actually companies are talking about these things. These warehouse companies, these big brand companies, they don't want to work. A lot of these kids don't want to work. They'll work 2 or 3 days and then they done. They out. They quit. Oh, guess what? They got something going on this weekend. I'm supposed to go into work, but they call in and then they keep calling in. And then eventually they get fired because they really don't want to work.
No, Hink, I'm on your side in that space when you said that, because I understand in a workforce. I'm saying in this space, it's not that they're lazy. It's also what where'd he go? Where'd the Chicago guy go? You changed your shirt, but
No,
I'm
that's
right
a
here.
picture.
King.
Yeah.
He's
I'm right
not
here.
there. His
It,
avatar. That's his avatar.
oh, that's his avatar. Okay.
Go
Right
ahead. Go
here.
ahead. Go ahead.
It's with the Chicago guy, and you were both kind of saying, he was like, well, I wouldn't go back and work and for this many years and da da da. That's what I'm saying to what you were saying, Hink. I'm like, nah, like you right. I'm they not gonna work them jobs. That's what I'm still sticking to. Because these kids, they're paying more now. So for instance, the McDonald's. Um, real, there's a McDonald's down the street. 8 months ago, there was a young black boy and he traveled 33 miles to work at the McDonald's by my house. And I always talk to him because they're always nice kids. It used to be my daughter's school kids working there, but I seen this new boy and I said, "Oh, you go to my daughter's school?" I named her school. He goes, "No, I go to school in Ellenwood." I said, "Dang, that's far." I said, "You drive?" He said, "No, my mom drops me off." He said, "Because shoot, they only paying $13 over there. They pay 23 over here." And I said, "Oh, okay." But guess what? Now, I'm not lying to you. I don't know who complained because my area is predominantly different. It's not a color thing. It's something else over here, but it's terrible. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it is filled with Latins. 100%. Don't nobody speak English when you go there. Go to any McDonald's right over here, they all Spanish now. It went from black to Spanish in a matter of 8 months.
And I bet they ain't getting
So do I need to
23.
make a phone call?
Yep.
We also gotta acknowledge what bro was saying
I
about
But I'm
McDonald's.
just saying the kids is entrepreneurs out here. They lazy in that sense. They don't want to go
they got to
work
go too.
these jobs that the Mexicans is doing. They not. I see jobs. I got a
But
homegirl. She looking for a job.
better stop
She
telling your
black,
hair. Somebody gonna
but she
listen.
could do housekeeping.
Don't
She
tell
ain't
where they
gonna do
are.
it. She ain't gonna get into the hotel through housekeeping. She just ain't gonna do it. So I'm with
shout out
you
to
in
your
that sense.
community.
I know they not gonna do the jobs.
I think if the management
Y'all think they gonna do the
actually
jobs? They not
take
gonna do the
rules,
jobs. Just wait for it.
if the management holds if they're supposed to be in charge
Somebody's
of business
muffled.
operations.
That's
No,
OTC.
OTC's talking. You kind of muffled, brother. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I believe that the management's job is business operations. So I don't. What's the real dope? So real dope's point about the McDonald's and him going to McDonald's and then the workers are rude. That's not on the employees. That's on the management. The management
I
is supposed to
agree.
make sure that there's good service being done. The management is make sure that the customer service is on point. So it's like you can't even put that on the
Yeah.
kids if they're not disciplining them or writing them up or give them a talk to the right way. You can't tell the kids, "Oh, you're not." They're supposed. That's their job. That's what they're getting paid for. You're getting paid to manage that business while you're there. So, management.
I agree
I
1,000%.
think so.
I agree
OTC, don't you
1,000.
think there's some
Hold
things
on.
that should be taught in the house? So my son had to learn how to be
I believe,
respectful in the house. He shouldn't have to go to a job to learn how to be respectful and been disciplined by the job or the school or anywhere else. OGC shouldn't be this my son because I should already done that and taught my son how to move, act, and carry himself and had to treat people respectfully and don't be disrespectful to people.
Hank,
It shouldn't be
OTC
on
was
the
right.
company. Now we that's making excuses.
Yeah.
I can't stand
Yeah.
excuses. But go
Hank,
ahead, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
OTC
you off.
was right, Hank.
I
Because
disagree with
no,
everything
no, no.
bro said.
Hold on, real quick, Willie. OTC was right, and I'm gonna tell you why he's right.
Y'all
Right?
funny.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why he's right. Because I agree, and I've said it for years that like the management inside of these places is horrible. Because they inside of McDonald's, all they do is they hire these like poor people with poor mentalities and ghetto people who are ignorant and all that, and then they raise you up so that it at some point the leader of that McDonald's used to be one of those poor people who don't know how to talk to people, and they just hiring other people just like them, and the whole McDonald's is just crazy because the manager used to be that same ignorant little girl who was ignorant to everybody who comes to the joint, who come up to the counter. So the management structure is horrible in these areas because they just promoting people who was bad at management, who was who had poor character in the first place. The management got poor character, and now the manager be having a bonnet on inside of the joint.
I totally disagree.
I disagree. I think they hire
And-
people
and
that's going
can
to
I-
show
can I
up
get this
and they
in?
don't
'Cause
care
I'm
and they
gonna
have a
let
high
y'all
turnover rate.
Y'all young people have this. All right. I happen to have
OG, we
a
can't.
patient.
Your mic's low, OG.
Okay.
OG, your mic's low.
Can I?
Yeah, turn up the
all right.
volume.
All right, hold on just a second and
Hang on.
put my Jesus mic on in a minute. All right. You can go ahead, young lady, while I'm trying to adjust my mic. But Hank, I'm getting back with you because you don't say some BS up here twice, and I need to talk to you for a second.
God is so good for ruining your microphone. God knew what he was doing when he messed up your mic.
Thank you.
But Hank, I agree with you though. It does start at home.
So you trying to blame my mama for my failures? Hey man,
Absolutely.
drop your location, fam. Drop your
I blame your
location because
daddy.
I ain't gonna keep dealing with this
I ain't gonna
disrespect.
blame your mama. She's a woman.
You blame your daddy, not your mama.
Yeah, your mama's a woman. Your daddy.
King Beans, read the back chat.
Wait.
Jay Prince, what up?
Well, OG Speed, you ready or you still need time?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me now?
Oh God.
Turn your mic down, bro.
We can hear you.
All right. I just want to make sure my Jesus mic
it's
works.
perfect, man. We want
It's
to
perfect.
hear him. Yeah.
All right. So right now I can get a lady on the phone who owns 7 McDonald's right here in California, and that's been a myth. I think some of y'all brothers need to go read. See, I've been dealing with this ever since the 90s. I've been in California, so the sister was totally correct. And we had been trying to let people know what was going to happen all over the United States. This was the trial factor right here. And so if y'all have never heard of Dr. Claude Anderson, he wrote a book called
OG, can you turn your mic up just a tad bit? Just a tad bit.
Why?
Well, I want to give him the opportunity to be heard.
Beans,
Listen better.
Beans, I understand you want show at Apollo right about now, but we go
listen. We can hear you. I don't know why he keeps saying that. You don't need to be loud.
Okay. So again, you are totally correct when you tell your sons and daughters to go to school and get an education, and then you fall in one of these places, then everybody at the counter that you got to play tic-tac-toe with numbers because they can't read in English or speak in English. So what do your kid think about that when you tell them what they need to do? And then I think, I can't tell this story because I don't want to be long-winded, but I took 2 young men way back in 1992, gave them button-down shirts, slacks, shoes, everything. And I betted them that I could get them a job. These kids had no criminal record or anything. Didn't even get a call back for 6 months, so I end up had to invest in these kids and make them start their own clothes wear in California. Now these guys are successful now due to the fact is I showed them that even though somebody closed them doors for you, that you can go out there and you can make your own. But that can't be everyone. We're talking about equality. And what we're talking about now is I really don't even like to talk about it over the internet because this is not our fight, people. These people was not worrying about us when they was getting their employment. They were not worrying about when they were using our emergency room like a damn doctor's office. They wasn't worrying about us when they was going down and getting line in for the social service. So let's just stick with the real. This came from California when we start giving out license to undocumented people in this country. That has to be recognized in every 50 states and 2 commonwealths in the United States. So this was already predicted. Go back and read the books, Dr. Claude Anderson, and you'll see where you're living at right now. When they was talking about it was 2 million illegal people here in California in 1990, it was 9 million. And they take the kids, 3 kids for each. Who them children you think was moved out of the seats in them classrooms? This is a race. You got to understand the uniform that you wear. And what team you play for. You don't get to play for the Lakers and then go put on the Clippers uniform at halftime and play for them. Let's be real.
Can I ask a question? First off, DJ L, I think the only reason why you seen those little boys working and stuff and doing all the right things, because you fairly attractive. We tends to do that. I remember when I was a little boy, you'd have came around, I would pretend like I worked every day and do the right thing. Let's put stuff in proper context. They only did nice stuff around you because they thought you was attractive, want to be around you, and all this other type of junk. And you know it. You know when you go around niggas and you like attractive piece. That's why you smirking. You attractive piece around niggas, and when you go around niggas, they gonna put on a different face around you.
I'm never around niggas.
If you was looking kind of ugly, right?
Sorry,
so that's
I'm never around niggas.
I want to ask y'all a question though. Well, I'm gonna make a statement. I think the younger generation of black men are more braver than every black man that than the majority of black men who have been in America.
Watch yourself, Jay Prince. Watch
I
yourself.
understand. The reason why I say that is, okay, like the young black men, they don't like working, right? And I agree with them. In fact, a lot of us in our age group, we used to complain about the type of stuff, but we didn't have the balls to act on what we believed in. They do. I don't see no purpose in working. Everybody that I knew been working. They work for when they first started working at 16, 10 years later, 20 years later, down to go on my Amazon package. Open the door from Amazon.
There's somebody working.
10 years later, 20 years later, they still working.
A black job. A black job.
You don't like that,
I know a guy, right? I was his second wife, person that she ever been with outside of him. And he worked for 40 years. And once they laid him off, he went to a nursing home. He lost his mind because that's all he knows is his job. Lost his mind and everything. And eventually he ended up dying from all that stress. Right? So I don't see no benefits in really working. Only thing working is a Band-Aid. Now I can see if I can see black men working for other black companies to help establish and build the companies for blacks, so we can benefit from it. Don't do us no justice to go up there and work for other people that we don't get no type of return on. Yeah, you can maintain a lifestyle. It's like getting cut and having a Band-Aid, but I don't think that working a job for long periods of time, even for a black man, it don't really do you no good. So shout out to them young niggas that said, fuck them jobs. I'm going to get my money. I'm going to get it by any means necessary. And what they found was the internet. Majority of these young black men, right, they making more money than all the old us niggas don't got half of the money that these young niggas got because of the internet. They entertaining, they funny, they woo out the band, right? They got a lot of different talents. So a lot of them don't see no purpose going work for a white man. I don't care how much they paying.
Well, Jay, can you clarify your point? Can you clarify your stance? And when I say this, I mean, because you said a couple things. So do you believe that working for someone is corny? What was the word you used? Working for
it's pointless. I think that work, especially for a black man to work for a white man, the usual, because y'all, it is corny, right? And I want to say this before I'm gonna land it with this. Y'all told us that education brings power. Education is power. That's what y'all told us. Okay, the white man and the black man, how long we have been going to school, getting education? It seems to me, education for a white person, right, a white man, is almost like education for them is like relieving traditional power, upkeeping traditional power, and they benefit from that education, right? So the power for them, the education for them brings them power. The education for black men, it keeping them acting like the white man's whore. Because I truly believe the black man going to a white man and receiving the white man's education is no different from a hoe receiving a pimp's dick, right? So every black man that I know that's educated, they still at the bottom. They still don't have power. They still is submissive to the white man. All of that education that y'all said that brought power, and I don't see too many black men who have a large amount of education. To me, I look at them like a butler, right? It ain't doing nothing for them. It didn't do nothing. So why continue to teach young black men? Okay, I see the time. Why continue?
I don't want you to keep going as long as you want to. I just want to point out the hypocrisy.
JP, we got a 2-minute time limit, man, and you exceeded that.
No, we
about
don't.
a minute and a half.
My bad.
Land that plane, Jay. Land that plane.
I just believe, why continue to teach black men to constantly do stuff?
No, just because we said we got 2 minutes time limit, your timer don't stop just because you was quiet for a couple seconds.
Yeah, but
Come on, man.
but see, the thing is, he was talking. He was talking, and then somebody else asked him a question.
DJ, DJ. Did you not hear JR said we're gonna give each other a 2-minute time limit so we can pass the mic around? We got to follow the rules, man.
I did hear that, but he was answering a question.
So we got to enforce the rules, man.
My own business.
Do we think everybody can be a boss? How many people on this panel think everybody can be a boss?
That's why we got the black male.
No, I'm just asking the question.
I don't think everyone can be a boss. I think anyone can be a boss.
I think the nerds black men should be the workers. I think the Pookie niggas should be the boss. Because Pookies and hood niggas and drug dealers and inmates, they don't want got the courage to stand up for what they believe in and the balls to be who they want to be. Nerds gonna do what they can. They conform.
All right, shout out to the nerds and the degenerates. Shout out to them.
They gonna follow like a
Willie, did you want to say something, brother? Hey, Prince.
I was asking Jay Prince. I was asking everybody everyone that question.
But he's not gonna pass the mic. That's the problem with him. He gets on it.
Yeah, get your ass over there and work on that food truck so you can become that boss.
I bought this for my food
truck. Hopefully you wash your hands with it. Shout out to your food truck. Willie, you got something to say, brother?
Willie.
OG asked, could everybody be a boss? And I said no, but anybody can be a boss. Everybody can't, but anybody can. So I don't know where I never understand where that question is coming from.
It comes from because if everybody's a boss, where you go get your workers from?
Yeah, but that's okay. But I mean, that's kind of.
I'm just asking that. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, okay, so no, but anybody can be a boss, but everybody can't be one.
Okay, so
the answer too.
What
is being a boss is part of leadership?
Leadership is part of being a boss.
Yes. Okay. So we know as well as everybody else know that everyone that we come in contact with would not make a great leader. And wouldn't be able to bring that leadership quality to even to be a supervisor or a boss because they don't have it. So we got to be realistic when we start having these conversations. And that's why I do disagree with you on that, Jay Prince, that work is part of human experience. It's part of human experience, regardless of where you get it from. It's part of human experience, brother.
I get that. I never denied
that. That's his belief. OG, you know how they go. That's his belief.
Just JSP, when you working, it should be like building something, right? When we go to work, we building everybody else's platform, everybody else's pyramid, but ours. So, and again, I think the good black man that goes to school and receiving the education, I think they should be the ones that's working. And I think the niggas that's willing to go to prison to stand up for me, I think they should be the bosses. I think the black men, the niggas, is the real bosses of the black community.
Okay, so Jay Prince, just one more question. Hey, I got one more question. No, man. Not a question. Okay, not a question to him then. Then, if we go by that logic that he just said, that means that the Latino community could not have built the wealth that they have built. They could not have came together and got this ton of real estate in California today. Got these businesses in California today because all these people started off working for somebody. That's all I'm saying is when are we gonna say that we gonna have to have a starting place and build from there? When are we gonna have think tanks to come together and build from there?
Yeah, I don't think the group of people agree with Jay Prince on that. Like I believe that everybody should start at the bottom. Well, everybody not gonna start at the bottom. And to answer your question, I think that
white people didn't.
I don't think that everybody can be a boss, but I think that a lot more people can be a boss than y'all think. And I do believe that you start at not everybody won't start at the bottom, but I do believe in general it's good to start at the bottom and soak up all of the information and learn everything that you can. And that's how you start. Like you start busting tables, then you start waiting tables, then you might become the manager. Start managing something. Then you might manage the whole restaurant. Then you might be like, you might get in the business with the owner because he like you so much and he like your work ethic and he like that you forward thinking. You might be like, yo, I got another restaurant over here. Can you control all of these restaurants? And then you get your own restaurant. So you learn from the bottom up in any industry that you do. If you sell clothes, you start off on a heat press, right? You start making your little t-shirts or whatever. Then you start getting some sales. Eventually, you the demand, you need a factory. Eventually you might have your own factory.
Can you mute your
JP,
mic if you're not
I ask you a
talking?
question real
no,
dope?
JP, no.
Yes, you can.
I
Can I
think
ask you a question?
Go ahead, Bean. No, not
I just
yet.
want to
Go
quickly
ahead,
ask
Bean.
him a question before he get off that
No.
point.
Come on, JP, come on, man. We
you
trying to
gotta
get it
hold
right.
on, bro.
So real
Go ahead,
quick,
Bean.
It's not gonna be no
JP,
long
it's not
thing.
gonna
Real
be
quick.
quick. It's not gonna be quick. JP, you make a statement, then you ask a question, and it's a long
No,
statement.
this
Come on,
will be a
JP.
quick question.
No,
So
JP, no means no, JP. Go ahead, Beans.
Well, I'm a risk taker. So,
man, JP, don't do
Just
all
let him
that,
get
man.
it
Don't
out.
come over. This ain't the Black House. Come on, brother. Let's do something different over here. Go ahead, brother Beans.
man, y'all been over talking all day though.
Well,
Ask me in the chat then.
I know, man.
First of all, I just want to say to DJ, I respect your position, even though I feel like I lost on some colorism shit. But I do say that I think, to me, it's problematic, again, because we don't like to consider context. People like to make statements without context. If you include the context, I think you can get to the point, and you don't necessarily have to say that it's victim or any of this other shit. It just is what it is. When I look at the BLS statistics, which I look at often, I follow them quarterly, right? Which is why I can quote them, because I'm usually having debates with the Black conservative base, the most bigoted, racist people on the planet. And if I'm saying Black men are making $52,800 in the last quarter, and Black women was making like 51 and some change, maybe 51.2 or something like that, I'm saying, why are we running around with this narrative that Black people ain't doing nothing, that they ain't getting no money, they ain't winning, they losing? It's like, no, where we lacking at is families. If we just shored up the family part, we'd be doing a whole lot more winning. So outside of that, I think we doing pretty good. That's what made me want to hit the link in the first place, was because somebody, I don't know who it was, Real Dope Daddy, said that all Black people on the bottom. And I just hate that narrative because it's not true.
The truth.
It is true.
But it
Black
ain't
people
true.
are absolutely on the bottom.
So,
Black women.
But it ain't
let him
true,
finish.
though.
Okay. One at a time, please.
No. Everybody gets to cut me out, Pink. I understand how to work. I understand how.
Come on. No, we got you. You good. Go ahead and finish.
But so here's the thing. If you say that Black people are on the bottom, then that means you have to show me the numbers. And when I show you the numbers and it says that Black people ain't on the bottom, you know what they're gonna say? Well, that's just one up under them. It doesn't matter. It's still they not on the bottom. Like, and
let them finish.
They're not citizens.
It's okay. Let them be sensitive.
Real, just let them finish. Let them finish.
Yeah, let them be sensitive. It's proving the point that these Black conservatives just can't stand the fact that they're wrong. We not on the bottom. It is what it is. Even if it's just one demographic lower than us, they exist, right? And not to mention, the only problem, if you shored up relationships and marriage and family, then we would absolutely be doing better according per household, right? So I just hate this narrative, bro. We got to stop pretending like Black people just trash or whatever, because it's not the truth.
So you just literally, right? You took the fact that we're one above the bottom,
which is not the bottom, which means when you said it, it was a lie.
I get it, right? And you didn't even have to show us statistics for us to say like, oh yeah, it's Mexicans, we're right above the bottom. We already knew this. We already knew the facts, right?
Right. So why did you say we were at the bottom?
I got you. So you use that to prove that a technicality of like, oh, you're one above the notch, and you use that to discredit the sentiment that we're just about at the bottom.
Yo, white, Asian, Black, Hispanic.
It's Asian.
We got
white,
more than that. I
Black,
count more than that. I count
No,
Nigerians. We're Black Americans.
Right.
I count Nigerians. I count all of them people.
Well, I don't. But I'm just saying. All I'm saying is this. Here's the demographics in America: white, Asian, Black, Hispanic. So
those are the races, not the demographics.
If we're not, that's only 4. So
that's not
we're
the right
not at the, here's my question to you, brother, and I know you're not gonna answer it because you're a conservative douchebag. If we're not at the bottom, why say it?
We are at the bottom.
But you just admitted that we're not.
Hold on. Let me listen, because your definition, you're saying at the very bottom, right? At the very bottom
means
not necessarily. If where are we then? Are we in the middle? We at the top? We at the bottom? Where are we?
Yeah, we're in the middle.
No, we not.
This nigga.
We literally are in the middle. Wait, hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah, so it goes. If
Real
I could share for a second.
Hold on, real quick, 1 second. So Willie, you said Asians are at the top.
They earn the most. They have the highest median weekly income in America.
Absolutely. Do they have the most money in America? Yes or no?
That's not what the argument was.
I'm asking you a different question. Do they have the most money in America? Yes or no?
No, they of course.
Okay, so they ain't at the top.
That's all right,
top
bro.
of what? What's the metric?
See, now it's at the top of what?
What's the metric? You're moving the goalpost.
Just moved the goalpost,
the metric is money.
No, it's not. The metric was who earns what their earning potential, meaning what they earn currently was.
No, the issue is
household income.
It's household income. Asians win.
See, you want to choose the metric that you know black people lose in, so that you can say
no, that's the metric I was talking about. Hold on. What metric do black people win in? What metric are black people at a different position in?
If you in income, we're not at the bottom in median income.
Where are we?
Okay, so listen, is it about median income? About saying household wealth? Which one? Pick one. Pick.
That's the point.
Pick a lane.
No, where are we in median income?
That's you just trying to deflect. Is it about median income or is it about household wealth?
You're picking.
Is it about median income or is it about household wealth?
That you can say
it's a simple yes or no question. Pick one. You got option two. You got option A and B. Is it about median income or is it about household wealth? Because as I said, if it's about median income, Asians are winning. If it's about household wealth, white people are winning. But if it's about household wealth, black people are definitely last. If we're talking about that one,
right? So wait. Thank you.
We're not. We're third from last.
Thank you. I get you get privileged because you light skinned, but thank you for
making. I don't get privileged because I'm light skinned.
So let me finish my statement.
I've done my enough.
What I'm saying is this: what you just proved is, if you
earn money, know what I'm talking about.
If
you talking to somebody that can read above a 6th grade level, so all you have to do is have that ability to read these stats. You just making up shit now.
No, he's conflating words now. He just heard you say last, which we all know what last mean, and he's going to conflate last with the bottom.
I cut off my camera so y'all can see my real color.
I'm about to move it on. So Devin, go ahead, bro. What's your thought?
Bro, I don't know what this is about, but
you guys, can we have one mic, please?
Like, I'm not gonna, like, that's crazy, bro. If we arguing, then
we gotta move it around.
No, he mutes the first who don't make sense.
I didn't
Bro, you're the one not making sense.
You've been talking for about 4 minutes.
Specific topic to say we're at the bottom of, and we're not.
We're
right.
That's my point. So,
if you say
right now, we still going in this circle. We're not going. Neither one of them gonna move on this.
King, can you please?
Third and fourth place is still last. I don't know why y'all want to argue about third and fourth place instead of first and second.
Can we move around the room, please? Does anybody else have anything to add to the lowest or
first
highest
thing that
earners?
Jay said that made sense? So thank you. I appreciate you, champ. If you still in 4th and 5th place, you're not on the podium.
See what I mean? How he's not getting muted? It's goofy.
Mr.
Shit.
B. Devin B.
I don't think nobody got muted, but
can I
go ahead, Devin.
Question before we move forward or not?
KP, we trying to give everybody the opportunity to answer. Then you can come back and say what you need to say. Devin, you got anything to say on this, brother?
Yeah, no, I think the issue is because one, we had a conversation earlier where you're talking about white people out, the population is 5-1. So then our understanding of this is we're talking about like within the household and stuff like that. And I just think the issue is you're bouncing your focus around, which is at where you ever see it's convenient. And I think that's the biggest issue, Beans, is like you're straddling the fence and you're not taking a stand so we can nail down what the actual issue is. And I think that's very disingenuous. But ultimately, what I think we ultimately are towards the bottom. And if you want to say the Mexicans are low, but at the same time they are there because they just got here. Black people have been in America for how long? And the length of time they stayed where they are to where they end up being is significantly faster than the black community.
Are you insane?
No, I'm not insane. So,
did you just say Mexicans just got here?
Like the people who get here and actually just like migrated here, those are the people I'm talking about.
I think
Do
ultimately
you understand
JP
that?
and
Right
Real
here.
Dope
Wait,
had
just
a
hold on
good
real quick,
point.
y'all, because I'm gonna get out of it because I ain't finna keep tolerating the disrespect, bro.
Hold on, let
This
him
is the
finish.
problem, Devin.
What do you mean the disrespect? You're the one over here talking
I'm
about.
gonna show you how if you let me speak.
No,
Before I
you don't let
muted
nobody else
again,
speak.
right?
You've been talking too
Guys,
much. Maybe you
Literally,
should
I've been
listen
eating
more.
my food. I went off camera and everything, so you're lying.
No,
Here's what happened.
You
The
just spoke
brother
for like
said
4
that
minutes
black
straight.
people are on the bottom. That's what he said, right? Here's the metric that he's using. He's using median income. You know why we know he's using that? Because he's saying Asians are at the top, right? So when it comes to median income, yes, Asian households and Asian people out earn white people. According to that metric, we're not at the bottom.
You
It's
give us the metric,
simple, right? You see how
Give
he
us the
won't
new
be
one.
quiet and let me talk? That's what I'm talking about. But I'm expected to be quiet, and I'm
No,
getting
the
you.
issue
I thought,
is
James,
So
I thought you was answering Hold on, I thought you was
now
answering Devin's question.
I'm
Are
responding
you
to
answering
Devin
Devin's
right
question?
now. I'm responding to
Okay.
Devin right now. I'm trying to explain to him. He's saying what I'm doing. I'm telling you I'm not. If they're using median income, which we know they are because they're arguing that Asians are at the top, that means we're not at the bottom. Hispanics would be at the bottom. We're not there. It's that simple. So why would you want to use the rhetoric, use the phrasing that we're at the bottom when we're not? It doesn't make any sense to do
We
it.
are
We're
at the
not,
bottom.
right?
We're not last.
Okay.
We're at the
you
bottom.
sound like you're okay with mediocrity, and that if we're talking about the overall sentiment of the black community, why would you argue that? We're talking about we're not doing as good as we should be. That's the conversation. Stop being like talking with some semantics so we can move on with the subject of why we are where we are. We're not at the top. We're not even at the top half. So why are we at the lower bottom half? Like
I think
stop.
Beans has a point, JP has a point,
Okay, so
and
hold
Real
on,
Dope
hold
has a
on,
point.
OTC. We're gonna go to you next. So Beans, you gonna answer him and then we're gonna go to OTC.
This shit is, bro.
Y'all
At the
gonna
end of
respond
the
to
day,
him?
this is dumb, bro. And here's the thing: what I don't like, because they're black conservatives, and I understand that, and I ain't gonna be able to get to debate them fairly here on this platform. The fact of the matter is I like to speak about things matter of factly the way that they really are, right? So if there is a place where I believe black people are at the bottom on, let's say, being faithful, right? Black men seem to have a problem with keeping their penises to themselves. So on my platform and platforms where they allow the truth at, you know what I say? Black men need to keep their penises in their pantses and start being more exclusive in their relationships if they agree to that. We are in the bottom when it comes to that. When you look at the see how you won't be quiet? Nobody gets divorced.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
Nobody gets divorced. Right. Everybody else get 2 minutes. I get 30 seconds. Nobody gets divorced more than we do. So we're at the bottom there. So on my platform, I acknowledge we're at the bottom there. We're not at the bottom when it comes to money. Millionaires in this country, it's white people. And do you know who's number 2 on that list? Take a fucking wild guess. Black people. So you can kiss my ass with this narrative about we at the bottom. We're just not. And the only reason why y'all want to say that, because in this country, anti-blackness is okay. You can get away with it. Nobody ain't gonna correct you, but not in my presence. I'm gonna correct you every time because you're wrong and you're lying. Period.
All right, shout out to blackness. OTC, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think everybody got a. I think JP hit on something, Real Dope hit on something, and Beans hit on something. I want to attack them one at a time. So, what Real Dope said is you can't be an effective boss unless you in the lower levels of a job, and I agree with that. You can't really manage people in a field that you don't understand what it's like on a lower level. And I agree with Beans saying that black people are not at the bottom. We do have some black people in position in industry. Even in politics, not we don't hold no majority. And where this all ties together is what JP was saying, the nerds versus the gangsters thing. I think that the half of the community of black people that are elevating they may have that experience and that knowledge to communicate and lead, but they don't have the gangster or the pookie side to be able to fight for black people in that instance. So when they meet pushback and able to, try to bring some people along with them, they usually fall in line with it. I think what JP was saying is like a pookie or a gangster, even in the workplace, they're gonna say, hey, this isn't, I want my workers to be paid fairly. I want them to have days off, things like that, things that regularly affect average people not getting promotions, not getting adequate days off. All these things tie in together, and that's all I wanted to add.
All right, right on to you, buddy. Luis, go ahead, brother.
Nah, I'll yield my mic and I'll give it to one of the other brothers who haven't gotten an opportunity to speak.
All right, everybody went. JP, I know you was trying to fight in there to get a question off. What's up, man?
Oh, it's just gonna be just a 30-second question or what? I can't really speak.
Not JP. Come on, man. Just ask your question, dog.
So, to real dope, I wanted to ask because you said to follow, the dude, even the follow at the bottom and stuff to learn and stuff. Well, judging by the people that's at the top, they did not do that. Whites, Asians, especially whites, they getting handed down traditional power. They getting traditional wealth, right? They didn't start at a lot of them. You might got a few, but the ones that's really running the show, the CEOs and the executives, they did not start at no bottom. Yeah, you can pull a handful of white men, right? That probably have, but the majority of every job that I done worked at throughout my 23 years of working, the CEOs and stuff, first off, you never get the chance to meet them. If you do meet the boss that they place in charge because they just that big, they didn't start working in those assembly line. They didn't start at those assembly lines always have been predicated for niggas or Mexicans. The two main people that Beans keep trying to fight over, right? The Mexicans and the blacks fighting for the bottom, fighting for the bottom positions, right? So to OTC thing, what he referencing me, I think that black niggas created their own pyramid. All this to me is pyramids. Niggas created their own pyramid, meaning that their pyramids rap, music, movies, ghetto movies, and stuff like that, where the black nerds, they are designed to be an employee, right? Because although they had went to school and got degrees and all this other type of although they have went to school and got degrees and all this other type of stuff, but they don't have no creation and they don't have that girth to like take charge. A king, a true king, is heartless, is brave, is courage. I don't see that in no nerd. I see that in the street niggas. I mean, in the street guys. Street guys are the ones that's brave in the black community. They are the ones that exhibit some sort of masculinity. To be brave enough to stand on the corner knowing either you're going to die or go to prison for the rest of your life and you still brave enough to do it to feed your family, a black nerd would have never did it. Right? So,
Okay,
yes.
Luis,
Shout out to
Luis,
you, JP.
Luis had a question.
JP, there was not a question in there. You said you had a question. You just made another goddamn statement, man.
Yeah,
go ahead, Luis.
Y'all don't y'all only give me a minute to speak.
Dude, you just had a whole 2 minutes. Come on, brother. Go ahead, Luis.
I give everybody 2 minutes.
Okay, shout out to you, JP.
Y'all want to talk about nothing? No way.
Go ahead, Luis.
Luis, you on mute, man. You on mute, man. Start talking before this dude starts talking again.
Why do you believe that it's only the street dude? Like, first and foremost, I don't even believe any of that shit. Like, I think there are people who are built to be leaders, and I think there are people who are built to be followers, right? Not necessarily followers, but also soldiers to play their position and role. Why do we create this hierarchy of like these people are better than these people and create like there's nothing in between, right? And why do you use the example of like street people? Like, if that's the model example that we could go to.
That's Louise. I could gladly answer that. America became great not because they were the nice guys. America became great because they was gangsters. The American military is gangsters. They don't replicate the nerd persona. Gangsters keep stuff in leading. Look at Trump, a gangster. right? So all that nice stuff it don't get you nowhere. Why? Just like, okay, we had, if you want to bring up when we had the when black folks had all of those businesses and stuff like that, what was that called again? Black Wall Street. They was the nice guys, right? And look at it. Got their stuff snatched. So if you want to build something and maintain it, I don't care what you get into. You got to first establish your gangster first before you get into anything. Because if you don't, and another man see you wealthy, they gonna come in and get that. And you ain't gonna do nothing about it, and you gonna become their worker. Pigs.
Okay,
So,
go ahead, Devin.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna try to clean up for a little bit, and ultimately I give an example to it. My last job, I work for myself now, but my last job I was a software developer at Amazon. So I did that, and then I've also just been in the community of tech for a minute. The biggest thing I can take to his is that people who are in software development, they're all nerds. That's all they do. That's all they know. But when it came to creating a product, they are suck at creating product ideas and leading a team to actually round out the idea. So I think to his point, when you have a whole bunch of people who are specialists at what they do, it's hard for them to actually have an outward view to the whole game plan or the thing that they're trying to create for it to be successful, because they're only good at what they're specifically like good at doing, which is like, writing an app, creating an app or something to that effect. So I don't know if that saves this point or not, but I think if I put it into like a more real world terms, I think more people could see or understand. That's where I would see it as, where somebody who isn't so ingrained into that specific thing that they do, that they can see what everybody else is doing and figure out how they can put it together and make it work. That's all.
So who are currently the gangsters that are leading this next generation into the promised land?
It's gonna always be the street guys. And again, look at America. Look at America.
No, I need you to give me specific, concrete example of the people who you feel are trailblazing the path forward for this current generation moving on forward. Who are they? What do they look like? What do they represent?
They look like the white man's policemen, right? That's one. The white man's military. They look like the Asian man gang. That they establish a threat. They have to establish that they're a threat if you bother them. So you have to become a threat before you get to build wealth. Hold on, what's all this punk ass shit y'all doing though? Stop acting like punks. That's what y'all hoes today though. I'm not the one hoe. You niggas is hoes. Come up on this bitch talking about nothing. That don't relate
what are
to
you
nobody.
talking about, JP?
Yeah,
JP, what are you talking about?
Like a female.
No, JP, I think you
Ain't
heard
nobody
somebody.
saying nothing, JP.
You heard somebody make.
Every time I speak, you got
No, JP.
branches and shit.
No, JP, you heard somebody make a sound, but that wasn't like to you. That was just like if somebody was coughing.
No,
but it wasn't.
You're not actually answering his question.
My fault, Dan. All I'm saying is, Louise,
is your fucking medicine nut, no?
All I'm saying is, Louise, that you have to start something. You have to become, when you look at America, America is not great because they was human. They had all this humanity and they was all this peaceful. Y'all love America. The reason why y'all love America and willing to go risk your life in the military, why? Because America say, ooh, this country got that. I need to go get that to bring that over here. I need to go to this country to get that oil and bring it over here. I need to go get that gold. And those other countries want to just say, here, America. No, America had to go wild. They had to go steal.
JP, do you consider yourself a gangster as what you talk about, what you describe it? Do you consider yourself a gangster?
Yeah. Yes, my heart is way more on the gangster side than you nice niggas.
Okay, so JP, did you just see what you just demonstrated a second ago? You have no self-control. And you thought since somebody was, I guess, made a moan or groan, you just started to go on. So now you think, hold on, let me finish my question. Let me finish my question. So now you think you're gonna lead somebody, and that's how you're gonna act. So what if your gangster little gangstlings, they don't follow your direction? Are you gonna just act like that and respond like that? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that the type of leadership you're gonna show your little ganglings?
You
well, let me finish answering my
question.
Yeah. As soon as I get finished, as soon as I finish answering the question. So is that how you think, as a leader of the little ganglings, you think that's how you're supposed to act and carry yourself?
Absolutely. It's no different from American law. It's no different from American law. Either you're going to follow the program, or here's a list of consequences, depends on the severity of you not following the proper instructions. And if you go too far, that's when you're going to get police brutality, or you're going to get left in dungeons. Every leader must establish a consequence behind it. That's the only time you're going to maintain. See, this is what I'm saying.
So
Niggas can't be because y'all do right.
So Jay Prince.
I think
It's
with
hard.
JP,
And they rule with a rule fist. Just look at America that we live in. I don't understand how y'all don't be peeping the game. But you don't peep it that way because you don't have that type of mindset. Your mindset has been so used to complying, and since you never lived a life of, going against the grain and breaking the rules, you never experienced what it looks like on the other end. I've been arrested 36 times, so I'm going to violate. I've been violating rules. I know what that looks like.
JP is addressing how business is operated. I think that he making a great point because it's a street mentality and a book mentality is two different things. A lot of book people, right? They attack in different ways. So since they're not direct, a lot of them are passive aggressive. And how that transports in the workplace is a lot of these passive aggressive people that don't want to fight, they'll talk trash about people, they'll start rumors, and they'll attack their finances. Whereas a person that's from the streets, they want to beat you up, but at least you'll keep your job. So I think that's what he's really trying to hit at. It's a difference in management and how you operate. And I think you need both, not necessarily you need one or the other. You actually need both to fully get, the most results.
OTC, can I ask you a
let me
question?
say something
OTC?
real fast.
I got something real good I can slide in there. Go ahead.
No, it can't get no better than what we already heard, brother. I promise you that. So the fact that we are using gangsters and all that as a way of describing people who are, I guess, what you consider real men or stand-up type dudes is crazy to me. Then we wonder why certain individual groups and why we at where we at, whether we on the bottom, second from the bottom, or even in the middle, and we can't be on top because we use references like this in order to describe men who are about their goddamn business. We call them
the white
gangsters.
man's the greatest gangster.
We call them thuglings, and we think that's okay. No, dog, that's not okay. I would never encourage any young man to go out there, be gangster and do all these things and think you that type of dude. No, you're not. You sound like a weak motherfucking person who can't do nothing for the goddamn self. You can't stand on your own, so I gotta go out and take some shit instead of working to get my own shit. That sounds like
that's the American.
No, I agree with you.
Let me finish. I don't cut y'all off. That sound like weak motherfucking men to me. And that's why all them motherfuckers you talking about gangsters, right? Where they need to be. They either dead in the jail. Let them all die.
And all the women love them.
Mute your mic if you're not talking.
I think I wanted to say something. I think I was cut off, but I'm not gangster enough to do anything about it. But anyway, here I am, 4 years from being 70-something years old, and people talk about leadership. I've been on this internet for about 15 years, and I can give you small numbers of people asking me how I did it. It ain't genetics. My mom had 18 kids, and hell, all of them are dead except 2. So it ain't genetics. But that just shows you about leadership, and that shows you about people who are willing to follow. A great leader is not born. It's learned. It's learned behavior. So, JP and OTC, what I wanted to say about what y'all was talking about, both of them y'all talking about are designs. If you have never read any FBI papers, you'll understand there are certain designs of pushing people in one area. They say all great leaders should come from the black community, should be entertainers or athletes. There's a reason why they designed that way. All right, so when somebody beat you down so badly that you have to start believing that gangsters is your way out. See, Malcolm X was a gangster before he came into knowledge. He was a hell of a lot better teacher once he came into knowledge versus when he was a gangster. So we gotta be, we really gotta be start thinking and using our think tank when we start saying things, because it might sound good just coming out. And Jay Prince, you got a little beady eyes like me, and then my father told me don't trust people with little beady eyes. But I'm gonna say this anyway. Jay Prince, you're gonna have to start calling me more before you start putting stuff like that out there, bro. That's very dangerous. That's very dangerous to the young men who might be listening to you or might like you. I can show you papers where the FBI came up with this whole plan that you are talking about. And that's why I say these two designs y'all talking about, knowledge and education is two different things, brother. And so when we start to understand that, there's a blueprint for both of them things you're talking about. But you got to understand what you're talking about really when you start talking about gangsters in our community. When you start talking about rappers who degrade our community. When you start talking about entertainers who degrade our community. You got to be very careful how you say things like that, brother.
Jay, speak. Hold on, real quick, Jay Prince. Real quick. I know, Jay Prince. I just want to get it out the way, and I'm done. I swear. Hink and Jay Speed. Let's say that I 100% agree with y'all. Here's my question, audience. I want y'all to pay attention to how this question is about to get deflected. Let's say I 100% agree with y'all. Earlier, Real Dope Daddy said when we were talking about particular industries and people trying to take over industries that are already monopolized, that you should just have an expectation that somebody might do something to you, right? That's gangsterism. Can we just agree really quickly? Yes. Okay. Yes. So why didn't you, J Speed wasn't here, but Hink, you were. Why didn't you say at that point in time, you know what? Nah, that's crazy. That's ignorant. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's all this other stuff when he was talking about the gangsterism of corporations mostly led by white people.
So I don't know. I must have heard him or something, because I definitely would have said something about that bullshit.
I think it all ties together, because if we really gonna go off history, ain't no empire ever been created by education. Ain't no empire ever been created by knowledge. All right, it was created by force. I think both of these things are necessary, right? And the issue is, life is much more comfortable now, so people are less willing to fight, right, for what they believe. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
So are you saying that the application? Wait a minute, I think the question was asked to me because I wasn't here. But,
I want to respond to you, OG.
As everybody know, I'm Fruit, Nation of Islam. I seen the power. I seen how power is. I seen where we are even taught not to be aggressive one, but we aggressive upon, we would fight to death. So I understand the stories, and I understand what you might be looking in front of you. And what I'm trying to say to that is, I prefer to have Malcolm after
JP,
the knowledge of the Nation of Islam than to have the Malcolm before. That's just me. And I don't know what what you question you really ask, because I'm a D student, and so it's Sunday, and I went to night school, so it's daytime. So you probably have to break it down a little bit better for me, because I won't deflect from your. Nobody can tell me in the history of me being on the internet I will deflect from anything.
He said
if you ask me the question and you give me clarification, I can answer.
He said you were not here.
Yeah, you weren't here, Jay Speed.
Okay, thank you.
So all I want to say, Jay Speed, would you consider black men of today are very knowledgeable and educated people for the most part than they was when they couldn't read and all the other stuff?
No.
So I'm saying black people in general, so they dumb.
No, I didn't say that.
Are they knowledgeable?
Yes, in miseducation. And you have wait a minute. You have explained a lot of that on your talking points.
Which I agree, but I'm saying they going off the education that they was informed, indoctrinated with, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still at the bottom.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Then we'll go further. Wait a minute. I want to go to your point because you can get long-winded like me. All right. There's a difference between knowledge and education. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you depend on your enemies educating your children, your education starts in your home, brother.
Yeah. Right.
Way before you get to that classroom. So let's stop with the bullshit.
Right.
That
So I
blames
get
parents.
So
that goes back to parents.
I'm not trying. I don't want to hop on that, but what I'm saying is, black people is still at the bottom, not because of they dumb. They still at the bottom because knowledge don't really give you that power. First to establish, right? America, when you look at China, all these other countries, America got its respect not because of knowledge, not because of education, not because they the nicest people on the planet. They got their respect and nobody don't fuck with them because they know they gonna get dealt with.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Wait a minute. We're gonna let you finish. Let's stop right there at each point. Now you're wrong.
So it's okay to be at the
bottom. Wait. Jay Prince, you're wrong. Knowledge is power, but it has to have action behind it. The problem is we soak up knowledge by information that we get from people and we never put action behind it. But other people can take that same knowledge that you get, that your kids sit in that damn classroom, and they can walk out of that classroom and they can take that and use it against you.
I understand that, but I understand that. But what I'm saying is they both need each other. Knowledge in the iron fist. But before you get to use your prosperities of showing your wealth and building all this other type of stuff, you need to, because you got wolves around you. So you need to establish blood and establish a threat. So basically how America is, America got a shield, not because somebody gave them to them. These other countries didn't say we're going to protect America. Because if they left up to them, if America get nice and let their guards down, they're going to come and take it. So what they did first, before they even built all of this wealth, is establish respect, and you get your respect with an iron fist first and foremost.
Okay, let's stop right there.
Police officers.
Let me give you an example. Let's stop right there. Let me give you an example. Since 1930, Elijah Muhammad started the nation of Islam. Tell me how many times have you ever heard of any military or any military or any police stomping down our mosques? How many times in that occasion since 1930 to 2025? And let me give you something else. All right? So, how many times have you heard about the people from Nation of Islam going out there killing somebody? Somebody going out there making wrecking in the neighborhood. You see strong black men who clean themselves up, come in the power of knowledge, and put it to work where you don't have to worry about. See, because this is our problem is. We want what the white man have. But we ain't willing to do what he did to get it. Stop right there. That's to your point. But that ain't the only way you can get things in life, Jay Prince, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. When them brothers got cleaned up, when Malcolm got cleaned up, he seen real power. He seen real power for the first time in his life. Did he have to carry a switchblade or a gun? He seen black men loving each other. He seen black people loving each other, moving forward the direction with a blueprint, how to get there. So my brother, if you let somebody beat you down to become the devils that they are, then they have already won the war.
I think the argument is that Malcolm wouldn't have been as impactful if he wasn't a degenerate first. All right. So the fact that he was on the wrong path and then he took that knowledge and coupled it with the things that he learned when he was astray from the path made him more powerful. And what he's trying, I think what JP is trying to get to is that, you know, when you just go through it the book way and the smart way, you tend to try to find your ways around rules that's not for you instead of just standing staunchly against them and pointing out what's wrong with these rules. And I agree with Unc saying we don't necessarily need to kill. I would hope that we would not have to go to war to
Gotta be
get the
willing to.
things that we need. But if that's has to be on the table, a person that can deal with both of those scenarios is somebody that's been through the fire, that's actually been through something, not somebody that's just book smart, knew how to do things the right way. That person is not going to think through the problems like we need to make this happen. They're going to be like, oh well, how can we work? And the issue is we are not the power. So us trying to come to the table and compromise with people that have more of the power with us, we have to come into it like, no, we deserve this. We have the experience, we have the knowledge, we have the people. We got to come into it like we have that force. And it's like,
I get
Martin
that,
Luther didn't come with that intensity.
but I get that, my brother. But what I'm trying to say to you is, how could you say that in the same breath when other people are coming through that same walk and using it to their advantage and even getting power over you? So what I'm trying to say is, it's how you decipher the information. How do you decipher it and make it work for you? I understand what Jay Prince is trying to say, but I'm saying it's foolish for us to go out there and act as if we want the world to be clean when we're not clean ourselves. And the information that we're saying, that you understand that point, right? If we're not clean ourselves, how we gonna expect we gonna have a clean world?
Yeah.
If we gonna teach, wait, listen. We don't went through the gangsterism, Jay Prince.
No, we did not.
Yes, we did. With the era of crack and all that other stuff, that was the gangsterism.
Y'all are misinterpreting what my
keep
brother
shitting on the nerd part of it. But guess what? Them same nerds are controlling you little degenerate motherfuckers, and they have y'all out there do the dirty work. While y'all out there getting on, they put y'all on the front end. So y'all the front line pride. And they have y'all do the dumb shit. Because they smarter enough to know I ain't got to go out there. Hold on, JP. I ain't got to go out there and do all that dumb shit. I'm gonna let degenerates like OTC and JP go out there and do the dumb shit, sacrifice your life and your family, and do all of that. While I'll sit back and I'll reap the rewards. That's called clown dumb shit. Y'all, you keep calling yourself gangster. You keep calling yourself the heat man out there, but y'all the crash dummies, and they do what we need to do.
We're not saying that violence is the answer. We're saying you need the grit.
I think that
So
we're
let me
misinterpreting.
real quick, real dog. I want to get into this OG speak like 10 seconds. So OG,
let's see.
Here's the difference: the Mexicans and whites, they fought physically. The Native Indians, they fought physically. All these other people fought the white man physically, even though the white man beat them. They still get some type of reparation behind that. You know why? Because they established some respect. When it comes to the black man, they marched. And still to this day, you get no respect.
You talking about third quarter or first quarter? You talking about?
We never easily fought, and so that's why we still getting shot down by cops. We still get mistreated in these job places that y'all telling us to go work at.
So you need to read
like a butler in a homosexual.
Jay Prince. Your history is very limited, brother. If you say the black people never fought, your history is very limited.
Well, besides,
listen what I just said. No, wait. It's just like what Bing said earlier. Y'all say we at the bottom. Wait. Jay Prince. Y'all say we at the bottom, but we're not at the bottom. You say we never fought, but we did fight. Which way are you all gonna have it?
The majority, but okay, my family Gullah Geechees, they physically fought.
We got that history too.
We ain't talking about that. I'm talking about we didn't shed no blood. The white man, we should have been. We were too scared. We were too comfortable, and we was rather to live on our knees we rather live on our backs than to die on our feet.
I say again, your history is very limited.
This is the reason why a lot of black men today, they got the highest self-deletion rates and miserable and stress because you getting punked every day. I don't care how y'all try to dice it.
as a black man, and this is the reason why your woman don't respect you, because she looking at you getting punked, you getting old.
And so the ones who go to jail, these great leaders you talking about, Jay Prince, these great, wait, Jay Prince, these great leaders you keep talking about, who's going to jail and getting real punked. These the ones you want us to follow? The ones that they're in jail who's plaiting hair and painting fingernails and painting toenails in jail. That's the one you really want us to follow? These booty bandits, that's the one you want us to follow?
Bro, he put him up there for a reason, Jay.
Come on, man. Come on now.
All you gotta do is just pay attention.
You talking to fruit here. You talking to fruit here right about now.
All you gotta do is pay attention to all the rules and the laws. Look what they told you. They told you that if your son come in the house, gay or whatever the case, or your son messed up in school, you can't even beat his ass. Because why?
Jay Prince, I can't even tell you what to put in your refrigerator. Stop making these fucking excuses.
The reason why he's
stop making excuses, brother. Wait a minute. Stop. Education starts at home. Education starts at home.
Stop cutting them off. That's why he's putting them up there. You do. No. All I'm saying is, when you, if I was your son in school and I'm messing up in school, you say I'm gonna whoop that ass. But as a kid, I know somebody more powerful than you. So all them teachers gonna ask me, JP, are you getting disciplined now? Yeah, my daddy OG Speed whooped my butt. Police gonna come to your house. Hey, they might give you that one warning. It depends on how many bruises I got on me, right? And if you do a little bit too much, the kid can override you by utilizing another man to destroy you. And guess what? You're not going to do a motherfucking thing about it, right? They can take your kids away from you on child support. Your wife get to leave in a marriage, no fault divorce, walk out and take all your shit. They's hoeing you. Black men is
every man has to suffer that. That ain't just black men though.
Because if you have to face it and acknowledge, it's going to cause you to do something that you don't really want to do. It's going to make you uncomfortable.
Those are not just black man problems.
Face that. And I ain't mean
those are not just black man problems, JP. Those are not just black man problems. Those are every man's problems. So what the fuck are you talking about? Go ahead, real dope. Go ahead, real dope, daddy.
He want to sit up here and say that's every man's problem.
JP, you gotta pass that mic, brother. You gotta pass that mic.
That sounds crazy, dog.
You should not be brave.
Yeah.
It's getting.
No, dog. You sound weak that you got to put bruises on your kid. You want the right to be able to abuse your kid,
so he can have an excuse not to go out there and
you
be
want
brave.
the right
and do what?
to abuse your kid. You want the right to put bruises on your kid. Is that what you're saying?
They work. You did not. This ain't hard. So you don't get your respect.
You want the right to put abuse. You want the right to put bruises on your kids. That's what you're saying. That's what you argue for.
Why is it that black man is the only man that their woman is getting put above him? They don't come in when they come and talk to the black race. They don't even look at you. They go to your woman first. No other race of men
like you, JP.
That's not true, JP.
Men like you. You're the reason why.
Wait. Can I do something really quick? I just want to show y'all. I just want to make sure
real dope term. Go ahead.
Between me and everybody else, right? I'll answer your question, Jay Prince. First of all, that's not true because the same thing is applied to white people. But it's 2 million more black women than it is black men. And it's 2 million more white women than it is white men. So the women in our particular demographics, and because they are also taxpayers, yes, they tend to have a little bit more power, bro. That's not even hard. It's not even hard to understand that.
I think we're addressing qualities and characteristics more than the people.
It's real. Go ahead, real dope.
Street person.
Yeah.
OTC, I got you. Street person. Shout out to the street dudes. Real dope. Go ahead, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, to that point, like real quick, I think it's a lot of men who have women who still like the woman is, leading that household. But what I wanted to say is I see everybody's point here, and I think we're taking Jay's, and maybe Jay means it this way, but I think that Jay means when he says gangster, I don't think he means like murderous, killer for no reason. I don't think he means that. I think he means a man with stoicism and a man who is a risk taker. And I think those two things are needed, and they end up being shown in these guys who didn't have fathers, because I think They end up being shown these guys who didn't have structure, because a lot of times we coach that out of boys. You know, we kind of like we get that stoicism, that bravery. We kind of take that out of our boys, and I think that is one aspect of a gangster that is actually useful in a man. But you have to combine that with knowledge. You have to combine that with knowledge. You have to combine it with action. But I think all of these, I think that's more of what he was saying. He just was talking about a lot of these men aren't stoic. A lot of these men are not willing to take risks. A lot of these men are like, you know what? Instead of starting that business, I'm comfortable here with my job. You know, I'd rather be in the safe position than to dare to be great. I think that's all he's kind of saying, but he just kind of didn't articulate it.
And our women tell us that every day when they say they're attracted to a man, they're attracted to a basic
if that's what you think, real dope. If that's what you think, you're not a good listener. Because he said,
well, I also want him to clarify his position. Based on what I just said,
don't try to clarify his position. Let him say what he's saying. And if that's what he's saying, that's what he's saying.
That's what he was trying to get to, but that's not what he said.
No, that's not what he's saying.
I think that's what JP
he said. What he said. Look, we've seen JP way too many times. We understand him.
First, before you, I was saying that you had to establish, get an understanding with the world first by being gangster first. Then the knowledge and the prosperities, the wealth come in. Our woman nature teaches this, but y'all don't pay attention. Even when they say stuff, but we don't really pay attention. Your black woman is attracted to the niggas that got a gangster side to them and got an education side to them. That's why Tupac is the biggest, most attractive nigga to most black women, because they respect his gangster side. But Tupac is very articulate. So they got the only one. And that's what black women want from the black man.
Throw Nipsey Hussle in there too.
I don't want him to represent us.
Y'all gonna be here for the next 10 years talking about your black woman is not submitting to your old punk ass.
But Jay Prince, you keep saying that, right? You keep saying that you want that these guys need to be willing to do something. Do what? What is it that they need to do?
Take a stand. If your workers get raises and promotions,
let him answer. Let him answer.
So the first thing that the black men need to do, one, is unite with each other and stop fighting against each other. That's one. Secondly, come up with their own vision. Come up with their own dream. Come up with their own. Come up with their own, meaning that we let the white man tell us what's beautiful with our women. They told us that the light-skinned woman like DJ is more attractive than any dark-skinned woman. We let another man teach us that. And that's why our dark-skinned women have to stress every day and be inferior of these light-skinned women, because we have allowed another race of man to tell us what we consider to be beautiful.
You said this.
That's why.
Wait, you said this. Let me give you an example of what we're looking for. Earlier today, we had a sister on the panel who was saying that her son is having a hard time getting a job. The sister up there, DJ, you know what she did? She made it very tangible. She said, go look up this. She put the link in the back for us. We was able to get that link. Guess what I did? I copied that link and sent it to my son directly because he lives in Georgia. So I'm asking you for something tangible. You're supposed to be able to say, we need to go here and do this, here and do that. Not this, again, repeating what you said already, Jay Prince. So what does it look like? What do we need to do?
So she sent your son a job late, right?
Mm-hmm. No, don't worry about her. What are you saying we need to do?
Okay, so I'm on a different page now. I'm only want black men to. I don't want black men to go back working for nobody, because they're still teaching him to be submissive to somebody else and building another man's dream.
Right. I'm sorry. Can I say
DJ, no, DJ, let him answer, because you gonna bail him out. Don't bail him out. Let him answer. Let him answer.
You know what she's about to say. Be quiet. Let her go.
No, because that's why you want her to talk, because she don't your ass out. You don't want to answer Bean's question because you're too dumb. But go ahead and answer, JP. Go ahead, JP.
So tell something tangible, right? He said, ask me something tangible. The best answer that I can give you right at this moment is I don't know anything of nothing tangible, because we never was put in the mindset. We never put in the mindset to be our own leader. We've been so dependent on a white man to the point where we're afraid of not depending on a white man. So all I know is to depend on the white man to look after me. I never was put in a position where I could feel for myself as a black race. All I know is the white man been my father, right? In my protector, in my leader.
Shout out to your white daddy.
I'm just keeping it all the way raw with you, though.
I got you. I appreciate you. Thank you, JP, for doing that. You show how dumb you are. You made all these goddamn complaints. Will, I blame you, Will. Will, I blame you for this shit. Allowing this degenerate man to be over and to speak freely like this. He knew he didn't have a tangible answer. He knew he had no goddamn solution. And when Beans asked that goddamn question, I knew what was coming. He wanted DJ to bail his dumb ass out. I told him, don't say nothing. Allow his dumb ass to show his true colors. He has no leadership ability, but you want to lead the gangster crew and your little ganglings? You think you're going to do something? You have no idea. Like you sit there and admit it. I have no idea. I know you're dumb as fuck. You bring nothing to the table. You bring nothing to these young men. You couldn't bring nothing to a goddamn woman. You are illegitimate, dumb, degenerate that brings nothing. So Beans, I blame you for even asking this question to make this man look like a bigger idiot than he already.
We understand he. That's light skin is kind of soft.
Hey, stay dumb, JP. Stay dumb.
Today I die.
So I've noticed that we conflate being gangsters with being pawns and crash outs, and then we have people who are encouraging that behavior. And I think that we just need to highlight, before y'all clip that shit up, highlight that the thoughts and views expressed were not that of the panel or of the platform. And then two, because it might be other younger dumbass niggas who heard that shit and was like, oh, I'm right for being stupid. I should go be an idiot. I should go crash out. I should go be a pawn. I should go sacrifice my life trying to take something from somebody that I didn't earn. So I just want to make sure that we make that disclaimer before we move on to the next topic.
And I think just my little spill on it, I think what it is he lacks finesse. He's like on the opposite side of the spectrum of the guy that's really smart but can't think about how the world works, and he's just like full out, I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna crash it out, yada yada. And I think if you just add finesse to your thought point where it's like not as aggressive, it's like you take your mentality, it's almost like the difference between a good guy and a nice guy. One doesn't have the capability of even doing anything if he thought about it, and one chooses to be good. And I think ultimately what you have to change your mindset is like, yeah, you have this aggressive mentality to go get it, go for it, but you got to add that finesse. You got to be more measured in how you speak and how you talk to people and understand the ramifications of the words and things that you say to the people, and especially the platform that, a lot of people are viewing.
Well, what I would say is we is kind of tired of you nerds and you black male butlers coming on these platforms teaching us stuff. I don't want y'all teaching my young niggas, my young black men. I'm sorry, JR. I don't want y'all teaching us nothing, because y'all are second in place. Y'all are conformed. And that's the only thing y'all going to be able to teach is to be conformed, is to live in fear, is to be a coward, is to be not brave, not to have courage, because y'all don't. So how could y'all teach young black men to be something outside of how y'all present yourself? Y'all present yourself as scary, as do what masters do. Y'all do stuff by the book.
No, nothing about me is scary. Nothing about me is scary.
That is scary.
He don't even know what that is, Devin. He has no idea what he's looking at.
That's something with the military, right?
He has no idea what he's looking at. Nothing about me is scary.
What is that? Is it something about the military?
Special operations. Yeah, trust me. I got more bodies on my name than you would ever.
I'm glad that you brought that up.
So Devin, did you not hear what the man said a little bit earlier? He
brought it up.
Beans put the ball in his court, and JP airballed it because he has no solution. He has no answer. He showed it. So no, young bloods shouldn't be listening to dudes like this, because he's going to send you down a place where they don't end up is in prison or jail and being a boyfriend of people like brother. That's what JP wants you to do.
I don't think the overall point is
and enjoy getting butt fucked. JP wants you to be a young gay man. That's what JP.
Thank you for your service, bro. And thank you.
It's crazy, but it's crazy. I was like sitting here, but you ain't gonna sit here and say I was gonna
thank you for my service. Because I
You
worked
ain't
in a
did shit, nigga. You been arrested 36 times. Ain't shit about your life to be admired or like fucking aspired to.
No, he
You are a
served somebody.
failure.
Will,
Like,
he
what are you
served
talking
he
about?
served
Tell
Bubba.
me about
He
your
served
Yeah,
Bubba
come on,
and
mute. Hold on,
situation.
y'all.
that's
Hold
what
on.
he did.
Anything
Hold on,
you
y'all.
did
Hold
that
on.
The
you could
Bubba
aspire
service
to.
man for Bubba.
Hold on. He ain't
Hold
gonna
on,
Bubba
do
got
that.
his
champ.
Hold
way
on.
over
Hold
there.
on.
Hold on, champ.
JP,
Gentlemen, come on.
Ain't nothing
Everybody.
about your life good or to be aspired to. Your viewpoint, your rhetoric, all that shit is dumb. Nothing you have said would make black men better as a whole. You proud about being arrested 36 times, nigga? Like the fact that if you
JR,
look at
how come
your
they get to keep
circumstances
coming at
right
me?
now,
I can't even respond, dog.
you don't need to because you say you
What
don't have.
I gotta come on this
You
bitch and
keep
be less
saying
of a
dumb
man?
shit. This ain't the
Because I don't
dumb
speak
shit panel.
that
This
weak
ain't,
shit
oh,
that
I've been
y'all be
arrested
talking about.
36 times, nigga. Like, damn, you a career criminal. Like, who should be listening to you? Nobody. Like, what are you talking about? You hype because you call bro scared. He was in special forces. You call mom scared. I'm saying I think he got a background too. You've been arrested 36 times, bro. You're not even good at crime because you keep getting caught.
So
But then
he
you
can
want to get
run
license, bro.
on
Shut
jail,
your
but I
ass
get
up.
muted though. I get muted, so
I don't get muted because
I
I make
gotta come on
sense.
this bitch and comply and be like a little punk ass nerd, like they trying to push off, like who they is.
You a criminal,
JP,
bro. Ain't that dirty?
The overall
you a
point
punk
is
ass nerd that
not
you
being
wouldn't
a
dare run up on.
citizen.
It's got
That's
nothing
why
to
I'm
do
a
with
punk
being
ass nerd that
respect.
you would never run up on.
JP, it's got
The
nothing to do with
overall
respect.
point is
It's got
not
everything to do
breaking
with
the.
respect.
Hold on, Louise.
The
Let me.
overall point is
I'm glad
not
that
breaking the
Devin brought it.
law. That is not
Glad
the
that
point.
Devin brought. Hold on, once y'all, because this is the perspective that I'm so glad that he brought it up as a black man who joined these special ops. This is what I complain about all the time. Black men would go up there and fight for another white man race and risk their lives and be proud of it, right? Show the little badge that he earned. He probably done risked his life for other white folks, right? He done did that. Let's just say he did that. Most military people that never went in, yeah, y'all went to the military, but all y'all didn't want going back fighting physically though, right? Let's clear that up. But we gonna give you. Let's just say you did, right? But when a white man knocked on your door, what created me was the cowardness of you niggas. When the white man knocked on your door and said, "Move, black man, we finna come in and take care of your wife and children. Your bitch ass gotta go." You don't wear your badge to protect your black family. You didn't do it. You didn't protect your black kids. You allowed another man to come and remove you from your family.
Jay,
with all due respect.
Jay, just because you yelling, man, I was trying to follow you. You ain't gotta yell.
Okay, well, it's not that I'm yelling. I'm trying to get. Willie was just yelling at me, JR.
No, I was cooking your ass. That was all. I wasn't yelling.
Oh, his stuff get called cooking because he light skinned.
No, because you were 36 times.
That's why.
Like, bro, you
JP,
are
how you gonna collab with men and you keep
everything about your life is like a nightmare to most people.
How you gonna do it?
I think we stuck on it. We was talking about Malcolm X.
I want
We
my point
still
to be
stuck
heard.
on the crime part when
Make a point, bro. You don't have a point to make, bro. You are a fuck up.
To Devin. Well, JR, when you shut this
hold on, y'all.
JP, can I ask you a quick question?
Hold on. They cannot hear us because we over talking each other, man. If everybody is yelling, they're just adding to it. So one at a time.
All right, I'm gonna go real quick so I can finish, bro. You don't have a point to make. Nobody up here should be listening to you. King Beans is the closest person to agreeing with you, but he wouldn't trade places with you. Neither would Devin, neither would Hink, neither would nobody in the chat, bro. You are a loser. But you got all these points and won't make no solutions of actually doing them yourself. Like, your biggest achievement, bro, is being arrested 36 times. Like, think about that. You're on the internet drinking out of a fucking vegetable can. 2, and then 3, like, if you look at where you are in life, bro, you can tell you a fuck up. So I don't see how you think we supposed to keep sitting here and listening to this bullshit you talking about because you got all these great ideas, but ain't did shit but go to jail 36 times.
Oh, okay. So I want to respond to Devin. JR, after I smoke him right quick, can I go back to Devin? So he said all I did was who out the band, right? Nobody paying attention to that mutt. First of all, you ought to be thanking my black ass, my black race, my niggas who slept with the white woman to create your old lab rat ass. You can't talk about black issues.
Hey, Jay Prince, can you respond? Hold on, Jay. Who you talking to? You talking to Willie or somebody else?
I'm talking to Willie.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. You talking to me? Go ahead.
He's just cock at it, Jake. Yeah, he's cock at it.
I can't stand all these mutts coming to the black conversation and talk about this stuff like you black. No, you ought to be grateful that unfortunately we had some interracial mixing and someone was by force and that's how you came about. So I don't want to even hear you, right? So you don't sit on no side. Secondly, you said all I did was go to jail. Well, okay, let's unpack that. Yeah, I did go to jail when I was younger, right? A lot. A few times when I got older. I just got out a couple months ago, but outside of that,
bruh. God damn.
Unlike a lot of black men, no, cam up, mutt. Unlike a lot of black men, probably cooler than Willie, how many times you fought for your kids, won your kids? Cool. I'm the only nigga that got daddy kids, right? Raising daddy kids.
No, you not. Mine got his kids. I got my kids too. What are you talking about?
Hold on, it's my turn to talk.
You just making up shit now. Congratulations on being a poor influence on your kids.
Ice-T reject.
Your kids should definitely be with their mother or in foster care.
Raising my kids, right?
That's a fight. Raising your kids.
Hold on.
You have no business raising kids. They should be in foster care.
But you literally telling me to let this nigga finish though.
Bro, you just said you raising kids. That's even worse.
I'm not a motherfucker.
You somebody's daddy. That's the crazy shit. You somebody's daddy. Like somebody gave you a baby. That bitch was dumb too. Like your kids should be with their mother. Like I'm all for Father's Day, bro.
JP, why you sweat like that, man? You good,
man? Because you getting cooked.
That's why y'all niggas some bitches. No.
You sweating because you getting cooked, and now we know you fucking up 3 other kids.
Y'all come out here every day talking about nothing and gossip about no women because they don't respect you. I get respect for them women because you niggas is bitches, though.
You don't get respect for nothing but public offenders. What are you talking about?
JP, last time we heard yours, your woman was cussing you out, calling you a weak man.
Bro, you got 3 kids. That shit is crazy.
I own 2 businesses, right?
You got 3 kids.
2 businesses. I own a hot dog cart and I own a food truck. Hold on. I own a hot dog cart and I own a food truck. I don't got nobody bossing me around like you niggas. And I went to jail and I still get out and do the fuck I want to. You still is conform or do what the hell I want to do. I do what I want to do. You a boy. You do the fuck you can. So shut the fuck up when you talk to a man.
You not a man. You not a
man. You sweat like a hog, man. You better go get your blood pressure checked, boy. You better get your blood pressure checked.
Coming down off a perk or something.
Oh man, all he doing is talking.
Like
he's a light-skinned female.
That motherfucker sweat like a hog. Look at it.
You better not go to jail. You go to jail. One of them niggas might be in your butt.
Yeah, you would probably be the nigga trying to get you. That's why I don't go to jail.
But JP, did you go to jail and acting change and trying to do something
36
different?
times. You mean that you want us to think that ain't nobody got in your ass already?
You know what?
Bubba had his way with it, Will.
Let me keep it real.
He enjoyed talking about going back.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Willie. I think that boys from ages 16 to about 21, I think they all need to go to jail at least do 2 months to 6 months.
I think that because
stop having children. I think they need to go to
That's
jail.
what I think needs to happen.
I think they need to either go to jail or get shot.
Because
here's why. Let me give y'all an example. Let me give y'all a reason why I believe that all niggas should be in jail, have experienced jail. Here's the reason.
So they can be like you.
Man, you should shut the fuck up, dude.
No, I'm not gonna shut up.
Really, let him answer. Let him answer, Willie. I'm interested in this.
Why
Go
are
ahead,
you
JP.
emotional, bro? You act like the woman that raised you.
Bitch.
Your mom.
Go ahead. Why did they? JP, stay focused. Stay focused.
Your mom taught you how to act like
Stay
that.
focused. Why they need to go to jail, JP?
I guess he want to show his titties. Let the homosexual speak.
Hey, stand up real quick. Stand up real quick.
JP.
Okay, here it is. So this is why niggas need to go to jail and get shot, right? One, because the biggest fear is that the reason why black men is in the position that they are in today of being a pussy, right? Because they leverage getting deleted and leverage jail over them. The moment so when I say niggas need to experience that, you loses that fear. At that point, you can no longer leverage prison and jail over them. But the reason why these niggas act the way they act They can't even defend a woman if somebody come and take their woman, because why? They're gonna be afraid to go to jail. They're gonna be afraid to get shot. So as long as they're afraid of going to jail and going to prison and afraid of getting shot, they're gonna always get whole, because people gonna understand that fear that they got, and everybody gonna be able to leverage that against them. So they can always put you in a pussy position. Bend over, hoe.
Bro, you still got a tan line from an ankle monitor, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? You can't even leave your house without permission. The fuck?
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm Jay Prince, for president of United Negro Nation of the Black House, and we the intellectual dumb niggas. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Say dumb, JP.
Ain't nothing else. I took this shit.
I don't.
Damn.
That's
That's your man, Beans. That's your man.
I ain't got no wrench on his channel.
I think what JP was trying to help I don't think that violence and committing crimes is the issue. I think what it really is that shout, so to speak, as in to say, fuck the system, buck the system, go somewhere else and start something new, employ black people, illegally just hire black people, try to make it a majority black company. Like, this is what we're talking about. Mentally and intelligently craft actual fortitude to stand on it. So I think that's what he's talking about. A lot of black people, we join other people's movements and we bolster other, and we never really further our own causes. And what he was trying to get to was that black people that come home from jail or been in the system are home and they try to give back to the community, and they are not given resources to do it. So we're sitting here talking about who's doing this and who's doing that, but there's men coming back home from jail trying to keep the kids out the streets. There's videos all over the internet of men that's been in jail that's telling the kids, hey, you need. What happens is they don't get funded, they don't get resources, they get held back to all the mistakes that they made, and the men that actually have the money and resources say. And I think that's what he's trying to say. A lot of the older adults that's never been to jail, never been in no real beef, and their life been under threat, they don't want the youngins. They want the youngins to be perfect. And the reality of what we were just talking about earlier is it's the parents' fault. So you can't have it both ways. You think that the younger generation ain't acting correctly, or they're not following the rules, and they're not following society, then that speaks on the parents. Try to go down to the younger generations and why shit not working for the younger generations. You need to start attacking the people that's parenting, not the younger generations. And if them young boys is ending up in jail, what the hell is the parents doing? Why are they in the streets? Why are they on the corner? That's what we need to attack instead of why they out there. There's a whole bunch of adults that's watching these things happen and then sitting back and saying, oh, but, and that's what JP is talking about.
That's not
instead of standing up and doing
that's
something.
Nowhere near what JP.
That's nothing what he was talking about, bro.
OTC, that's nowhere near what JP's talking about. Did you not hear what he said though? See, that's why I got on Real Dope Daddy.
I heard what he said.
Hey, crash out niggas up
that's what I got on Real Dope Daddy a second ago. That's not what JP means. JP means what JP is saying. He can explain himself very clearly. Now, y'all may not agree with it, but that's his views, that's his point. He said, I think every 16-year-old should go to jail and get shot. He's saying every child should experience that trauma and go through and think that's going to make a real man. No, but that's what he said, the OTC. And what you're doing, you defended it and you're co-signing the bullshit. So now we're having a crash out part 2 with you right now. So that's not, I think, what a kid should go through. Leave it up to me. I don't want any child.
Part of what he's saying was true. Not everything.
But I know they're going to do some things. I know they're going to experience some issues, some up and downs, and some goods and some bad. I understand this. But to sit there and say, I think every 16-year-old young man should go to jail and be shot. To saying that's going to make you a better man. No, that's going to make you worse. Because when you go through that trauma of being shot or that trauma of going to jail and being locked up, guess what your son or your daughter could be going when they going to prison? Learning more trauma. Now he's going to learn more degenerate behavior because when he experienced them, he's going to experience other prisoners, other guys that are being locked up, and he's going to take in that information, and he's probably going to more than likely repeat the same bad behaviors like JP did for 36 times. And 36 more opportunities to be in lockup. So now he's going to have to experience the opportunity of trying to avoid Bubba when he runs down on his ass and makes him his prison bitch. No, I don't think no child should go through that bullshit.
Hey, Beans, real quick.
Yeah, he was wrong about that, but maybe not shot.
Hey, Beans. So look, I just want to apologize. Some of the smoke I had for you should have been directed at JP because I could have cooked his ass more thoroughly. So I apologize. But OTC, you doing the same shit. Like supporting this, it's like we get mad when we tell women like they support other women doing whole shit. You support
I didn't say everything he said was right, but go ahead.
But I didn't say you did either. That's not the assertion I'm making. But you defending someone who said something as stupid as 16-year-olds should all in mass be shot and go to jail. That doesn't just reflect on his character; it reflects on yours. So when girls said that this thing should be called,
can I respond, or are you gonna keep going?
Yeah, until I'm done, you
can
can
respond. Or you gonna keep going?
If the middle of my sentence interrupts the beginning of yours, just chill. All you have to do is just sit here and listen to what he's saying, and then if you really
relax,
feel like
bro, I'm not your son. I'm not your son. Relax, my nigga.
Well, you acting like it. So that's why I talk to you that way. But either way,
go ahead.
My nigga, you a bitch. Hey, you want me to? Hey, listen, you gonna have some respect on this internet. We're not in the same room. I did not disrespect your fucking kid, boy.
I'm not disrespecting you either. You getting cooked.
Okay, man.
All right. Go ahead, bro. Go on with your point.
So stop interrupting. I promise you I will. Either way,
shut the fuck up and talk, my nigga. What you keep talking for? Talk.
Do you want?
Go ahead.
Why is your voice cracking, bro? You okay?
Will,
right, just what you talk about. You can't speak on your point, so I'ma go. Like I said, he was wrong for saying that a kid that or 6 or 12. I think what he should have said is that they need some kind of training. All right, that's what he's trying. They need some kind of grit so they know how to defend themselves. What they're dealing with, if they get in a fight in school and they go back home to their mom and their mom find out it's like, whoa, why'd you get in a fight? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? A lot of men are effeminized, right? And they're told that they shouldn't. Don't put your hands on nobody, even if somebody hit them back. That's how I grew up. So I don't want to hear about. All I'm saying is that his approach to it was wrong, but what he was saying is right. Boys knew how to fight. They wouldn't even be shooting and picking up guns. That's a big point and problem why motherfuckers is even shooting each other, because nobody in the fucking first place, and they going to school around groups of kids, and there's different types of lifestyles, and when they get bullied, they don't know how to deal with their emotions. They're fucking communicate to them how to deal with bullying. So what they do is they they go to the extreme. So instead of sitting there and trying to shame, go start a fighting camp and put these boys somewhere where they can take their anger and fight it out, instead of sitting here talking about, oh, why they running around. They don't. We already established they don't have the education and the knowledge. They don't know how to work through their emotions. So sitting here and trying to shame the young boys, I'm not going for it. I'm not going for it.
Hold on, y'all. Let him respond. Let Willie respond, y'all.
The only response I have is words have meaning. You can't use them all willy-nilly. So if you want to make a point, make that point. But nothing he said goes to your point. I would even cede to you that most men don't have the emotional regulation it takes to deal with adversity. I'll give you that. However, that's not what you were defending. You're defending a nigga that said that all 16-year-olds should be shot, and then trying to cover for him by saying, oh, well, what he really meant was this. That nigga is a man.
No, I didn't. I said multiple times he was wrong when he said that. So now you're just putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm not. You said what he meant was, like, we can rewind the clip. It's on the internet now. You said what he really meant was when.
Yeah, we can rewind it, and I said he was wrong when he said that. He said that.
Bruh, the assertion that I'm making, the assertion that I'm making right now is that you said he was not sure. That's not what he said. I mean, that's
did
not what
I say out my mouth that I will go to jail? Did I say that?
I didn't say you said that.
Well, what did you just said that? You just said that I defended him. That's what you said, and I told you that I said he was wrong.
Y'all can't keep talking over each
other. I told you that I said he was wrong, so I didn't defend that.
Hold on.
You've been defending him since he's been talking.
And Willie, y'all gotta let each other. Y'all gotta let each other finish. So if somebody talking, then let the other person finish.
Don't try to do the same thing and say, okay, well, cool. Maybe he meant this. He said what he said and meant what he said, and y'all are trying to extrapolate from that so it doesn't sound so bad. Like trying to take up for bro or someone who says something stupid, it just reflects on you. That's where I land.
I'm gonna land with multiple times. It's recorded. If you go back, Hink said it was wrong, and I agree with him. So you sitting here trying to talk about, oh, you're trying to defend him. You just putting words in my mouth. That I said what I think should happen, which was the training, and I just elaborated on that. So you just erased what the fuck I said just for you to be able to reflect on your character. You are a passive aggressive bitch. All right. You the way that you go about shit is through words. All right. See, I also know how to take it to the streets. And this is the problem with a lot of you passive aggressive bitch ass niggas. You use your words to try to get over on niggas. And that's the problem when it's a young boy dealing with bullies. You the first one of them niggas talk about, oh, well, let me teach you how to deal with this diplomatically. When motherfuckers is getting jumped and boys don't want to listen to your bitch ass.
You sound like you speaking
and
from experience.
Willie, why would you want to proceed with this though, Willie? To be honest with you, why do you want you see what's happening, right? I mean, unless he getting a bunch of super chats off of this, I don't know why we want to stay on this. The fact of the matter is that
it wouldn't even matter if I was getting super chats on them, man. This shit got to be draining. I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
too much energy for me, man.
The fact of the matter is that in my opinion, I think what OT was doing was trying to listen to him in good faith. He was resonating with him. Maybe they on the same level as experience wise, and he was trying to make sense of it. And I think that's okay. Even when you say the word right now, I'm triggered by you saying words matter. You just said words matter like 2 or 3 times, and yet when I question why do y'all keep saying black people on the bottom if we not on the bottom, y'all gonna make excuses for why it's okay to say it. But words matter. Why say that if it's not actually true? Right? So I'm saying be consistent. Play by the same rules you want everybody else to play by. Right?
Well, just if that's the case, then shouldn't you, when you were letting JP say that black people are at the bottom, you didn't interrupt him when he's arguing with Hink either.
Rewind the tape and look at I didn't do that because the host muted me a couple of times when I felt like I wanted to interrupt. Only light-skinned people get to do that over here. That's fine. I learned my lesson. I stopped complaining about it. But the fact of the matter is that if you go back
Hey, Baines, just so you know, like you only got muted one time, and that was just because I just started muting the loudest voice first, and then I was going on ahead. So you only got muted one time.
That's what I said. You muted me the one time, and
right, but that one time wasn't the time that you was talking. I think when you got muted that one time, then you don't want to talk anymore.
Yeah, because don't mute me if we arguing.
I was just regaining control of the show because everybody was too many voices coming in one time. So don't take it personal. I rarely mute people unless I'm trying to gain control. So
absolutely, it just so happened that
the last time before this one, it might have been a month ago before I muted somebody. So it's not something that I just do.
You got it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
We all grown men up here, and I like for the men to kind of hash it out. But when the audience start complaining about they can't hear us,
yeah,
then I think we doing something wrong for the audience and the people that's watching.
Right, and it was just coincidence that you muted the guy. Yeah, I get it. So it's cool.
Yeah, but you keep bringing it up that you got muted.
Well, I brought it up because I was responding to something that he said.
The reason why you didn't say anything was because you didn't want to say nothing. It wasn't because you got muted.
No, I learned my lesson. Don't overtalk, because if I overtalk, I'm gonna get muted. That's what you taught me by muting me instead of muting him. So I'm not gonna overtalk nobody no more. Or I could just leave, but I decided to stay. So I ain't gonna keep pushing the issue. The fact of the matter, I'm okay. I'm a grown man.
You gotta take it personal, bro.
Bro, I take everything personal. So get over it. It's not about you. I take everything personal. I take everything personal.
Okay, well, you just got to keep taking it personal. If you
so
don't want to
about you, JR. See, right now we having a conversation about me instead of letting me make my point.
Yeah, but you keep going overboard with it. I'm just letting you know that you wasn't muted. You had the opportunity to speak. So if you wanted to say something, you could have. I'm
trying to now, and you won't let me.
I'm not about to keep going back and forth with you, Beans.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to address Willie, and you won't.
Yeah, but you're not listening though. You just listen to respond.
I hear you, bro. It's okay. I'm all right, bro. I'm a big boy.
But you got to get the last word.
I'm not. I'm trying to address Willie. I'm not trying to. Watch this. So can I address him? I'm not trying to get the last word. I'm just trying to address Willie. Now I forgot what he said.
I had said the word.
No. You said when Jay Prince made that statement. So, Willie, if you go back and rewind the tape, when Jay Prince made that statement, go look at my facial and my body expression. That's why I brought up being muted, JR, because I was trying to let him know that I didn't say anything because I learned my lesson previously. But if you see my body expression, I'm like this, because I'm tired of hearing it. It's not the truth, right? Only in these spaces, Willie, we tell women all the time that they shouldn't live by tropes. They shouldn't come on the internet and regurgitate all these tropes about black men that aren't true anymore. So we shouldn't do it either. If it's not true, just don't say it. It's that simple.
So, Beans, I have a question. So
absolutely.
If there's 4 races, right? Asian, white, Mexican, or 5, black and Hispanic, right? 5 of them. If Asian men and women are up top, white men and women are right there, black men right there, so if you cut that list in half, the bottom half would include black women. Men are right above them in position 5. So when we say that they're at the bottom, they're in the bottom. We're not saying that when we say like dead last, then you have an argument that I would actually side with you on, because they're not dead last. Hispanic women are, right? Because the majority of Hispanic women work in the home. So but when we're saying at the bottom, the metric that you were using was at, okay, median income. And then you said, okay, household wealth. Even if it was household wealth, they're still at the bottom because we're at the bottom with them. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I do, Willie, but we don't have to stay on this. You all are going to use this terminology because y'all are black conservatives and you choose to be anti-black in your rhetoric.
I'm not a black conservative. I'm independent.
See how when you was talking, I just shut up?
Oh no, I just correcting you. That was all. Go ahead.
It's okay, right? The point is this: by your own knowledge, by your own acknowledgement, Hispanic women at the bottom, Mexican men right above them, black women right above them. Where we would be 4th on the list. I'm sorry, sir. That's not the bottom.
Black women would be 5th.
You can try to word it any kind of way you want to make it the bottom, but the fact of the matter is that it's not. If I have a spoon with a fork sitting on top of that and a knife sitting on top of that, nobody would say the knife is at the bottom. Nobody would. It's just not true, is my point. You the one. Here's the thing. You said words matter.
Right.
So if words matter, then stop saying black people at the bottom because they know.
Hold on. So who's the one who said black people were at the bottom?
Both of you all did.
That was me, right? I said black people were at the
Both
bottom.
Y'all said that. You and Willie.
I'm talking about the African American. The African American is at the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do we want to determine what dictionary do you want to use to determine the word bottom? Let's use Merriam-Webster's dictionary. It'll say the underside of things. That's what it says in Merriam-Webster's, the underside. When I say African Americans are at the bottom, I'm counting ethnicities. That's what I'm counting. I'm counting Nigerian Americans or Nigerian Americans. I'm counting Asian Americans. I'm counting Chinese Americans. I'm counting these type of people. So when I say we're at the bottom, I mean we're on the underside. We're on the lower half. That's what I mean.
But you're using, but real. This is what I'm saying. We're using specific metrics to determine that. So again, if I say, who is number 1 in millionaires in America? White people. Who's number 2? Black people.
Okay.
So you see how all of a sudden black people ain't at the bottom? Just yes or no, so we can move the conversation forward. Do you see how with me using that metric, black people ain't at the bottom?
I don't do the yes or no thing.
It's okay because I'm just trying to move forward, real. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to get stuck. I just want to make sure you're following my logic like I'm trying to follow yours.
Why would we?
So you see how when I use that metric, black people ain't at the bottom, right?
Not of that metric, no.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. It depends on which way that you look at it. But what I'm looking at is I'm saying these people if you look at the BLS and it's saying black men as individuals, black women as individuals, literally aren't at the bottom. So I won't phrase it that way just because it's not true. We're trying to climb hurdles as it is, and then we don't even want to use language and verbatim that is true to where we are at. We want to keep talking like we're somewhere where we weren't. As black fathers, what do we say when women try to use those tropes about black fathers not being in their lives? Well, we know 47% of black kids in 2025 are in 2-parent homes, right? And then we also know single fathers make up about, I think, 6 to 8% of homes where there's black children at. And also single black fathers are more known to cohabitate or marry again, right? So again, when they try to make it seem like black fathers ain't around, what do we say? Stop saying that because it ain't true. My thing is apply that to everything then. Stop picking and choosing what you want to apply the words matter metric to. Apply it to everything. That's all I'm saying, bro.
No, I agree with you. It matters with everything. And I don't even know, to the bottom to me does not mean very last place. If you have if we have 8 different ethnicities on something and you're in the bottom 2, you're in the bottom 2. If you're in the bottom 3, you're in the bottom 3. You're saying bottom means very last specific pixel. I don't agree that it means that, but it's cool. That maybe that's just a semantic thing.
Yeah, that's why I said we're not going to agree on that. But you understand why that's the case, though,
I agree.
right?
Yeah, you disagree on the term,
No. I'm saying the numbers wise. You understand that we tend not to go into the fields that Asians go into. It's the same, right? So it's the same thing. Wait, it's real. Think about it. It's the same argument that we make to women when they try to say, "Oh, there's a wage gap based on them being women." It's like, no, y'all just choose different careers, which is why your pay scale is less, right? It's the same thing with this. We don't make as much because we don't go into the fields that the Asians go into. It's just that simple. It's really just that simple.
I don't. Yeah, but I think it matters though. But let's outside that. I just wanted to make the point. When it comes to
but why not
the
though?
medium income, and like I don't how does whatever is the authority when it comes to how well people are doing within our country, what metric do they generally use?
Well, today it seems like the 6-figure mark is usually what people try to use.
Is it medium household income? Like what do they use to determine how well a group of people are doing?
Yeah, I think it depends on who. See, that's what I'm saying. In general conversation, I think the 6-figure mark is usually what people are trying to say. Well, now you've met some sort of success. Yeah. But I think in conversation, when we're talking specific about black people, then it becomes, oh well, then let's look at the median or the average incomes.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, if we're having a real conversation with scholars and professionals, and we were talking about the state of Black America versus the state of another group of people. What metric would they use? Would they be like, well, Black America has this many millionaires, so Black America is number 2 as far as how well people are doing? Or would they use household median income or another metric? Which one is the standard of judging how a community is doing?
Well, to the point that I think you're trying to make, I think they would look at it from the basis of the family, but we're not there anymore, right? Marriage rates are down across races. Hispanics have already dipped under 60%. They down to like 58. White people down to 51%. Some people even say 52, right? So we're not there anymore. We've pushed more towards an egalitarian and individualism society. So you can't continue to judge Black people based on an old metric. You have to base it on what's new, which is individualism. If you're telling me Black men are making 52 and Black women are making 51, I think we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I don't think reasonably we can judge these things off of the family structure. I think the family structure, I think we judge the result is the income typically. The family structure is how we get to like, okay, you're not making the income because the family structure is messed up. So I think we're the result is what matters, and then we try to reverse engineer and figure out why is this the result? Why are we getting these low numbers and this low income and wages? Oh, it's because the family structure is not there. I don't think I don't think the family structure is the result. I think it's how we get to the result.
Well, no, you know how I can show you that it is, because the term that was used earlier was the family household size, the family household income, right? Which is lower, right? But that's what I'm saying. If you look at it from an individual basis, I just put it to you this way. If average people were okay with being with average people right now, and the majority of Black people just went out and got married, like 1955, where we were married at a rate of over 70%. The Black man was more likely to be married than the white man. The Black woman was the same amount married as a white woman, right? If we just jump to that right now, all of a sudden our household incomes jump. All of a sudden now the average income in our households goes up to 70, 80, 90,000 based on what we're doing, median and average incomes, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's the only metric that you can try to use to say, oh, y'all doing so bad. Meanwhile, when we want to get into another argument about what we should be doing with our money, all of a sudden, we have a $2 trillion, $3 trillion buying power, and we spend it on all this other stuff. Well, damn, are we broke or do we have trillions? Make up your mind. We either at the bottom or we got trillions. It can't be both.
I think that when I asked the question earlier, and I said when these kids get money, what do they do with it? Right?
Spend it on 2K.
They spend it. Balenciagas. We got our COVID checks. Where we was at? I went to the King of Prussia Mall. The line, I've never seen a line that long in the Gucci store. Doing it, it was the middle of a pandemic, and
Yeah.
the line at the store was outside all the way down the mall at the Gucci store.
Absolutely.
So just because we're spending the money, I don't think that justifies necessarily like how we're doing financially. We just money, we give it away.
But see, that's the thing about it too, and you hit it perfectly right on the head. We're spending the money. We're not reinvesting the money. We're not reinvesting in the things that would see fruit in the future, or putting it in vehicles, or teaming up and collaborating with each other to create something or do something where that money can go further in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. You might want to have a family in another 5, 6 years. Are you prepared for that? Have you put enough money or stock behind your investment? Look, we're not going to work our way to riches. We're not going to work our way a 9 to 5 to financial freedom. It's just not possible. And I think that's the reality that a lot of people need to realize. There's nothing wrong with a 9 to 5, but I also think that I don't want people to limit themselves and just stick with that realm. I want you to be passionate and have something that you could create and also invest in understanding financial literacy, and understanding stock market, understanding dividend bonds and all those other vehicles, and
But
how
Luis,
to place your money.
But Luis, let me ask you something. So you think 52 grand a year, you think that's not enough?
If you're making 52 grand a year, well, let's start off with what age demographic are we talking about?
I mean, I don't know, but I know the median age for us is like 36. So
okay, so if we're talking about a 36-year-old making 52,000 a year, he has no debts, no car pay, no car note, no mortgage, no nothing. That's good, but I feel like he could do more.
Okay,
if you're
so
only working one,
let me show you why this is problematic. Because I wanted to hear you say that. Let me show you why this is problematic. 19, don't make me lie, 27, 34, 1934, I think. The average income was like 2,700 a year, something like that. No, I think it was 1,738 was the average income. The average rent was $27 a month. At that particular time, the average rent was 18% of your income. Today, like I just told you, black man averaging 52,000. The average rent is 36% of your income. If everybody right now just leveled up and started making more money, and let's just say 100 grand became the median, I did the math. I can show it to you. The rent would be 56% of your income. More money is not the answer. The more money that you make, the more money goes into the economy, the more inflation we see. That's not the answer.
But everybody's not gonna make that kind of money, brother. That's
wait. But when I just asked you if you thought it was enough, you said no, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the problem. Wait, let me finish. Just let me finish so you can understand my full point.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to tell you is that we are too busy telling black people they ain't doing good enough, and that's insane to me. You keep telling them they ain't doing good enough, and they're like, God damn, what more? What do you want us to do? We tried every single thing they told us to do. They told us to assimilate to white culture. We did that. They told us to go to college. We did that. They told us to go to trade school. We did that. They told us to get involved in tech. We did that. Now they telling us, oh, it's your fault because you ain't in STEM. Now they telling us it's the immigrants' problem. They lowering the wages. It doesn't matter. People, the majority of people are not meant to be wealthy or rich in any society. The problem is that black conservatives have a problem with the word content. That's the problem. That's the problem. Because here's the thing about it. You need to learn how to be content. It doesn't mean that you won't ever want for more or try to go get nothing else. But it means I'm also not demonizing you or anybody else that look like you or beating you down just for not having as much as I do or the next person does. because you don't control society. You don't control the economics of this country. No matter how much y'all think you want to, you don't. So before you respond, can you acknowledge the premise? I'll show you the math if you need me to. That if the average money right now was 100 grand, your rent would be 56% of your income. Do you think that's logical? You think that makes sense?
I understand the position that you're coming from, but I also trying to take into consideration the escalation of inflation each year, right? 3%, 4%, whatever. It has grown. Like, unfortunately, there are people who are struggling to make their rent. There are people who are struggling to try to make ends meet because, unfortunately, the cost of living has just gone up. I'm not saying that 52,000 is not enough and that you're not doing enough work. I never want to make anybody think or feel that. I'm just saying, have you put yourself in a position, or are you investing in other ways so you can hedge against inflation? Because last year's price is not this year's price.
That's real,
and that's just the reality is. And I don't want people to think that, okay, 52K is great for the rest of my life. Like, that's great, but can you make an extra $5,000 by next year? And then that's great, you made an extra 5, but can you make another 3.5 the year following? It's not that you need to be at 100K or whatever. I just want people to make sure that they're doing better than what inflation. If inflation went up 3%, I want you to be at like 4 to 5%. So you're not being in the negative.
I understand what you're saying. I think the problem that people don't get about what made America great was not now the narrative that, oh, people love America because you can come here and be rich. The thing that actually made America great was that you didn't have to be. That's what made it great. You didn't have to be rich. You could be the average dude with a 4th grade education and you could provide for your entire family working at this place. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what made it great. Now everybody thinks they have to be wealthy and rich. And like I just told you, if you get that extra 5,000, I get it that extra 5,000. Devin, Hink, JR, all of us get that extra 5,000. That's just more inflation. It's not going, if like I said, if we shift the median income right now from 52K to 100K, things are just gonna cost that much more money. Eggs gonna be $8, $9 a carton, and your rent gonna be 56% of your income. You're not gonna be doing better.
Beans, you know what's so beautiful about what you just finished saying? I have conversations with one of my neighbors who's like 85, 86 years old, who's a World War II veteran. And one of the things that he told me, he was like, back then, like, you could leave high school by like sophomore, junior year and work for the mill, right?
Yeah.
Full benefits, pension, retirement, etc. for you and your family. The wife didn't even need to work. One person, one man can take care of his family, him and his child, and doesn't even need to finish the high school level. If when they wanted to go to college, was more focused on clerk work, secretary, etc. That is a beautiful thing. Unfortunately, we're just not in those times anymore. And today it requires a lot more in terms of skill, education, background, and just talent, right? To just make more. And making more, there's a responsibility that comes with making more. And obviously, as someone who's making more, I fully understand that.
But that's why in the red pill space, they're trying to convince the women that the solution is for us to come back together. Right? I know there's a lot of people telling the men to go their own way and all of that, but I'm just saying that's why they're saying it.
We are much better together than we are apart. I never believed into that whole thing. Look, I grew up in a 2-parent household. My mother and father married, and they're still together. They're both retired, right? And I never understood people wanting to be apart from each other or like do it all by yourself. Like, you need a community and you need a tribe of people. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna have good days and you're gonna have very low days. Who's there?
That's Western programming, Luis. But that's what I'm trying to get you to realize is that's the answer. The answer isn't men need to go make 100 grand, because if the men go make 100 grand and the women ain't, then they're gonna call that wage gap. Right? And they're gonna say that's based on sexism, right? But if the women out here making 100 grand and the men ain't, then they're gonna say we weak, right? That's not the answer. The answer is to put that 52 with that 51 and twerk something. That's the answer.
Right? But I'll do you.
let me say something let me say something real fast. Because one thing we stopped doing, what we probably need to start doing, we just talk about getting a wife. Beans, you just saying just getting a wife or getting a husband, whichever direction you go with it. But let's go deeper than that. I said Homestead, bringing more family members in. Get with your family members that you can get along with, come together and build in that house together. Bring your cousins in here, your brother, your sister, and their family, and their husbands, and their wives, or whatever the case may be, and come together under one roof. But we're not willing to do it. Now, there was a time where we did do that. We stopped. We got to that individualistic mindset and started, oh, well, I want my own thing, and to hell with everybody else. They want to come with me. Don't. Also, another thing you can also do is be a minimalist. A lot of people don't want to be minimalist because it's not fashionable. It's not cool. It doesn't look that way. It doesn't look hip. It's not the nice thing and the happening thing to do. People don't want to be minimalist no more. I mean, minimum. You don't have to go out there and get a brand new car. Go get your nice used car. It's gonna get you from point A to point B. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Live in a minimalist type of city. I know you can't live in a big city and do all that, but go to one of them small cities where you can afford to raise your kids and your family and do everything you do. Is everything gonna be? Yeah, you gonna have to worry about these eggs being $8, like you said, Beans, and a gallon of juice being 25. We understand that, but live minimally. Hey, go to Aldi's instead of going to maybe Kroger's and shop. Instead of go to Whole Foods, don't shop there. Go to where you can afford to pay for the food that you could get. But we're not doing that. Matter of fact, how about we go outside in a nice little half an acre yard and grow some fruit and vegetables? We're not willing to do that. We're not willing to do certain things that we can't help ourselves as far as in our pockets. And when we bring each other together, guess what? Instead of paying 100% of all the bills, I could pay for 1/3. Me and my family could pay for 1/3 because we got 2 other families in this household just with us. And now that extra that 75% that I have, I can start investing. And now I can build some sense of wealth. Matter of fact, get life insurance for your kids. How about doing that? We're not trying to do that. We talk down. I heard some people talk down. Life insurance, I'm not doing. I'm setting myself up to die. No, dog. We all gonna meet our maker one of these days, sooner rather than later, hopefully for all of us, but we are gonna meet it. So why carry on that burden to our children? Why do that? And not only take care of the money to bury our kids instead of going out here selling fish and chicken dinners at the local church or trying to get some fund me to put my ass in the goddamn dirt. Have some form of life insurance, a policy, and not give enough money to not only bury my black ass, but save enough. I mean, get a policy where it's going to be enough where your wife don't have to worry about for 5 years. You can have enough built up for 5 years where she don't have to worry about that stress and financial stress and just worry about grieving and helping the kids come together and mourn me as a person. I'll leave it there.
Hey Beans, one of the things you said was that you can't compare because of the bottom part, talking about black women, but then we come together. What you really said was that you prove what you not said. What you proved is that black people would just be better together, because the comparison you made, where if we both make 52, but then if they make 1, so I have no argument there. Another thing that I disagree with you for earlier, but after you expanded, I agree with, is that not being content does mean that like you're happy with what you got. Being empathetic to others is what's going to keep you from telling people like, hey, you should be doing more, you should be doing better. So I get that. Of the employees that I have, I think my lowest rank one makes $130,000. So we'll just say the average salary that my company has is $200,000. That'll be the average. What's funny to me is when you said that, I was looking at doing payroll. I have a program where I give people an advance on their next check, up to like 80% of what their next check would be if they need it. And so when I'm looking, over half of my employees are taking advantage of that, which tells me that half of my employees are living check to check. Right. So then, now since you guys have been talking, I've been looking. These people live in like Atlanta, California, New York, and you're saying 56% of their income. I'm wondering, it's making me look like now, well, damn, if these people, like one of the girls is making almost $300,000 and she's enrolled in the program. So if you already, that means that you live in check to check making $300,000 a year. I had it never even crossed my mind that was a thing until I looked at it myself. So I appreciate you making that point.
No, absolutely. I worked in the trucking industry, and I got a cousin that owns a construction company, and I forget the actual name of the company that does it, but yeah, most people are taking advantage of that resource to be able to get their money early because they can't wait.
68%. I think it was 68% of all millennials who make 100,000 and up $100,000 plus a year live paycheck to paycheck.
That's almost exactly what it looks like for me when I'm looking at it now. It's almost 70% of these people.
Yeah, no, it's
Living
true.
beyond their means.
But so somebody put it in the chat earlier, and I got to give them credit. They said that they could do it. The problem is that they're being greedy. They're living beyond their means. They want more, but they're consuming at a higher more. Even if you make a $10,000 more, they're gonna spend that 10,000. They're not investing it. They're not properly allocating it.
Absolutely.
Or whatever. And I do want to go back to what you mentioned about the 52K beans. So I thought about an example, especially when it comes to relationship. Maybe two people come together, they both make 52K, right? That's a household of 104,000. If we could live off one person's income and we invest the rest, like we're gonna put initial $10,000 investment, $1,000 monthly investment at an 8% interest rate and 10% variant for a yearly. That's not 195,428,000 in the course of 10 years, right? That's how much you have saved, right? Doing it that way. $10,000 investment, $1,000 every month for 10 years. You can't tell me that that's something that people could put towards their new home, property, and investment, maybe kids' college fund, whatever the case may be. But there are vehicles out here for people to take advantage of to put themselves in a much better. You don't need to be making 200, 300, 500. You need to utilize the vehicles that are out here and the tools to invest properly to get the best outcome, right, for where you are at. Right.
Absolutely.
And as long as people understand that and understand how compound interest works and I understand how these other vehicles work, like Hank brought up, like life insurance, a cash value life insurance, right? Become your own bank, pull from that and then pull and pay it back after you're done. And instead of paying a bank at a high interest, you're paying yourself. Like, but this is a mindset shift. This is like a cultural shift, right? Like this has to be the thing that we talk about the most, not about what's going on, elsewhere in the country or elsewhere in the world. It's what's going on in your household, in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? It's about what you guys talk about during the holidays when you get together with each other. Hey, what are you working on? Like, hey, how's that business going? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I need help. I was like, hey, man, I got a guy over here who's a hard worker, who's looking for a job. He's actually has the same skill set. Let me introduce you to him. I think those bridging opportunities is what's going to catapult people forward. But we can't get there unless we're willing to be a little bit more open-minded about, where we're at and where we want to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually a great point. I just think in totality, I just think we need to understand that everybody can't get there, bro. Everybody not gonna be six figures. Everybody ain't gonna be a millionaire. Everybody ain't gonna be 50 grand. Like it is what it is, man. Listen, I say this all the time. I use this example, Luis. When I go to Walmart to get my food, and lately I ain't even been going. I signed up to get my joints delivered, but when I go to Walmart to get my food, I know exactly where to go to get my food. I'm in there for 15 minutes and I'm out the door. Why is that? That's because somebody is in there brushing down them boxes in the back, pulling all that stuff out, pulling it onto the floor and stocking the shelves. Who am I to get on the internet and tell them people they ain't shit and they need to be making more money? No, I'm glad you're doing your job. Keep doing your job. So all my stuff is right there. If it's working for you, then that's cool. And as Black people, that's what we got to get to. This whole competitive thing that we got going. Sometimes people say crabs in the barrel, all of that. But I know you don't like hearing it, Devin. But also the Black conservative base and the demeaning of Blacks that they do from the financial standpoint. It's the same argument that we make to the women have to apply to us as well. right? So if you're making different decisions or you have a different outcome than I do, right? We talk about how bad it is when you grow up in a single family motherhood. We get on the internet and we shame black women and we tell them, you raised them kids in a single motherhood and they go to jail. But then when you get on the internet and you was raised with your mom and your dad and they still together and you got a better outcome than the person in the box next to you, you judging them as if you don't understand why his outcome ain't as good as yours. Right? This is what I'm just saying. People just be double talking and just saying shit. They ain't really consistent. And that's what I have a problem with. If you want to get to the bag, to Lewis's point, to Devin's point, to Real's point, it's legal ways to get there. You ain't got to make a lot of money to do it. It's all about investing and understand what you're doing is planning for your future and stop having these what is it called, Real? When people want the outcome right now.
They want the sense of immediacy.
Instant gratification.
Gratification.
Instant gratification, right? Like, nah, plan for the future. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Devin.
No, so this is it's kind of crazy that you like keep coming in and saying, oh, like the conservative talking points, yada yada. But it seems like the prescription of most of the things you say are conservative type of talking points. So I don't know. That's kind of that's the thing I'm trying to decipher in my head right now. But also like when it's like when we're telling people, hey, this is what you can do, or we're like, it's ultimately giving game. Because what is happening is you're sitting here saying, be okay, be content with what you're doing, but we're living in a world where the landscape of the job markets are always changing. And if you don't adapt, you're going to get left behind. And if you get left behind, you're going to be out and about, just not knowing to do, twiddling your thumbs. Like, especially when you got AI coming out, you have all these other things that are literally going to end up taking people's job. And you're telling them be content with where they are. You are going to be left behind. If you're not progressing, you are going to get left behind. So it's like that when you say that, it kind of irks me a little bit. But then you're like, we're telling you like I shouldn't judge somebody because they are in a situation that is not optimal. Where it's like, if you're doing something that's not optimal, you need to be judged. You need to be criticized. This is one thing that other communities do. If you're not doing something that's beneficial for that community, you're going to be ostracized from that community. Like they don't support this. It's okay behavior to just do X, Y, and Z. If it's wrong, you're going to be pushed out and ostracized. And I think honestly, that's what the black community needs to do. And if you want to call me pretentious or there's other things, but I'm not going to sit here and that's why the Prince guy earlier felt like he was brave enough to say some stuff because nobody checks him enough, I believe, for the crazy stuff that he says because we don't check the black community enough the way we check, like the way we were checking him earlier. And I think we get into this tone policing, and I don't think it's beneficial for our overall community. And then ultimately, I think one of the things that we were getting to earlier was saying that it's not that we don't have enough money. Our lifestyle changing, the things that we expect from our day to day is growing, and it's crazy that we talk about like birth rates and like the decline of birth rates and stuff like that. It's like, and it's not even the people that have the most money that are having the kids; it's the people who don't have the money that shouldn't be having kids. So I don't know. It's just, I think it's.
Devin, let me ask you a question real quick. Are you a millionaire?
Am I a millionaire? Mm-hmm. Not yet.
Should I judge you? Because I know millionaires. I know guys that's millionaires that's probably younger than you, and they already millionaires. So
yeah, you probably should judge me. Yeah, you probably should.
What? No, that don't make sense.
For me, if you talk to me and we're and I'm not doing, if I say I want to do something, regardless of what it is, whatever my goal is, if my goal is to be a millionaire, which is what I want to do, and if I'm not doing the things that I want, if I'm not doing right now the things I need to do to get to that position, yes, I should be judged, in my opinion.
But he didn't say that. He said, should he judge you for not being a millionaire, not for not doing the things, because you're probably doing the things to get there at a certain point. But he said, should he judge you for not being in that, for that not being your state of being right now? I don't agree with that.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't think so. But
that's so you know, Devin. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the conservatives, particularly the black ones, right?
I'm just talking about complacency because ultimately, like I said, if you're not trying to figure out and move forward to some degree, you're gonna get left behind.
But it's based on need. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not about. I should not go out and me determining what is best for my life shouldn't be based on what you're capable of doing. I don't give it. crap about what you've done or what you're capable of doing. I'm looking at my own life and I'm saying, this how much money I need. For me personally, I'm gonna say it out loud because I don't care who don't like it. If I was getting, I'm talking about netting. If I was netting $6,000 a month, I would be sitting on this internet like I was a millionaire. You wouldn't be able to tell me shit, and you already can't tell me shit, and I'm broke. So you know what I'm saying? So and there's some people that saying 6,000, that ain't no real money. And I'm like, you struggling with 6,000? You doing something wrong.
King,
It
can
ain't
I
the
ask you a question?
6,000, it's you.
Let me ask you a question, King.
Yeah,
what if I told you the people that's trying to
Can't ask no question we off camera like that, dog.
what if I told you the reason why people are trying to push you to earn more as much as you capably can, it's not just for what's best for you, but it's best for generational wealth, the community, all of these other things that black people made it okay to be. I would argue that ever since segregation or somewhere in between there and now, it just seemed like black people made it okay to be broke. Like, it's okay.
But
nobody wants.
Mr. McPherson, let me answer this question. Here's the thing. First of all, I would say that you're probably right, that probably is a part of the reason why people make the statement. But I'm gonna ask this question again because I just want to prove that it's gonna go ignored. 1934, $1,700 a year average, $27 average a month for rent, 18% of your income. Today, 52,000 for black men, 36% of your income is what people average paying for their rent. If we made it to 100 grand, it would be 56% based on the trend. Yes or no? Do you think that makes sense?
I think it makes sense.
No, I don't think it makes sense. But what I think you're not compensating for is you're basically arguing that the more money we get, the more
inflation,
the diminishing return. That you're compensating it for the fact that even if we get more money, we're still not going to do right with the money.
No, I'm saying we're going to have to pay more for things.
Actually, you don't unless you cause expenses on yourself. You're arguing that if I make an extra 50,000, I can't put the extra 50,000 up. I'm just gonna figure out how to absorb all of the extra 50,000 I got.
No, Mr. McPherson, I'm not arguing that you can't do it. I'm arguing as a demographic. I'm saying as
I get it. I know you're saying in general,
right?
Black people are notorious for exhausting all the extra money that they add on to what they already got.
No,
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, do you think if we get to a point where 56% of your income is going to your rent, do you think people are going to be doing well or no? It's 36, right? It's 36 right now. And we already see how people struggling with 36% of their income going towards their rent. How many black women, just thinking about black women, how many black women are falling victim to, I shouldn't say victim, but falling victim to being evicted, right? Like, I'm just saying, if people can't handle 36%, what you think they're going to do at 56?
I think you're false. I think you're making a false correlation between that's how much the cost of living would go up to just because the amount of money people make. I think there's a lot of external factors that would go into that decision, like how fast wages rise, like whether like we're actually like how much we're actually producing, and this like the overall state of like the economy. I think your correlation is at its base foundation kind of flawed.
Okay, I can actually, I'm gonna put the math on my screen, but while I'm doing that, I want to ask you this, and I just already screenshot it, right? But I want to ask you this: do you accept when I tell you that in 1934, that 18% of people's income went towards their rent?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah,
okay, okay. Do you accept that I tell you right now it's 36?
I mean, yeah, but what is but my point is, just because that's true, what you're saying is the cause of it might not be the actual cause.
Well, here's the thing. I won't argue with you. Let's say I don't know what the cause is, but what I do know is you can track it. See, math is something that y'all can't put feelings into. You can track it. You can look and say, man, when people was making this money, things cost this. And when they started making this money, things cost this. And when they went here, things cost this. So what I'm saying is we can track it. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Y'all can go ahead and communicate.
But it's not a matter. It's not a matter. It's not a matter of what you make. It's not a matter of what you make that's causing the issue. It's a matter of what you do with it after you make it.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Oh, okay. Shout out to that. Go ahead, Juan. Jay, I want Juan to go next. Yeah, you.
Oh, sorry. It's Jawar. Jawar.
Oh, Juwan. I'm sorry. My bad, buddy.
So we had to call ICE on him or something. He didn't know his own name.
Damn. Don't do that. Don't do that, OG. I said Juan, but he said it's Jawan. Jawan. I mispronounced it. My bad, brother. Go ahead.
No, I'm just kind of listening right now, but people don't just do budgets anymore, like household budgets. I mean, you know, I remember when my
I believe in that. I agree with you, but for the majority, I don't think so.
Okay, because I remember my parents were doing that. Like every month, my dad came home, he brought the check home, and he actually sat us down at the table and said, "Look, this is what the bills are this month, and this is what we're gonna spend on groceries." Fortunately, that was in the '80s, so we didn't have to worry about like childcare or nothing. You know, people must stay at home. Like, but no, I think even in today's economy, you can still make it in America. I mean, if you look at like Beans was saying, if you bring two incomes together, that's more than enough to get by. So I think
we got to speak on the majority. Majority ain't rocking with a wife or with two incomes. They're not.
The majority, then that means that the majority of people need to get their shit together, need to get their act together if they want to survive. Because it eventually is going to get that way because AI is going to take over a lot of jobs. So people are going to have to learn.
But they have historically, black women have always worked, right? Like, let's just keep it a buck, right? They always had some kind of job. But so the numbers, and I don't know if y'all mess with black demographics, but the numbers on black demographics say that we have a 40% rate of 40% of black people.
Beans, hold on. I don't know if Jawan was finished yet.
I think
was you done, Jawan?
Yeah, he can.
Okay. Go ahead. My bad.
Don't come at me like that. I'm dark skinned.
Shout out to the respectful dark skinned man. Right on. Go ahead, bro.
No, but I think matter of fact, here's the thing. So if you as far as like the the budgeting goes, right? The problem is this. Again, rent is a lot of people's biggest thing. And more often than not, from what I can see, I don't know who all live in rural places, but from what I can tell is the more money you make, the more likely it is that you live in a city, right? And then if you live in a city, you don't want to live in a hood, right? So you're trying to live in these places where your rent is just taking so much of your money because you're trying to stay out the hood. You got kids. You want your kids to be able to go to a good school. So now you're trying to move to the burbs where it's probably going to cost you a little bit more to rent, but your kids will get a better education, or the rent might be lower, but the taxes is sky high, like some of them southern suburbs in Chicago. So, I mean, it's a lot of different reasons also included with the fact that we don't save our money, we don't budget, we don't do all of that counts too. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question, King?
Absolutely.
Why do everybody keep skipping over the critical position a man is in as soon as he get out of high school? Like they automatically start with in the hood, trying to get out the hood and struggling in the hood. Mm-hmm. What decision did he make at 18? Because I would argue that if most of these men had the mentality to go in the military, if in fact that they don't have a trade, a skill, or any profession, this destroys that whole. I got to try to make it out the hood now. It's almost like we're pigeonholing ourselves to automatically by default be subject to poverty right at the high school when we have these options.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think that military is a good option for some people. I wouldn't say it's a good option for the majority of people, especially like even right now where we're about to hit W3. But why
not?
Well, I just said like it's not a good option for everybody. Everybody is not mentally or psychologically or emotionally prepared to deal with the military. But then also,
But what if I told you that's not required? It's not required for you to. That doesn't matter. They get you there.
They don't always get everybody there though, right?
Yeah, but it's not a requirement and it's not a required for entry level. That's what I'm saying.
I'm answering your question. It's not a zero sum game, right? I'm not saying it's 100% across the board. I started off by saying the military is a good option for some. I wouldn't say it's a good option for the majority, right? Everybody can't do it, first of all, but everybody wouldn't want to anyway. But to your point, I think I've been hearing, and this is just what I've been hearing from women who grew up in households with brothers, that their moms were raising them and loving their brothers. So like the brother could stay there as long as he needed to, but they were trying to get the daughters out, right? So it's more than one kind of hindrance on these kids. Not to mention at 18, we try to act like you've grown now because most moms feel like I got you through high school, I did my job, right? But at 18, you're not really ready to make no decisions, which is one of the reasons why I would say the military is probably a good option. I just don't think it's a good option for everybody. But if we start before the kid is 18, and let's go to when the kid is born, right? And when the kid is born, the parents are doing the right thing, right? Which is opening up what did my man Fatty say? A S&P 500 account, right? Opening up an index fund and starting it off with a little bit of bread, $2,000, $3,000, putting $100 in there every month. By the time the kid is 18, you got $100,000 saved up in this fund for this kid to start their life with, right? To start off being able to step out on their own, to make some decisions, to try to get it done, on their own, if that's what you want them to do. They don't necessarily have to go to college or go to the military. They can try to do the thing that they do.
I get it. Can you give other than criminal disqualification or health disqualification? Can you give me an example, paint a picture of how the military wouldn't be a good option for a 18-year-old graduating high school?
Well, again, because not every 18-year-old that graduates high school has good discipline or good
What if I told you having good discipline initially isn't a requirement? They actually get you there.
I understand. I've already conceded to that. I'm saying, but it's not going to work for everybody. Is the point that I was making.
Hey, Daryl, can I ask you a question?
All the people I know, I'll put you like this, just so you know I'm not being biased. All the people that I know specifically that went to the military are doing good. Every last one of them.
Daryl, can I ask you a question? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
He didn't respond.
Who are you asking a question to?
Don't worry about it, Hank. You don't have enough to talk today. It's not you.
Is that right?
It's not you. You don't got your beard all straightened up now. And you just showing your ass for the last 2 weeks. But anyway,
damn.
Bean, when he asked the question about military, there is something else, and it's way before trade school. Dude, I'll never hear people to discuss this neither. There's Job Corps who will take kids from 14 to 22. We'll give them a trade, a place to live, and a lot of other things. Why people don't talk about that?
I think it's 16 to 24 now. I think it's 16 to 24 now.
No, especially, wait a minute, Hank, I think it's special. There's special reason that you could get a 14-year-old child in. I know it's always been 16.
Yeah, but I had a friend who was in Job Corps, and he said it was horrible.
Probably was for him. Yeah. But think about the thousands. Wait. Think about the thousands of young men and young women who go there, get a free trade, and they try to keep up with certain things, what's going on. I don't know if they're doing STEM or any other stuff now, but what they try to do is give people trades that they can actually come out and get started and go straight to work. And so I don't never hear us talking about things like that. Which if you do your research as far as job placement and a lot of stuff, you'll find out it's a lot better than the person feel like they had to go to the military and kill somebody or get on the front line or whatever they disagree with the military. There, matter of fact, the Job Corps is ran under the, I think, I can't think of the name right now, but it has structure. I mean,
Yeah.
people march, they do things, they get up, they do KP, they do a lot of different things. And the reason why I know about that is because I have did my research and I have got a couple of people into Job Corps who have did very well. I have got 2 women who came out being nurses. I got 2 men in AFL-CIO as far as construction. And so what I'm saying is there are other alternatives that people can go without going to city colleges or things like that. What I'm saying is we have to open up the avenue for everything. And Bean, I got to go, but I really appreciate what you brought to the table today as far as black people being at bottom. And if you didn't wrap it up, I would go say, why is it when we're number 2 on top, they don't say we're on top? So you can do the reverse. So, but you wrapped it up and they've quite understood and you did a real good job. Peace and love. And I always strive for the truth for all the black men and black women. I hope all the black men have an excellent, amazing Father's Day today. I'm out of here.
All right, bro.
Yeah, get your non-funny ass out of here.
Hey, don't worry about it. As long as you funny looking, goddamn, you don't really have to tell good jokes.
I know that's right.
So
Can I
look,
ask Darwin a question?
real quick, because I just want to show him I'm due diligent, right? I did pull the picture up too, Devin, just so you know. I got to figure out how to shape it for it sort of fit the screen. But I just did some quick research. So in basic training, 10 to 15% of recruits fail to complete basic training across all branches. For the first year attrition, 20 to 25% of enlistees leave or are discharged within the first year across all branches. And then for longer term, over the full initial enlistment contract, which is typically 4 years, 30 to 40% may not complete their full term, depending on the branch and time period.
Did it give you specifics for why? Because I can probably highlight some of those for you if they didn't. Because I agree with what you're saying.
But that's what I'm saying. To me, let's say that it doesn't matter. My only point was that it's not a good idea for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And not everybody, but the majority of people. Especially if you're talking about guys coming from specific kind of backgrounds, I just don't think it's the best option. I think the best option is I went to military school and I loved it, bro. It's a school called Lincoln's Challenge in Rantoul, Illinois, bro. I loved it. I loved getting up at 5:30 in the morning for PTs and all that. I loved all that we was doing, but a lot of them guys didn't. I think the best option really is we keep jumping to when they're 18. Now, parents need to get this figured out before they start bringing these kids into the world, right? Now, I know we got to deal with the ones that's here, but I'm just saying for future tense, parents need to understand if you're going to bring a kid into the world, then we need to start doing that in the best way we can. Right? Forget all this. As long as I get them through high school, I did my job mentality, because that ain't it. You are an adult for way many more years if you're lucky enough, right? Or cursed enough, than you are a child. So you want to prepare them for adulthood, not just get them to childhood. And I think I don't want to bring in religion, but Ecclesiastes 10 and 19, money solves all things. Right? So my thing is start these kids off with some money, bro. Get them a real chance to step out here and go after the things that they really want to do. Give them a chance to fail at that. You know what I'm saying? First, then we can have a conversation about all this other stuff.
Yeah, but see, we already could see that the parents needed to do their job. I don't think nobody has a problem with that. The issue is at 18, whenever it's on you as a grown man. Whenever you don't have that option anymore, that's gone. Well, what I was referring to was getting into the military. Now, whether that works out for you, that's a whole nother different story. So those statistics didn't compensate for choosing a route, and then whatever reason that you get put out or you get medically discharged or it just doesn't work out for you, that's a whole nother story. But I don't think you looked at it accurately or properly in a fair way, because you didn't compare the likelihood of an 18-year-old getting a job and not staying in the job versus getting into the military and not staying in the first phase, which is basic training, versus the first duty station, or 3 years or 4 years into his career, compared to starting a career around that same age bracket, just running a parallel to see what is the likelihood of succeeding versus the military in a regular job.
Well, I mean, but that's the thing. I wasn't comparing it to a regular job. I'm just comparing I'm saying, do I think the military is a let's say a choice for the majority? I just don't think that it is. It's a constituted minority that it would absolutely benefit. Like I said, I got cousins, uncles, outside of my older uncles who turned to drugs, but everybody I know that was in the military, man, they did all right for themselves, bro. I can't say that I didn't, but they got friends that it didn't work out so well for. You know?
So on a scale from 0 to 10 for all black men or all men, do you think it's a better option overall? Not saying it's good for everybody. That's extreme. But I'm saying on a scale of 0 to 10, is it a better option for an 18-year-old to go to the military versus go try to find work on its own?
I mean, I would say so because ultimately I think you get a chance because all right, this is kind of like my path. Like I got scholarships and stuff, and I went to college for a year before I joined the military. And the reason why I stopped paying for college was because I found I had the adult decision in my head. I was like, I'm doing this and not really sure if I want to actually use my degree path, do what I want to do. And I was a political side major, so obviously I wasn't 100% sure. So I decided to join the military to go figure it out. And I think ultimately, if you can't make it in the military, it just shows you that there's ultimately a foundational issue of something that might have happened that you lacked when you were brought up as a child. So I think it is what it is. It's either you have it or you don't have it, in my opinion.
That part right there is what I disagree with. All that yelling in your face and all that extra stuff that they used to do, you know.
Well, that only happens for 2 to 3 months of your career. Like that's why you're in boot camp.
That's not the point. The point is if you take me from one environment and then throw me right into that and then tell me it's something wrong with me for not being able to deal with that, I just take offense to that.
Well, yeah, because I mean, only people who can't deal with getting yelled at tend to be emotionally frail, which is why they do it, to want to either toughen you up or to prove that you just won't fit in military culture. But it's only for 8 to 9 weeks of your career, unless you're in the Marines and you got a 12-month boot camp. However that
I mean, that's
but
fine.
no one is
really.
screaming at you. No one is screaming at you all the time. So if you can't take that for the 8 to 9 weeks to get the benefits on the other side of it, then it just shows you don't play the long game. Because the military is going to have you see the world, give you a free education if you choose to take advantage of it, and teach you a trade. I think that most humans under the age of 50 could benefit by going to the military in one way, shape, or form. If it's not for the consistency of the routine, for the discipline of teaching for the younger kids, or for the pack where they actually go in here and learn how to be of value to society when they get out. Now, where I will side with you is this: I don't think that the majority of people should stay in the military. I don't think that. I don't think that everyone should do 20 years in the military. I don't think the majority of people should do 20 years in the military. But what I will say is that if someone goes into the military, invest 4 to 6 years of their life just doing what they're told to do, which all you have to do in the military is do what you're told and be on time, and then wear what you're supposed to wear. You don't have to make decisions for the most part. If you go into the military and do those things, you will have a better life than the majority of people you know.
And I just saw somebody in the chat said that it's lifetime trauma. I'm like, no, it's only lifetime trauma because, like you said, Willie, that they're sensitive, they're frail, they haven't been taught how to deal with adversity, and when they get somebody yelling in their face, they get all emotional and they get upset. Like I got yelled at when I was young. I just learned how to tune it out, and I learned how to deal with that adversity.
You know why this is insulting to me? Because I know y'all gonna give me a different answer because y'all conservatives and you ain't gonna never tell the truth.
I mean,
if I walked up to you, Devin,
why is that your default?
If I walked up to you, Devin, or Willie right now, was in your face with it, you ain't taking it. You not.
Yeah, because that's the thing, though. You're not in a position of authority over me.
And even though you know it's probably beneficial for you,
that's disingenuous. That's a disingenuous scenario.
If you could let me finish talking, you could understand the point I'm making. Even though you know it's beneficial for you not to do nothing, you're still gonna do something.
You think I'm gonna crash out like a YN?
That's not what I said. I said even though you know it's beneficial for you not to do nothing, we can acknowledge that first as a premise.
No,
it would be better for you not to do nothing than just walk away, right?
No.
All right, bro, y'all got it. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. At the end of the day, 4 years in the military beats 4 years of college 100 times over. Because what you can do is after 4 years, not only do you got you not only got the potential of having 100% disability if you file it right for the rest of your life, you also got 4 years of free college under the post 9/11 GI Bill, and your kids can get tuition assistance for college, every child. So 4 years in the military beats 4 years of college or 4 years of internship. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
I
you're
claim
saying that based on
$4,400
what
without
it is
having to
now,
work
though,
for every
right?
month.
You're talking about based on the current state of affairs, right? So I probably will have to concede to that. But I'm saying
No, based on any era.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. I'm saying you're not talking about best case scenario, right? Best case, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about the state of current affairs,
I
the
would
way
argue
things are
even
now.
if you, I would argue in the worst case scenario. You take the worst case scenario of a college student not completing college versus a worst case scenario of a soldier not completing his 4 years. The soldier not completing his
That's not
4
what I'm
years is already
saying,
in a better
D.
position.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
The
saying
worst
is,
case for a soldier
what I'm
is
saying
death.
is, you're saying like right now, we're not changing nothing. Exactly the way the world is right now, right? It would be a better deal for them to go into the military. I'm saying I might not be able to argue with you logically.
You can't argue with me
I
logically on
can,
that.
but you're just gonna disagree, and then we come circular, right?
I
But what I'm
never even
saying is,
what did I disagree with?
okay, just can I finish? What I'm saying, because I want you to understand, is that yes, but I'm saying if I have my best case scenario, military loses. I don't need the military if I have my best case scenario. So that's what I mean when I say, well, if
What
you're
is the best
saying
case scenario?
in the way that things are now, then I probably have to concede to you that yeah, it's probably the better option.
What's the best case scenario?
That my parents knew
but
exactly that I was going to be an adult longer than I was going to be a child, and from the day I was born, they was investing into a S&P 500 index fund to make sure that I can start my adult life off with a nest egg, so I can go do the things that I wanted to do and have been preparing to do once I turn 18, instead of having to go join some man's army and possibly go around the world oppressing other people of color.
But you can still do that and still go to the military, though, Beans.
But that's the point.
Do you can get all those things what you sit there and said, plus go to the military, and guess what? I could go get a home loan with 0 interest. That's a hell of a benefit right there.
Facts. These are things that he don't know.
Hold on, fellas. Let me finish. I don't interrupt nobody. So I could go get my burial paid for, a plot and everything taken care of by the government. I could get a pension from the government just for doing 4 years. I could get all those benefits. So I don't know, man, to sit there and say it's better if no, it's not. Because now I could pay free ride to school, free college, no tuition. I can also help my kids and get part of their tuition paid for. So now I'm creating a generation just for my 4 years of sacrifice that I already did. Man, that sounds like a great benefit for me.
You get paid to go to school too.
You know, when y'all talk like this, y'all basically talking as if y'all are dependent on the government for your livelihood.
Welfare.
You know, a lot of people already are.
Like going into the military,
But the thing is, we provided service. We actually did something for it. We're not getting a handout.
What'd you do? Not you.
Well,
what do they do on average? What do they do?
Well, I would argue that.
Yeah, exactly, because that matters. You can't say we did this and 85% of y'all ain't did shit. Ain't stormed no beaches, ain't held up no walls, ain't took no firefights, ain't did nothing. So let's not even go there.
I was in the Air Force, and I was in the Air Force, and it's just a lot of people just sitting around. I mean, like if the U.S. government decided, well, we're gonna cut back on the military, because
they was just complaining about the Medicaid getting cut. Whining ass niggas.
Actually, they were doing that in the 90s when Clinton was president, because that's how I was able to get out early. So I got the option to get out early because he wanted to do that forward waste and abuse doctrine.
Right.
But
they be running the same.
Hey, look, if they just sit around for 4 years, so be it. I'll be glad to get them 4 years just sitting on my ass. You can say what you want, but I got my 4 years. I got all the benefits I need for those who went over the war and served the country. You know what I'm saying? So if you had to go deal with Desert Storm for them 4 years, man, my heart goes out to you, brothers. But for the 4 years who didn't have to do shit, like you said, push a pen, did nothing, okay, Congratulations to him. Y'all got lucky. Y'all didn't have to deal with the wars and the real fire.
Eventually the taxpayers are going to catch on to this. They just like they don't want to be spending no money on people who are getting social service people. They're not going to want to pay for people just sitting in the military getting all these benefits doing nothing. And then right in 2025, war has changed. It's like a digital war now. You don't even need all these people in the military to fight anything.
I mean, hindsight being 2020, I wish I would have went into the military, right? Because we didn't actually end no war until 2001. But
it's not too
late.
You
know what I'm saying?
It's not too late for you to join.
First of all, why do y'all think? It's funny we said, but I think it's better. It's better than the alternative that was. It's better than the alternative that was presented to us earlier. Because what was presented to us earlier was when you turn 16, fuck Job Corps, fuck going to trade, fuck going to college, is getting shot and take your ass to prison. You know what I'm saying? That was the alternative. So I mean, come on, guys.
Why are we acting like why are we acting like
that was the thing?
Why are we acting like wartime requires everybody that's in the military to get into war or get shot? You do know that there's occupations in there that don't require you to be in harm's way, right? Just like any regular job.
What is the mission of the military?
That's the argument that we were just making, that y'all need to stop making.
It doesn't matter if it's the mission of the military. If you're a cook, your ass going to the dining facility every day.
Right, type shit. Oh God.
Yeah, but if you don't have, but you go cook for people who are sitting around doing nothing. If you cut that down, you won't have as many cooks. I mean,
no, if you deploy as a cook, you cooking for the soldiers that come back from MSL routes and out on recons.
I have to really be like, I don't want to like throw cold water on the military because I served myself and I
look at the back.
I definitely appreciate it and I definitely respect it, but now in 2025 is getting to a point where people in Congress are fighting for money just to keep communities alive.
Well, let me ask you this, Joar. How do you deal with a group of women being compelled that they got to go and be financially stable because the men between 18 and 25 are not already financially stable, so they got to push or delay motherhood and being a wife until they get on their own feet? How do you feel that if I told you that the way around that to get women to be more compelled to date the 21-year-old or 25-year-old, the same age as them in the same range, is if men as young as 18 to 25 prioritize going and get that financial stability, which is military, probably the most powerful option. So that we don't have to keep making kids within poverty where we can't take care of them. But you got a group of men that just want to say, "Oh man, it ain't for me," because they saw.
We've been in the wait a minute, Darwin. We've been in the military before. You know that husbands, people who are married in the military, they don't. Sometimes the man will go off for months, years, don't see their wife or kids. A lot of divorces are actually happening in the military.
I know it's a lot, but I looked at
their divorce rate is higher than the civilian.
No, it's not. Look it up again. I've already looked at that.
I've been in there.
The likelihood to give you the divorce versus not be a civilian is different.
But I think we need to also
because of the dual incomes and all that other stuff.
Yeah, but we also need to bring another fact out here that was not correct. I think somebody said that people who go into the military and when they get out, they do better than college graduates. That's not true, actually.
What do you have to disprove that assertion?
I'm just looking on the statistics because as soon as the dude said that, I went and looked it up.
So what does the statistics say?
Okay.
So let me ask you this:
because we just talking about veterans. You're just talking about veterans.
But you don't think financially a young man who went to the military is doing better than a young man who had to pay for college and maybe still be paying for college? You don't think that's the case?
No, not on that.
Student loan debt? God damn.
No.
No, even with
See,
the student
now
loan debt, I mean,
now when y'all say better,
but
you
what I'm
don't
saying,
mean
like most veterans, when they come out of the military,
Let's make
no,
wait, hold on,
let me
Joel.
finish.
Hold on. Let's make sure
Let me make the statement.
let's make sure that they saying the right thing. When you say better, so now if they make more money but they got debt, you saying that's not better?
No.
No, that makes no. If I make 100,000, but I got $250,000 worth of debt, yeah, I'm not doing better.
Yeah, but that's extreme though, right? So come on, let's be more realistic.
That's not extreme.
Well, that's how much college is for 4 years.
For a major 4-year university, average cost is $40,000, right?
Okay, so can I say this?
If I go to university, look here, I give you a rough right down here to U of L. U of L is $25,000 a year.
Right. So 4 years, that's $100,000, not 250. Thank you. Checkmate. Let's go.
And that's if he and Beans. That's if he graduates in 4 years. Really the average is about 5.
Okay,
right?
cool. That's still 125. Not 250.
You don't have to repeat any classes, right?
Okay,
so what I'm saying, even if that's the case, that's between 100,000 or 125,000, right? So if I'm making 100,000, but I have $125,000 off of that, that's before I get a place to lay my head or maybe in a vehicle. I'm already 125 down already. A military man, I'm gonna get 0 interest on the home. I'm not gonna have any debt as far as housing, right? I'm saving money as I'm staying on base. I'm not leaving base. I'm staying on for all 4 years. I have no overhead on me. Maybe a car, but that'd be paid off within 1 to 2 years. Yeah, I think I'm doing way better than that college dude with that $100 to $125,000 worth of debt.
Okay, but I don't like this kind of talk where guys are just sitting around talking about depending on the government pretty much to get their livelihood.
So you don't
Nobody's dependent on the government. We did a job. What are you talking about?
No, but the way you talk, but the way you talking, like I mean, it sounds like you're encouraging a lot of guys to kind of go into the military and,
Well, all right, King Beans.
If you
We're talking about like not
it's
working.
a good option. I think
extra
to me,
hard.
it's what it sounds like. It's a good option for a young person.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
an
it sounds
option,
like.
but
that was his question.
It's an option, but I don't think it's the best option because when veterans come out of the military, hold on for a second. Let me bring that up. When veterans come out of the military, they don't make a lot of money. On average, they don't get more than, because according to this, they don't get more than $55,000 a year. And they usually go into careers that are like, what we call like government jobs, like police, firefighting.
And those jobs,
maybe some of them go into a couple of trades, but it says that the civilian college graduate on average, and it really doesn't matter the major. The average is 60. Well, I'm sorry. So the military veteran is 40, and the civilian is 60. So that's like $20,000.
So you're saying that he's in the 4 years he served, he's going to get a pension from the military, and now he's going into another government job where he can get another possible pension as well, right? So now he has 2 checks he's going to get, and if he makes it to a certain age, he can also possibly get a 3rd check as far as Social Security. And you think that's a bad thing?
Okay,
yeah,
wait.
But
that's
more
income. I got some information putting into what y'all talking about. Hold on real quick. So I just did some research. This is what it says. And now I know what Mr. McPherson is going to say, but I think he's going to cheat with this one. So it says civilians with bachelors on average, college graduates earn more than veterans after service, but the gap narrows significantly when veterans also have a what degree, right? So civilians with bachelor's degrees average around 75 to 85. Veterans with a degree average around 80 to 90.
I mean, but still, the college is paid for.
Okay, so what am I going to say?
That's the point. Yeah, that's why I say I know he's going to cheat and say that. Yeah,
how am I cheating if I say? How am I cheating if I say?
How's that cheating?
Because
look at my. Hold on, I haven't even responded.
That you still went to college.
No, but still, a veteran coming out of the military that still got the option to go to college for free.
Right.
or work DOD civilian. The reason why they can drastically catch up or even surpass is because we're not accounting for all the debt accrued for the civilian that came out of college.
Yes,
So
but
But a
Mr.
lot of people,
McPherson, but Mr.
in the
McPherson, wait,
military
listen.
come out with a lot of people
Hold
in
on
the
real quick.
military come out with.
Hold on real quick. But Mr. McPherson, civilians with bachelors, 75 to 85. Veterans with no degree, 55 to 65. Do you see
because
what
of the degree. Because of the
That's
degree.
my
That doesn't
point.
mean that's but
That's
but
not saying
you're arguing that they make more entry level. You're not saying that you're arguing that they make more entry level at the college versus after the military. You're not saying that you're not arguing that it's a better option or not a better option.
No. We just talking about who typically fares better or earns more.
Because
Somebody
if both went to college at 18, if both went to college at if one went to college at 18 and one went in the military at 18, who's earning more?
if he got a degree, the veteran.
No. If an 18-year-old went to college and an 18-year-old went to the military, who's earning more out the gate?
Are you talking about at that particular time at 18?
Yes.
Oh yeah, the person.
Okay, so if you run it parallel, once the 4 years is up for the military and the 4 years is up for the college student, starting on entry level with a bachelor degree, obviously he's going to earn more. But then the military guy's typically going to college, so he's got another 4 years where he's delayed before he get to his earning potential.
Yeah, but I don't.
But even then, once he get into his career, he has no debt, none of any other nuances. The college students start off as a civilian as far as entry level to his 4 years and hit to his career. That's why it's a drastic change. It's like we're passing the torch at certain stages of life.
Yes,
But,
the
no,
wealth,
but we
the
still got to be
benefit, y'all. Absolutely.
we still got to be honest about something though. When a lot of guys come out of the military, they don't have a lot of transferable and viable skills, to be honest. That's why they take their GIB and go to college and study something.
Well, give me an example of a lot of transferable and valuable skills the military wouldn't have.
MWR.
What?
Like when my brother, he was in
the gym.
Yeah, that's not. I mean,
the morale,
you know
welfare, and recreation.
That's not a skill in the military. What are you talking? That's a resource for military whenever they get off.
No. Everybody who does a job in the military has to go to a school for that. They have to be trained.
That's not what MWR is.
MWR is morale, welfare, and recreation.
And that's not the school. So what point are you making? Like in the Air Force, you go to a tech school. In the Navy, you go to A school, B or C school. So what are you saying? Like you
in the Army, you go to Warrior Leaders Course, you go to BNOC, A-NOC.
No, I'm saying whatever job they assign you to.
That's not NWR.
I was giving NWR as an example.
That's MOS. You mean MOS?
Yeah, MOS is for your Army.
No, well, I was in the Air Force. We call it
You
MW.
losing this one.
All right.
Save yourself.
Huh?
Save yourself. You're losing this one.
No, I'm just saying. Like,
you might have been exposed. We might not be military, brother.
Oh man,
Yeah, that was like
$1,000 shit.
No. I told you I was in the military in the 90s, so they probably changed a couple of.
No,
it's been
See how fast
That's
they
right.
abandon you? You see how fast they abandon you? He just kicked
Listen,
you out.
it was called MWR when I was in the military because a lot of black people were in that. They were in because it seemed like in the Air Force they put all the black people in either MWR supply or what's the other one? Being a chef.
Logistics? Hey, no, MW, bro. Beans, MWR is gonna be places like the bowling alley. You know what I'm saying? The gym when you go on base. The MWR runs those, and those are ran by civilians. And
Right.
no disrespect,
No,
Jawar,
not-
yes,
no.
and no disrespect, Jawar, but my pops
No,
was in the Air Force. and that's not what it was called when he was in
a
the
lot
Air
of
Force.
a lot of jobs were MWR were done by military people. That was their job to because I used to work with that department because I was combat camera, and they don't even have that. They don't even have that job anymore. They discontinued that job in like 99, I think.
The Navy has.
I was in Air Force in 93.
The Marine Corps has combat camera.
So does the Navy. Like it's a specialty.
Yeah,
for
but it used to be big. But it's like really small. They combine
combat camera.
You went in there during Desert Storm, bro. Of course it's small now. We're not at war.
No, they cut it because there was no need for it anymore. Because combat camera used to be its own separate division, but then they combine it now with the journalism people and like people who do marketing for the military. Because that was my job. I was making videos. My whole job was making videos for the base, video and banquets for the officers. They were outsourcing.
Basically, what you're saying is you can't. So basically, what you're saying, you can't get out and be a videographer or whatever, or work at channel Fox News as a.
No, at the time, when I got out in the '90s, no.
No, what I'm saying, those skills that you had as with cameras, you're saying that don't transfer. Your argument is that those skills don't transfer into civilian life.
No, I was just giving one example, but there are other.
Okay, can you give us an example to strengthen your argument at least?
Man, you won.
Okay, people who load bombs, people who load bombs people who load bombs. Okay, how is that? How you can transfer that skill into a civilian?
What if I told you there's a 5-point, 10-point preference to just dismantle your whole argument? Especially when we talk about like military jobs or government jobs, USA jobs, shit like that.
Listen, I know a lot of guys. I'm gonna give you my own anecdotal evidence. All right, a lot of guys that I know who came out of the military, they did not have transferring valuable skills that necessarily transfer into the civilian. That's why they went to college.
It might be best to say they weren't aware. They weren't aware that they had transfer skills.
They took their GI Bill. They looked at the job market. They looked for jobs that were similar to what they did in the military and couldn't find any.
Yeah, because they went into the military and picked bullshit jobs. That's their fault.
Wait a minute, you don't pick. No, you don't pick. The military gives you the job.
Since when? What you pick your rate before you sign your contract?
Listen,
my pops is 60 and he picked this rate and he was in the Air Force in the 80s. So unless there was
but not everybody gets that.
No, where they changed shit, you pick your rate.
It also depends on how you test too, man.
Wait, hold on.
You also got the opportunity to you got to change your MOS whenever you want.
No, it has to do with the military. The military need. It has to do with the military need.
This is what happens.
Even if you pick
jobs are available are going to be based on what the military.
If you get three, if they give you three choices, if they say
that's not how it works. So what happens is they'll say, okay, the military needs ITs, we need cameramen, we need cooks, and we need engineers. But this recruiting station, right? They're going to say, okay, these are jobs we need you to find. So they want you to go find 5 cooks, 2 engineers, 6 ITs, and then 1 special forces person. You come in there and you take a test for it's called the ASVAB. Based on where you score, that's going to tell you what you qualify for. So the people who qualify for these bullshit jobs is because they get low ass scores. The higher you score on the military ASVAB, the more options you have. So the people he's talking about,
that means that you don't get the pick.
No, that's not what it means. Because they're going to offer you jobs.
That means you need to go take that test again so you can get a better job. You don't have to make a choice right there. You take your ass and go study so you get the job you want.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Wait a minute, but let's be honest.
Juwan,
the people who go into the military are not necessarily
in the Coast Guard, bro.
These people,
Juwan, unfortunately, unfortunately, you was the JP of the Air Force, and you weren't too smart, and so you just failed.
No, my ASVAB was very high. I picked. In fact, my father didn't want me to go in the military. He said, "Why are you going to the military? You got good grades. Why don't you just apply to college?" But I kind of messed around my senior year. I forgot to apply to some school. So I actually went to school after I came out of the military early. So I was an older student, so I didn't really get the full college experience like people who come in there at 18.
So you proved my point. You went and picked a bullshit job and then said that you don't have skills to transfer. That's your fault.
No, I didn't. No, the Air Force gave me that job. They give you choices. They say pick your top choices.
So but they have also to pick anything.
Can you stop interrupting? They will say pick your 3 choices. Okay. But they will also tell you, even though you pick these 3 choices, you may not get it because it depends on the mission or the need of the military. So you had a lot of guys who were like me, who I picked because I picked my 3 choices, but they still gave me combat camera, because they needed more cameramen at the time or photographers or something. And
they
they sent us, and all the
rates have been in the military since 1990.
Okay, wait, but Jawad, let me ask you something because I don't want to get stuck on this. You made your point. Like your experiences ain't theirs. It is what it is. I need to get stuck, right? But here's my question, right? And if y'all try to treat me like y'all treated JP, just know I'm gonna give you hell. I'm asking this question sincerely. So I'm not gonna play with y'all. So right now, as I can see, I got at least 4 guys who went into the military here. So shout out to y'all for y'all coon service. Now, come
on, man.
That was a joke, man. That was just a joke. That was just a joke. Here's the thing I want to ask though, and especially JR, that was unnecessary. Okay, here's the thing I want to ask, and especially to Mr.
Period.
So let's say that I had made some different decisions in my life. Let's say I chose to gangbang and sell drugs, and it worked out for me. That I hustled and I made a whole bunch of millions, and I took the millions and turned them into businesses and real estate and all kind of stuff. And I was sitting on here on this panel with y'all, worth more than y'all, got more than y'all, my kids doing better than y'all. Would y'all say that I had made the wrong choices?
Yes.
Wow.
But this is why. Because if you look at that, you take that over 1,000 people, you're the anomaly. That's not the norm. That's why you made the wrong choice. You got lucky. And it's a lot of people in the military who were street niggas and then went to the military and made successful careers out of it. But that doesn't mean that they made the right choices by being street niggas and doing that shit. They just actually went somewhere and did something else with it. So if you went and sold drugs and you're saying you was a kingpin, you retired, you had an escape plan, you're the 1 in 1,000 that made it. But the reason why we can say it's wrong because you wouldn't want your kids to do that. Because you know the odds of them doing that are significantly lower than them not or being as successful as you were. So
let me put the icing. Hold on real quick. Let me put the icing on the cake for you, Willie. If you was to draft everything you did from start to finish as a blueprint, is it safe to say that you will erase the street life from it? And this is something that you're gonna pass to the next generation of kids. Would you erase any of the stuff that was in that draft, that blueprint?
Yeah,
I'm asking King.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, my bad. I think I understand the tense of the question. Just ask it one more time.
No, you ain't answer the question.
I said I think I understand what you're asking. I just want you to say it one more time so I make sure I get the actual tense.
If you was to draft a blueprint, a guided roadmap, with everything you did from start to finish, is it safe to say that you would omit the street life phase of your life?
If I had one? Hell no. Why would I? Like that's how
listen, this is something that you're passing to the next generation of men, black men, and you're telling us on the record that you would keep the street life phase in there for them to go and follow that same roadmap.
No, what I'm saying is if they're going to choose this, then they need to know the best way to do it.
That's not what I'm asking you.
I understand that. I'm answering your question. You just don't like it. I'm telling
you. I asked you a question and you didn't answer it.
I did. I said no.
Okay.
And then you rephrase the question, but I'm telling you why. The reason why is because I know there are people who are still going to make these choices. They need to understand what's in front of them and the best options to make according to the choices that they're going to make.
Take the fact that you know that for a fact or whatever percentage of chance that they're going to make them choices anyway. Just take that off the table. Let's say you don't know what they're going to make. Let's say that you know that the influence your draft or your blueprint has on them is going to compel them to want to follow it to the T.
Okay,
safe to say that you were.
No, I wouldn't tell them about that. Yes, I would take it out. Now what?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See what I'm saying? So Willie, but this is the thing though, Willie. So what do I do with all of these guys that I know of? They're not my family members, but that I know of that came home from the military, can't sleep, can't keep a job, tremors, nightmares, anxiety, depression, PTSD. Do I use that to say, hey kids, don't go to the military because this right here?
No, because the reason why you don't, because that's not the norm. The majority of people don't come back with the issues because the majority of people don't even see combat. A very small percentage of the military sees anything traumatic in their career.
Thank you.
And I'm talking about as far as I'm saying combat and shit goes. You may have You may have somebody, they get to have a training accident, you know what I'm saying? Like shit like that, right? But the average military member is not coming back with PTSD and all the rest of that shit. That shit was really bad in the 90s, though. Now, no disrespect, no, honestly, that was super bad in the 90s. But since then, mental health care and prevention has come a long way.
Cool.
So,
now let me say it. Wait, hold on, because you.
Go ahead.
Now, I respect that. Thank you for admitting that y'all don't deserve no grace for being in the military. It's just a uniform. I could wear it too, but
no, you can't. That's not what I said either. That's not what I said either.
I know. But here's the second part. So now I get why you're saying no, you can't hold that up, right? Because it's not the average, right? Mm-hmm. So that makes sense. But here's the thing. Would you tell the person who came out of the military with that condition that they made the wrong decision by going into the military? So now you're being inconsistent.
No, I'm not. There's nothing to be consistent on. I wouldn't tell them they made the wrong decision because based on the outcome. I would say they got an undesirable outcome based on the decision they made. Because again, they didn't choose to be in a position where they were like getting shot and shit at because you get told to go over there. There's a lot of infantrymen that don't even see combat, and that's a combat job. Correct me if I'm wrong, Darwin.
Yes, but when you sign up, you're taking the chance of getting sent to the war.
Well, that's everybody in the military should think that, right? But for example, when I joined the Navy, I joined the Navy as IT, knowing that odds are I'm gonna be on a ship or I'm gonna be overseas, right? I knew that. That's exactly what my career turned into until I volunteered to be forward deployed because I went for money.
Think of it like this, King. Think of it like this. You're on a basketball team, or you're the 15 man on the roster. It's a surefire thing that you're gonna get to the basketball game, but the chances of you playing any basketball and getting any time is slim to none. Think of it like that.
No doubt. I'm just acknowledging that. When you sign up for the military, you sign up for a chance that you can get sent into a firefight. That's all it is, right?
No. That's inaccurate. It's a chance to get sent to a combat area, deployed into a combat zone. But the fact that you're talking about getting sent in front of harm's way where bullets are flying, no, you have to have a specific role or specific occupation in the military. Because if you're logistics, if you were in logistics, you would be there. So like for example, I went over and deployed, and I set up fucking tents and shit for soldiers to go sleep in, whenever they dawned in for the end of the night. I wasn't going around bullets and shit. My job at that time was to go and be in logistics.
Listen, this ain't nothing to try to win on. What I'm saying is this: when you sign up for the military, if they want to send you, they can. You know that. That's all.
Yes. You actually want to be sent.
That's all we say.
I would say 80 to 90% of the people in the military, once they understand the benefits, they actually want to go get deployed because of the amount of money, untaxed dollars that you get paid, money you can save is ridiculous.
Okay.
When I deployed for my first time, I had like $30,000 saved up.
Right. So here's my thing, Willie. Right, when asked the question, if a person joined the military and had an unfavorable outcome, he would say no, they didn't make a bad choice. But then if a person chose the street life and had a favorable outcome, he would say that they made the wrong choice.
Yes, because the street life is typically going to get you more. You have a higher chance of having that poor outcome than you do joining the military. That's the difference.
But he didn't though.
Right.
That's the whole point.
I
Regardless
would do you one better. The guy that's in the street life, the choices he made, if it's contingent upon dealing drugs and degrading your own community, regardless if you win in it, that's a bad choice to me personally. Okay. Especially if you're taking lives and breaking and entering and all that other things.
Listen, man, that's cute. Y'all always say that, but y'all don't care about nobody else that's degrading the hood. So just stop that, okay? Y'all don't give a shit about McDonald's.
Oh, so you saying we only should care if we care about other people degrading? We should care. We should only care about our own people degrading our community if we can care about people on the outside. But if we don't care about people on the outside, we shouldn't care about our own people.
Yes, here's what I'm saying.
Wow.
I would care more about the people that's killing hundreds of thousands than those that's killing 1,000. Yes, I would.
Wouldn't it make sense to care about the people you have direct influence over? Because if you're asking me to be concerned and care about people that I have no influence over, no control over, wouldn't it make sense to push my energy toward the people that I have direct connection and influence over?
But you don't though. That's the point. You don't have direct influence over them. These grown ass people doing what they want to do. You don't have no influence over them. But what I'm saying is this is not even hard for me. One of these entities is killing hundreds of thousands, and the other one is killing thousands. Which one is more problematic?
You're starting to sound like Prince right now.
Right, but see, you don't answer the question because you know if you answer it, you're going to sound like a douchebag.
Well, people we kill are targeted.
You don't care about the ones that.
No, let me answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question directly. The people that we kill are targeted individuals that we have a target package on that we know who we're killing. They're shooting us, we shoot them back.
So that's the line. That's the story that you're going with. That
what is the story?
I'll only shoot back. That's what you're gonna go with.
Actually, it's not true.
That's what I'm saying. We don't even have to do.
I live here. I live.
The only people we know.
You're trying to conflate a legal order versus a legal.
No, he doing that.
Behavior.
I'm not even talking about that.
No. There's a lot of collateral
there.
there.
I'm talking about you not caring about the fact that prescription drugs, cigarettes, alcohol, and McDonald's has killed more Negroes. Because I don't want to use the N-word.
Bro, you're moving the
Negroes than the drug game ever have. And you ain't made one video, one post, one TikTok, one YouTube.
Did you just say prescription? How are you gonna the audacity of you to say prescription drugs and not accumulate that to being a drug game? Did you know that opioids and all that stuff is part of the drug game?
Yes.
I don't think you're using your frontal lobe right now.
I have nothing to say about that.
That's the same thing. Pharmaceutical and drugs is all the same thing.
But that's not how it's talked about. Nobody. The black conservatives do not care at all about the Sackler family. They want Big Meech to go back to jail though. Lock Big Meech back up. He don't even deserve to be out. But the Sackler family, it's cool, man. They paid $1 billion, so they good. Leave them alone, right? That's what I'm saying. It's hypocritical. I'm a care if I'm seeing, even though look, I'm not saying that it's okay necessarily, but I also don't demonize drugs, right? There was a time in this country when all drugs were legal. People weren't just addicts. The addict wasn't the normality behind the drugs, right? They started doing things to the drugs, right, that made them more addictive. Very few people were addicted to drugs and then they were just users, but they demonized and criminalized the drugs in order to undermine certain demographics in this country, more specifically Black, Hispanic, and Asian, right? Because of the drugs that we were associated with. Cocaine with Blacks, marijuana with Hispanics, and opium with Asians, right? Because of the fact that they were dominating the working industry after the end of slavery and during the Reconstruction period, because they were the labor force.
What makes you think we don't care about the young YNs that's pushing drugs and violence to the community?
You do care. I'm saying you don't care about the people that's doing more harm.
How are you able to quantify that?
Because I can do the numbers. I know that.
Okay, what are the numbers?
I know that diabetes. I know that sugar.
Fast food.
That's a fact. What are you talking? Do you know how many Black people die? It's not like when they talk about, Black people are responsible for 50% of the killing in this country. Yeah, but we also responsible for like 60% of the diabetes victims.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. One is self-inflicted and the other is not.
Joe, just stop for a second. Just stop for a second. Let me just finish then, and you can do the dumb shit you want to do. What I'm saying is this: somebody is producing that. The farming industry in itself is producing a product that is killing people. That's a fact.
Why don't you care? Right? Why don't you care about the actual thing that's
finish my sentences? Like I let you finish yours, right? What I'm saying is that industry killing more Black people than the drug dealers are. The pharmaceutical industry killing more Black people than the drug dealers are, right? Police officers damn near kill more Black. No, I'm just playing. They don't. I just want to throw that in there on some humorous shit.
Come on, man.
Well, I'm just saying there are other industries that do way more harm to Black people than the local drug dealer does. And y'all conservatives don't have nothing to say about those industries because they are part of the capitalism that you subscribe to. That's why you don't talk about them.
Why don't you care? Why don't you care about the number one? What if I told you the number one cause for Black people unalive is contraceptives and unalive in the womb?
In the womb? Yeah, that's about 25 million over the last 60 years.
So why don't you care to talk about that?
Ain't nobody. Well, y'all do. Everybody does. We all talking about that, but that's an easy target because you get to talk about the women, right? You're not going to talk about you're not going to talk about the people or the industries that facilitate the unaliving in the womb. You're just going to talk about the women doing it.
You're just conflating. You're conflating.
No, you can say a word,
with,
but you have to back that up with evidence.
Okay, all right, but you're conflating food with drugs. I mean, drugs is something that changes your brain chemistry, causes you to do a lot of weird shit. Eating McDonald's doesn't cause anything like that. That's eating fast food is
one of those times
and getting heart disease is a self-inflicted thing.
Yeah, this is one of those times when you probably should just be quiet because you don't understand how crazy you sound right now. I'm not even joking. You should be quiet.
You are crazy because you are trying to say that fast food and stuff is killing black folks just as much as drugs, so they are equivalent to each other. They are not equivalent.
They don't have to be equivalent. The point of an analogy is not that something is equivalent, right? You juxtapose.
Why do you bring it up then? And why you bring it up?
Because, well, if you would have been listening instead of talking, you juxtapose two things.
I wasn't talking. I was listening.
Literally were. You're doing it again now while I'm trying to talk.
Yeah, I know.
You juxtapose
because
two
I was
things.
listening.
Absolutely, like you're doing now. You juxtapose two things to find the similarities. That's the basis of an analogy. You do know that, right?
Yes, and you just made a comparison.
So here's the analogy again for you. Drug dealers sell drugs that harm people. McDonald's sell food that harm people. Do you understand the analogy now?
How do we get on this topic?
Okay, thank you. So that's all that matters. That's all we're talking about. And I'm saying
but when you do that, you're trying to when you're doing that, you're basically saying that they are equivalent to each other.
I'm not saying they're equivalent because they're nowhere near equivalent because McDonald's kills more people than drug dealers do. It's not even close. The food kills more people than drug dealers do. Lost, even close.
So you lost your argument and now you're battling the food industry.
Right. See, because that's a hard target. Y'all don't like punching up. You like punching down. Right? That's
so let me ask you this,
Ken.
If we shifted our efforts and energy towards the people at McDonald's, would y'all stop? Would y'all advocate for the guys that's in the streets to stop?
Bro, did y'all hear that too?
Yeah, you gotta say that again. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, it was some crazy noise while you was talking.
If we shifted our energy and efforts towards, I guess, talking about or trying to make change against the McDonald's pharmaceutical industries and stuff like that, would that cause the YNs to stop doing harm in the streets?
Yeah, would that reduce the violence in the streets? No,
absolutely not.
So
why are you talking about?
Does it even make any sense to go ahead and start talking about them when you yourself said it won't even make a difference?
Okay, so yes, and two, here's my question to you. Talking about the YNs, has that stopped them? Yes or no?
Talking about them?
Say what was better.
You said talk about it.
Too easy. You asked me about talking about these other people and will that stop the YNs? My question
I didn't say talking about it. I said shifting our energy and efforts to combating and trying to make change. Those are two different things you're talking. I don't know if what I'm saying. I don't know if we're shifting I don't know if we have any energy right now towards the YNs as far as trying to make change and
absolutely. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Because even you yourself said, as a person that created a blueprint, that you would keep that in the blueprint because you feel like they're more compelled to be in the streets anyway. So even our OGs that done went in and made it out safe are still willing to push it as a route to a passage or whatever, a route to take.
That's not it, bro. What did it? I'm telling you. So for a lot of y'all that did, if you didn't live this lifestyle, just ask the people who did. When I was growing up, the quote unquote OGs, they knew which young dudes was just gonna be about that life, and they knew the ones who wasn't. They knew the ones who really, this ain't what they doing. They may be trying to fit in. I was one of those. It really wasn't what I wanted to do. I was just trying to fit in. I didn't have my brothers and all my family on my father's side. I was really alone. I was the oldest kid, right? And my young brothers was 8 and 12 years younger than me. So I had no help in the streets. So yeah, I tried to turn towards the gangs. But the gang leaders knew this you're not really this. So they tried to keep me away from it. You understand? But then when I got around my brothers on my father's side, and everybody was gang banging, now they couldn't keep me away no more. They was disappointed that I was there, but they knew they couldn't keep me away no more. So what did they do? They still tried to keep me out of harm's way because they just knew I really wasn't that. They knew they couldn't put no chopper in my hand and send me up no block out the window of no car. I wasn't that kid. I will go sell these drugs though, right? So all I'm saying is in the hood, that's what the leadership was. The leadership was, man, get your ass in school. Or if I know I can't get this kid to go to school, let me cuff him and at least just try to keep him under my wing. Yeah, you still need that, bro. No matter what y'all say, until you're willing to change these people's circumstances, you could stop judging their choices because you don't want to do nothing to actually change their circumstances.
Well, they could change their own circumstances. That's what we're trying to tell you.
How can a kid change his circumstances?
By choosing.
You talking about the YNs?
Well, that's the reason why when you hear yourself say that, can't you understand why Black women specifically are associating lack of leadership with our very own selves, our name, because of stuff. There's things you saying like that. That even our young kids, as early as 18, between 18 and 25, can make a change. It's almost like a defeated mentality, brother. We cannot absorb them.
Hold on, Mac. Why do y'all ignore my question? I'm gonna ask you one more time. How do YNs change their circumstances, their environment? How do they do it?
They put down the guns, they put down the bag, and they go get a job or they go into the military. If and only if they didn't accrue a criminal record or they
go into the military.
I think that's a bad solution.
Think about it.
How old do they have to be to go into the military?
They got to be 18 years old.
Exactly. So now, when we say YNs, let's stop being disingenuous. We know we ain't just talking about 18 and up. So again, how do
before we move,
how do they change their circumstances or their environment? How do the
so
let me ask
so
you
you're talking about kids that aren't grown. We got to get we got to get the parents to change that. I was talking about the men. I was talking about grown men. But if you're talking about kids, you're talking about kids 17 and younger, then yeah, I agree with you that we have to get the parents involved. We have to get the parents involved.
You have to get the whole community involved. Listen, let me ask you something real dope. When a flower is having a hard time blooming, do they change the flower or do they change the environment?
But see, hold on, wait. Before you do that, there's a contradiction you made. You stated earlier that the OGs, the guys that's grounded in the game already, they got the turf established. They know the young kids being ushered in is gonna do this or do that. And you're saying, how do they change? You're already saying that there's a superior waiting on them to be ushered into the drug game or the YN game. So there is a parent. It may not be their biological parent. And you said it takes a community. You just told us that the community is actually enabling them because they see the ones that's going to do it and they see the ones that don't do it. But instead of seeing the ones that's going to do it and deterring them from doing it and say, hey, look, no, you need to go to school. We're not going to get you on. We're not going to give you the plug. We're not, none of that. You have a community. So when you say you don't have a community, you're being disingenuous.
See, this is what you keep doing, right? I don't know if this works on everybody else. I promise it's not going to work on me. What you keep doing is this. You keep jumping to people already being screwed up. And then when I'm talking to you from a position of people already being screwed up, you making it seem like it's self-defeated or it's victim mindset and all this other stuff. No, what I'm telling you is this exists. If you want to fix this, then you have to change the circumstances of the hood, of the community. And none of y'all ain't willing to do that. None of y'all that went to the military and now you making all these 6 figures.
No, changing somebody's environment doesn't necessarily change their mentality.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That's what that phrase. You can take the end out of the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out of the end.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Right. Level.
Changing
Right.
the environment doesn't necessarily. You got to change their
Level.
mindset first before you
Relax,
change it.
relax.
It's nuanced.
So, but no, here's the thing, Willie, because I can take you to communities where it don't look like that, and guess what? They don't have the same problems. I'm talking about black ones. The kids ain't gang banging, they ain't spray painting, they ain't trash all over the ground and all of that. Because guess what? The environment is conducive to healthy rearing.
Well, you
So
know, I'm not
if
arguing.
you ain't gonna give them that,
I'm
then
not
you wasting your time talking
I'm not
about
arguing this point. You said you were talking to me. I'm not arguing this point. I'm from one of them cities, so I understand where you're coming from. So I'm not arguing that point with you. That's between you and JR. I haven't even given.
I'm not even talking to him. He's goofy.
Oh,
I was listening to what y'all was just saying real quick. I think I thought somebody said that the solution to getting YNs out of the streets was to go to the military or to do something like that. I do think that that's a bad solution. I think that when it comes to solutions, we have to figure out the goal of a solution is to get an outcome. And I think that theoretically, it would be great for them to just go into the military, but we also know that that's not going to yield us that outcome because they're just not going to do it. So I think that we got to study them and we got to learn, like, okay, what can you do? How can we get you to get to this point of, being financially successful, gaining some character, and also, being a staple in your community? I don't think it's about just saying going to the military. I think you do to some degree got to meet them where they at. Like, for example, I know that if I were to, if it was like me and another guy that actually were speaking to kids, and the other guy came in a suit, and I came in the streetwear that I put on, and I pull up in my cyber truck, and he pull up in a typical car. I know that the kids are going to look at me and they're going to be like, yo, he looked like me. Like he looked like me. He into what I'm into. But at the same time, y'all both have the same net worth. Y'all both have the same thing. So I know that I know how to talk to kids. Like, I know how to talk to people from my community. I'm not so far gone of like, like when you're young and it's just like an old guy in a baggy suit telling you stay in school and you like, yo, I'm not listening to you, old head. That's going in one ear and out the other. I think we just gotta think of realistic solutions. Like, what are they actually going to do? Like when a trainer will tell you, like, what's the best diet, and they say the one you're going to stick to. So yeah.
They need. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like to a lot of them. That's why I told him.
Well,
If
that's
he
the
talking about
problem.
right now in real time, I would have to concede to him. The military, out of all of the young
he's
cats,
wrong.
I would probably say the military is probably a good option for maybe 20 to 30% of them, right? But I think a vast majority of them need to be able to be removed from that environment and put into. You know what I think would be good, real. Even though y'all, I'm just saying that. I'm just saying the name because it's the name. Please don't get lost in the dude.
Getting shot and going to jail.
But Dr. Umar school, the school that Dr. Umar was talking about putting together, that's really what they need. They need that for the younger kids so they can be removed from that environment that they in and then put into this other environment that's conducive to discipline and learning and fruitfulness and healthiness. I mean, learning how to eat right, learning how to feel better about yourself, dress right, think right, talk right, everything else, to feel good about you and not be stifled by stepping over drugs and stepping over drug users and winos and dodging bullets and all that other stuff. It's a lot of trauma floating around in the hood that people want to act like doesn't exist, right?
But look, the problem with what y'all are saying is what y'all doing is indirectly coddling young boys, and it's sad coming from a group of young grown ass men saying, "Oh, we know they ain't gonna do this." You don't absorb them from making the right choice just because you feel like they ain't gonna do it. It's either they ain't gonna do it or their ass gonna pass away and ain't gonna be shit.
So I
Aside from
disagree.
Dr. Umar's class, school, I don't know. I haven't done any research. That's the option. That sounds good that we coming up with options. But for us to say that, oh, they ain't gonna do this, and then don't come up with an alternative option, that's horrible.
Right,
No, I
but
agree with that.
you want to send them to the military. That's all you got. And they can't do that until they're 18. And the problem with that is Bishop Tutu said, we got to stop standing at the bottom of the river trying to save people who fell in at the top. Go to the top of the river and find out why they keep falling in. And you don't have to keep saving people. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all
Well,
want to
so
keep
let's focus. Let's focus on the kids under 17.
Regardless to whatever you've been through, we'll just send you to the military at 18. That ain't no
Well, let's
damn
focus
either.
Okay, let's focus on the kids that's under 17, under 18. What options do you got for them? As a man that have been in and out of the hood and all over it.
Well, I just told you what they needed. They need a change of environment.
I
They
think the
can't
best
go to
option,
Can they go to Dr. Umar's at 15, 13?
Yeah, I think the school that he was.
it's a school.
Where is the school located at? So where is the school?
We can't talk about the actual school. We just got to talk about the idea of the school.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all got to make sense of what y'all saying. If somebody living, it's a school in Philly, right? Is it in Philly?
I thought it was in Virginia.
There is no school, bro. What are we talking about?
Oh shit! Wait, there ain't even a school.
No, it's an idea.
Can somebody tell me how you're going to take them out of this environment? He said, "Just take them out of the environment."
I've had ideas on this for years.
Hey, Beans, I'll tell you what though. If you did one of these schools, I would invest in it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. It saddens me to hear you say that because I know I'm not gonna put in the work to get that done. And I believe you. And I believe you. Hold on, and I believe you when you just said that.
If you could point me in direction of it, I would. Yeah. But I gave bro money too. So
yeah,
and he ain't did shit with it.
Bro, listen, you can start out to start out, really, you could start out in a school, but I understand why he's trying not to do it that way. You can create a curriculum and program and put it into a school and start out that way until you get the funding you needed to get your own building. But I can understand why he don't want to do it that way because it's like, yo, if we allow these other people to fund it, then we don't get to dictate the curriculum. They fund, they get to dictate the curriculum, right? So that's what I'm saying. To Mac's point, hey, yeah, maybe you're right. Not everybody can go to that school. Not everybody can go to college. Not everybody can go to the military. Now who got the defeatist attitude? What we doing is laying out the blueprint for what can be done. Is to say that some of these cats, the majority of these young cats, I would argue need a change of environment, bro. They need to get out the hood. I was in the hood, and like I told you, I'm from Chicago. When I went to military school, it was in Rantoul, Illinois, probably about maybe almost, if not 2 hours away, right? So around Champaign, right? Bro, I loved it. It was a lot of cats that didn't, but I loved it.
These people environment and mass.
So I think that changing the environment only works for smaller kids. I think if you can't change the environment of somebody who's already who they are. I think that you gotta try to change their influences, and you gotta try to become an influence. Like I've had ideas on this for years. Like these kids only listen to people who got what they want, right? If you look like who I want to be in 10 years, okay, I listen. Yeah, let me hear. I want to hear what you got to say. You got money. You live you live a fast life, but you're not in the streets. You do what you want. You go on vacations. You got the cars. Like, oh yeah, let me hear what you got to say. But I think these kids actually need people who going to spend the time with them. Like my sister always called me about my nephew and try and get some help with him. And I used to try and do it, but then I used to tell her like, yo, I gotta spend time with him to actually change him. Like I come over there, I talk to him, he gonna be good for 2 days. And then after that, I have to like really be in his life. So we gotta actually really be willing to be in these boys' lives. Because if we're not, then it's like, what are we actually talking about? That's how you really actually change them. You gotta be in these boys' lives.
But the number of boys who need this is so overwhelming. You will never be able to solve that particular problem. That's why we need to focus on building families so everybody take care of their own kids.
Are you doing both of these things? Like, are you building a family, or have you reached out to any of these kids to try to help them?
Yes, I have my own family. Yes.
Okay.
I was a middle school teacher.
So that's one thing, right? So, and now you're reaching out to the rest of these kids to try to help them, correct? Since you're a teacher, you have access to them. What are you doing outside of your job, educating them to make sure you can help change their environment?
Because I have my own family to take care of. So when I go to my job, yes,
you're going to do half of what you just suggested.
Absolutely. And if more guys and more women were doing what I was doing,
and that's the point Beans is making.
No.
Now, Beans, you know what, bro? You're right.
You won't have to worry about trying to save the world.
I can't argue with you now because he had 2 solutions and he's not even capable of doing one of. Everybody got an idea, but don't do shit and put their worries behind it. I understand where you're coming from now, bro. But you literally just said, champ. Well, if you reach out to help change the environment, to build families, you're doing the one that benefits you.
Listen, it doesn't mean. Listen, you ain't no better than me just because you spend a little bit more time out in the community. Most people are not going to go out into the community. Most people are going to take care of their own families.
Wait,
all right.
No, I'm not better than you because I spend more time in the community. I'm better than you because I put more money in my community. I reach more kids than you. I coach more kids than you, and I affect more change than you.
First of all, you don't know
more change than you. Of the two of us, which one of us is going to
really?
Beans,
Okay, really.
Beans, and I'll give you something else you said, bro. You called me a conservative. I'm not. I'm independent. But I did just go to the conservative black ball to speak with people about trying to affect changes in these very key specific demographics. My nonprofit called Fathers First. We deal with stuff like this. So for you to just be sitting here talking and bloviating, it's just going back. It's going back forward. The same shit you was doing with the Air Force, bro. You just talking like you have no solution, no value.
I respect what you do in the community, but that in the macro, it's not going to work, and it is not working.
But you're not doing nothing. So how would you know
what people need to do is learn how to build families, take care of their own children, raise them correctly, give them the moral compass that they need so that we won't have to worry about trying to save all these kids out in the streets.
I think that's a good idea, but I think that is a good premise, right? Of course, everybody needs to do that, but the reality is there are people who don't have fathers right now, right? There are women, because unless we can stop women from fucking, we can't stop kids from not having fathers.
You gotta stop.
And some people are just gonna have to live with their consequences.
No, right? So that's the thing.
People got to be accountable for their actions.
That's
and we're not gonna. And it's not healthy for the community to do a lot of retroactive stuff. People mess up, and then we got to go back and fix it. You need to be proactive. You need to be proactive in your approach to life.
Yeah, no. You're right, but at the same time, these kids are not responsible for their situation right now, right? You're saying, oh, let's hold his mom responsible. You gotta be responsible for that. But at the same time, the little boy is suffering, right? So it's like, do we help the little boy, or do we like, oh, your mom's going to be responsible. She made a bad decision. Fuck
yeah, but what I'm saying is the number in certain communities, those numbers are so overwhelming. You don't have every black man for every little black boy like that in the neighborhood. Black men are just like any other men in this country. They have their own families. They are raising their own children.
And
they are trying to keep their children safe from other kids who are out to harm their children.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, that's just the reality.
You know how many people don't.
Let me say this real quick, because I don't want to forget. Real quick, I swear. In case people don't notice, we just laid out about 3 or 4 solutions, right?
No, you said take them out the environment. That's not.
Come on, man. Can somebody please pay this dude to be quiet for a second?
No, you haven't been specific about how you're going to take them out of the environment.
You're cutting me off now, so I won't get to if you don't be quiet. So we laid out at least 3, I remember for sure. One is what JR is saying right now, which is about building families, right? That helps out the really younger kids. Let's say 1 to about 7 or 8. Then we're talking about a school like what Dr. Umar was talking about building, right? That will help out the kids, let's say from about 8 to 18. And then Mac was talking about the military, right? We were talking about college. We were talking about military school, or what was the other one that J Speed brought up? You know what it is, the other little shit that you go to, the work program shit, whatever it was. So we laid out a situation where we could actually change the environment for these kids from age 0 to 21, basically, right? But the fact of the matter is neither one of those answers is applicable to all of them. So you just have to know which one is which. And whether y'all want to accept this part about it or not, some of them still gonna be thugs.
Listen, you know those kids who go
still need leaders too. So you can't just demean those guys either. They play a role. That shit is going to exist. You're never gonna stop that 100%. But we just laid it out right now. It just the little argument
you still didn't talk about getting them out of the environment. You just said set up a school. No. You said set up a school.
Absolutely.
Okay. But you know, after school, these kids go home, right?
No,
They
that
go
school
back
is
to
not
their-
a that school
they
is
go
not
back-
a go to school and come home school. That's why I said you should just be quiet
Yeah, it's
sometimes.
more
Wait a
like
minute,
a
hold
one
up.
of them
You don't know
schools
what
that
you're
fail.
talking about.
First of all, you know how much money that would take?
Who cares? Why are you shooting it down?
I went to a military
Listen,
school.
do you know how much money it takes to
Yes.
run a school and to get all of those kids to go 24/7 and be under the supervision of other responsible men 24/7?
Yes, absolutely.
How much? Do
Probably
you know
about
really?
20 million.
How much?
Probably about 20 million.
Okay,
I
and
don't
how you
think
going
it
to get
costs
the
that much
20?
money.
And how you going to get the?
It
Okay,
really
yeah,
would, though.
even okay. Let's
really would.
take his number. Let's even take 2 million. Let's take 3 million or whatever. How you going to get that 3 million?
I don't
Tell
think
me
it
how
costs
that.
much.
Tell me how you going to get the 3 million? Tell me how you going to get the 20?
From all the parents who working. From all the people who so concerned
You
about the
can
black
take
neighborhood.
all the money for the people in the black in the
From
poorest
all the
black community.
people.
You will not get no 20 million.
So I just want to make
You
it
got
be
black
clear.
churches who can't. You got black churches who are struggling to raise $10,000.
Don't y'all ever in your life tell me I'm the one with the victim mindset ever again.
I didn't say you had a victim
I don't
mindset.
sound like this.
No, we did earlier, but yeah, you just made it bad for us. Now we got to take that shit back.
Exactly.
Damn.
I don't
My
sound
bad,
like that.
Listen,
My bad, bro.
Just tell me how you're going to get the 20 million.
I
We're
just
gonna
told
get it
you
from the
how.
community. We're gonna get donations.
I just
and all
told
that.
you how.
Yeah.
And you think you can get 20 million for this school,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
Just like that. So
Absolutely.
okay, so why hasn't it happened in all the years that black people are trying to raise money to
Hold on.
help people in the community?
I got an example for you. What's happening right now? You know who? What's the guy name? The ex school for boys. What's his name?
In Atlanta?
Oh, but Randall, he gets his money from white conservatives. He didn't get it from the
No,
black
stop
community.
it. He gets his money from everybody.
Oh, please.
He gets his money from
He got a
everybody.
lot of white. He got a lot of white conservative donors.
Okay, so he got donations from them too. But before he even got
No,
donations,
he got the majority from them.
He been
got the
doing
majority
this.
of his-
Thank you for proving that it can be done. Checkmate.
He's been doing this before he was getting donations. Before he was even big, he had a school. Before he was even big,
Yeah, I know, but he was able to expand because of white conservative donors.
Congratulations. Thank you for
Black
showing
people
us
was
that it
not
can be done.
supporting Randall. He would
No.
tell you himself. He said black
That's
people
not
were not supporting him.
Wait,
When he was
real, it
going
don't
around
matter.
trying to get money,
He just
black people were
basically
not getting him
argued
money.
that it can be done after telling us it wasn't going to be able to be done.
Listen, man.
So we
Listen.
see who the idiot is.
Y'all are talking about a guy who is a successful person in spite of the black community.
Who cares?
When he started his school, he struggled to get money from his own people.
Okay,
I
cool.
feel
But
bad for arguing with you, man.
he went ahead and did it anyway with the little money that he had. But what made him get more money is he got exposure in the news, and people were seeing what he was doing. And then he got a lot of and he spoke a lot of conservative talking points. So he got a lot of.
You can't do this, man.
Hey, Beans, again, bro.
Listen,
I'm a guy that's always going to admit when
I
I'm
saw
wrong.
that dude on Fox News. When he went on Fox News, he got so much money after being on Fox News. It was crazy.
I apologize.
I understand your point,
I feel
Jawar.
bad for going back.
This is what I want to say to you,
I'm
right?
so
No,
sorry.
we good though.
When
We
you-
worked it out like men.
When you say stuff like he's saying these conservative talking points, it makes it
did.
seem like he doesn't have his own original thoughts. All he did was go on Fox and express what he believes. He might align that way. He's a conservative guy.
His conservative talking point was he did not want any money from the government. And a lot of people who are doing community work want government money to do their community work.
Because he don't want the government to be able to tell him what to do.
And when he went on Fox and said that, he got a lot of money after that appearance on
He
Fox.
was exposed to people who believe and view the world like he does. What's the
That's
problem?
awesome. Will we have been
he has a conservative viewpoint when it comes to building, which is you do it on your own.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. That's pretty much my idea. But for y'all to sit up here and say, "Oh, he did this," he didn't do it because of black people. I'm telling you, he did not. Black people did not support him.
Okay,
He would tell you himself. He struggled to get money from his own people. That's why he had to go on it alone. So when Beans come up here and talking about a school for 20 million, you actually think you're going to get 20 million from your own people to start a school in one
Does
city?
it matter? We're gonna get it from white people.
I just don't think that we should have the conversation with someone who's not even willing to try to do it.
That's a fact.
That's the problem. It's like talking to white people about reparations. They
No.
don't
Listen. You can say what you want.
I know I can.
Until you get that 20 million, what you do to shut me up? You go out there and raise that 20 million for that school.
I don't want to shut you up.
And then the outcome will let me know that you are what you say you are.
I don't want to shut you up. The outcome of the dozens of kids that I've put through college that didn't come from my balls should shut you up. The fact that, again, I do more for my
community. And the fact that I've taught over 5,000 students through the public school system who graduated from high school, went to college. So what? You trying to say your contribution is more than mine? You trying to say your contribution is more than mine?
You got paid to do that. I'm doing mine out of charity. You get a paycheck.
Listen, what difference does it make if I get paid? It doesn't matter if you get paid.
If you're not doing
the outcome is the outcome. The outcome is the outcome. And that's all people look at, the outcome.
That makes
sense. You don't have 20 million. You don't have 20 million to raise to start a school where you can save every black boy in the hood, where he can stay under 24/7 supervision under positive black men. Positive black men have their own families. They have their own children. They have their own businesses. So they are busy running their own businesses.
Willie, look at this.
Right?
I had looked into this a little bit, right? So I'm looking at it right now. I Googled it first to get one number, and then I ChatGPT to get another number, right? And they both similar. So the average operating budget for a small private college, which houses 1,000 to 3,000 students, is 50 million to 150 million annually. Mid-size, 5,000 to 10,000, 200 to 500 million.
Go get that
and
money.
Then large private, like a NYU, USC, Duke, is $1 billion annually, right? So this is why I was telling you. And then when I looked it up, it said that Dr. Umar school, he was intending to house about 1,000 students, right? So the 1,000 students, along with all of the teachers, security staff, and everything else, plus the curriculum, all of the equipment and stuff that they would need. That's why I was telling you, it's probably about 20 million.
No, I don't think so, because that's a private college. Like I think when I went to military school, we was all in one big room on bunks. We had bunk beds. I don't think they're doing that in college. I think everybody get their own little dorm and all that type of stuff.
It's like an apartment.
That's what he was talking about doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean,
that,
the dorm is too much. Like,
there's a reason why he.
I think that's the best environment. I think that's actually the best environment, bro. To remove them from the stress of their household. You know, a lot of them kids being latchkey kids and the responsibility of being parents to their little siblings and shit. Man, look, take them out of that environment and put them in this setting, right? And here's the thing, I don't think it can be co-ed either, right? So now you're gonna have to separate the boys from the girls, right? So it may be dormitory style, but you don't want it to be prison style. You want it to be collegiate style. You want it to be 2 to 3 beds per room. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's everybody then you got to maintain the grounds, the plumbing, the infrastructure. It's gonna cost some dough, bro. Really. That's why when people say,
and if it's gonna cost,
I don't argue with it, because the money he was asking for, it wouldn't have been enough anyway.
Yeah, and if it's gonna cost some dough, the main question is, how you gonna get that dough?
We're gonna get it from the white
people.
You're
either gonna have people donate. That takes a lot of work. You got athletes right now who are making millions of dollars who can't come up with $5 million or whatever to start a school. So what makes you think you can just go out to the community? My father was in politics. You know how hard it is to get money out of people? Y'all think it's just easy.
Damn,
it's the way you did it. It's the way y'all did it.
Beans. Like, my bad, bro.
I'm used to it, Willie, but you a different breed because you actually taking accountability.
My
See,
bad.
so
Beans, you told me there was no such. You told me I was wrong for calling people victims.
Yeah. My bad, bro.
Hold tight. Let me get Johnny in there real quick. Johnny, what's going on?
Not much, man. Hopefully you can hear me. I like King Bean's way of thinking, man. It's crazy.
Okay, why is that?
He's just open-minded towards questioning every detail of everything. As for his way of school, I would say send him to farms or like out in the woods to hunt and fish first at 15 years old, because a lot of kids are emancipated at 15. You know, they don't have parents because their parents are either, you know, not there, or they're terrible, or they're in jail, prison, whatever. So I would say,
look at God. Look at God. Won't he do it? He is so good.
You know, my main concern with all of this stuff, like I love all of these ideas, but it's like my main concern with all of this stuff is like, how do we weed out any type of gay shit? Like, you know, like the no, let's follow me, like, because I'm not the type to send my son to a football camp because I don't know what they got going on. I gotta be there, right? So like, I would love to start a school, but then it's like, all right, how do I make sure y'all niggas not on no weird shit? Y'all all regular, cool old heads. Nobody's weird. Like, how do we figure that part out?
Well, you know, that's Umar was on that too, right? He was saying won't be none of that going on in the school. Now, I think that's difficult. That's a great question, because how do you do that? To me, I think it's how do you do that without the pushback? Because if you say that out loud, hey, our school ain't for these particular people, it may become problematic. To your point.
No, I don't care if gay little boys go there. Like, you can be a gay little boy as long as you know that we ain't, you know, ain't none of that. You know, we ain't on none of that. But you can come to the school.
See, that's what I'm saying. Then once you let them in, you opening up the door for it.
Yeah,
way around it.
I was talking about the adults, but
I think Umar is a decade too early. If he was just now getting ramped up like now and talking about that, I think that he'd probably be significantly more received. The fact that he's been saying he was going to do something for 10 years and ain't did shit takes a lot away from people being willing to give him money. But if he had started right now, then, you know, I've donated already, but I would do it again. And then, you know, probably be a little more active in trying to help or assist, because it would be a fresh initiative. Like, the idea is kind of, you know, gotten stale. That he wants to build this school for black people, yada, yada, whatever. So I think that we need to find somebody else to be the messenger or the arbiter of that message, because if we don't, it's just going to stay an idea. And then we got to just hope that we can get our kids into, you know, primarily black institutions. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's probably the only option that the majority of us have. Military schools they're few and far, good military schools are few and far in between. Like, you went to a good one, you went to a good one.
I went to a free program. It was 6 months.
So, cool. You know what I'm saying? And you're saying you got the outcome that you guys wanted, right? You know what I'm saying? So I understand.
Well, I didn't, because I got kicked out of for fighting, but
you know what I mean? You're saying, like, you
but managed, I loved it while I was there, though.
You've managed to, you know what I'm saying, do something with yourself. So if we're trying to come up with solutions, I don't think that anybody who's not willing to do anything should have a voice in it. The same way that men shouldn't tell women what to do with their bodies, I don't think that people who don't want to be parts of a solution should have anything to say in our conversation with men, those of us that do. Like,
can y'all read this? Okay. This is a note from my joint. Can y'all read that?
Yeah,
not really. It's what
Philadelphia Fraternization for Young Kings.
Fraternities. Now, do you see the
date? I cite your ass got.
No, I just got a good screen, bro. That's all.
It's 2017.
That's all.
I had full notes from this in 2017. I was trying to, like, start a school and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, but again, it's like, if we can't keep putting all these ideas out here and not doing shit, and then, you know, then like us having like conversation with people who on the sidelines don't want to do shit, it just doesn't get us anywhere. Because then those
I'm gonna tell you the reason, Willie. The reason why I think it can happen, though.
Why do y'all think this opening up a school is going to solve? We have schools right now. We have public schools right now.
That's not what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying. We're literally talking about removing them from the environment that they're in. This is what I'm saying. A lot of people don't take this into consideration, bro. When you know how many people come home from the military and they have PTSD and they didn't see no firefights. Like, it was just from being on the Navy, being in ships, being in small spaces, a lot of different stuff, right? So what I'm saying is, I don't understand why people don't think, why they sitting on the internet talking all this junk about the hood and how bad it is, that could be traumatic for you to have to deal with 18, 19, 20 plus years of that environment. So that's what I'm saying. We have to create. That's why I think the schools is a good idea. Now you're going to have 30 schools in one place. No, you might have one in Illinois, you might have one in Pennsylvania, you might have one in New York, you might have one in Texas, right? You might have one in every state, right? Where you can get a bunch of kids, at least 1,000 new kids to go every year. But then you have the other options, like Jawar said, hey, let's fix the family. That's how you start off young, where they don't need the change of environment, because now we kind of fixing the environment through the creating of the families and the healthier households, right?
Okay, but which is going to cost more?
They can do the military and then all of that type of stuff. So we laid out options for all demographics, bro.
Yeah, listen, I understand what you're trying to do, but what you're asking for, what you want, costs money.
That
and it
we
costs
have.
millions. It costs millions of dollars. So my only question to you is, how are you going to raise that money? Because you keep saying I need to take them out of the environment. To take anybody out of anywhere, that takes money.
Yes.
It doesn't take money to form a family.
Here's the thing: there is no answer that we're going to give you that you're going to accept.
No, you just need to answer that question. No, you need to answer
that. You did already. You asked this
No,
question 15 minutes ago.
You didn't. You didn't say how you were going to raise 20 million.
You literally did. You literally did. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. I'm going to show you exactly how you did. Because when you did that, they brought up the other brother whose last name I think is X. And you still been pushing back all this damn time.
All you kept saying was,
fuck what I said. Somebody else already answered the question. So why are you repeating?
The only way you're going to get $20 million like that type of money is by two ways. Either get it from the government, if they got some type of grant or something to give you some money to open up a school, or you're going to have to get people to donate.
That's speculation.
Even if that is the case,
unless you got 20 million of your own money lying around and you can.
We're saying it'll happen. There's private schools in Chicago. It's my first year in high school, I went to school called Providence St. Mel. That shit was $500 a month. My mama was paying it so I could go to school. Like, they'll do it.
Yeah, it's $500
like people won't pay for their kids to go somewhere.
It's $500 a month for you, because I'm sure there were rich donors who were subsidizing their education.
Who cares?
You cannot
wait. See what you just did?
Yeah, but for them to subsidize the school, you have to get them people to donate money.
Right. But what I'm trying to tell you is that, see, this is what you're doing. This is why I said no answer that we give will suffice for you. What I just showed you is that the parents will spend the money. The parents will spend the money.
King, I blame you.
Yeah, but they don't spend enough money to keep the school running.
King, I blame you.
No, they won't.
I blame you. This is why I blame you, King. Because earlier in the show, you were like, people need to stop striving for more, seeing what's out there. Like, they should be sufficed. I think the issue with this whole conversation of why he can't see this happening is because he's content with where he's at. But if he's
because I live.
Hold on. I'm not gonna be long-winded. I'm not gonna be long-winded.
It is very difficult to raise.
This nigga ain't getting muted for some reason.
I'm like the.
And he likes skin.
I think the issue is because he's been content where he's helping at, where his which is okay. You know, like you said, it's okay. He's helping where he's at. But for the people who have tried, who's pushing more, who's looking into real estate when it comes to trading, people you can get that money from.
I don't think I've ever actually been out and tried to get money from people.
No, that's the issue. I know
$20 million is a lot, and $20 million to run a school. That's
I have access to a fund of investors that is way more than 20 million.
You know that black people took all the money they spent and compared it to the GDP of other countries.
Okay, all these people that you know, all these
that are larger.
There you go, Willie.
Fine.
There's only 13 countries that are larger.
All these people you know.
We spend almost $2.3 trillion a year. I think
that means nothing to me. That means nothing to me if it's not visible in the community. None of that is.
No, it's only because people who think
there is nothing. There is no outcome there. You guys telling me we know all these people. You're throwing out all these numbers, but yet you still don't have a school nowhere.
Oh, I never said I was
So you're just trying to basically
my whole thing was talking about the funding. You were talking about where you can get this money from. Where you gonna get this money from?
Yes,
I'm not the one saying that I was gonna go do it. But
listen, bro. Like,
what?
we
If
know
you're
where
not
this
gonna
shit
do
is
it,
going.
then what are you
Like,
talking
we know.
about?
Like,
I'm talking about the access to money. Your barrier of entry was like, how you gonna get the money? I'm telling you, if you actually are working
because what you're doing
if you
is
actually
just set up
expose yourself to communities and get outside your bubble, you will know that there's access to money.
No, you're just talking pipe dreams. If you don't have a plan to get the money, then I mean,
see, that's why I blame you, King, because he can't see past his
Hey,
he's happy
no,
where
I
he's
can
at.
see very clear. I
But
can see
you
very
can't
clear.
But see,
I
Devin,
can
you
see,
can't do
I
that
can
though,
see,
right?
I can see a couple of guys on this panel who are dreaming of a school. They want the school for
Devin, you
these,
can't do that,
which is a noble cause.
Hey,
What I said was this. What I said was this. People need to learn how
when
to
you
be
need to,
content
when you
and
need to
stop
get the
looking for
money,
instant
but when you
gratification.
need to
That's
get
what
the
I said.
money, no, but when you need to get the money, that's
That's what I
where
said.
that's where it gets hard. That's where it gets hard.
Now I remember where I know you from.
What you mean you know me from?
He from $1 million worth
I remember
of
you.
games.
I remember you doing this same dumb shit on Ham's channel. That's what I remember.
Bro, that's Gilly. That's
Shit is
Timu Gilly.
retarded, bro.
Listen.
Oh my
You can
God!
listen,
Shut up.
Listen. You can say what you want. You got it. You still got to find a way to get the money. You still got to find a way to get the money.
Absolutely.
You know, raising money is more than just like asking for money. A lot of times you got to be charismatic, and a lot of people aren't charismatic. So I think you have to actually be able to sell this idea, and you have to actually be able you have to actually have a good idea. A lot of people may not align with what Umar actually wanted his school. His idea is great, but then it's probably he might say something that's like, oh shit, I ain't, you know.
I can tell you what that is, real.
You
It's
telling the kids they
military
can't get
science.
married to white people. We not doing it.
That
Stuff
part
like
too.
that.
Okay, but
That part
these
too.
guys are right here keep talking about they
That
did
part
this and
too.
did this. Obviously, they have the charisma to get that 20 million, right? So so where's the charisma here? So are y'all saying that these guys, because they can't get the 20 million, these guys don't have charisma?
Bro, do you think I didn't wait, hold on, y'all. Do you think I didn't pay attention to everything you said? You said was. I was teaching. I was raised in my own family, all this other shit. Right?
I didn't say I was. I said I am.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So you still married right now?
Yes, I've been married for 15 years.
And your kids live with you in your house?
Yes.
Great. Here's the thing. I know what you said. I can rewind and tell me sure that you said was. But here's the thing. The problem is that with all of that being said and done, you're still sitting your ass on the internet right now talking about what we can't do. So are you not going to pay for your kids?
I didn't say you couldn't do it.
Are you not going to pay for your kids to go
you can
to
scream all you
school?
want to.
Are you not going to pay for your kids to go to school? Yes or no?
I pay for my school. I pay for my kid now. What are you talking
Everybody else will too, brother. You ain't special.
What are you talking about? No, I pay for private school. Not everybody.
Everybody else will too, brother. You ain't special.
No, not everybody can afford private school.
Hey, why do you teach public school but have your kids in private?
No, I said I used to teach. No, I said I used to teach public school. I said I was a teacher. I don't teach anymore.
Okay,
that's why you got it.
See, I told y'all he was saying was with everything he was saying. He just didn't know.
Yes, yes, I am. Do you know?
Hold on. What type of real estate do you do and not know people with money?
No, I sell. No, I'm in Dubai. I sell real estate in Dubai.
And don't know people with money?
Yeah, I know people with money, but people with money, but they want to buy their own stuff. They don't. You know. Yes, they buy what they want to buy, and you know how hard it is to get rich people to donate to
know how to make more money.
No.
What is it that you keep? We talking about a school, and people sending their kids to school. You just said you would pay for your kids to go to school, but for some reason ain't nobody else gonna do it. You not special, dog. Like people will pay for their kids to go to school.
No, I ain't say I was.
Do you know how many parents will pay to get their kids out the house?
Listen.
Yeah, come get this little. Go ahead, go to Dr. Umar's school.
Listen, all I'm saying is you have a noble cause, but in order to fund the noble cause, you're gonna need
it's gonna
money.
take a lot of money. It's gonna take a lot of money.
So all I did was ask you how you're going to get the money.
Yes, and we said it can be done. People will put the bread up, bro. It just got to be from the right person.
It can be done, but
the right person got to be the one doing it.
And who's that right person? Who's that right person? You waiting around for Superman?
Who know? LeBron got one done. I mean, it's not an on-campus school, but he got one done.
And that school is failing miserably.
Oprah got one done, but she did it all the way in Africa.
Why is it failing?
Because the test scores are terrible in this school.
Why? I wonder why.
The reading and the math scores are terrible.
I wonder why.
Why is it? Why are the schools? Why do you know why the scores bad?
Well, reading math scores, that's a whole. I mean, that's
it's because of the teachers. You know how easy it is to become a teacher in public school
and get tenure.
And it's only hard it is to lose your job.
It's only easy now because there's a teacher shortage.
What point are you making that? Like, what point of mine are you disproving? None of them.
No, back in the day, back in the 80s and 90s, it was very difficult to get a teacher's
What assertion
license.
did I make that said that even makes you think?
Listen, I think you're trying to disparage teachers by saying how easy it is.
I'm not disparaging anything.
Yeah, you
are. I'm not disparaging anything. I'm highlighting the fact that to become a teacher is not hard.
No. That's only in the past, maybe 20, 15 years where it's easy, where they can just grab people because there's a teacher shortage. Because teachers are quitting. So
what I said was it's easy to become a teacher, and you're trying to highlight when it became easy.
Because of the system
that has nothing to do with what I was talking about. What I'm saying is now you're talking about test scores being bad. The reason why test scores are bad because these teachers are bad. Like you can't.
No, the test scores are bad because the students are not getting their basic education from home.
Your kids are in private school, right? So how would you know? Because you're not a public school teacher anymore. So are you just speculating or just conjecturing?
Listen, sir, I've had 22 years in the public school system.
Past. We're talking about right now.
So you're part of the reason why.
What are you talking about? I just got out of school. I just got out of the system maybe like 2 years ago.
So you're part of the reason why it sucks.
Thank you.
No, it sucks because parents suck. What are you talking about? It's not the teacher.
Jesus Christ. I wasn't even gonna drag him into it like that.
You parents suck.
Nah, that nigga
You
sucks.
talk to any kindergarten teacher. The kids that come to kindergarten don't know their ABCs. You trying to blame that on the teachers?
Right. And yet you're the one arguing that we don't need to change the environment. Well, won't you shut the fuck? You just need to
tell me how you gonna get those kids out of the environment, Beans. That's all I'm saying. That takes money.
Some of those places already exist, dumbass.
Listen, all you just said was take the kids out the environment.
Yes, because it's possible.
That's so easy to do.
It is.
Okay, that's like saying
some of those places already exist.
That's just like saying, why don't you just take all the poor people out of the ghetto?
No, it's not, because nobody's making an all argument except for you because you're stupid.
Listen, you talking about
we're not
children,
talking about
I'm
all.
adults.
We're not talking about all, which is why we laid out multiple solutions for different demographics.
You don't have a solution. You don't have a solution.
Well, we gave 3. You ain't gave none.
No, you don't have a solution.
You did give one, but you copied.
My solution is a long-term solution. My solution doesn't cost any money. My solution doesn't require me to go out and get
saying you want people to get married again. Cool. And 50% of them shits end in divorce. 80% of second marriages end in divorce. So get the hell out of here. Black marriages averaging 5 years.
Now we talking my language.
That shit ain't no goddamn. That ain't no.
And so many schools are failing. So what?
Yes, because of people like you who don't have no faith in the kids or what they can accomplish if you put them in a healthy environment.
No.
Imagine being educated by someone who thought you was gonna be a failure.
Okay, so why are all these teachers quitting the profession then?
Because they don't make enough money.
No, it's not the money. It's not because of money.
Bruh.
It has nothing to do with money.
Okay.
Bruh. They quitting because they getting caught filling it on kids. That's why.
Teachers have never made a lot of money. But
what?
You've never seen teachers have never made a lot of money. But now you've all of a sudden seen this mass exodus of teachers all of a sudden. Why is that the case?
Because OnlyFans is easier.
That's a fact.
Actually, that's not true. The teachers never made a lot of money. The times have changed. So all you're saying is just like a DJ, the times over 10, 15, 20 years is still the same rate, same pay, but the life has elevated and price has gone up. Doesn't mean they don't make no money.
Yeah, but even if
y'all not trying to say that teachers don't make money.
But let's be honest. Even if teachers were to get a raise, it still won't solve the problems that's still going on in the public school system.
It won't.
And they still will quit. The disrespect from the parents, the the lack of support from the administration, the fights and the disrespect from the kids. That is what's running the parent. That is what's running the teachers out of the profession.
I ain't mad at teachers.
Here's the thing about the school system, Willie, that he ain't addressing. 80% of teachers are women, and 80% of those are white. They need to leave. Because schools need to be taken over by
but most
men
black
anyway.
kids are taught by black teachers. They're not taught by white teachers.
No, they're not.
Who told you that
Yes,
lie? You be talking so much. I swear to God.
What are you talking about? Majority of black schools have majority black teachers. I was in those schools. I was in those schools. I was in those schools. Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, Charlotte, North Carolina. Those are most of the majority black high schools, middle schools. They have black teachers, black principals. They are being run by black principals, black teachers.
You know what, man? It's not just the fact that you ugly, but it's also the fact that you just say
listen, man. Listen.
You say shit that is so
disprovable. Listen.
You say shit that is just so disprovable.
Listen. I just know that black teachers I can tell that you have never stepped one day in a classroom.
Black teachers make up 6% of the teacher workforce. So I'm not trying to be funny. That's not true.
That's nationwide. But we were talking about a black high school, middle school, and black and majority black areas. These are run by black.
Have been married. And now you're not a teacher.
Y'all are ridiculous. Y'all are ridiculous.
Well, you sound like a woman talk about
whatever. Majority of black middle schools, black majority high schools, and black majority school districts have black principals, black teachers.
It's not possible.
It is possible. It's believable, but it's still not majority.
It's not possible because there's only 6% of the entire workforce is black people. So there's 94% of the
no.
What? Listen, one thing we can do is Google this shit. Like,
no, Willie is correct. Willie, you are correct, but he's naming the predominant black areas, though. So that's
still anecdotal because there's still other black students.
No, because you're giving nationwide.
So if you say that the majority of black students have black teachers, you are wrong. Then when you try to add a filter to it and say, well, in predominantly black neighborhoods, you're still wrong because the majority of black students don't have black teachers.
No. In the South,
bro,
where majority of black people in the South, where majority of black people live.
Hey,
turn the bounties on, man.
The South is red.
Hey, listen.
No,
Beans, the more he talks,
black
the more I
people
feel
live in
like
the South now. They don't live in the Northwest and California.
I get it now, bro.
The majority of the black population in the United States is in the South.
I see why it's annoying. I get you.
Exactly. Thank you.
I get it. Oh my God, I get it.
Listen, you don't get nothing because I don't think you
I'm
have to
so
step in the school.
I apologize, dog.
You my hero.
I taught in these schools,
bro.
Is this how y'all spending y'all Father's Day?
Absolutely. My kids don't.
I have taught in these schools. You have not.
I don't have to teach.
I have taught in majority
black.
access
to the internet just like you do.
I taught in majority black middle school.
And they still kick you out.
Majority black high school.
Congratulations.
I live
and they made you retire early.
What are you guys debating? What's up for debate
Nothing.
right here?
He just getting cooked in another lie.
No. They just making up shit.
Somebody does real estate in the Bible can't find money.
They have noble goals.
What happened, real dad?
But they can't. No, they have noble goals, but they can't articulate how to fund those goals.
This man does real estate in the Bible and says he can't find money.
Like, this is what happened, right? $1 million worth of game is off right now. So Gilly's stunt double has no work. So he came on the panel to just come over here and troll and make fun and just make up shit.
I'm not trolling.
I'm not trolling. Got it. Okay.
You have to be.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not trolling. I just know from
you have to be trolling because we're not going to believe that you're dumb.
My 22 years in the public school, my 22 years dealing with black parents, my 22 years dealing with black administrators.
It's all anecdotal.
I've been every school system that I've taught in were in majority black areas. In the South, the majority of black people.
What is your point?
You're not even black.
What are we talking about, though? Is what I'm asking.
That's the crazy part. He not even black.
I mean, she's not black either, so we can't use that.
Whoa, hold on, sir.
First of all,
that's a fact, though.
Who's not black?
You. You said earlier, Gonzalez.
Whoa, I I
said
never said
earlier.
anything except my father was Cuban. You don't know what my mother is.
Well,
It
okay, I'm
don't
sorry. You're
matter.
not all the way black. My bad.
Right.
I
¿Qué
mean,
And
tú
you know,
first of
haces,
all,
mami? ¿Qué tú haces?
you know the one drop
my
rule and
dad's
shit.
dad is Afro-Cuban.
Again, not black.
It's still black. Yes, it is. It's Nigerian in
Nah.
Yoruba. Go do the history of
Again,
Afro-Cuban.
not black.
It's still. I'm American, Negro.
I'm
That's
kind of
what you
sad.
are. American Negro. You are not black.
And now I feel like I'm the only light skinned nigga up here trying to make sense. Like, fuck, I'm on my own. Like, this is
I'm definitely
crazy.
black, honey.
I don't know who told you that.
That I'm black? Not black?
We heard
Well,
you
I
when you
mean,
went off
according
camera.
to
Somebody
like,
in the
white,
background like, Nacho,
Your
no te
last
puedes
name, your
comer
last
ese
name
dulce.
is your last name Spanish, so you can't. It is what it is.
Absolutely. We're not going.
We ain't buying that.
Right.
My
We
last
not
name is
going.
Spanish.
Say
Ain't
one
it
more thing and
Gonzalez
I'm
or
calling
something?
ICE. Say one more thing.
because
You
every
can't even
Cuban I know,
answer
they
none of
pretty
the
much, I know
questions
black. I know black.
if ICE knocked at your door. Do
Ooh.
y'all know the questions they ask people?
I'm pretty sure I'm good. I don't think
I have
They're
I have
wild
one thing to
questions.
say.
We don't even know that. Well,
I don't have to worry about that.
this
And I know that
74 dude might know the answers, but that's about it.
no, Gilly is
I'm
black.
straight.
He's from Philly.
Who's
I think
Gilly?
soon as I open the door, they gonna be like, nah, he good. Let's go.
Who's Gilly?
Jawar.
Oh,
Wait a
Jawar.
minute. Do y'all do what do you guys live? Do y'all live in the South?
I live in the
Absolutely not.
South.
Of course they do.
Where?
I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, in Atlanta, Georgia.
No, I don't live in the South. I'm in DC.
You don't say you
That's
trying to tell
technically
me
not
that
the
most of
South.
those kids aren't being raised by aren't being taught by black educators, have black administrators?
They're not.
Well, my daughter honestly went to private school, Brandon Hall.
Ain't this a
And
bitch?
no, they're
What I tell y'all, yo?
You're right, bro. Hey, listen.
I don't do public
Hey,
shit.
Why you say it like that though? She
Stop,
said,
stop.
"Well, my
Vinny,
daughter."
DJ, you hey,
Don't
Joe
try
made a
me.
point earlier. And he
You
said
try
you,
me.
hey,
Don't
Joe
try me.
said you
I
made a point earlier.
homeschooled for the first 9 years, and then I
Oh
put her in
shit!
private school.
Yeah, and tell me,
Oh shit!
I'm sorry, what's your name, DJ? And tell me, why did you take them out of the public school in those areas?
Who said I took them out of a public
She
school?
just
Well,
said
why
they
didn't
were never there.
you send them? Why didn't you send them?
Hey, you got
Because
a
I
booger
believe
in those,
because
bro.
I don't vaccinate or immunize my children. So
There you go.
therefore, because I
Oh,
do
okay,
not,
well,
I homeschool. And then
all right.
you have to do private because public will not take this American stupid system a kid that's not immunized.
Maybe that's
So
how it
you
is.
And my
in
okay?
daughter
in
never been
So,
sick.
so it has
Everything you
nothing.
COVID,
just
yeah,
said.
me.
Hey,
So it has
hold
nothing
on,
to do
hold
with
on,
the. So it has nothing to do with
hold
the curriculum.
on,
It has
hold on.
nothing to do with the curriculum.
Everything
I
you
wouldn't know
just
because I
said.
taught her. So I wouldn't go from me teaching
This nigga
homeschool
here.
to going to public school. No, because half y'all
DJ,
dumb teachers anyway.
DJ,
No. Hey,
everything you
listen,
just said proves
no.
that you're not
It's
black.
very
I homeschool.
501c3
I'm into.
education. I'm good.
No.
I don't go see
I'm into
regular church
homeschooling.
pastors either. I go see
Hey,
apostles.
wait, hey,
So
DJ,
No.
DJ,
Me and you on the
everything
same
you
place
just
because
said
I
proves that you're
homeschool too.
not black.
I'm a homeschool. I'm a
You
homeschool.
said
you
you
said
weren't gonna
everything
get
I
the
said
kids
is what?
vaccinated.
No.
Everything you just said
Me
proves
and
that you're not black. You said you
I'm
weren't gonna get
black.
the kids
don't
vaccinated.
listen to him.
You said
Don't
the
listen to him.
stupid ass America.
Don't listen.
Stupid ass America, yeah, because y'all be getting y'all kids on them schedules. Y'all
That's a
think y'all
fact.
responsible. They make you think when you have a baby, you signing over the rights. First of all, you
Right.
signing over your rights.
That's a fact.
You're an informant. The mother, y'all baby mamas are informants, signing your child over to the government to
There
get a
you go.
social, to get all this stuff. They're just a
Mhm.
number, and then they send them
Oh
straight to the
god.
doctor and give them all kind of
Your kids
shots
don't
and
got a
shit.
social?
Talk to him.
And, nope. And go and
Oh
get
my
to the
god.
doctor and go get all. She not on the. They're not on the system.
Oh,
They,
bruh.
she don't
So
need
that
All right.
means
it.
your
Well,
kids don't have
You don't
This is
passports
need
what I'm
either.
it.
talking about. She don't
You
need it.
don't
This
need
is best case
nothing.
scenario.
This is
She
only an
don't need it.
American thing.
so
So
is
you don't
that
have
your
a
only
passport?
reason why you don't send them to public
Me,
school?
I'm different. My mama put
No,
me in the
no. So
doctor.
your kids don't have passports
Yeah, my daughter got a passport.
with
There's
no social
ways to
security
get
number.
passports.
With no social security number, your daughter has
You
a
don't.
passport.
No,
When do
you
you
don't
give
need
a
a
social
social
for
security.
a passport? Please tell me right now.
No, you don't get your social security
When they
number
put their
You
usually.
hand
don't
on their
give your
chin like
social for
this,
a passport. You
don't
give a
argue
birth
with them.
certificate.
hey, when they put their hand on their
Oh,
chin
please.
like this, just don't argue with them.
Oh,
This
Like
man, I know what I'm talking
I'm
about.
global entry over here. here, so don't do me in passports.
How you okay? So your kids don't have a social. I'm trying to think. What do that prevent them from having if they truly don't have a social?
Credit
What do you
card.
mean? What do they? What does that prevent them from having? What do you
I'm
mean?
trying to
Your
think.
social
I'm trying to
security
think.
number goes on your
They can't
application.
have credit
Well,
card.
my son doesn't have a social security either. I
You
thought
don't
social
need a
security.
social. No. My daughter. Who said they can't have a credit card? Because my daughter has a reserve credit card right now with American Express, and guess what? She's been an authorized user, and all they ask for. Come on, friend over here, 74. All they ask for is their name and date of birth.
Oh,
So
so
now
you
somebody
added
has
her.
a credit card without a social security
So
number
you
too.
added her to the card. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
exactly.
she'll
Hey,
never be able to
listen.
get her own though.
Hey,
Right.
all
She
I'm gonna
won't be
do
able
is
to get
tell
her
you
Why
this.
own
don't you?
card.
If you go look up a
What
passport
benefit is
application,
that?
there's a
It's
space
nothing.
on
We
there for
just
your
trying to
social
figure out what
security
she
number.
can't do. That's
You know
all.
how many? You know, women were authorized users before we were ever primary account holders. Correct?
It should still be that way to this day.
It's still. You're damn right.
It should
You are.
still be that way to
I
this
am. I
day.
am not pro woman. You are damn. Yes.
There you go. See what I'm
These
saying?
motherfuckers shouldn't
So
have
when
jobs.
you was, I
You
got a
are
question. When
correct.
you was homeschooling for those 9 years, who was providing?
I'm still homeschooling now.
So you don't have, but you don't have a ring on, so you don't have a husband. So
I
nobody
don't
went to
believe in
provide.
that. I don't believe in that.
So, but did you have a provider at all?
No, a provider. I'm a provider. God is
So
my
no, I'm just saying,
provider.
like nobody wasn't paying the bills.
No.
Damn, and you still homeschool? I know you ain't black now. This is some bullshit.
No, and I breastfeed for like 2 or 3, 4
Oh, you
years.
ain't black, girl. Be quiet. You better
I'm
not
still
never say.
breastfeeding right now, almost 2-year-old.
You
Yeah.
keep the word black out your damn mouth, okay?
I'm
Don't
black. I know
no, don't
plenty of
you even
black
say
women
the
that do
word black
that.
no more.
Black women don't do black women. Black women breastfeed, black women homeschool.
Get
Don't
the
do that.
Oh my god.
I mean, some of them.
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
hey, hold
Exactly.
on, real quick. I just want to point out
Don't
that
you need a social to work?
No, hold
My
on,
brother's baby mom. Who got a job?
No, listen.
Who said that?
On your passport application, field number 5 requires a social security number.
You don't. You technically
want to
don't
make sure
have
that
to.
we just
You
put that
don't.
out
You
there.
don't. I actually go down to the office in Atlanta, and there's ways around everything, especially with a
All right, so
newborn
what's the way
baby.
around getting a passport with I know social security number?
There's ways of getting
What
around
is
it
it?
with a newborn baby.
What is the ways of getting a passport without
I
a
don't
social
know.
security
Go
number?
fill it out and go to the office and see.
No, because
No,
I'm
you
not
just
making
fill
the
out that
assertion
birth
that there
certificate
is.
and the.
You bring the
No.
baby's. You bring the baby's newborn thing, and that's it.
Listen.
Yes.
All I'm gonna do is
A
say
lot
this.
of people don't have a social for a newborn.
Not
You know
good.
that.
It's not good to just make up shit on the internet because this is like gonna live in perpetuity.
You know, a lot of people don't have socials, right?
I know that you have to have a social to get a passport. I do know that.
Willie, hold on, Willie. Let's just be honest. And
Willie
this, I
mad 'cause he
promise
had
to
it.
God, I
No,
promise
I'm
to
not mad
God,
about
Willie.
it.
Sent him
Hold
back
on,
home.
Willie.
My passport is good. And my social security
Willie,
is great
listen,
too.
Willie. I'm not simping, but look at her. If she says ways to get around it, we know what that is.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not
you know
talking.
what else?
I'm
You
not
know what
talking
else?
about. Wait,
My
I wasn't even
ex-husband.
going. I wasn't even going to take it
Even
there,
this,
bro.
Willie.
At all.
Even this. My ex-husband wouldn't sign
It sounds
for
good.
my 18-year-old when she was 15. You have to have 2 parents if it's on the birth certificate, right?
Right, unless you get a court
And
order to
guess
get around.
what?
There's a bunch of ways
I
around that.
walked in Atlanta office and I just said, you know what? He won't sign. And they gave her a passport.
So then they broke the law or you're lying. One of those two things happened.
They broke the law because he
Look at her.
never
I would
signed.
break the law for her right now. What the fuck? Like, this ain't hard to figure out. Like she got pretty privilege. It's okay to say it.
Keep reading Google though.
But again, though, I just want to point out that you're not getting a passport without a social security number. Like, you can say you can. I mean, you pull your titties out, get on your knees, cool. But like outside of just getting that shit,
Don't disrespect me.
I didn't disrespect you.
You
like
personally.
I just explained to you how it could
Well,
probably
he's
happen.
talking to me, definitely.
I'm talking to everyone, and you just hit by it because you're the one that
You
said
said
you could do it.
and we're only talking about me.
No,
I told you what I
I'm
did.
sorry. There are no people.
I'm sorry. In general, though.
To be clear, apparently, she got people breaking the law to help her at the passport office.
No, it's not breaking the law. If you don't have, if you take a baby,
you just said
you're
that.
not. You can have a baby, and you can go to the passport office and
Use
get
the
you
example that
you
you
say
gave.
you got a trip.
15-year-old.
You say you got a trip. I definitely have a social for my 15-year-old because she was married. I was
Why
in
did you bring her up talking about
Air Force, not my baby.
Why did you bring her up to try to refute the point? You have to have a social security number to get a passport then.
No. I was talking about my baby.
Listen, I'm dark skinned for the rest of the show because
The only thing I brought up
making
about
sense.
her
I quit.
was that her dad didn't have to be
I
there.
rebuke it. I am brown skinned.
Hey, yeah. That's what she said.
Nah, you.
No, that is what she said,
I'm
though.
abandoning all light skin.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on, real quick. That is
Nope.
what she said, though. She said with the 15-year-old, you had to have the dad there. The dad didn't come, but they still gave it to her because you needed both signatures.
Right.
Yeah.
What point? I didn't say anything about that. I said you have to have a social. So she.
I know. I'm just saying she was making a different example with that. She wasn't talking social. She was
With
just
the baby.
even though you supposed to have the father, she didn't, and she still got what she went.
Right, but we're talking about social. So
I do want to say one thing. I do want to say one thing real quick. I don't like Africans, but shout out to Africa because my son, mama.
What did Africans do to you?
One of her friends got married in Africa, and she wanted to take my son over there. And do y'all know they would not let her bring my son over there without my permission? I had to go get a real ID and send them the verification letter saying, yes, I'm okay with her bringing my son over there. They said, no, you cannot bring that man's son over here without his consent. Man, shout out to Africa for that, because America would never. I thought that was the most gangster shit I ever heard in my life.
All right. But Willie, it says if you don't have a social security number, you can't leave the social security number filled blank. But if you must, you just have to attach a signed and dated statement saying, I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America that I or my child have never been issued a social security number by the Social Security Administration. This applies whether you're applying as an adult or a minor.
I knew that, right? But notice how the point you made that point for her because you looked it up. That's when I asked how you did it. Nobody had anything to say.
It was not how you did it. What I said was,
I knew exactly what you were talking about.
When you have a baby, you do not immediately get a social security number.
That wasn't the point you were arguing either.
What are you talking? You weren't listening because you're so busy trying to be on the internet, which you can do that. But what I said was, you do not need a social to get a passport. You can use a birth certificate. Okay. That's what I said. Right. You want facts, you go look up your own facts.
I don't have
but
to.
I told you what actually happened for me.
And it sounds good, right? You have no
proof. Somebody hooked it up. That's not a hookup.
The only thing you're doing is just making
it
up.
Now you sound like a black woman. Now you sound like a black woman. Now
I'm black.
What about, is that weave?
No.
Oh, you ain't black then. Be quiet. Shut up.
I'm black.
I wasn't gonna say that.
You see my baby black?
No, he's mixed.
Man, if you don't get that Patrick Mahomes looking ass baby out of here, that baby ain't black.
You don't see my baby black?
Cracker ass cracker.
Hey, Patrick Mahomes is wild.
Like, you don't see my new little girl? She look
who the
just
fuck
like
is
him
breastfeeding a 2-year-old?
She looked just like him too.
I knew I had a daughter out here I ain't know about. I'm drinking around this stuff.
He got blue eyes though, but she don't.
Ain't that a bitch? I knew you wasn't black.
I'm black. I just have white babies by black men. Shut up. No. I don't know where it come from.
White babies by black men is hilarious.
I do. I always have.
Did I miss something where someone said they was breastfeeding a 2-year-old? Because K9 Cuts put it in the cat, and I'm like, wait, what did I...
She not 2 yet. She'll be 2 in October, in a couple months.
So wait, so she can like reach and pull your own titty out to feed herself still?
She's always doing that. Why do you think I calmed down so much?
Yeah, I seen that earlier today. I was all jealous and shit.
Somebody see her hand all the time. She always
absolutely. I was like, who the hell is that rubbing on her?
Yes, her.
That's the Cuban side of you, because I don't believe that's a black thing.
Right. This woman ain't black, man.
Yeah, no.
She just trying to claim black shit for Title IX. That's all this shit.
I know so many black women that breastfeed naturally. Don't do black women.
Baby's almost 15.
Fuck out of here. Who has no 2 black women?
I hate that Google. I hate Google because Google tells women stop nursing at 12 months. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're supposed to nurse as long as that shit wet.
And you wonder why these kids be slow.
Yeah.
Because they quick to go give them chicken.
Hold on, Jawar, were you breastfed, bro?
Gerard don't know.
What?
Were you breastfed,
Were
champ?
you breastfed?
I'm just testing her hypothesis that she just proposed.
Were you?
Of course.
Willie, you were breastfed?
Hell yeah.
How long?
I think for a year. My
See,
mom
everybody,
said she said she.
How would you even remember if you were breastfed?
Because I asked my
he
mom.
Probably asked.
The fuck? I'm sorry. I have a good relationship with my parents. I know that's not a.
No, but I never asked my.
Okay, you're not a dad yet.
So light skin was usually.
I like men that ask because
I heard
asked
talking
my
about
mother that she
when she
breastfed
was
me.
talking to my ex-wife about my son breastfeeding him. She mentioned that she breastfed me and quit once I got teeth because teeth on nipples ain't a cool thing apparently
Actually,
for babies. Listen, don't y'all finna get into some freaky shit.
Y'all
And now I
lying
think
now.
now I
You
think this
lying.
nigga went
Don't
to
put that
a dinner
message
party.
out there. Do not put that message out there. Teeth on nipples is fire.
From
You
a
gotta know what
baby,
you're doing.
nigga. From a baby.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Did you breastfeed? No, you did not. You don't know what it feels like.
Well, I
Yeah,
know what I was
did
told it feels
breastfeed.
like.
What you talking about?
I listened to two
I
women talk
still
about they don't like
breastfeed.
it.
What
What are
the
you
hell?
talking about?
I
Both of them
breastfeed
were like,
now.
hell
Shit.
no.
I'm
Once
about
they
to go
get teeth, they
breastfeed
quit.
in a minute.
Yeah, so that might be a black thing.
Absolutely. If you
Yeah,
don't get your Puerto Rican ass out of here. I'm
Boy,
tired of
don't
these
try me.
Hispanics wanting to be
She's
Don't
black.
try
Cuban.
me.
It's out of control.
She's Cuban.
Don't
She
try
just want to
me.
say the N-word. That's why she keeps saying she black.
I have not said the N-word.
I feel like it has to be
I
hard
don't
just
like
to
the
want
get
to.
N-word.
non-black
Want to be
DNA.
able to say it.
I said it
You ain't
earlier.
black.
I said I don't be around niggas because I think somebody was like, "Oh, the gangster. Where'd the gangster go?"
Oh, JP, they ass wrong. They didn't want to let him back
He
there.
packed it
Y'all
up.
ain't shit.
He had to go check in with his probation officer.
He had to take
No,
some
but
medicine. Or
listen,
something.
here's the truth though, right? I heard that same thing about the breastfeeding thing, but
You okay?
what was it? Ah, damn, don't make me lie.
Detox.
It was something that they said was in the similar, because they say those shots that they get the babies at the hospital is causing a lot
Terrible.
of
They
deformity.
get 3 shots. They're terrible.
It was something in the Similac they were saying
Special
was said before. I
K.
can't remember what it was.
It's three shots they give. It's terrible. A vitamin shot, Special K, and something
Let me
else.
look it up and
And
see.
they're all bad. It's sad. It just is unfortunate, honestly, that how many babies like. I feel bad for him if he's still a teacher because these babies coming up, these people are these shots are not the same schedule of shots when we were kids. We did maybe like 12 to 14 shots. They're giving like 50 shots to these kids now. It's sad.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it really, really, really is
It's sad. It's slowing their intelligence down 100%.
on purpose.
I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think it's the shot. It's the iPads and the cell phones.
That's
Too many
not
kids are-
slowing them down. That's
No,
speeding them up.
No,
feel like
no,
Devin is playing Call of Duty right now.
it's ruining their attention span.
No, it's not. It depends on the parent. You can't say that.
No, listen.
It's a dopamine hit.
As it pertains to sitting in school, sitting still for 8 hours. Yes, he's right. But that's what I'm saying. It's speeding them up.
I'm a parent that didn't give my daughter a phone. She didn't get an iPhone until she was 17. But I'm gonna tell you
Yeah,
like
well,
this.
Well,
17
right
years
now,
old. But and I never did an iPad, nothing, no tablets ever. Never. She never did any of that.
Yeah, and you know what? You're the exception to the rule now.
No, but listen, I am not against it. When parents do that, I don't judge them because I'm gonna tell you, it helps them learn. Like even when I meet girls now and they try to be like, oh, I don't let my kid watch TV. Yeah, right. Like that enhances the child's learning ability.
Have y'all looked at the reading scores lately? Kids are literally reading 4 grade levels below.
So are grown men.
There are kids who are graduating from high school.
How we get thrown in under the bus?
I'm
There are
saying
kids
man and
graduating
woman.
from high school who cannot read. I was an English teacher. I taught
Well,
8th
then,
and
yes,
7th
it's your
grade.
fault. We said this already. It's your
I
fault.
taught 7th and 8th grade, and I had students who came to me could barely read their ABCs.
And you didn't fix it because you're a bum teacher.
How can I fix that, man?
What do you mean?
As a 7th and 8th grade teacher, as a 7th and As a 7th and 8th grade
let me tell you
teacher,
something real quick. My mom
crazy. Y'all need to go into a classroom and
Juwan,
actually see what's going on.
My mom just retired.
See,
My mom was a teacher, right?
And I bet you she
My mom
won't
retired.
advise
Let me show
anybody
you
to
the
go into
difference
the classroom.
between my mom. The difference between my mom and you. My
No,
mom.
I bet you your
when my
mother
mom
would
was a
tell you
teacher,
don't go into education.
Bro,
right today.
just give me 1 second. You'll get to talk. When my mom was a teacher, guess what my mom did? She had to bring her kids food, deodorant, clothes, socks, all kind of shit. Because when she seen that her kids was coming to school and she knew that their homes was messed up, she tried to meet them where they was. You're not gonna learn sitting in class stinking and everybody roasting you. Right? So she would bring the kids, she would bring them deodorant, clothes, shoes, all this kind of
I
stuff.
like her.
She went above and beyond the call of duty. All you was doing was just trying to get a check. You was in there like you in the 8th grade and can't read, dumb nigga. That's what you was doing. Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
No,
I doubt it.
No, because if I was doing that, I wouldn't have survived for 22 years. Okay.
Bullshit.
So shut up.
What's tenure? What's tenure? 10 years?
Listen. They can't read because they're not getting the foundation at home.
Okay.
A lot of parents are raising their kids. I mean, like the iPad now is like the babysitter.
Yes.
If you talk to any kindergarten teachers, first grade teachers, third grade teachers, that's the most important years to be learning your phonics. And the system has not been teaching phonics for for a long time.
A long time.
You said when should you?
No, they haven't been.
No. You said at what age should you learn phonics?
Yeah, that's the age. Kindergarten, first, second, third, anytime before third grade.
That's the problem. Well, that's the problem in America because
it's not just a problem in America. It's a problem
even Maria Montessori, that's why she came out with the Montessori program. And a lot of people think that Montessori is a spiritual thing or some type of like secret society school, but Montessori is just Maria's last name. And she came up with that because 1-year-olds and 2-year-olds should know how to learn how to do all the essential things. To me, that's truly phonics.
Let me just kind of, because I've been in education a long time, let me tell you what happened. Let me give you the real reason why a lot of kids can't read, quote unquote, can't read.
Let me start the
all
time.
Right, it's a couple of things. All right, first thing is, all right, just listen because you're gonna learn something.
2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes. All right, couple of things. First thing, parents are not teaching kids their ABCs before they come to kindergarten. You know, a lot of single mothers are just throwing their kids into daycare, and in daycare they're not really learning anything, so they're not coming to kindergarten prepared. Second is a lot of kids are being raised on iPads. The parents are just giving them the iPad as a babysitter, which is one of the reasons why their attention span has pretty much damaged, and they can't even come into the classroom to pay attention for more than 5 minutes. The third one is a lot of teaching theories that came out of these Ivy League schools like Harvard, that a lot of these school systems adapted, and then they realized that these theories don't work. So now you're starting to see a lot of school systems now going back to the stuff they did back into in this early 80s and late 70s, where they were concentrating on phonics, because there are a lot of school systems who got rid of phonics. All of the things that we learned, well, at least I learned when I was a kid, like how to write cursive and memorizing your multiplication tables and all that. They don't even do all that stuff in the early grade. So they can't read. They can't decode. They can't decode letters. They can't. So that's why when high schoolers take the reading test, the national reading test, they're scoring at 4 grades below level, and and the system is pushing kids through the system. Because, we have a political system that don't believe in failing kids anymore. So now, since they can't fail them, they just go ahead and just they do what I did, what I had to do at the end of the year. A lot of students that I knew should have failed, the administrator wouldn't let me fail them. So I had to give them like a group of worksheets and tell them, okay, if you do these worksheets, you pass the grade.
And you graded them on curves?
They didn't do anything all year.
Did you ever grade them on curves?
No, I don't grade on curves.
So you just gave them some sort of
No, I taught the strategy. No, I don't give on curves. No, I teach and then you do what I say. And if you don't do it,
I'm saying to the point that you're making about passing the kids along. I know in some schools like they were allowed to grade on the curve. You know what I'm saying? Like if you did at least this, you get that.
But that's putting a lipstick on the pig. Grading on the curve is
so it's just passing them. Like
yeah, well, you know, I mean, if the system tells you to pass them, I mean, the teachers
I'm just saying. I was just asking though, because I know, but you're right. I know because my mom used to complain about that a lot. She didn't like that idea. Me personally, I'm like, look, man. To your point, if they ain't getting what they supposed to get from home, but then you come into the school and they ain't getting what they're supposed to get from school.
You know what my administrator said to me? You know what my administrator said to me? I knew 3 kids shouldn't have passed. All right. He came to me and said, look, Mr. What's up? He said, look, you're gonna have to pass these kids somewhere. You're gonna have to find a way to give them a D. He said, just give them a D. Right? Mm-hmm. So he said, look, give them some like a pack, a worksheet pack, let them take it home for the weekend. If they bring it back on Monday, you can change that F to a D for the whole year. Mm-hmm. And then he said to me, because if you don't, he said, because if you don't, do you want all these parents coming down here breathing down your neck? Because they're gonna make a big stink about it. They're gonna go down to the school board. They're gonna try to ruin your name. And he just basically said, you don't want that headache. Just go ahead and pass. I was like, all right. I mean, and a lot of teachers are in that situation. And a lot of teachers are in that situation.
That way too, though. Okay, we said 2 minutes. We started at 20. It's 15 now. So that's
all right. Okay. Well,
we said, but I'm saying it's a lot of different ways to look at it. Right? I could see the disadvantage from passing them along, but at the same time, if nobody ain't doing nothing to actually fix it, why not pass them along?
No, it's a system. The only way you're going to fix this is the only way you're going to fix public school is you got to fix the parents, because the parents have a lot of power when it comes to
they do. You said that, brother. Listen, five minutes meant that you was talking a lot. So just
listen, you talk more than me, okay?
You can't pass it. I started to talk at 20, brother. Like I didn't.
No. I'm talking a lot because you don't like what I'm saying.
You are. I'm just saying.
So
just somebody else say something longer than 10 seconds.
This is what I'm saying. You can't pass.
No, not what you finna say, because when he just cut me off, you gonna let me finish too, Devin. I ain't scared of you because you was in the military, motherfucker. What I'm trying to say is this: can we have an honest conversation about it? I get you're saying the fix for the next generations coming along is to fix the parents. But I'm saying for the kids right now, that's, as they say in the military, Devin, you'll like this, that's in the shit, right? The ones in the shit, right? I'm saying because to your point, Jawar, I think a lot of the stuff that I learned, I ain't gonna lie. Yes, my mama had all the books that you thought that you could think of, all those kids books and shit that you get to read to your kids and shit. My son, mama did the same thing with my son, right? But I know a lot of the stuff that I learned it in school. So, I mean, damn. 5 years at home, 15 years in school. Or I'm sorry, 12 years in school. I'm just saying, a lot more of that responsibility need to be on the schools. And so, therefore, if you're not going to correct the problem in the school, just let me finish. If you're not going to correct the problem in the school, right, then why not pass them along? Why not?
Listen.
Answer my question first.
I'm answering your question. You just need to shut up. The school system is a system like any other system. When the system gets overloaded with problems, it's almost impossible to function. All right. So,
wait,
like
what
I
are
told
you talking
you,
about specifically? What
but like I'm saying, when it comes to education is controlled by the local people. It's local. It's localized. Parents have a lot of say in how schools are run. A lot of administrators, a lot of people that's on the school board, they are scared of these parents. If you have a community of basically ignorant parents who don't take responsibility for education, who don't value education, who are looking for ways to sue the school so they can get some quick money.
I hate you niggas.
Who want to blame teachers for their students not reading, not having good reading habits.
Do you have any positive? Do you have any positive stories?
Damn,
I have some positive stories.
Because this is ignorant, bro.
But I'm talking about a system. I'm talking about the system. The system is larger than these few happy stories. Okay,
Cool. Answer my
because
question.
eventually, the system is going to affect everybody on this panel if we don't fix it.
I mean, the
Right,
system
cool.
been
Answer my
flawed.
question.
Huh?
If you
System been jacked up. It's the reason why,
No, but
I'm
it's
in
really worse now. No, it's really bad
no.
now. I mean, really
Trust
bad.
me, I know when it costs $33,000 for a child to go to private school, it's crazy.
And when you
Yeah.
have a mass exodus of teachers leaving the profession,
Jesus is the strength of
Right,
my
but
life.
if every
Jawar,
school is
can you
between
answer my
30 and
question, please?
hold on, y'all don't
45,000 for
understand. Do you
kindergartners,
know how many schools right now have so many teachers in that school and the teachers are not certified because they don't have the bodies to go into the classroom?
Absolutely. Can you answer my question now? The
What is
question
your question?
was because I think we're agreeing that there was a time in this country when schools did a really good job of educating students, correct? So that's changed.
No,
So
it depends on the area that you're in. Though.
Wait,
it's
hold
still
on.
the
Time out.
area. It's
Hold on, time out one
demographics
second.
always.
DJ, you're saying no?
It's always been an area.
Well, y'all in the South, so all that shit probably been terrible and horrible.
No,
But
I'm
in
from
Chicago,
California and
yeah,
I
our
lived in
school systems
Miami
are hot.
also. So I'm telling you,
Again,
it
that's the
doesn't matter
South.
where you
What are you talking
live.
about?
It's
Chicago
still
is
the South.
horrible. What
No matter where you live, even I'm moving to Dallas soon.
That's still the South.
I still have to I'm looking in Frisco, I'm looking in places where I'm looking for better schooling, and he knows what I look for.
Look in Allen.
I look at school rankings, I look at everything.
Okay.
I put
Dunkerville.
two kids through school.
Our point of contention is that I'm saying, like, I basically went to school in the 80s, and I'm saying I could read my ass off.
You
and
were
I
your
went to
mama's
public
child.
school.
You was your mama's child. That don't count.
Okay, I'm giving her credit.
Please,
For
what did your
she did
report
in public
card look
school,
like on the most
But I'm
part?
saying I
Were
could
you a
read my
straight A
ass
student?
off. I'm pretty
Were
sure
you
I
straight
learned
A?
how to do that in school, right?
What were your grades like in school, B?
So
Right,
I
but
got
you
all
gotta
A's.
understand. You gotta understand. Times have changed where I don't really like. I would love to help the kids, right? So I don't judge. I can't judge just because I choose to homeschool and I choose to do early learning and development. I can't fault my neighbor because she drops her baby off at daycare every day because her baby's a little slow. My daughter's already 20 months talking and then her baby don't say nothing. I can't do that because she has to make a living. She has to make money. She
Yo,
has to go to work.
do
So in
y'all
the
wait? Let
space
me ask
of
you something, DJ.
comparing you reading 45, 50 years ago. How old are you?
I'm 28. Listen to what I'm saying.
28 years ago. It doesn't
Students aren't
count.
even reading books. Students
Bro,
aren't
you
even reading
28?
books.
Bro, don't say it like that.
He ain't 28.
Don't come at me like that, fam. I could be 20. I'm trans
No,
age.
you're not. You
I'm trans
43.
age.
Oh, you
You
trans age.
43.
I'm trans age. Respect my
You
age.
43.
Okay, I'll take it. But no, what I'm saying is this though, because I see why y'all got the job y'all got, because y'all can't follow along in the conversation. You niggas went to y'all went to public school in the South. The point of contention is that at one point, public schools actually educated kids. Kids left public school pretty damn smart, right? So if they aren't
No,
doing
they
that,
didn't.
I'm
No, they didn't.
No, they
actually,
didn't.
so
New
what
York,
I'm doing is
They
this.
just were
Chicago,
passing.
LA.
I'm
They were
trying not
passing.
to be
Yeah.
disrespectful, but you making it real hard, right? We show you a lot of
Yeah, but
respect.
you
man.
keep
Hooked
saying
on
Big
dumb. You
phonics
come
keep
came
back,
in
saying,
right?
you keep saying
1988.
the
So what I'm
wrong
saying
stuff.
is this. What I'm saying is this. I concede to the point that you're making about the parents' involvement in the beginning. I concede. Parents have slipped up. They done failed, Jawar. I concede. Do you hear me? I concede, and you're right, and we agree. But that's 5 years.
You can't leave the
But
vaccinations
that's
out of
5
it.
years. So
The
now you
immunizations.
got 12 years in school. And what I'm saying is there was a point in time, parents aside, where when we left out of school, public school, we had a pretty good education. So the fact that that's not happening anymore, my question
That's
to
not
you
all.
is,
Nope.
my question to you is, if I accept the premise that the parents have failed, and then I look at the school and I'm saying that it's also failing, my question to you, Jawar, is why not push the kids along? Why not?
You have to attack the problem at their head. The head is the home. Okay. By the time they come to me in the 7th grade, they can't do jack crap. Okay. So I have to kind of fix it. And then you got my principal telling me to pass them along, and they go to the 10th grade teacher, 9th grade teacher, and they have to deal with it. So the problem is like passing the potato, pass the buck to the next teacher.
Right.
Then we may as well make it just a
why not do that?
fail and take the A's, B's, and C's out of it, because my kids get straight A's, but now they hear that just because these kids are dumb, y'all pass them along.
No. Let me tell you something. When I hear parents say,
right, Willie?
That shit is wild.
It's wild.
What's wild?
The fact
I
that
got a no B household tolerance.
It should be.
Since I was 20, I've been a mama since I was
That's
20.
how girls
and I
end
don't
up
play
on the
that
pole.
Because
Listen,
the kids who earn A's earn their A's because they're not retarded. The retarded kids are getting passed along. At the end of the day, everybody's passing. So there's no point in the kids who can get straight A's to get straight A's. None.
No. They still need to. You as the parent make sure that your
what?
Listen, regardless of what the other kids are doing, you make sure your kid.
A doctor to graduate with a 2.0 average and one to graduate with a 4.0 average are both still fucking doctors.
And listen, let me tell you something. When my son went to school, and because I've been in the education, I know what's going on behind the scenes. When he comes to me and tells me that he made straight A's or something, I don't take that as face value. What a lot of parents do is their kids will come home with straight A's, but they won't check up to see if they actually know the skill. So when my son comes home with an A, I test him to see if he actually earned that A. Because a lot of teachers are now just giving out A's and B's just to make the parents happy. They don't want the parents on the back. Because a lot of parents... Huh?
So you teaching them that you don't trust them?
No. But like I said, it's a system thing. It has gotten to that point. It was never like that. Okay, it has gotten to that point where teachers have to do these things because it has gotten to this point where teachers have to do these things because they are being pressured to basically work miracles on a class of 35 kids who can't recognize, decode words, can't read. That's a lot of people to correct, especially if you're a middle school teacher. That's like they had 6 years of schooling and they still haven't learned anything.
But at the same time, it's like you're not bringing light to the issue because you're just passing it along. Let them fail, tell the truth. They get mad, and then they're gonna ask questions.
Well, unfortunately, that's the state of the education system today. I mean, I'm not gonna. I know it's hard.
Hold on. You got to remember that they get paid money to have these kids in the school. So what they're not gonna do is keep dishing out money for a specific kid that's just continuously repeating the same grade. They're not going to do that, right? So that's part of the reason why they got to pass them along, because they're not going to keep giving the money for the same
kid. They pass them along because if they fail students, eventually the classes are going to get overcrowded. The kids that fail, like let's say somebody failed 3rd grade, they got to put those kids somewhere. They have to go back into the class. They're not going to overload the classes because the teachers are not.
That's another reason. But I'm telling you, one of the other reasons though is also the money part. They're not finna keep dishing out this same money for you're not finna have some 24-year-old nigga sitting in high school. Like they're not doing that shit no more.
Well,
right?
I mean, they never did that. I mean,
isn't that the No Child Left Behind?
It used to be cats that was 19, 20 years old still in high school, bro, when I was younger.
Well, that wasn't in our school. That was probably in your school district. In our school district, no. Once you reach 19, no, school is local. Like I said, everybody has their own policy. So in our school district, once you reach the age of 19, no, they send you out.
Don't they put you in continuation school or something like that?
No, they have to go like to
adult
some
school. Adult school.
Yeah.
And then they got to test out. They give them an option to test out and get a GED.
Yeah.
They do have those. That's what I'm saying. That took the place of
usually most guys, but usually most people, but usually people who are 19 still in high school, a lot of times they really, by the time they reach 19 in high school, they don't even want to be there anymore. Half of the time they don't even come. So they just kind of just let them weed out the system and unfortunately, many of them go into the military if they ain't got nothing else to do, Because when I went to the Air Force, you had a lot of guys that was in the military who went to the military because they dropped out of high school. They couldn't find a job once they left high school. so they just joined the military. And
But
you have a
don't
lot
you
of
have to pass a certain test to get in the Air Force, though? That's not the
yeah.
one
I
they
mean, but
went
it's
to.
just the ASVAB. I mean, you have to be a complete idiot not to pass that. I mean, the ASVAB is not difficult. It's just basic. It's basic math, basic reading.
So
Yeah,
you're
but
saying, so
really,
you're saying it's
People
the
that don't
same
pass,
test. You're saying it's the same test to go to the Air Force as it is the Army or anything.
you got to get a
Well,
different
no,
score.
no, 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 no. They all take the same ASVAB, but
I
but
thought
once
the
you get a
level
certain
testing levels are
no,
different.
no, 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 no. It's the same test, but based on your score, the the Air Force will take it. Like the Air Force only
That's
takes
what
like
I
a certain
mean.
score.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
The Air
matters.
Force has a higher minimum score that you need to get in than
That's
the
what I'm
Army. The
saying.
Army has the
absolutely.
lowest, followed by the Marines.
The
And then it's
the
Navy.
lowest is the Marines. The
That's
Marines is
my
the
point.
lowest.
So if somebody's going to the Air Force and they score low,
You can't go.
No,
they
no, you
can't
can't.
go.
No,
That's what I'm
no,
saying.
you can't qualify for the Air Force.
That's
Like
what I'm
the Air
saying. But
Force
you
says, you
said
have to
what
get.
you said is anybody can take this test and it's
No,
easy.
no,
And I'm
yeah,
like,
anybody can
that
take.
ain't
No, what I
true.
mean is, no, I mean is everybody can can take the test, but not everybody can go to the Air Force. Not everybody can go to the Navy.
Right.
Not everybody, but everybody
Because
can.
what you said is
Everybody can't take the test to be technically because if you're already a felon, then you
you
have to make
cannot.
sure. it's
Well,
the
I
right
mean, well, we're
felon.
talking about regular people, of course, not
No,
felons.
I mean,
those are
you've been talking
regular
about
things,
black people in
apparently,
the hood
especially
the
in this
whole
county.
time.
But wait, yeah, wait, hold on. I take that back. Actually, even if you're a felon, you
No,
can go to
it's
the
some,
No, you
military.
it's some
cannot.
felonies.
Yes,
It's
you
not
can. Yes,
most.
you can. Yes, you can. Because when I
It's
was in the
some
when I was in the Air
felonies.
Force,
You were in the Air Force
Yeah.
30 years ago, nigga. What are you talking about?
No,
We're talking about 2025.
All right, listen.
Like my son's mother is a recruiter right now. Like
Okay,
it's some
You
felonies.
need good credit. You can't have bad credit and go to the
So,
Air Force.
you wait, you
in
can't
the
have
past,
bad
no,
credit.
in the past, they have taken
You can't go to the Air
because,
Force
like,
with bad credit.
You can get in. You just
Yes,
can't
you
have.
can. My
When I
ex-husband has horrible
wait,
credit. He did 18 years in the
when I
Air
was
Force.
going
That's
through the
fucked
no,
up.
hold on. When I was in the Air Force,
crazy.
right? No, when I was
That
in
nigga
when I was
got
in the
bad credit.
Bro, you was in the Air Force in the 90s. What happened to you doesn't matter
no,
now.
but listen, listen. When I was in the Air Force, we went to our MOS school, and we had school with
Now you know
Army,
what the school is
Marine.
called.
No, we had school with Army and Marines because we were all in the same school. One of my classmates was a Marine, and he was telling us the story about how he came into the Marines. He got into the Marines because he was about to go to prison for burglary. So he went in front of the judge, and the judge had mercy on him. So he said, "Listen, I'm not going to send you to jail. I'm going to send you into the Marines." So the judge wrote up the order. So you had a lot of guys in the military like that.
Almost 40 years ago.
Yeah. Look, what I'm saying is, I know
you
when I
probably
was
still got some people who went into the military.
when I was about to go into the Air Force 12 years ago, it was probably 14 years ago when I was like 18. I got a good score in the ASVAB. They like, where you want to go? I said, I'm going to the Air Force. I got a good score. Yeah, I'm going to Air Force because I didn't want to do nothing. Now they said, all right, well, this is what you need. You need to you got to be at 280 for your height. You got to be at 218 pounds. I was at probably like 230. They said you got to be at 218, and they said, oh, you can't have no negative stuff on your credit. You got to go fix that. I'm like, damn. So I did everything. I fixed everything, but it took me like a year and a half to fix everything, or 2 years. I come back, they like, all right, you got to take the ASVAB again. You know what, it expired. I'm like, I'm dying on this.
Yeah, that's like me with me though. When I took the ASVAB when I was 19, I tested well, and the dude who recruited me, he recruited me because he's like, man, look, you need to get the hell out these streets. This shit ain't gonna work for you. So I took it, I passed. He was like, all right, what was you thinking? I said, man, I want to go to the Marines. Now, I'll be honest with you. I didn't know nothing about the branches. Nothing. I just knew what they were called, but I didn't know anything about them, right? He looked at me and he just started laughing. He was like, no. He was like, you won't make it. You can't do it. You need to go into the Air Force or into the Army. Those are your two choices. I'm telling you now, you won't make it. You're not going to be able to deal with it because he knew who I was. And that's what I was saying earlier. Everybody's character is not fit for that shit, bro. He knew I wouldn't have been able to take. Then afterwards, I didn't end up going. I ended up getting married. But afterwards, once I started learning more about it, I was like, oh, yeah, he was right. I wasn't finna do, what's your major malfunction, private? All that goofy shit. No, you ain't finna be yelling.
They did that in the Air Force. Basic training.
You say what?
All basic. They did the same thing in the. Pretty much all the all the military branches have the same type of basic training. I mean, it's different, but they all yell at you in your face. They all make you stand at attention. You got to get your locker straight. You got to,
in military school, I found it funny though, because I ain't gonna lie, I used to be laughing, and my sergeant in military school, he used to pull me to the side. He used to be like, McBride, you gotta stop laughing, man. Try to take this shit serious.
Oh yeah, they don't like that.
Bro, I know you. I know this ain't really you. We've had real ass conversations, and you sit up here trying to be all stern and shit in people's faces like this shit is funny as hell. But but at the same time, I was only an hour and a half away from home. So you finna send me somewhere halfway across the world, I wouldn't have been able to take that shit. All that jumping off boats in the middle of the night and shit, I wouldn't have been able to do none of that shit. You ain't put me on no submarines. No, I'm not. Nope, I wouldn't have been able to do none of that shit. None of it.
It's not that bad, bro. Promise you, it's not that.
I'm claustrophobic. I can't even ride in the backseat of cars. I'll walk first. I'm not even kidding. I can't do it.
You could do it.
Look at him. Optimistic ass nigga.
Yeah, my first time on an airplane, I jumped out of it.
See what I'm saying? Super Negroes. This shit crazy. I ain't gonna be able to do it. I ain't jumping out no planes.
I be profiling. I like Air Force, Kappas. I like anything. Law enforcement.
Air Force.
I'm talking about the men, not the
don't
branch.
talk no more.
Those are the laziest
How about
niggas in
that?
the military.
I mean,
like the
I
cute
was
niggas.
young.
That's
I
what you
didn't
want.
know.
Sure, niggas
How
don't
you
do
gonna
nothing.
how you gonna discriminate against gangbangers and drug dealers? You
Oh,
a
no,
whole
no, no,
mommy
no,
out
She
here.
already told us she take a cute nigga. He don't gotta have no money. All he gotta do is be
Yeah,
able
I'm
to,
good on the game.
All the mommies is supposed to like the
No,
drug dealers.
Daddy, no, not real, no, not a gangbanger dude.
Oh, that's
So
crazy. You a
They don't say
sellout.
not
nobody
a drug
gangbanging
dealer
in the Air
dude.
Force.
You a sellout. I just want you to know that.
Hey,
You a self-hating sellout.
I just like opposite of what my mama like all my life.
Oh, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Self-hating racist.
So you like the guys opposite your mother? So what? Your mother like successful guys? What? I don't understand.
No. I said I would take that person that they just said, a homeless man. I
But you
would
gonna
take
fix
a
them though.
guy. But that's not my past of men. My exes are very successful, all of them.
Are
So
they damn all of them? Are they light-skinned or dark-skinned?
She look like she like dark skinned men.
Willie,
He over there trying to shoot his shot.
Willie, more like Willie's color.
Oh, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah,
I'm
more
dark
Willie's.
skinned, bro.
Hey, how much you drop her
No,
down?
you're not.
You
Willie
going
and
down
real
I'm dark
real
skinned
dope
today.
daddy. Real dope daddy and Willie. More their colors.
I know, because you're a racist. I knew it. I knew it the whole time.
I mean, dark guys don't talk to me and light skinned dudes don't talk to me.
Yeah, because you already giving dark skinned niggas white babies.
You must be skinny.
I am skinny.
That's where it is. I knew it was something. You ain't got no
I'm from
body. That is
Sacramento.
crazy.
We're not thick.
Exactly. I knew it
girls in
was something.
Sacramento.
I eat very healthy. My mother is Swedish and French Creole, and my mom do not play like that. And my
I knew
dad
he was a cracker. See what I'm saying?
no.
This whole time she been
I don't like
arguing with us
soul
about being
food. I don't
black.
like none of that shit. So I don't eat smothered nothing. I don't eat cornbread. I don't eat green. I don't eat nothing like that shit.
Listen, you got to start putting white Hispanic.
I don't
in
even
your
eat chicken. I don't eat chicken.
You are
I don't
not
eat
black.
none of that
Okay?
shit.
You are white Hispanic from here on out.
No,
You
I'm not.
understand me?
No.
Ain't
For
nothing
dinner, I had
about you
hummus.
black. That is crazy.
Hummus
Except
and
those
cucumbers.
earrings. Those hoop earrings, the blackest thing on you right now.
I can't stand you. I got white nails, white feet.
Hey, JR, what's the record for your shows, bro? 'Cause this is at 8 hours. I don't know how y'all been.
Nah, he went longer one time.
Do you know we used to do 12-hour streams?
Yeah, longer
It used to be
lifestyles
longer.
most
Used to be
time.
longer.
Oh God. We used to do 10 to 10, 10 at night to 10 in the morning.
I'm new to this type of shit. Cause what? 12 hours? That's a job.
Hell yeah. Them streams used to be lit. Bro, you go to bed, jump up, it's still 6 people on the panel. You jump right back on. What up, though?
when I came on, I thought I was gonna catch the last 30 minutes.
Jason in the comments. Jason in the comments said he knew I had Creole in me. How you know that?
Your
I
face?
know. Definitely do.
Yeah, your face.
I'm gonna pray for you. Let's pray for her real quick. Lord, please add some thickness. She needed, Lord. She need BBL in the arms,
Oh
Lord.
no, honey. Just because I'm skinny don't mean I ain't built right. Don't get it twisted.
She
I'm built
need
the way I'm
BBL
supposed
in
to
the
be
knees,
built.
Lord.
She got an almost 2-year-old, bro. Like a skinny girl that just had a baby, she gonna have some extra.
Yeah, but soon as
No.
you do 10 aerobics,
No,
it's
I
gonna
don't. I
fall
don't have
off.
that. I don't have those genetics. I weighed 126 pounds at 9 months pregnant.
Bro, white.
That's not what I was talking about.
Listen to
Like
what she
baby
said.
I don't get
Willie.
thick. No, like I pray to get thick. I don't get
Willie,
thick.
listen to what she said. White, Cuban, Creole, Mexican, Native American, German, Japanese. She mixed
Shut
with
the fuck
everything.
up.
She ain't gonna never
I ain't
have
got
no
no
weight.
Asian in me, but I used to date Asians when I was a kid.
Ain't that now I really know you
So
ain't
you
black.
built like a Chinese lady.
Yeah,
Now I
with
know you
titties
ain't
though.
black. Black women don't do Asian men.
I love Asian boys. Like if I'm in Atlanta, like I said this, I said I've been single for so long. I would love to meet an Asian, and every time I meet them, they're from Vietnam, and I'm not attracted to Vietnamese men. I'm more attracted to Koreans and Chinese.
Damn.
Because they're taller. But I love the see me. My thing is I don't care about the man. I care about structure, order, and decorum.
Damn.
So
I mean, you got the right mentality. It's just in the wrong
that little
body.
gangster dude, I wanted to talk so bad to him. But yeah, I like
Yeah,
structure,
it's
order,
a
and
lot of
decorum.
Koreans in ATL. It's a lot of them.
Yeah, they don't. I don't run across them.
They just not single because
Yeah,
the
not at
other
all.
girls, they already getting shared by 3 or 4 of y'all. So
Damn.
Low key, a lot of people don't know this though. In the Asian community, they married the women marry out at a rate of like 35%. like Asian women, they marry mostly white men, but they also marry black men and Hispanic men. Asian women be
Really?
going. Yeah, they marry out like they are the highest demographic. It's like them, and then I think white women, Hispanic women, and of course black women at the bottom. They tend not to. But ironically, black woman, white man marriages last 44% longer than other relationships.
Yeah,
I just personally been scared. I like structure, order, and decorum because which are usually like Kappas, Air Force, corporate lawyers, people like that. Because
Cheater, just say cheater.
dark black men are my physical type, but I'm scared of them sexually, so I stay away from them.
That's a fact. That you
Yeah,
should
I'm
be.
good.
What does
I
that
like to
even mean?
I like to preserve my little body.
Exactly.
I'm
No,
good.
that's not gonna happen with us. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
no, I'm good. I definitely went to college and had friends that
Yes,
had
absolutely.
friends.
That is absolutely
And I'm
our
good.
mission in life. Our mission in life is to destroy it. So
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I like structure, order, decorum.
So that's why you like Asian men?
Don't do that. I was a virgin with all the Asians I dated when I was in school.
No, that's cool. We can give you structure, order, decorum. We're gonna
I haven't had sex
restructure
with nothing but a
and
black
reorder
man. A
your
black man took
decorum.
my virginity, and a black man is the last thing I touched.
That is crazy.
So she just told. Never mind. She gave us so much information about her exes right there. That's tough.
I can't believe I never met no woman that liked Asian men. Actually, I ain't never known one on thing.
That's crazy.
Never met. You never met one of them that did what?
Well, she's from California.
I don't think I've ever met a woman that said that liked Asian men.
I'm from Sacramento, you guys.
Oh yeah. You did.
The choices of black men are very. And then the guy that took my virginity is Asian and black. So his mom was Korean, his dad was black.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
you really, so you a whole coon. Okay, I got it.
What is that?
I just
No, like I date and they look like real daddy and Willie. They are half Asian though, but they look. Koreans get dark. Like if they were a black man, they come out just like that. They just have pretty eyes and pretty skin, but they look black.
No, I get it. Everybody's afraid to have dark skinned babies. I get it because y'all colorist haters.
No. Don't do that.
What? You the one who keep pointing out all these.
I chose my baby. Right? I choose them, right? I choose what they look like.
Yeah, when you choosing all fair skinned men, yes. Like, what are we talking about? This is not hard at all.
I don't think Willie's fair would be described as fair skinned. My
Yes,
ex-husband's his
he
exact
is.
color.
Here's what I'm saying. If I committed a crime and all they saw was my skin color, they wouldn't assume Willie did it. Right? Is all I'm saying, right? It's gonna be a big difference. They're not even gonna stop him. They're gonna ask him, hey, did you see which way he went? Right? They ain't gonna bother him at all. But if they see Devin, they might be like, hey, my man, come here for a minute. I'll let you. Now we looking for somebody.
Devin do not look like a threat.
He
I'm
don't
gonna blame
look
it on the guy that's less likely to be in that area.
Yeah.
I'll just make up a person.
Yeah,
he
more
have
of
a
a threat than I am. What the hell?
You don't look like a threat at all.
I don't look like a threat?
Definitely not.
Oh, that's good. Okay, then shit. Because I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to be.
No, I haven't seen much on Lapeef's Lapeef's platform that looks like a threat outside of that guy.
Hold on, let me do it like this.
No, that doesn't do
about
anything.
now?
Now you look like Tupac. Yeah, no.
Hell no. The real threat is Devin. He the one showing off his I got bodies overseas badges.
All right, no. The only reason I even pulled that out because he over there talking slick. But the thing about it is, that's why I told him he can have that mentality, but his biggest issue, he ain't got no finesse because he gonna have that raw mentality to the right person, and that could have been me one day, and he gonna find out. This shit ain't sweet.
Man, listen, we all be knowing what we be doing on this internet. If I'm gonna tell you something, there used to be a guy that used to be on these shows with us. I'm blanking on his name right now. His name was Thinking Man. One day, me and him had a battle. It was going back and forth, and I was like, man, making me want to whoop your ass up here, bro. The next day, I found out he knew how to do karate. So when we was on the show again, I was like, hey, Thinking Man, I just want to apologize for saying that I wanted to whip your ass. I didn't know what I was talking about. I was delirious in that moment, right?
She gave her peak marketplace value to Asian men.
You know what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know who I want to smoke with and who I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
Jay Prince wants to come up, Lapeef.
For what? Jay Prince, come up and cook Devin, Jay Prince. So you can show us.
Oh, see, no, y'all trying to start some more drama.
No, back into super chats, man.
Man.
For a long time.
No more drama. That was a lot earlier. They gave me anxiety. I had to go for a walk.
Hey, you want me to read them? I can prove you Chicago education is good. I can read them.
All right, you go ahead, man.
Let's go. Watch this, y'all. Chicago Public School. Come on, mute that baby. I don't like happiness in the background. Shout out to a Tory to Stare for the $40. A story to tip. Shout out to a story to already. Shout out to a story to tell for the $40 super chat. Appreciate you. Say happy Father's Day. Salute. Appreciate you. Mr. Travolta in the building. He said again, OTC, you were never a slave. Let it go. That's it.
You didn't say the foreign money.
Okay.
But
because I don't know what it is. I wasn't even gonna lie to you. American Man with the $2 super chat. He said, you so-called pro-blacks really hate black people.
You know how broke it is to try to misspell some shit because you don't want to spend the extra amount of cost to get that shit on the super chat.
Be quiet. Mr. Travolta came through with the money that DJ want me to announce.
Euro money.
Oh, that's what that is? All right, with the Euro 125, which means it's actually more than that. He said it's a lazy and victim mindset. Y'all
I don't think it's Euro
everything is going to be easy. Success isn't easy. Will has Sweeney taken you up on your job offer? 100% no. Sweeney out here getting to the bag, though. Why would he need a job? American Man with the $2 said, from 1960, the black message has been the white man. That's crazy.
The white man.
That's racist, actually. My man D-Rob in the building with the $10 super chat. He said, y'all ninjas, stop arguing about irrelevant-ish. It doesn't matter. We ain't at the top. We are men. We create solutions. Told y'all. HQ in the building. What's going on? HQ with the $2 super chat. She said, talk your ish, JP. That used to be my baby mama, but I divorced her. The male feminist in the building with $1.99. He said, let's stop blaming the nerds for our community. I don't think anybody did that, but you can't. If they did that, you can't do that.
That's wow.
The male feminist came back with the $1.99. He said, are Zuckerberg, Musk, and Bezos gangsters? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you not see the social network and what they did?
Right.
Zuckerberg did to his friends?
Tell him again. Mr. Travolta in the building with another 125 on the Euro side of the game. He said, judge people on their results. Look at the difference between Devin, Dope, and Willie versus King and JP. Mindset matters. The first three are a lot more successful, but I'm hating on Beans because my penis is small.
Hey, what's fucked up is bro is from the Philippines too. So
shout out to Kelvin. Oh, don't do that to me. Shout out to Kelvin Cook for the $2. If you say you ain't my daddy, okay, tell your mama. HQ reacts in the building with the $5 super chat. She said, JP flipped the whole table. Oh, JP flipped the whole table to what he wanted to talk about. Congrats. JP wins again. Did he do that? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. LD in the building with the $1.99. He said, Hink, you a fake dude. Okay. That is true, though, because Hink ain't never came over to visit me. Mr. Travolta again, he said, JP, it's the white man's fault that I'm dumb as hell. It is, though. They control the school system. So
the white man.
Absolutely. The white man. The male feminist for the $1.99. He said, I hate it here. I'm gonna stay with the nerds. Yeah, you should. You absolutely should. LD with the $1.99 at panel. Hink a soft dude. He wanted us to know. Just so y'all know. East Coast Kev in the building with the $10 super chat. He said, next time Latinos like DJ try to quote MLK to guilt you into joining them. Quote was Felix Tarrahina of LULAC said, let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems aren't mine. We're on our own. Okay. I ain't mad at that. Thank you for that little nugget. I have to screenshot that. Mr. Travolta came through with the 50 euros. He said, cash out ninjas have loads to say with no action. Yeah, unfortunately, that's me. Unfortunately. Mr. Travolta, again, he said, do you dark ninjas have a fetish for light skins? Yes, absolutely. If you're dark skinned and you get with a light skinned girl, the visual is just unbelievable. Big Ant 11 with the $10 super chat. He said, respect to the fathers on the panel, respect to JR, Hink, and triple OG. Lion talking about he almost 70. Yeah, he did say that earlier. He said in 4 more years, I'll be almost 70. My man LD came back with the $5 super chat at panel. You need people with different backgrounds up here. Some of these dudes can't comprehend street talk or take info with good faith. I agree. You do need an eclectic panel. Yes. The male feminist with the $1.99 said, in terms of marriage, we are the bottom. That is a fact. That is a fact, bro. The male feminist again said, content is fine out of wedlock. And he said, content is fine out of wedlock and avoiding it isn't. Yeah. Yeah. Leslie K. What up, Leslie? With the $5. He said, great convo lineup happening right now. Salute JR and Lapeef Network. Absolutely. Big Ant 11 in the building with the $10 super chat. He said, 24 years in the Navy versus 25 years in prison. If my uncle didn't stop me that day, Beans, if you don't have the fortitude to step up, just say that. I don't. Dale Matthew came through and gifted five of them. 5 Lapeef Network memberships. If you got a membership, make sure you maintain it. Lots of perks being a member at the Lapeef Network. Mr. Travolta came through for 125 on the Euro side of the game. He said, I'm not from the Philippines. I'm a black man from London traveling in the Philippines. Okay, I ain't mad at you. Okay, then you over there passport broing? That's what you do. You passport broing or passport hoeing? I need to know. Until you passport bros, y'all need to start passporting to places where it's dark-skinned women at, right? Go get some of them dark-skinned women and get them an opportunity to become.
Would you please stop being a colorist?
I can't help it because we at the bottom.
No, if your mentality is not at the bottom, it doesn't matter. But the facts of what he was saying was true. We are less earners.
Let me go ahead and end this stream, man, so people can get what they. I want to thank Real Dope Willie, man. Y'all hung out for a long time, man. I really appreciate that. I think everybody has left. If I forgot the name, my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Beans, for coming up. DJ, much love. Devin, good conversations, man. Would love to have you back again, man. Love your perspective tonight. Well, today and tonight. Make sure everybody hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Catch us next time. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Y'all continue to enjoy y'all day. We are out.